The Story of China, a portrait of a civilization and its people, written and read by Michael Wood. Prologue. Beijing, December 1899. In the freezing December of 1899, 2 days before the winter solstice, the Guangxu Emperor left the Forbidden City through the Tiananmen Gate at the head of a huge and colourful procession. In a yellow sedan chair borne on the shoulders of 16 scarlet-robed servants, he was carried to a curtained state carriage drawn by a caparisoned elephant. The Emperor wore a yellow court gown with blue dragons and a blue overgarment. On his head a sable winter cap trimmed with crimson silk and topped by a pearl on a gilt spike. Mounted eunuchs in gorgeous silk robes stood by him, followed by an escort of leopard tail guards, imperial grooms in maroon satin imperial liveries, standard bearers with triangular dragon banners, and horsemen with bows, gilded quivers, and yellow saddle-cloths. In all, 2,000 princes, grandees, officers, servants, musicians, and attendants gathered under a steel-blue winter twilight sky. Escorted by this brilliant retinue, the Emperor headed to the Temple of Heaven, the great imperial shrine on the southern edge of Beijing, through the central gate of Tianmen and over the marble Bridge of Heaven, cleared of its booths and beggars, the wide street smoothed with yellow sand to stop the carriage bumping on Beijing's frozen, rutted streets. All was hushed. Nothing was allowed to break the silence and profane the rites. Even Beijing's newfangled Siemens electric tramway, laid to the Tartar city's south Yongdingmen Gate only months before, was stopped, its whistles and bells stilled. Leaving the gate, the procession passed into the Chinese city with its warren of alleys, temples and markets, the side streets screened by huge blue curtains. The people were commanded to stay indoors, houses on the route were shuttered, and foreigners, of whom there were many now in the city, were warned in the English-language Peking Gazette not to approach or look at the ceremony. No one was allowed to see the Emperor perform his sacred task, still less gaze on his face. He stared impassively ahead, his long pale face with prominent cheekbones already marked by an illness diagnosed by his French physician as chronic nephritis. To those Westerners who'd seen him in public, it was a troubled face, burdened by the excruciating pressure of rulership, the fear of failure, and by his anxious desire to benefit the people. His expressed desire was to make the empire wealthy and powerful again, hoping, as he said, if possible, to inaugurate a glorious era eclipsing our ancestors. If the emperor chose to reflect on it, and this was above all a ceremony for reflection, his dynasty, the great Qing, had been on the throne since 1644, and during that time 11 Manchu emperors had restored and surpassed the glories of earlier dynasties. At the height of its prestige in the 18th century, China had been the leading power in the world, with the Emperor Kangxi's 61-year reign one of the greatest in Chinese history. When his great-great-grandfather Qianlong died in 1799, a century before, the Qing Empire had unrivaled power and reach, encompassing Mongolia, Tibet, Central Asia, and reaching to the jungles of Vietnam and northern Burma. Along with the Han Chinese, 300 tribes and peoples recognized the Son of Heaven. But population growth, overtaxation, natural disasters, and that indefinable loss of group feeling that can undermine even the most powerful states had gnawed away at the dynasty's sense of self. In 1842, the great Qing had been defeated by the British in the First Opium War, and was then shaken by the cataclysms of the 16-year-long Taiping Rebellion, in which 20 million people died. Since the 1840s, the European powers had established treaty ports and enclaves all round China's shores, and had begun to undermine the old values of the empire. A brief recovery was halted by humiliation in the Sino-Japanese War in 1894. And 3 years later, Germany exacted more concessions, eating away at the already eroded authority of the Qing. The sense of crisis grew. In 1898, progressive officials, journalists and Democrats, led by the reformer Kang Yao-wei, began a self-strengthening movement, and the young emperor had sided with them. But the 100 Days Reform, from the 11th of June to the 21st of September, was quashed by the conservatives, led by the Mother Empress Dowager. And from that moment, the emperor had become a prisoner of the state. At that fateful time, the risings began. Through 1898 into 1899, famine struck Shandong. Seething at what they saw as foreign provocation, desperate peasants formed what became known as the Militia United in Righteousness, or the Society of the Righteous and Harmonious Fists, the Boxers. In a frightening surge of violence, they attacked missionary compounds, sacking churches and slaughtering Chinese Christian converts. Emboldened by a sympathetic Shandong governor, in late 1899 Boxer groups began moving north, spilling out from the countryside across the impoverished and frozen fields of Shandong and the grimy mining towns of Shaanxi to the very outskirts of the imperial city. So now, on the winter solstice, with the countryside to the east and south in flames, the ancient ritual to be performed on the altar of heaven carried more than its usual weight, and even more heartfelt hope for auspiciousness. Even now, perhaps, the omens might be reversed by an appeal to the old order of heaven, which had protected the Chinese state through all its triumphs and its tragedies. Since the crushing of the 1898 reform movement, the Mother Empress Dowager, Cixi, had seized power and placed her nephew, the emperor, under house arrest. 64 years old, capricious, formidably intelligent, still in full powers, the empress, too, was shaken. "The situation is perilous," she confided, "and the foreign powers are glaring at us like tigers eyeing their prey, all eager to force their way into our country." But the great ceremonies of state must continue, and none was greater than this, the performance of the rituals on the winter solstice, when the emperor must ask for auspiciousness on behalf of all under heaven, accepting the peculiar burden of bearing the nation's sins on his shoulders, in his report to the ancestors on the state of the empire. The procession had almost reached the southern edge of the city, where in the winter dusk the outer wall gave way to fields, canals, and pollarded willows. A brief window onto a troubled land for the troubled man in the golden carriage. The Son of Heaven was 28 years old now. He'd become emperor at 6 under the guardianship of the Empress Cixi, and then entered long training in the ancient Confucian curriculum. He'd spent a deprived childhood under his tutor, the cold and austere Weng, in the cheerless expanses of the Forbidden City, with a series of bullying eunuchs focusing his mind on the responsibilities of rulership. His duty, as taught, was to be upright, magnanimous, honourable, and wise, to promote Confucian virtues, and to study his ancient predecessors, good and bad, as exemplars. Now older, wiser perhaps, he found himself trapped in a gilded cage by his prisoner guardians and by his own fearfulness and introversion. "When we were given the prerogative of governing the empire alone," he said, "we were aware of the difficulties of statecraft, accentuated by the crisis of our empire. Hence our thoughts were filled day and night with the problems that beset us on all sides." After 10 years training as a scholar, he was ostensibly a sage emperor, but in reality an introverted, brooding man, prone to sudden outbursts and unsuited for the task of making the empire wealthy and powerful again. His advisers, Western-minded reformers like Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao, had been condemned to death and fled to Japan, dashing the emperor's hopes of constitutional reform. As the Empress Dowager said, their slogan had been, "Protect and defend China," not "protect and defend the Qing dynasty." And they still write treason from abroad, making themselves out as reformers, as opposed to the conservatives, not knowing that our empire rests on a solid base, the sovereigns of which, reverently observing the rules of government laid down by our ancestors, sit on an eternal foundation. At this time, at least, under the vast darkening dome of the winter sky, with a pale waning moon rising, the foundation still seemed secure. That very morning of the 20th of December, as the Emperor prepared himself for the ceremony, the English version of the Peking Gazette carried an extraordinary account of the latest imperial edict in its capital report, reporting bluntly that it was what the Emperor had been forced to say. In a rambling memorial, he acknowledged the many troubles that faced China, and then thanked the Empress Dowager profusely. "We ascended the throne when yet an infant, and expressed gratitude to the Empress Dowager for her tender solicitude and untiring energy in trying to inculcate the tenets of orthodoxy into our receptive mind. And this, we must acknowledge, has gone on for nearly 30 years. Finally, the procession arrived at the shrine in the far south of the city, the precinct laid out between 1406 and 1420 by the Yongle Emperor, the builder of the Forbidden City. Nearest the gate stood the Temple of Heaven itself, with its superb triple-roofed circular dome and golden pinnacle, scintillating like a jewel in the last light. Moving along the central path, they finally reached the scene of the ritual, the altar of heaven. Built by the Jiajing Emperor in 1530, the altar stood, as it still does, in a huge, square-walled enclosure within a park filled with ancient cypress trees. At the centre was a great three-tier altar open to the skies, dedicated to the worship of Tian, heaven. Radiant in its isolation, observed one contemporary, no other sanctuary on earth has a more profound or grandiose conception. It is one of the most impressive spectacles the world can offer. The altar was, and still is, a huge three-stepped circle of white marble, 450 feet across, set inside a square, the ancient image of heaven and earth in primordial cosmogony. Square earth and round heaven. On the west side of the courtyard is the Hall of Fasting, or the Palace of Abstinence. Here the Emperor would spend the middle part of the night preparing himself for his sacred duty. For the idea, said one participant, is that if he is not filled with pious thoughts, the spirits of the unseen will not come to the sacrifice. By 4 in the afternoon, the pale winter light fades, and the grey line of the western mountains stands out with stark clarity. In the harsh winters of the 1890s, it often snowed at the solstice, the cold so intense that, as one of the officiating priests told an English missionary, even high-wadded boots and the thickest furs failed to keep strong men from chilling to the marrow, and even in some cases going to their graves. There in the great courtyard the stage was set for the thrilling drama that was about to unfold. The actors and props ready for this intense moment of imperial theatre. Below the altar, huge horn lanterns were hoisted up on tall red poles, and dragon-entwined stands for the musical instruments. Wooden racks had been erected to carry the carillon of bronze bells, and the set of 16 sonorous hanging stones made of dark green nephrite, whose sounds would facilitate communication with the world of the spirits. Imperial banners were lifted amid the first flurries of snow, and a shrine representing heaven was placed on the highest platform, facing south, lit by hundreds of torches casting their glow over the frosted terraces. Around the altar the priests and court officers took their places, the officers of the Board of Rites, the officials in charge of the kneeling cushions, and the incense-bearers who were to present the meat and wine offerings to the emperor in exquisite lidded altar bowls of moon-white porcelain and lacquer inlaid with gold. By the emperor's place on the second tier, the prompter waited ready to supervise the order of service. Below in the courtyard, the great furnace prepared for the bull sacrifice was glowing, with smaller ovens for silk and other offerings. The order of the ritual was to be followed punctiliously according to the Directory of Worship and the Illustrated Guide to Ceremonial Paraphernalia of the Qing dynasty, published by the Manchus in the middle of the previous century. Behind the closed door in the Hall of Abstinence, warmed by braziers, the emperor finished his prayers and meditations towards midnight. No image was ever sketched or photograph taken of this most sacred observance. For although the Empress Dowager allowed cameras into her court and was adept at collaborating in staged images, foreigners were never permitted to see these things. We know what followed, however, from surviving ritual handbooks and the accounts of participants. At midnight, the ceremony commenced. The music began with flutes, a trill of bells, and a chime of musical stones. The prompter started the rite, directed by the master of ceremonies, who hoarsely called out into the darkness. The worship of heaven was first, the fires of the sacrificial ovens casting their glow over the pale marble terraces, catching the golden threads on the blue gowns of the mandarins assembled on the three great tiers of the altar. As the music began, the emperor knelt at the foot of the steps on the second terrace leading up onto the platform, whose central circular stone symbolized the axis mundi, the supreme yang, the center of the universe. Facing north, he worshipped the tablet of the Lord of Heaven placed on the northern edge of the top terrace. He paid homage to the 5 founders, the primordial kings of China's deep past, and to the first ancestors. Below, on the paved stones of the courtyard, the red-clad imperial court orchestra played a stately reed concerto as the emperor bowed and prostrated himself. It was, some found, an arduous job. In his later years, the emperor's great-great-grandfather, Qianlong, appointed a prince as his deputy. It was important, he said, that everything should be done perfectly, with no errors. And Qianlong eventually bowed out, saying, "All that ascending and descending, the prostration and bowing, it wears you out. At my age, it's a mistake." The emperor next laid a sceptre of blue jade in front of the tablets and offered food and a libation to the tablet of heaven. Kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, he made offerings of 12 pieces of the finest silk. This was followed by the sacrifice of burnt offerings, a bullock of one colour free of flaw and blemish, cleaned and prepared for burning in the oven. 2 hours before dawn, at the call of the major domo, the emperor and the officers of court kowtowed and prostrated themselves once more, and a prayer was spoken to the deified forces of nature. Then the music stopped. All was hushed. The emperor spoke. The emperor of the illustrious dynasty, the Great Qing, has prepared this proclamation to inform the spirits of the sun, the spirits of the moon and planets, the constellations of the zodiac and all the stars in the sky, the clouds of rain, wind and thunder, the spirits of the 5 great sacred mountains, spirits of the 4 seas and the 4 great rivers, the intelligences which have duties assigned to them on earth, all the celestial spirits under heaven, the spirits presiding over this present year. We ask you on our behalf to exert your spiritual power and display your most earnest endeavours, communicating our poor desire to Shangdi, the Lord of Heaven, praying that he graciously grant us acceptance and regard, and be pleased with what we shall reverently present. The antecedents of this beautiful and archaic ritual, the incantations, the burnt offerings and the bovine sacrifices, went back more than 3,000 years to the ceremonies described in the oracle bone divinations of the Bronze Age. The whole splendid performance was designed to express the traditional Chinese relationship between humanity, the heavens, the cosmos, and the earth. When the sun is at its weakest and the weather most bitter, when life is frozen in cold, it's the time for human beings to pray for renewal, good harvests, and fertile soil. Throughout Chinese history, such primordial beliefs were bound up with the auspiciousness of the dynasty. So this was China's report to the ancestors, the State of the Union, as it were. And also, at the core of the ritual, as shown by the exclusiveness of the ceremony, hidden from the common gaze, was the division between the rulers and the people, reinforcing a hierarchy in which the ruler sage commanded the lives of the common people and mediated for them the relationship with the powers of the cosmos. Encoded in the ritual, then, was a bigger truth which reached the very heart of the beliefs of Chinese civilization. In his use of certain words, heaven, Tian, the way, Dao, monarch, Wang, the emperor embodied Chinese ideas about order and rulership that had developed since the 4th millennium BC, and which still persisted despite the sudden, rapid inroads of Western modernity in his time. The ancient concept of heaven as both a supreme deity that oversees the realm of human affairs, but also the ultimate cosmic reality, the impartial laws of the universe. The way contained the supreme principle that kept the cosmos in balance, and which it was the duty of the sage counselors to understand and follow. These currents came together in the person of the monarch, in the supreme political leader, the embodiment of wisdom, without whom society would fall apart, all now manifest in this frail and uncertain person. The emperor knelt again 3 times and bowed 9 times, and then went to the firewood stove. Here all the offerings, ceremonial placards, silk scrolls and paper prayers were respectfully put inside to be burned, so that, along with our sincere prayers, they may ascend in gusts of flame to the distant azure. And then, while music was played, the emperor silently watched as the offering prayers curled and burned away. Finally, he turned to depart. The embers settled, occasional snowflakes spinning as the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon behind the dark cypress groves. The emperor ascended into his carriage and made his way back to the forbidden city, where the gate closed behind him, returning him to house arrest. Heaven surely had listened. But in the days that followed, as the Europeans in Beijing's legation quarter spent an anxious Christmas, the revolt in the countryside grew. In the last days of 1899, more news came of the killing of Chinese Christian converts and the sacking of churches as Boxer groups moved towards the capital. On the 31st of December, the Boxers in Shandong captured the Reverend Sidney Brooks from the Missionary Society of the Church of England, paraded him with a wooden Kong around his neck, and then beheaded him. He was the first foreign casualty of the rising. A few days later, pressured by the Conservatives among her ministers, the Empress Dowager changed her views on the Boxers and issued an edict that was widely believed to support the Boxers and their slogan, "Support the Qing, exterminate the foreigners." Boxer bands on the outskirts of Beijing and Tianjin were now ripping up railway tracks, cutting telegraph wires, and burning foreign homes. Panic-stricken letters from foreign compounds spoke of the countryside swarming with hungry, discontented, hopeless idlers. In the spring, Allied naval commanders began attacks on Chinese forts on the coast, and urgent messages were sent to Europe for armed reinforcements. Finally, on the 21st of June, the Empress Dowager declared war on the 8 foreign powers and fled the capital. A 55-day siege of the foreign legation quarter by the Boxers followed, providing the Western press with ample copy on European heroism and what they saw as savage Oriental acts of irrational barbarism against the civilized world. So the new century had arrived on the Western calendar. And at that moment it appeared China might be dismembered, as other parts of the world had been, divided between foreign powers, or broken into regional states, as it was in the 10th century during the 5 dynasties, or at the end of the Yuan, the Mongol age. In May 1900, forces of the 8 powers occupied Beijing, and the sacred precinct of the Temple of Heaven became the temporary command base of the alliance, occupied by American troops. The temple and the great altar were desecrated, the buildings defaced, gardens trampled, and cypresses felled for firewood. In the stores, the ritual paraphernalia were looted and musical instruments broken. So the solstice ritual of 1899 was the last time the ceremony was performed. In 1914, after the end of the empire, hoping to bolster his claims to the presidency, the warlord Yuan Shikai attempted to gather the pieces and revive it in a vain attempt to conjure the spirits, even aided by a cinematograph. But by then, what took place was merely a costume performance. With dramatic suddenness, the meaning of those archaic actions, words, and music had drained away. From then on, the shocks came one after another. The revolution of 1911 saw the end of the empire after more than 2,000 years, and the founding of a republic which in its brief life knew no peace. With peasant risings, Japanese invasion, civil war, and the communist revolution, the 20th century was a time of trauma for China, leading on to the catastrophes of the Great Famine and the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s. In modern times, no nation has gone through so much. All these events were part of almost 2 centuries of revolution since the First Opium War, out of which today's China has emerged. But they were only the latest in a series of violent ruptures that had occurred throughout China's history. The story of China since the Bronze Age is the tale of the rise and fall of many dynasties, through which the idea of a single unified state has been tenaciously maintained, underwritten by an ancient model of political power that has persisted right down to our own time. This ideal of a centralized authoritarian bureaucracy ruled by the sage emperor and his ministers and scholars is one, as we shall see, that continued in the psyche of Chinese culture even after the end of the empire. In the aftermath of the communist revolution, the altar of heaven, that ethereal symbol of Chinese civilization, was briefly used as a municipal rubbish dump. Finally emptied, or so it seemed, of the last drop of its numinous power. Today it's been restored as a public monument, open to the sky, surrounded again by cypress trees, where on winter dawns visitors may perhaps still touch the thought world of the ancients. Coming just before the end of 2,200 years of the Chinese Empire, the ceremony that took place in 1899 seems now to stand as a parable, an event that crystallizes the drama of all that had come before and all the questions that would follow. What happens when a great ancient civilization with the biggest population in the world breaks down in giant and traumatic spasms of violence? How should it modernize? Indeed, what does modernity mean? There are no parallels in history for such a tremendous and far-reaching cycle of change. And now, in the 21st century, as we retell this amazing story, we may also ask, what were the driving ideas of the civilization? And what relation does today's China have to that past? Is that past still working on China's present? And how will that history continue to shape China's future in the crucial decades ahead that will determine the fate of our planet, and in which China will have such a central part to play? Chapter 1. Roots. The first fact of Chinese history is geography. Today's China is a vast land stretching from the deserts of Xinjiang and the Tibetan Plateau down to the mountains of Burma and Vietnam and up to the wild expanses of Manchuria and the Yalu River on the Korean border. From Kashgar in the far west of Xinjiang to the capital is 4,000 kilometres by road. North China for much of the year is cold and often grey, while the south is subtropical. One grows millet and wheat, the other rice. The oldest rice in the world has been found in the south, on sites dating back to 8,000 BCE. With a fundamental divide in ecology and climate, these two great zones of China have been distinct in people, language and culture for millennia, and still are. Yet vast as these outer lands are, the historic heartland of China is much smaller, lying between the Yellow Sea and the uplands, where two great rivers come down from the high plateau of Qinghai and Tibet. To the north is the Yellow River, where the early dynasties grew up. To the south, the Yangtze Valley, the great centre of population, wealth and culture in later history. Under the Han Dynasty, the Roman period in the west, the Chinese state first extended its rule outward into the oases of Central Asia. And there was another period of direct rule in Xinjiang under the Tang Empire in the 7th century CE. For most of its history, however, the heartland of the two rivers was China. It was only in the 18th century that the much bigger shape of today's People's Republic was determined by the huge multiracial empire of the Manchus, the Qing dynasty, which spread its rule over Mongolia, Xinjiang, and its Tibetan protectorate. These days you can journey by train across that heartland from north to south in less than a day. Travel has been transformed by one of many amazing recent infrastructure projects, and the high-speed train covers the 2,300 kilometres from Beijing to Guangzhou in a mere 8 or 9 hours. At a more modest pace, 24 hours on the stopping train will suffice to cross the Yellow River Plain, down to the rich south, to Jiangnan, the land south of the river, about which Chinese poets wrote with such feeling. It's a journey not only in space, but in time, allowing us to look through the windows and see the deeper patterns of history, the old contours of landscape and civilization. The early civilizations of the Yellow River were not near the sea, but in the central plain, close to where the river emerges from the mountains. In the lower reaches were wide shifting flatlands of streams, rivulets, low-lying swamps and great lakes that were teeming with wildlife in the Bronze Age, regions only drained for farmland in the later centuries BCE. So the first centres of civilization were inland. The sea didn't feature in the imagination of early Chinese culture. Rising in the Qinghai Plateau, the Yellow River makes a huge northern arc up into Mongolia, across the arid lowest lands of the Ordos, the yellow earth of eroded, wind-blown silt, which exerts its climatic influence on China, as does the Sahara on the Mediterranean. Then, taking a sharp turn southward, it issues from the mountains with sometimes uncontrollable power, rushing down to its confluence with the Wei River and into the plains. There it enters the Middle Land, where it has changed course on at least 30 occasions in the historical period, bursting its banks in violent floods more than 1,000 times, shifting its mouth on the Yellow Sea by as much as 500 kilometres, so that incredibly its mouth has been sometimes north and sometimes south of the Shandong Peninsula. So the Yellow River is a constant, unpredictable and often terrifying character in the story of China. Nothing like the life-bearing flood of the Egyptian Nile, whose rising was celebrated each year with unerring predictability on the 15th of August, or the Tigris in Mesopotamia, whose summer rising was greeted into the 20th century with liturgies and food offerings, even in Muslim households. The Yellow River, too, was the focus of religious ceremonies from the Bronze Age. Sacrifices and rituals were directed to the Yellow River power, the high ancestor river. But these were performed out of fear, to pacify and assuage, not to welcome. "Will there be no flood this season?" asked the anxious kings and their diviners in their oracle bone inscriptions. Vestiges of the cult of the river god survive even today. For example, at the ancient village of Chaoyu near Heyang, next door to the grand historian Sima Qian's hometown, where each year in late summer on the 15th day of the 6th lunar month, ceremonies are still held for the rising. Banging gongs and beating drums, the men dance in tiger headdresses, and the women make huge steamed buns and elaborate food offerings for the river gods, floating twinkling lamps out into the darkening river marshes at twilight. Today these ceremonies entertain Chinese tourists, but in the past they were a prayer for safety, offered up by farmers and boatmen, hoping to avert loss of life and livelihood from often devastating floods. The rituals, it is said, have gone on since time immemorial, beyond what any elder can remember. Some Yellow River floods were so severe that they changed the course of Chinese history. In 1048, as we'll see, a giant inundation profoundly altered the topography of the northern plain, while the catastrophe of 1099 to 1102 saw corpses of the dead filling the gullies and numbered in their millions, according to an appalled local administrator who saw no sign of human habitation for over 1,000 li. 7 million died in the 1332 flood, precipitating the disorder that hastened the fall of the Mongol dynasty. There were 2 million dead in 1887, more than that perhaps in 1931. Right up to the mid-20th century, the Yellow River remained an unpredictable killer, and everywhere it's left traces of its passing. The countryside around Zhengzhou is scored by a tracery of old courses, and though the main bed today is still in places 5 kilometres wide, even during the monsoon it now musters perhaps only a tenth of its pre-1940s flow. Indeed, in the past 40 years or so, the river in its lower course below Zhengzhou has dried up more years than not. At the heart of governance since the Bronze Age, then, has been the management of water, and it still is, although the problem today is no longer its barely controllable excess, but its scarcity. So China's early civilisations grew up on the banks of the river in the Middle Plain, where the fear of the breakdown of society due to natural disaster was ever present, and irrigation could only be managed by a strong state. Not surprisingly, then, the earliest Chinese myths about state origins converge on stories about the control of water, tales that focus on the mythical king Great Yue, the tamer of the flood. As we shall see, these stories were perhaps handed down orally before the age of writing in the late Bronze Age, before about 1200 BCE, proof of the incredible tenacity of cultural memory in China that reaches back to the Longshan culture of the 3rd millennium BCE. Dramatic archaeological discoveries in the 21st century suggest that these myths commemorate events that are still written in the landscape and that show how ecology determined the nature of political power. The ability of kings to organise labour, to dig dikes to contain the water, supervise irrigation, look to the heavens for the patterns of weather and climate, and seek validation from the great ancestors was paramount. This would be the pattern down to the end of empire in 1911, and indeed beyond. There were many distinctive regional cultures in China in prehistory, but the most important grew up in the wide wheat fields of Henan, the central plain, the Zhongyuan of the later Middle Kingdom. The Chinese name for their country, Zhongguo, was first recorded by the Western Zhou in about 1000 BCE, and denoted this middle land long before it came to signify the whole nation, and in time even a China-centred world. Indeed, it's possible, as we'll see, that the name originally applied to one specific place. China has many cultures and many narratives, but it has one great narrative, and this is the area where Chinese history, as a shaped, structured story handed down by the early historians, really begins. An emerging megacity with over 10 million people today, Zhengzhou lies just south of the Yellow River under a brown haze of pollution. Crisscrossed by huge freeway intersections are serried walls of vacant high-rises bordering the high-tech development zones with their electronics and vehicle plants, and the world's largest smartphone production site, iPhone City. Beyond lie smoke-shrouded steelworks and coal mines. But running alongside the inner expressway is a long stretch of massive tamped mud walls, recalling the city's role as one of China's Bronze Age capitals during the Shang dynasty 3.5 millennia ago. In terms of history and archaeology, Zhengzhou now promotes itself to visitors as the earliest of China's historic capitals, the focus of a local ancient capital group of 8 neighbouring historic sites, which are part of a wider Central Plain city group, taking the national narrative back even further into prehistory. To touch on that deep past, we must leave the beaten track. After an hour's drive along the suburban freeways, the traveller enters a different world of long, straight country roads between yellow fields with villages every half mile. Even up to the 1980s, there were often earth-walled enclosures with tiled-roofed, mud-brick communal buildings housing extended families. And still today, among the gleaming silos, water tanks and warehouses of modern agribusiness, one can find clan villages where people plant their strips by hand in the age-old routine, putting sweet corn seedlings between the rows of wheat, so they have 2 weeks of root growth before the wheat is gathered in, but escape the scythe. At the edge of the fields are old shrines with long bamboo flagpoles. It's a world that still values auspiciousness. For a while yet, these worlds coexist, especially in the minds of the older generation of Chinese people, for whom memory still reaches back before the revolution of 1949 and the brief but violent rupture of the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s and early 70s. 200 kilometres south, on the Central Plain, at the Lake of Huayang near Zhoukou, the crowds are gathering for a festival. 1 million people, ordinary farming folk from the Henan countryside, converge on a lakeside temple complex to celebrate the cult of China's primordial deities, Fuxi and Nuwa. As the traveller will see everywhere these days, such local cults are part of a dramatic revival of religion in China, where 300 or 400 million are thought now to belong actively to the main faiths, Buddhism, Christianity and Islam, with many more participating in Taoism and folk cults. This site is one of the oldest. It was already important in the spring and autumn period, about 700 BCE. The main deity, Fuxi, is male, but for well over 2 millennia he's been associated with a primeval goddess, Nuwa. 1,000 years ago in the Song dynasty, the pair became the focus of an imperial ritual, which was renewed with the current buildings in the Ming dynasty and lasted up to the end of the empire at the beginning of the 20th century. Here the emperors worshipped not only their own ancestors, but China's mythic kings and culture heroes, the Yellow Emperor, the 5 primordial rulers, and the first farmer, Shennong, the divine peasant who taught the people agriculture and is still revered as a deity in folk religion. Here too is a shrine to Yuan the Great, the legendary king who first channeled and controlled the Yellow River floods and laid the foundations for the first Chinese state. But behind them all are Fuxi and the goddess Nuwa, the makers of the first humans. Popular worship here survived among the country people until the 1950s, when the temple fairs were still big events, times for buying and selling, dancing and singing, celebrating the onset of spring in the second lunar month. But then the fairs were stopped and the temples closed down during the Cultural Revolution. The cult statues were destroyed and the buildings vandalised or turned into workshops and factories. In 1980, however, religious practice was permitted again by the Communist Party. And through the 80s, under Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up policy, secular fairs were once more allowed in order to encourage local economies. At first, the revival came with a high degree of grassroots spontaneity, and the fairs became again places of popular performance, song and dance, storytellers, acrobats, jugglers, crafts and music, as well as gambling, games and divination. Soon, popular religion revived, and the temples were re-sacralized, their altars and cult statues restored, as these big public fairs pushed the bounds of what the government was prepared to allow in the loosening up after Mao's devastating attack on old customs, culture, habits and ideas. Today, this Farmers' Festival is one of the big events in this part of Henan. In the town are grand new pilgrim hotels, their palatial atriums decorated with murals showing the deities and the sacred stories. A reception desk in the marble foyer greets the tour bus visitors with welcome packs, goodie bags containing a map, badges, folders, and notes on rituals explaining what the participant needs to do. It's all part of the return of traditional customs to China as the people rediscover their roots. Alongside the lake, the temple complex is a vast rectangle, at whose heart are the shrines to Fuxi and Nuwa, the primordial god and goddess. Fuxi is a powerful ancient deity who laid down the laws of humanity in the first days of primitive humankind, when, as a Han Dynasty text says, there was no moral or social order. He is the first among the legendary primogenitors of Huaxia, the culture of the Chinese. The two deities are portrayed on Han Dynasty steles with human faces and long snake tails intertwined. Behind the main temple hall is the legendary site of Fuxi's burial mound, where at festival time frenzied but good-natured crowds throw armfuls of flaming incense onto a huge fire in his honour. Because of her influence on marriage, childbirth and auspiciousness, however, the veneration of Nuwa is the most important of the pilgrimage rituals. She has her own shrine, where the cult image shows the goddess holding the chunk of stone with which she will repair the broken pillar of heaven. In her other arm, she holds a baby, the first human being, which she made by mixing her own blood with the yellow clay of the Yellow River. In front of her temple, a sacred stone is touched by women hoping for children, part of a deep stratum of myth to be found the world over. Some of the women's groups in the crowds have come here from Nuwa's home shrine 20 miles away, where her newly rebuilt temple attracts 100,000 people a day at festival time, the country roads blocked by crowds, tractors festooned with ribbons. Her fair takes place in what the pilgrims say was originally a female village. There, hardcore goddess followers can be seen trance dancing as Nuwa takes over the spirits of the worshippers, and they sing of heaven and earth and the goddess and her daughters, speaking in tongues on her behalf, giving voice to her thoughts, dancing and weeping, laughing and crying, making wild movements sometimes for hours on end. In Joko, too, precedence is given to the women's groups wearing colourful costumes specially made by each local association, who dance to drums and flutes. Most revered are the old women in black jackets who sing and dance with a carrying pole over their shoulders, from which hang baskets of flowers. According to these women, their dance was taught to their female ancestors by Nuwa herself, and only women know and perform it. Another dance, called The Snake Sheds Its Skin, features sinuous movements in honour of the symbol of Nuwa, like the snake goddesses in archaic Indian religion, perhaps a hint of her primitive origin. Their haunting creation songs are uncannily like the cosmogonies of the ancient Greeks. Remember, when the world began and all was chaos, no sky, no earth, no human beings. Then the god of the sky created sun, moon, and stars. The god of the earth created grain and grass. And with sky and earth separated, the chaos ceased. Then the brother and sister appeared, Fuxi and Nuwa, the human ancestors. They gave birth to hundreds of children, and that's the origin of us, the 100 surnames, the people of the world. So people in the world may look different, but we belong to one family. Around the lakeside, in the streets of the town, pilgrims mill around the food stalls and open-air kitchens which serve meatballs and eggs baked in incense ash, sacred food believed to have healing power. They bring with them little bags of earth from their home villages, which they empty on the tomb mound, and in return take a small amount back to bless their land. At the souvenir stands, glazed pottery images of the deities are on sale, along with baskets of little clay dogs and chickens painted black, red and yellow. A reminder of the story that after she'd made humans, Nuwa used the leftover clay to make these 2 animals. And as for the goddess herself, she is our mother, the women pilgrims say. We Han people are all the same family, so this is the ancestral place of the Chinese people. In China today, history in all its manifestations, whether the glorious new history of the Communist Party's China Dream, exemplified in school curricula as national studies, or the deep-rooted, tenacious and long-lasting culture of the people of the countryside, is on the way back. Shrines like this are being restored all over China, their rituals reconstituted by the older generation, for whom the 30 years of Maoism has turned out to be, after all, only a small period of time in Chinese history. At first sight, such festivals may appear to be merely tourist board-sponsored spectacles. In Joko, the temple website frames the pilgrimage in terms of cultural identity and national cohesion, things the Chinese government is keen to stress these days. And indeed, special ceremonies for today's elites have been newly invented, recycling practices from pre-1911 ritual handbooks, events for the local bigwigs conducted in private, nighttime ceremonies with a prayer leader calling out movements and gestures for rows of devotees draped in yellow silk sashes, each bearing a flickering lamp. But the rituals of the ordinary people are another matter. They've been brought back to life from the memories of the older generation, carried on almost seamlessly as before, as the people fill the void left when religion was belittled and dismantled, first under the Republic and then under Mao, seeking a spiritual dimension to life at a time when materialism has swept all before it. After all the shocks and the wholesale changes of the past 80 years, these stories and myths, old ideas, customs and beliefs, are again part of the culture. Not as they once were, it is true, for the break was traumatic, but nonetheless real and still evolving, new and yet still the same. A metaphor perhaps for the whole story of the survival of traditional Chinese culture in the 20th century. In prehistory, there were many different cultures within what is now China, and many different languages besides the still fundamental ethnic and linguistic divide between North and South. But beyond those divisions are deeply shared continuities, beliefs about ancestors and patriarchy, civility and conformity, the collective over the individual, family and auspiciousness. These come from the deep past, as far as records allow us to go. So how did China, unlike Europe, develop a sense of being a unitary civilization with one Han culture, one Han language, and one Han script, as the people say today? And how did it hang on to that, even through extended and traumatic periods of breakdown, when it might have seemed that unity had been lost permanently? This process, which is fundamental to China's identity, it could be said began with the creation of one state out of many smaller states. In 221 BCE, under the first emperor, Qin Shi Huangdi, who is famous today the world over for his giant tomb near Xi'an, guarded by the terracotta army. But before the first emperor lay a long prehistory. The story is summarized by the Qing dynasty historian and geographer Gu Zuyul, who lived from 1624 to 1680, in a brilliant piece of onomastics, a philological analysis of the antiquity of Chinese place names, called Notes on the Geographical Treatises in the Histories. Gu saw the process as the product of continuous institutionalized warfare, the conquest and annexation of one state by another over many centuries. Adding the Western system of dating to his text, the picture he gives of Chinese history is this. In the beginning, in the time of King Yu, that is, at the beginning of the Xia, the first dynasty, around 1900 BCE, there were 10,000 petty states. When the Shang dynasty was founded, around 1500 BC, there were 3,000. And when the Shang fell, 1045 BC, there were still over 1,000. But by the end of the spring and autumn period, 476 BCE, the states of the feudal lords numbered little more than 100, of which only 14 were important. And then, under the Qin Emperor, 221 BCE, there was just one. Gu, of course, was writing before modern archaeology, and new textual discoveries revolutionized our knowledge of China's story. But he gives us the model to help us imagine the way Chinese society developed from the Neolithic down to the first emperor, with the gradual concentration of wealth, technology, writing, and coercive power in the hands of powerful lineages. In the 3rd millennium BCE, modern archaeology has shown there were indeed thousands of villages and dozens of small states dotted around the river valleys of central China, rectangular walled towns of rammed earth, each with its own ruler. And in that period, our narrative begins. There have been human beings in China since the first spread of Homo sapiens into East Asia. However, the rise of villages and the development of organized societies in China took place comparatively late in the story, later than in the powerhouses of the Western ancient world, Egypt and Mesopotamia, which thrived from the 4th millennium BCE with large-scale monumental architecture, writing and cities. On the Indian subcontinent too, in the Indus Valley, there were huge cities in the 3rd millennium BCE, whose origins have been traced back to walled settlements in Baluchistan as far back as the 7th millennium BCE. The growth of all three of these early civilizations, with their rapid population rise, was made possible by large-scale irrigation, which made it feasible for the first time in human history for thousands of people to be fed and for surplus to be created. In West Asia, this took place before 3000 BCE. As the Sumerian king list puts it, in the time when kingship first came down from heaven. Civilization is a problematical word these days, with its connotation of high culture and its suggestion of the superiority of one form of human society over another. It's worth bearing in mind, however, the common markers of civilization as anthropologists and archaeologists define it. For them it means cities, bronze technology, writing systems, large ceremonial buildings and temples, monumental art, and social hierarchies sanctioned by some form of law and held together by coercive power wielded by armed elites. These are common to almost all early civilizations across the world. Only the Inca lacked a writing system. But of course they're material markers which hide very different conceptions of the core values of a culture. In China in prehistory, the conditions for settled growth were more precarious, and population groups were far more scattered than in West Asia and the Nile Valley. So civilization, both in its material and cultural senses, developed later. In the 4th millennium BCE, in what is known as the Yang Shao culture, villages appeared, often protected by large ditched enclosures. Then, after 3000 BCE, in the so-called Longshan period, a spurt in population growth saw an enormous number of small settlements springing up, many of them in the uplands to the west of the Yellow River Plain, some with tamped earth walls that looked like centres of local power. In around 2300 BCE, large walled settlements emerged, most tantalizingly in a spectacular, newly discovered late Neolithic site currently being excavated at Shimao, on a tributary of the Yellow River on the edge of the Ordos Desert, the frontier zone, both ecologically and culturally, between China and Inner Asia. Shimao is the largest walled settlement of its time in China. Back in the 1920s and 30s, the site had become known as the source of rare prehistoric carved jades, some of which found their way into Western collections. But until recently it lay unrecognised, as its eroded and collapsed stone terraces were mistaken for sections of one of the early Great Wall systems that run through the region. Lying on a lowest ridge looking out across the Two-Way River, just inside the border of Inner Mongolia, the site has 3 enclosures, the outer one over 3 miles in circuit with watchtowers and gates, another with an elaborate barbican. Dominating the site is a pyramidal hill circled by 11 man-made terraces, which from a distance resemble the cultivation terraces of the Cycladic islands of Greece. In the dry stone retaining walls across the site, jade plaques were placed between the stones, and skulls from human sacrifices were buried at key points, apparently to imbue the walls with sacral power. The stone facings of the terraces were set with blocks carrying vigorously carved faces or eye symbols, distantly recalling the decorations on stupas in later Tibetan and Nepali culture, which were evidently intended to offer magical protection. On top of the hill, reinforced with stone buttresses, was a platform of rammed earth with traces of wooden pillars that may have supported palatial buildings. Built in around 2300 BCE, this massively built inner citadel over 70 metres high is still known to the local farmers as the Royal City, an oral tradition handed down for over 3,500 years after the site was abandoned. The stunning monumentality of the complex, as its excavator has described it, is without any parallel in early Chinese archaeology. 400 hectares in extent, in its time Shimao was politically and economically the most important centre in China, reaching its peak in 2000 BCE, when the site was expanded with a second outer wall. By then, the excavators conjecture it was the centre of a territory 150 miles wide, controlling 3,000 or 4,000 minor settlements. With evidence of metal and jade working, It was also part of a much wider trade network in raw materials and precious stone. But at its heart is a riddle. Shimao is far away from the Yellow River Plain, where the traditional narrative of Chinese civilization says the first dynasties arose. So these dramatic finds, which were only announced in a provisional summary in 2014 and are yet to be fully published, call into question the long-accepted idea that Chinese civilization spread from the central plains of the Yellow River to other regions. What we have here is another view, and a total surprise. The first state of early China may not have been in the plains, but in what is often seen as the barbarian uplands. Even some of the core cultural symbols that became so important in the Chinese Bronze Age in the plains seem to be found here first. Most important of all, the jade sceptre, later the great symbol of royalty, which may even have been invented here in Shimao. But what this unknown state was, and what its relation was to the later China, is as yet impossible to say. So the emergence of civilization in China may be the product of an interaction between the Yellow River Plain and one or more of half a dozen peripheral prehistoric cultures, among which were the barbarians of the High Plateau, who created the extraordinary culture of Shimao. Nonetheless, the chain reaction of ideas and political power that gave birth to Chinese civilization resolved itself in the Yellow River Plain after around 2000 BCE. The narrative of Chinese history was created there. And to see how that happened, we must go to a second seminal discovery at the village of Taosi in Shaanxi. This is perhaps the most important Chinese archaeological discovery of the present century so far. The site lies 100 miles north of the Yellow River, in the foothills northwest of Luoyang, just above the plains. Excavated since the 1980s, until the discovery of Shimao, it was the largest known walled town in prehistoric China. A very large occupation site on a natural rise with a smaller raised terrace within it. It looks out over a green plain which is intersected by a tributary of the lower Fen River. The site was occupied from 2500 to 1900 BCE, when it was violently destroyed. So it ended around the time later written traditions say the first Chinese dynasty, the Xia, began. It consisted of a huge rammed clay enclosure with outer walls more than a mile square. By far the biggest town from the 3rd millennium BCE in the Yellow River Plains, it's hard to avoid the idea that this was a major centre of royal rule, but without writing, it's not yet possible to say who the rulers were. The sequence of buildings at Taosi covers a span of 500 years, with evidence of metalworking and craft production. The excavated cemeteries contain over 10,000 human remains. The archaeologists also detected clear evidence of social stratification, with a separate quarter of elite residences or palaces. In the cemetery, there was an area of higher-class graves with painted wooden grave goods in what may have been a royal cemetery. One tomb, although plundered, contained jade grave goods, painted ceramics, and lacquered vessels. On the basis of these finds, the excavators' impression was that over 90% of the wealth was concentrated in a small elite, making up less than 10% of the population. At the heart of the site was a feature discovered in 2004 that has caused huge excitement among historians and archaeologists. On a raised mound was a circular platform about 50 metres in diameter, with 3 steps or levels, bearing a distant resemblance to the circular altars open to the sky, which were constructed in later times, such as the one in Xi'an from the Sui dynasty, 6th century CE, or the Ming altar of heaven described in the prologue. 13 pillars arranged around the southeastern arc of the circle provided sight lines converging on an observation point in the centre. Here, a red painted wooden pole over 7 feet long was probably used as a gnomon for measuring shadow length on the summer solstice. The archaeologists were able to prove that the platform was used to ascertain the length of the solar year. Tests showed that the architects had created the sight lines through the 12 slits between the 13 solid pillars to align with set points on the horizon where the sun would rise on specific dates. This way, they could establish the correlation between lunar months and the solar year and create a combined lunar-solar calendar with the extra intercalary 13th month inserted in the year cycles. Taosi is one of the earliest observatories confirmed by archaeology, if not the oldest. The Stonehenge complex in Britain is older and was evidently used for observational purposes at solstice rituals, but this was not its main function. Indeed, it's possible that the Taosi altar was seen as the centre point of the very first Zhongguo, the original central state. After the destruction of Taosi, this idea of the axis mundi was transferred by the successors to the region of Luoyang, where the idea continued through history and still survives in folk belief today in the countryside near Dongfeng, below the sacred mountain Songshan. Ever since people have existed, wrote Sima Qian, the great Han historian, in around 100 BCE, rulers have observed the movements of the sun, the moon, the stars and their constellations. And now these new discoveries show that the ancient Chinese priests of Taosi were sky watchers and astronomers, observing the sunrise and the planets as early as 2100 BCE. Many scholars have argued that significant aspects of early Chinese civilization, including notions such as the mandate of heaven, were linked to astronomical ideas, notably the series of 5 planet conjunctions, which the ancients believed had foretold the rise and fall of the first dynasties, beginning with the Xia in February 1953 BCE. And here, perhaps, is the first concrete evidence. Taosi was the centre of a pre-dynastic kingdom where crucial developments were made in observing the heavens, bequeathing to later generations one of the fundamental ideas in Chinese civilization that lasted until the end of the empire in the 20th century. Indeed, Taosi is only a few miles from the ancient site of Pingyang, which is often identified with the mythical capital Youtang, home of one of the legendary founders, Emperor Yao. Fragmentary stories in later annals, including the so-called Records of the 5 Kings, tell how Yao assigned astronomical officers to observe sunrise and sunset, and the stars and planets, and to make a solar and lunar calendar with 366 days, and also to calculate the leap month. The coincidence of myth and archaeology is, to say the least, very striking. Taosi was destroyed around 1900 BCE, its last phase marked by political turmoil. The massive mud walls were breached, the palaces and state altar levelled and the population massacred. 50 skeletons were found butchered in the palace area, the corpses in the royal cemetery were removed from their graves, and a massive hole dug at the top of the observation mound as if to destroy its numinous power. So it was a thoroughgoing destruction, and archaeologists suspect it might have been perpetrated by people from Shimao who'd spread their power into the Yellow River Plain around Luoyang, introducing their own ritual and craft traditions and the crucial jade scepter that would become a core symbol of later political religious authority in China. The date of these events, around 1900 BCE, corresponds to the traditional date given to the beginning of China's first dynasty, which historians call the Xia. But no written sources exist to help us be clearer about these events, and many scholars still doubt even the existence of the Xia. However, here again, perhaps myth can help us, for according to later stories, the founder of the Xia was one of the most famous of all China's legendary kings, who in a celebrated story came to power after an ecological catastrophe when he channeled the flood and ordered society, King Yue the Great. Leaving the old walled city of Kaifeng in Henan by the south gate, a walk of a mile or so takes the visitor past the railway station, through a clutter of alleyways, machine tool factories and car repair yards, into the wooded grounds of a massive, squat 10th century brick pagoda, built in the days when Kaifeng was the Song capital and the largest city on earth. Beyond it, in a parkland of woods and streams, is a place called Yuwang Tai, the platform of King Yu, a terrace covered with pine trees and a cluster of temple buildings. Ruined in the Cultural Revolution, the site has now been restored and hosts a small local spring festival in the gardens. The temple is dedicated to King Yue the Great, he who controlled the flood. Legend says Yue stopped here to organize the local people to build a terrace above the floodplain. From the gardens, a stone stairway leads to the secluded courtyards of the temple, built in the Ming dynasty in 1517 after another Yellow River flood. A charming and little visited place, it's especially atmospheric in pouring rain as thunder rolls over the inner courtyard, where the trees are wound with strips of scarlet cloth, left as offerings by the locals. In the shrine in the main hall, King Yue sits on a throne, wearing a yellow dragon robe and holding a green jade tablet, a ceremonial gift from the supreme deity to mark his work in making the world fit for human habitation. The caretaker breaks off from his game of mahjong to tell the legend of the shrine. In the Great Flood, he begins, the terrace on which we're standing was built up by Yue with two supernatural helpers. Yellow Dragon, who used his long, powerful tail to create the water channels, and Black Turtle, who pushed river mud with his huge flippers to build up the levees. Yue worked with his father for 9 years, rebuilding the dikes and dams, channeling the Yellow River. And then he continued the work for another 13 years, until his hands and feet were covered with calluses. And though he was newly married, on 3 occasions when he passed his own door, he didn't enter his home. The people were still suffering, so he could not rest. In the end, the king was so impressed with Yue's diligence and effort that he passed the throne to him rather than to his own son, knowing that Yue was familiar with every part of the land because of his tireless work to protect the country from the flood. Yue accepted and divided the land into 9 provinces, and with the bronze tribute from each of them, he cast 9 ding tripod cauldrons. These were placed in a temple to the west of here at his capital, Dongfang, under the sacred mountain, Songshan. We call that place the center of heaven and earth. And after Yue died, his son became the first king of the first dynasty. Of China's many myths about superhuman prehistoric culture heroes, this one above all is concerned with state foundation. Castings of the famous 9 ding vessels intended for the ritual preparation of food during feasts for the ancestors and deities were passed down through the early dynasties. The focus of social relationships in the royal hall, they were the symbols of legitimacy, and as later generations believed, the sign that they possessed the mandate of heaven. Until recently, the Yue legend was believed to be pure fable, and a late one at that. But new discoveries in texts, bronzes and archaeology suggest the story is very ancient. The recent find of a 9th century BCE bronze tureen with an inscription describing Yue's deeds is worded in a way so close to the later Yue texts in the Book of Documents that it proves the canonical story was well known at the start of the 1st millennium BCE. It is no doubt a Bronze Age tale. The story takes many forms, but in all of them, the beginning of ordered society is directly tied to Yueh's success in dredging channels and stabilizing the communities of the upper plain. The very symbols of governance, caps of office and formal dress for governors, were traced back to King Yueh. In all versions of the tale, after he surveyed the land and created the 9 provinces, the phrase will become traditional nomenclature for China, he set up a tribute system. Each region was called a zhou, a territory limited by water borders, usually rivers. And an early tribute list purporting to be his names all 9 with a description of the tribute from each, as well as the waterways or land routes by which the tribute was brought to the king. Although created much later than the Bronze Age, the text gives us a vivid glimpse of the produce of the prehistoric culture of the Yellow River Plains. Skins, hides, feathers, baskets woven in shell patterns, elephants' tusks, whetstones, and cinnabar, flint to make arrowheads, and bamboo for making arrows, and the big river turtle when it is specially required and can be found. In ancient times, Yueh's journey round China was celebrated in ritual dances. Nearly a century ago, the French sinologist and anthropologist Marcel Granet suggested the archaic tribute text came from an orally transmitted poetic account celebrating the deeds of great Yueh, which accompanied a ritual dance performed at festival times. The performance conjured up Yueh's roots across the country, while the movements of the dancers imitated what was called the gait of Yueh, shuffling and dragging one leg as if paralyzed. He was said to have been lame. Resembling the shamanic mime dances described in early Taoist texts, these dances were already archaic in the 11th century BCE when they were first recorded. So the story certainly comes from the Bronze Age. Yueh's tale was told in a ritual performance, acting out a circuit of the lands of the 9 provinces linked to already existing long-distance pathways of tribute and pilgrimage, and crossing its own tracks at Longmen Gorge, the place legend said was cut through by Yueh to channel the river, and which is still known today as Yueh's Gateway. What was handed down then was not historical fact, but a cultural memory of the process of early state formation, orally transmitted for many centuries before it was eventually put down in writing. It became the mythic backdrop to the tales of the early dynasties, a model for the conception of the original China, China's first great story. So on this hypothesis, the imagined world of Yueh's tracks became the overarching cultural narrative shared by early states in China. Reshaped, re-edited, and rewritten in the Iron Age, it became the foundational myth. How beautiful are the deeds of Yueh! Far-reaching are the effects of his bright virtue. If not for him, we would have been fish, said one text of the 6th century BCE. Great and illustrious were my august ancestors, who received heaven's mandate and settled on Yueh's tracks. The central plain, the Zhongguo, from then on became the theatre for China's historical story. But could the memory of a real environmental catastrophe lie behind the myth? Very recently, and totally unexpectedly, archaeology has provided us with evidence of real events that may be distantly mirrored in these later foundation myths. In 2016, a team of geologists, geomorphologists and archaeologists identified a great flood of the Yellow River in the Jishi Gorge in Qinghai province, more than 1,000 miles upriver from the point where it enters the plain. Here the river snakes through immense canyons below towering pinnacles of red rock. In the ravine, they discovered traces of an earthquake in prehistory, which had caused a huge landslip at a place where the river makes a sharp turn as it winds through the gorges. Here, with still surviving banks of sediment deposited on the sides of the gorge, scientists were able to map the landslide deposits and to identify an enormous and still visible landslide scar. Blocked to a height of maybe 240 metres, the water had built up over 6 to 9 months before it broke through in what they called one of the largest freshwater floods of the Holocene. The flood, it's estimated, was felt more than 2,000 kilometres downstream, breaching natural levees, destroying Neolithic farming communities, and causing a major shift in the course of the Yellow River in the plains. A close dating comes from cave dwellings just below the blockage at La Jia village, which was initially destroyed by the earthquake and within a year inundated and sealed by the flood. Carbon samples from the debris and bone samples from the victims yielded a date of 1922 BCE, plus or minus 28 years. Now, of course, stories of flood disasters occur in many traditions, in Mesopotamia, in the Bible, in ancient Greece. The Yue legend need not have been inspired by a real event, but such catastrophes in Chinese history are well documented in later times. If such a flood did indeed happen, it's likely it would have survived in the collective memory over the centuries. And it's fascinating that early texts, such as the Shujing and the Shiji, which associate the rise of the first dynasty with King Yue's successful dredging work after the inundation, say it began at a place called Jishi, the name of the gorge, where scientists think the historical flood began. While the evidence awaits full publication, what we can say for now is that a series of ecological crises between 2300 and 1900 BCE, including perhaps a great Yellow River flood, appear to coincide with dramatic political changes in the Central Plain. A social reconfiguration of the earlier Longshan society took place, which led to the emergence of the first dynasty in the Luoyang Basin, where elements of these different regional cultures combined to create the first monarchy, the ancestor of all later Chinese dynasties. Later written histories say the first king of the first dynasty was the son of Yue, whose name was Qi, Revelation, and the date, it's generally thought, roughly corresponds to 1900 BCE in the modern calendar. Astronomical data have suggested a date around 1914 BCE, following the 5-planet conjunction of 1953 BCE, while the archaeology and the Jishi Gorge finds, as we've seen, suggest a date around 1900 BCE. Though all are tentative, these dates converge in a remarkable way. 29 kings of the Xia are named by the historian Sima Qian, who, writing in around 100 BC, had assiduously gathered early written and oral traditions. It has often been claimed that his king list is pure invention, but he's proved remarkably accurate on the names and order of the later Bronze Age kings of the Shang dynasty, and perhaps he was right here too. Tradition said the centre of the Xia kingdom was in the plain near the confluence of the Yellow River and the Luo River, in the original central land, the region of Luoyang where several later capitals stood in the lee of Songshan, the central peak of China's 5 sacred mountains. Following Sima's account, archaeologists in the 1950s went looking outside Luoyang in the yellow wheat fields near the village of Litou. Here, as so often in China, local traditions clung to the place. The locals said it was the oldest place in China, the seat of the fabled Yellow Emperor. The dig here began in 1959, but the main excavations took place through the 70s and 80s and still continue. 2 large walled enclosures were uncovered, with bronze casting sites and pillared halls constructed on tamped earth platforms, the ancestors of later architecture right down to the Forbidden City. There was even a triple gateway that seemed to anticipate the later imperial style. The archaeologists also uncovered a tantalizingly rich burial set apart from the rest, with a sceptre of turquoise in the shape of a dragon, the symbol of Chinese royalty ever since. Some have speculated it was the tomb of a dynastic founder, but no evidence has yet emerged from the dig at Erlito of a unitary state, nor that it was called Xia. And though there are some suggestive marks on the pottery, there is no sign of an organised system of writing. What was clear, though, was that these first cities were not where the wider population lived. They were enclosures of royal power and ritual, containing palaces, storerooms and workshops, where craftsmen produced ritual vessels and weapons of war. A fundamental discovery from this and other digs in the plain is that the Bronze Age transformation in China, the emergence of civilization, was not, as in Iraq and the Near East, due to sudden technological advances or great social change. The development of centralized power was political and based on a deep-rooted cosmology that would last until the 20th century. All the great ancient civilizations, Egypt, Iraq, India, have origin myths, foundation stories about the time and place when political society was established for the first time. And perhaps this is the place where it happened in China, in the very centre of the Middle Plain, of the Middle Land. And it was from this archaic core that the deep ideas about Chinese society and rulership spread out across ever-widening lands over the next 3,500 years. In about 1550 BCE, the Xia were conquered by a neighbouring people who called themselves Shang, the second dynasty, and one of the most important in the story of China, who profoundly influenced the shape of the early state over their 500-year existence. The Shang homeland lay further down the Yellow River Plain to the east, and the story of their discovery is the most exciting in Chinese archaeology. It took place under the Republic in the 1920s and 30s, as a young modern nation emerged with optimism out of the world's oldest state and sought to rediscover its own historical roots. In 1899, a Chinese scholar called Wang Yirong, the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy in Beijing, a collector of bronzes who was interested in the earliest Chinese writing systems, had fallen ill with malaria. He received a traditional Chinese remedy from his local pharmacy, which included dragon bones, to be ground up, boiled in water, and drunk to alleviate the fever. To his surprise, he saw that some of the bones, which were from cows and sheep, were inscribed with primitive forms of the writing systems he knew from his ancient bronzes. The signs were predecessors of the classical and modern Chinese script. Over the first 2 decades of the 20th century, some of these inscriptions were published and subsequently recognized as prehistoric divination texts, earlier than any Chinese writing yet known. By 1915, the bones had been traced back to illicit digs at a little town in the northern part of the Yellow River Plain, a site still known to the local people as Yinshu, the ruins of Yin, the name of the last capital of the Shang. The place was Anyang. In those days, Anyang was still a small walled and moated Ming country town with streets of single-storied houses, a brick factory on the outskirts, Buddhist temples, and an ancient shrine to the horse god. On the northern edge of the Henan Plain, Anyang was, and still is, a place with extremes of climate, thick snowfalls in winter, summers in the high 40s, and above all violent winds from all points of the compass, especially between April and June, when tremendous storms drive wind-blown sand into every building. As a 1930s traveller wrote, the modern visitor to that region, blinded by a pitiless and incessant hail of dust and sand, with all of his exposed skin turned literally to the colour of the soil and fairly blown off his feet, wishes fervently that he possessed a charm effective to quiet that energetic demon. As the archaeologists would soon discover, those were the conditions in the Bronze Age too. Excavations began in 1928 and lasted up to the Japanese invasion of 1937. Carried out on a heroic scale with a huge workforce and armed guards, as nationalist armies were fighting regional warlords nearby, it was the most important excavation in Chinese archaeology, and one of the most significant in the world. Trenches were dug across the flat wheat fields where the peasants had found the dragon bones, and the archaeologists struck 6th century graves only 2 feet below the plough. Below them, the archaeologists dug straight into the Bronze Age. They uncovered royal tombs, huge rectangular pits over 50 feet deep accessed by long ramps. Plundered long ago, the king's remains were gone. But from the pits, the archaeologists recovered ritual bronzes, containers for food and wine for royal liturgies, bronze bells, ceremonial weapons and clan symbols, some showing almost incredible technical skill and imagination on the part of the bronze casters. The key find was writing, in effect the archives of the Shang kings. Buried in pits were tens of thousands of oracle bones that had been used for divination, clearly a central part of royal life. In a formal ritual, questions were put to the higher powers, their answers divined from the cracks in the bone or shell. Using cow shoulder bones or turtle shells, hollows were made at the bottom of the shell, the plastron, and a burning hot point inserted to make fine cracks. The shape, number and position of the fissures were then interpreted by the diviners, and the questions and answers written on the bones. This very ancient form of divination, called scapulimancy, was once widespread. It was still practiced in the 20th century in the rural Balkans and northern Greece, and has lasted a very long time in China, where divination is used in all walks of life. Forms of tortoiseshell divination still exist in rural Taiwan and in the teeming tenements of Hong Kong's new territories. The writing on the oracle bones allowed a full chronology to be established for the 17 generations of the kings of the Shang dynasty, which we now know lasted from around 1553 to 1045 BCE. The traditional king list, as reconstructed by the historian Sima Qian, turned out to be correct after all. Writing is only found in the late period, after about 1200 BC, although it's likely there was a long development of which no trace survives, perhaps because earlier texts were recorded on bamboo, wood or leather. By the end of the period, the king was a central figure in the divination ritual. Perhaps he even did the reading himself. The aim of the divination was to know the mind of heaven and the ancestors, and the spirits of nature, in order to understand and control future events. The form has changed today. Diviners now more often use the famous Book of Changes and cast their horoscopes with dried yarrow stalks. But divination is still a very important part of Chinese life, and fortune tellers are a respected part of social and business life, performing the function of psychotherapists for people in personal doubt or distress, and even helping with business decisions. And in today's modern Chinese, the 2 brush strokes depicting a crack still signify the word for divination. For the Shang rulers, most questions to the gods were about practical things: the royal kin, the king's consorts and sons, campaigns and journeys, rituals, dances and sacrifices. Some ceremonies were grand rituals. 60 head of cattle, for example, were sacrificed in one ceremony for the pre-dynastic ancestors and the Yellow River power spirit. Laconic and at times inscrutable, the oracle bones provide us with a partial account of the daily lives of the Shang elites, and even perhaps their voices. They also give us a first picture of Chinese thinking. For the Shang legacy can still be discerned in the later political culture of China, and indeed in folk religion too. In attitudes to life and death today, for example, the core belief that the ancestors live on after death and that they have the power to influence the life of the living is still widespread, as is the conviction that the ancestors need food and sustenance from the living to keep the world on track. These beliefs came out of prehistory and have survived right down to today, despite the communist revolution's war on old thoughts and old customs. In that sense, then, the Shang are not only China's first political state, they are its first ancestors. Everywhere at Anyang, there was evidence of human sacrifice, piles of skulls and rows of beheading sacrifices, often taken from subject peoples and from enemies defeated in war. Such captives the oracle bones describe as being offered to the spirits of the deceased Shang kings. Offering to Da Ding, Da Jia, and Zhu Yi, 100 cups of wine, 100 Zhang prisoners, 300 cattle, 300 sheep, and 300 pigs. The animals would be eaten, their bones recycled in bone workshops, while the humans were disposed of in earth pits specially prepared in one part of the royal site. More than 2,000 such pits containing human skeletons have been found around the royal tombs at Anyang. But we shouldn't think the early Chinese were uniquely cruel in such practices. Human sacrifice is part of many early civilizations and can be found in pre-dynastic Egypt, the royal tombs at Ur, Bronze Age Crete, and of course the Central American and Inca civilizations. Ritual killing of human beings is part of the human story. And the priest and the executioner have gone hand in hand for much of history. Indeed, long after the formal end of human sacrifice as such. To understand ourselves, to see the ways in which humanity has evolved, it's something we need to see as part of the evolution of civilization, the long, slow ascent of man, if such it is. The astonishing finds at Anyang were proof that there was substance in the ancient myths, and that the early Chinese historians had passed down a picture of the Chinese past that had a firm basis in reality. By their very nature, the bones don't tell us about the joyful parts of life, love, marriage, festivities, and perhaps our perception of the Shang is misleadingly weighted by their concerns. But it's hard to avoid the perception that the oracle bones are replete with what we might call a cultural anxiety, wary of threats both external and internal, excessive rain or drought, floods of the great river spirit, and blasts of the great wind, infestations of locusts, raids by hostile peoples. For all the magnificence of the royal tombs and the enormous size of the last capital, which spread over 24 square kilometres along the Huan River, there's a lingering sense that even the city itself might be temporary. It was a feeling that their world was always in danger of disorder, and that auspiciousness had to be sought continually and earnestly in a world where the unseen was palpable, forever threatening to burst over the frontier of dreams into the land of the living. And so the questions are constant. Will the great waters rise? Will there be disasters? Is Di himself afflicting this settlement? Is it of this settlement's auspiciousness that Di does not approve? To answer these incessant inquiries, the king's own role as interpreter for the spirits was the key to his political and religious authority. He made fruitful harvests and victories in battle possible through the sacrifices he offered and the rituals and divinations he performed. The oracle bones then depict a kind of ritual conversation between the living and the ancestors. Just as the king's generals and officers made reports to him, so the king made reports to his dead ancestors who acted as his intermediaries with Di, the Lord of Heaven. So the king was not only the one who governed, led the army, commanded the workforce, and gave land, bronzes, slaves, and treasure to his kinsmen and nobles. He was the key link to the past kings of his lineage. On him auspiciousness and order depended, through his ability to ensure good harvests, bring rain, or stave off disaster. And here, perhaps, is the germ of the ruler's future role in Chinese history as the sage monarch, the ultimate repository of power and wisdom. As we shall see, this way of thinking was never forsaken in Chinese civilization, even into the 20th century. So with the Shang, some of the main themes that will shape Chinese history until today begin to emerge. The Shang polity came out of the Neolithic, like its neighbours in other parts of China. But it created the model for later Chinese kingship, the central role of the king as mediator between heaven and earth, the crucial importance of lineage and ancestors, the control of shamanism and divination as a source of authority, and the monopoly of bronze technology and of writing. In China, from the beginning, civilization was shaped by political necessity, the rituals of power, and the interpretation by the elite of the will of heaven. Chapter 2. The Great War of the Shang. The Shang state lasted from the 1550s to 1045 BCE, the contemporary of Bronze Age Greece, the world of Mycenae and Troy. The first ancestors of the later Chinese state, they bequeathed central aspects of the culture, rulership, ritual, divination, and crucially, writing, the script itself, of which today's script is a direct descendant. This astounding continuity is paralleled in patterns of thought, which were to prove incredibly durable in the long struggle in Chinese civilization between the threat of chaos and the need for order. The Shang state fell in 1045 BCE in the first great war of Chinese history, which recently has been illuminated by remarkable discoveries in texts, excavations, and the new science of astroarchaeology, which has established an absolute chronology from computer-derived maps of the movements of the heavens. The Shang, as we shall see, cast a long shadow, and their end was a never-to-be-forgotten drama. Like all early historic states, the Shang were sustained only by tribute from their subject allies and from warfare against their neighbours. In 1046 BCE, a vassal kingdom, the Zhou, rose against them. As the story was told later by the victors, the last king of the Shang, Di Xun, sank into megalomania and vicious cruelty to the point where his own ministers and family members opposed him. Di Xun was even abandoned by his brother Weizi, who, as we shall see, was a key figure in the transmission of the traditions of the Shang to later times. The Zhou kingdom lay to the west in the Wei River Valley and had long been under Shang hegemony. Their ruler was the famous King Wen, whose mother was a Shang princess, commemorated for her virtue in the Book of Songs. The king's wife, too, was of the Shang, so the two kingdoms had very close ties in clan, religion, and ritual practice. Finds of oracle bones in the Zhou capital, today's Zhouyuan, show they worshipped the Shang ancestors along with their own clan. So the rebellion was not only between one state and another, it was a war between a subject king and his overlord. Zhou tradition said the decision to rise up was inspired by a Tianming, literally a heavenly sign, which came to be interpreted as the mandate of heaven, which all Chinese rulers must possess. Recent discoveries have pinned down this celestial event with thrilling precision. In late May 1059 BCE, a remarkable astronomical phenomenon was observed by the Zhou seers, a 5-planet conjunction in less than the width of an outstretched hand, appeared in the northwestern sky. Visible from the Zhou capital in the foothills of the Qi Mountains, this close conjunction of the 5 unblinking planets occurs once every 516 years. One, which now can be dated to February 1953 BCE, was believed to have foretold the beginning of the Xia dynasty, and the next, in December 1576 BCE, marked the rise of the Shang. The next occurrence, in 1059 BCE, was therefore loaded with portent, when the 5 planets appeared on the horizon, with Mercury, Mars and Venus, like a triple star, along with Saturn and Jupiter. This persisted for several days, one of the densest gatherings of planets in human history. Other omens came with it. A later chronicle known as the Bamboo Annals records that in the reign of Dixin, the last king of Shang, the 5 planets gathered in the constellation known as the Chamber, and a great red bird alighted on the Zhou altar to the earth. A parallel account by the 4th century BCE writer Moser, using an ancient source, is explicit. A crimson bird, clasping a jade sceptre in its beak, descended on the Zhou altar to the earth on Mount Qi, saying, "Heaven commands King Wen of the Zhou to attack Shang and take possession of the state." The omen was understood by the Zhou diviners as a sign that heaven's approval had left the Shang and gone to the Zhou. King Wen then declared that the kingship of Zhou had separated from the Shang regime and prepared to challenge his overlord. He inaugurated a new calendar marking the 1st year of the receipt of heaven's mandate. He also expanded his power, subdued more lands and tribes to the east, laid out a new capital at Zhongzhou in the Wei River Plain, and prepared his army for the task ahead. Still, the final confrontation didn't happen while Wen was alive. He died in 1049 BCE, while the Shang were embroiled in campaigns in the northeast. Finally, after an abortive campaign was called off in 1048 BC due to torrential storms and inauspicious omens, his son, King Wu, the martial king, launched the attack in winter 1046 BCE. The story of what followed is the first great historical narrative of Chinese history. It comes from an account of the Zhou conquest known as the Lost Book of Zhou. In ancient times, this text was excluded from the canon, but has recently been reclaimed as one of the key sources of Chinese history. Long dismissed as a later reconstruction, its rejection began with early historians such as Mencius, the follower of Confucius, whose idealized view of Zhou history could not accept the gruesome evidence of cruelty and mass human sacrifice that attended the victory. This didn't fit the later portrait of the noble and pacifist Zhou king, the exemplar of China's monarchical culture. Mencius, in particular, thought a moral imperative governed the Zhou conquest, which had laid a template for the future. "If we believe everything in the book of history," he wrote, "it would have been better for it not to have existed at all. In the text, I can only accept 2 or 3 sections. A benevolent man that has no match in the empire, how could it be that he was swimming in blood, when the most benevolent waged war against the most cruel?" However, it's now clear from linguistic analysis that the core of the Lost Book was specifically composed at the behest of King Wu immediately after the war. The bloody story of the Zhou conquest can now be told with the help of this and other modern discoveries, including astronomical data, which have now given us an exact chronology. When the time for a final confrontation with the Shang tyrant had arrived, fortified by new divinations, the Zhou army departed on foot from their capital on the 16th of November 1046 BCE, marching under their commander-in-chief, General Wang. The king left on horseback or by chariot on the 15th of December, the day of expanding brightness, and after 2 weeks' travel caught up with the army on the 28th of December. On the 9th of January, the army crossed the Yellow River at Mengjin. From there, a 6-day march brought them to Muye, north of Zhengzhou, on the 14th of January. And there they deployed, ready to face the Shang army the next day, in the first great battle of Chinese history. The Zhou and their allies were outnumbered, but the loyalty of the Shang army wavered, and their enslaved or press-ganged forces gave way under the massed chariot attacks of the Zhou. The pursuit went on into darkness, and by sunrise the Shang capital was in their grasp. The Shang king retreated to his palace, where he donned his jade suit, and, according to the lost book, took his most precious treasure, the heaven's wisdom jade, along with other jewels, and wrapped them thickly round his body. And then he immolated himself and his concubines, setting the palace on fire. On the 5th day, said the lost book, when the fire had died down, King Wu sent 1,000 men to seek them in the debris, where the heaven's wisdom jade was found to have been unburnt in the fire. He then shared out all of the pieces of the heaven's wisdom jade, and in all he'd captured thousands of pieces of precious Shang jade, the ancestral treasures of the dynasty. The Battle of Muye was fought on the 15th of January, 1045 BCE. After 4 days mopping up resistance around the capital, King Wu declared the establishment of government. Then he held victory ceremonies at an important temple near the Shang capital, rewarding his loyal leaders with captured treasures and metals, out of which they would cast bronzes for the use of their own clans at commemoration feasts. Amazingly, one of these was discovered near Xi'an in 1976, a sacrificial vessel known as the Li Gui. One of China's greatest treasures, it was made of bronze melted down from Shang weapons after the victory, and its inscription mentions the Zhou triumph. It records the astrological conjunction with spine-tingling immediacy. King Wu attacked Shang. On the morning of Jiazi Day, planet Jupiter was rising, and we defeated them by dusk. By the next dawn, we had occupied Shang. On the Xinwei Day, the king was in Jian encampment and rewarded Marshal Li with metal, and Li herewith makes for Lord Jian, his esteemed ancestor, this treasured sacrificial vessel. The surviving Shang leaders were then hunted down by the Zhou generals with attacks on outlying regions and subsidiary capitals. Each returned with captives and tallies of ears taken, the left ear cut off the dead. In early March, a great triumphal ceremony took place with the presentation of the captured 9 tripods from the Shang royal temple, denoting the 9 provinces of China. These were the symbolic vessels said to have been handed down from the time of King Yu the Great. At this time, the king reverently displayed the jade tablet and made an announcement to the heavenly ancestor Shangdi. He also held a series of great royal hunts over several days, a custom after military victories. Even if the figures are exaggerated, it was a killing spree. King Wu hunted and netted 22 tigers, 2 panthers, 5,235 stags, 12 rhinoceros, 721 yaks, 151 bears, 118 yellow bears, 353 boar, 18 badgers, 16 king stags, 50 musk deer, 30 tailed deer, and 3,508 deer. King Wu's account also summarizes the war of conquest by countries, meaning anything from small kingdoms to tribal groupings. It says this: King Wu pursued and campaigned in the 4 directions. In all, there were 99 recalcitrant countries. 177,779 ears were taken and registered, and 310,230 men captured. In all, there were 652 countries that willingly submitted. Figures which approach, but perhaps do not quite reach, the incredible. Finally, 15 weeks after the battle with the Shang lands now pacified, the king returned to Zhou with his captives from the Shang royal family, their ministers and generals. On the 30th of April came the terrible denouement, a carefully prepared and dramatically orchestrated ritual on a grand scale, accompanied by solemn ritual music, bells, flautists, and sung refrains. King Wu arrived in the morning and performed a burnt offering sacrifice in the Zhou temple, and then followed a grim and sombre scene. The Zhou ancestral temple prepared for human sacrifice, smoking with incense, banners hung outside the city gates. In what follows, the reference to a written document is especially notable. Later historians and philosophers, brought up on the virtue of Zhou, refused to believe that this passage from the lost book could be genuine. King Wu descended from his chariot and caused scribe Yi to intone the document in the declaration to heaven. King Wu then deposed the 100 evil ministers of the Shang king. He beheaded and offered as sacrifice their little prince and the great master of the cauldron, and beheaded the leaders of their 40 families and the masters of their cauldrons. The commander of the foot soldiers and the commander of horses first attended to their declaration of the sacrifice outside the city. Then the southern gate was flanked with the captives to be sacrificed, all of whom were given sashes and clothes to wear. The ears taken were first brought in. King Wu attended the sacrifice, and the great master shouldered the white banner from which the head of the Shang king was suspended, and the red pennant with the heads of his 2 chief consorts. And then, with the first scalps, he entered and performed the burnt offering sacrifice in the Zhou temple. 6 days later, in the Zhou temple, King Wu offered as a sacrifice the ears taken in the war. Reverently, I, the small one, slaughter 6 oxen and slaughter 2 sheep. I have brought peace to the glorious ancestors. The many states are now at an end. Even in this abbreviated form, there are few more dramatic historical narratives. Later Confucians rejected the lost Book of Zhou, believing the founding fathers of the Zhou were too virtuous to engage in such violence. Still, the text leaves no doubt that they practiced human sacrifice on the scale and with all the formal liturgical precision of the Shang. In time, they would be transformed by their own archivists and then by Confucian philosophers into the virtuous founders, exemplars for every dynasty that followed. It was a watershed moment in Chinese history, not so much for how it was seen at the time, but for how this great turning point was construed and interpreted over the next 3 millennia. As King Wu had declared, the rule was established. From now on, we're dealing with the history of China. The overthrow of the Shang was a turning point in Chinese history to which all later dynasties would look back. The key to this was the mandate of heaven, the idea of the succession of dynasties, each of which was believed to have received divinely ordained authority, which in due time was passed on. The cyclical pattern of the narrative of Chinese history was set. First, the Zhou had to make provision for the Shang ancestors. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Shang royal lineage, led by Weizi, the good brother of the last king, were permitted to stay on the site of their ancestral cult centre, the place of their dynastic origin. they were to be loyal to the new dynasty, but still perform the rituals for their ancient kings. That site still survives, and so, incredibly, in the 21st century do traces of the cult of the Shang ancestors. 140 miles down the Yellow River Plain from Zhengzhou, on an old track of the Yellow River, lies the city of Shangqiu in Henan, a crossroads on the old land route, now the G35, which goes from the North China Plain down to the Yangtze and on into southern China. Shangqiu stands at the intersection of the east-west prehistoric route from Luoyang down the Yellow River to the vast low-lying tracts of marshes and lakes from which, in the early Bronze Age, the Shang had emerged from the Neolithic cultures of the eastern seaboard. Today, outside the ramshackle entrance to the old town, bustling rickshaws weave among the crowds around the wheeled food stalls under their bright sun umbrellas. Packed collective taxis ferry commuters back and forth, and country buses blare their horns as they swerve through the cavernous entrance arch into the town bus stand. On the outside of the old bus station, above signs for cheap hostels and restaurants, are two huge Chinese characters. The first is derived from the sign for an offering table. The second is a pictograph of a mound, and together they spell a name to tantalize the seeker after China's early history: Shangqiu, the ruins of Shang. The word Shang is still commonplace in ordinary speech today, its meanings embracing a wide semantic cluster centering on words for commerce, trade, merchants, business. A shangchang, for example, is a shopping mall. And legend indeed told how, after their defeat, the royal clan were thenceforth allowed to be merchants. But the character Shang carries its prehistory in the makeup of its brushstrokes. Originally, it appears to have designated the act of performing a ritual to the ancestors. As far back as the oracle bones, the character signifies an ancestral image set on a table with a mouth and a tongue to represent communication. So the name came from the place where the ancestors were worshipped. Later, the character's meaning extended to refer to the Shang ancestral shrine in the sacred mulberry grove, and then to the city where the ancestral temple was located, and finally to the dynasty or the group of rulers who originated there. The original meaning in the early Bronze Age, then, was perhaps the place where we communicate with the ancestors. Until recently, Shangqiu was a small, down-at-heel, out-of-the-way country town. However, in the past 20 years or so, it's been transformed by gleaming new rail junctions at the intersection of the high-speed link between Beijing and the south and the revamped east-west Longhai Railway. Now a rail crossroads of China, there are well over 1 million people in the shiny new urban zone. Beyond the high-rise apartment blocks, the new hotels and car showrooms, is a Ming Dynasty walled town built in 1513 after one of many destructive floods of the Yellow River, which in these parts have overlaid the physical remains of several millennia of history. Below the Ming walls, a wide moat that once circled the whole town opens to a lake on whose banks the townsfolk take the air on muggy summer evenings in the plain. Although Anyang was the administrative and ritual centre for the last 200 years of the Shang dynasty, it was one of several capitals. Over the 500 years of the dynasty, the Shang had moved capital several times in response to strategic necessities, wars, floods, or internecine struggles between branches of the royal kin, but also perhaps driven by fears expressed in the oracle bones of the withdrawal of auspiciousness. Over that time, though, they retained the memory of their ancestral home, great city Shang, which remained a special place in their ritual universe. From time to time they returned there for what the oracle bones call telling rituals to the pre-dynastic founders. And since the decipherment of the oracle bones in the 1930s, there's been a big debate about the site of great city Shang. Evidence from the campaigns recorded on the oracle bones seemed to point towards Shangqiu, but searches there in the 1930s found no clue, and an expedition in the 1970s also drew a blank. There things stood until recently, when discoveries both above and below ground dramatically changed the picture. Like so many of China's ancient cities today, Shangqiu's old city is being modernized. The cavernous, ramshackle market with its stone lions and canopied alleys of cheap clothes, and the decaying lanes of low-rise Qing dynasty houses are soon to be upgraded, to the regret of many locals who still prefer its homely, old-world charm. To the traveller wandering its streets and alleys, nothing visible above ground today appears earlier than the Ming town, built after its predecessor was destroyed by a flood. In the northwest corner inside the walls stood a small Ming temple which was demolished in the 1950s. Now only a stone stele survives, recording its rebuilding in 1527 and again by the Kangxi Emperor in 1681, along with the history of its Yuan and Song predecessors going back 1,000 years. The inscription tells us that the temple was dedicated to none other than Weizi, the virtuous brother of the last king of the Shang, who went into exile to resist the wicked and dissolute tyrant. After the fall of the Shang in 1045 BCE, it had been Weizi who was charged by the victorious Zhou with continuing the rituals to the ancestors in their origin place. A short bus journey south into the town's dusty hinterland is Weizi's tomb, a grand complex recently restored with 3 temples and a memorial hall from the Ming dynasty. The inscriptions there record that the complex was rebuilt under the great Tang Emperor Xuanzong in the 8th century. It reached its present form in 1612, according to a battered stele in front of the tomb mound. Although destroyed in the Cultural Revolution, it was rebuilt in 2002 by a wealthy and famous overseas Chinese family, the Songs, who claim descent from Weizi and now come back on the Qingming festival, Tomb Sweeping Day, to perform rituals at their ancestors' grave. A little further south, down a small country road, is another amazing survival. A cluster of pillared halls and shrines lies at the end of a Ming spiritway, a sacred path. Around them is a grove of nearly 200 cypress trees, which were planted in the Tang dynasty, according to the custodian, who can recite the ancient names of the most venerable ones. Mercifully unmodernized, unprepossessing local shrines like this can be seen all over the deep countryside in China these days, open for worship once more. A 17th century reconstruction of a Tang shrine, this one is still an auspicious place where the local people hang the trees with offerings and leave clumps of incense smoking at the tangled roots. This is the tomb of Yi Yin, a former slave, who legend says became a royal cook and then the chief minister of the first king of the Shang back in the 16th century BCE. He sits in the main hall, a painted wooden statue in a dusty imperial blue robe and scarlet cloak. Yi Yin is a man celebrated in later myths for his sense of justice and equity, qualities especially prized and remembered down the ages in China. These stories are still well known among the older generation here. At the shrine to Yi Yin's wife, the custodian and his neighbours tell her story. She was a virtuous woman. Her spirit of helping her husband and running things with her good advice is still admired by the people. She was known as Auntie Xian, and she'd been a servant. She found a baby in the hollow trunk of a mulberry tree when she went to feed the silkworms, and she took him home and raised him as his foster mother, and he became the first Shang king. So all of their achievements would be impossible without her. That's why there's a memorial hall here for her, too. Again, this is a reinvention of tradition, like so much in China today, as they retie the broken thread of their historical narrative. Nevertheless, it couldn't better illustrate the fact that in China, the physical fabric of buildings is of less importance than the sense of place. They can be rebuilt many times, but the key thing is to hand on the stories. Astonishingly then, though invisible to the casual visitor, the Shang ancestors and their stories are still commemorated over 3,000 years after the dynasty's fall. These are not, of course, real monuments from the Bronze Age, for pre-Han sites like the great city Shang are buried deep under the river silt. But still, these sites go back at least 2,000 years, and the commemoration has been maintained by each dynasty and by the locals themselves. It is, let us say, as if the hero cults of Nestor and Achilles still drew pilgrims in today's Greece. But the story of Shangqiu doesn't end there. One of the key royal cults of the Shang age still survives on the south side of old Shangqiu. Standing on a huge artificial mound is a temple built at the end of the 13th century in the Yuan dynasty, the replacement of earlier shrines. It's called Erbo Tai, the Temple of Erbo, an archaic culture hero who is both the Chinese Noah and the Chinese Prometheus. Since the 1980s, the shrine has gathered huge crowds at festival times, and the complex below the hill has been modernised with a car park and an open plaza, with outbuildings and stalls selling incense, garlands, and ceramic statues of the deities. The mound itself was here in the Han dynasty and may be much more ancient. It's 30 metres high today, but with the aggregation of the plain, clearly it was once much higher. Inside the temple, the cult statues, restored after the Cultural Revolution, personify several ancient myths surrounding Erbo, who survived the Great Flood and gave fire to humanity. His cult is specifically linked to Antares, the fire star, the tutelary star of the Shang. It's tied to the ancient myth of the origins of the dynasty, who, when they established themselves here, took over the duties of Erbo. These legends are only recorded in the Han dynasty, but archaeology and texts again suggest a very archaic connection with the myths of the prehistoric world. So was this mound once part of great city Shang, the original cult place by the sacred mulberry grove? Despite these tantalizing stories, nothing of the Bronze Age has yet been found here. Over the millennia, the flood sediments of the Yellow River have sealed in many earlier histories deep below the ground. However, recently, a new attempt was made using resistivity and magnetometry, which revealed the outline of the walls of a late Bronze Age city of far greater extent than the Ming settlement, nearly 20 feet below the surface. A rhomboid of rammed earth walls, 2,900 metres by 3,600 on its longer sides. Test cores found this buried wall was still some 6 metres high. With several construction phases, it was not securely datable, but certainly existed in the 11th century BCE. Without a massive excavation, it won't be possible to establish whether this lay on the lines of an earlier city still. What is certain, though, is that in no other place in China is such a concentrated group of cults and traditions connected with the Shang. The city lasted some 700 years and is described by many later sources with its palaces and markets and its temple with the sacred mulberry tree, the axis mundi of the Shang world. So with its combination of local legends, inscriptions, texts and archaeology, Shangqiu is a test case for how traditions have been passed down in China, how the scholars and seers and ritualists of previous dynasties transmit their ideas of kingship and history to their descendants, underwriting their legitimacy with the royal ancestors. After their fall, the surviving Shang clan were co-opted by the Zhou into their picture of the way Chinese kingship was understood and handed down. Indeed, the recent discovery, not far from Shangzhou, of a remarkable and so far unique tomb from the period following the fall of the Shang shows us the transition in the material culture. Here, a man called Chang Zikou, a former Shang official in the Zhou state, was buried in a large pit 50 metres long and 8 metres deep, with a mix of new Zhou and old Shang practices. 400 artefacts were found, including bronzes, jade, ceramics, shells, Shang bone panpipes, wine vessels, and musical bells. The 60-year-old had served in the Zhou court after the conquest, but was buried with ancestral Shang rites, including human sacrifice, 13 people and a dog, which was buried under the coffin with one of the humans. Chang Zikou, perhaps, was the last of the Shang lords. The ideals that had shaped the Shang state for the 500 years of its existence and come into the full light of history in the oracle bones would continue to run under the surface of later Chinese history. Many later ideas of Chinese governance were shaped by their Zhou conquerors, but the foundations were laid by the Shang, whose legacy in customs, ritual and beliefs would persist in so many areas. Indeed, as we shall see, Confucius himself, the greatest cultural influence in Chinese civilization, will claim descent from Wei Zi's clan at Shangzhou. As he said 5 centuries later, the Zhou based themselves on the rites of the Shang. What they discarded and what they added can be known. Chapter 3. The Mandate of Heaven. In the 8th centuries, between the fall of the Shang and the rise of the first emperor, there were many important developments in Chinese civilization as a patchwork of kingdoms coalesced towards a single state. The period saw the emergence of a distinctive political philosophy based on older historical traditions and rituals of rulership. At its heart was one great and enduring idea, that of the king who ruled by virtue, the sage monarch mandated by heaven, to whom all allegiance was due. The key figure in shaping this ideology, the most important person in Chinese civilization, was Confucius. Seeing himself simply as a codifier, a transmitter of much older traditions, Confucius had an incalculable influence on Chinese culture, and still does today, even though China ceased to be a Confucian state in 1911. This move towards a unified state came out of a period of incessant internecine fighting, which has been illuminated in the past few years by fascinating archaeological and textual discoveries. In 2003, shoppers in the middle of the bustling city of Luoyang were able to watch an extraordinary excavation unfold. During digging for a new underground station, a huge pit was uncovered, containing 18 chariots with ornamented chariot boxes and spoked wheels, the horses still harnessed to their yokes and draft poles. Pride of place was a 6-horse span pulling a magnificent imperial chariot. The pit was one of 17 that have been excavated in recent years in the eastern capital of the Zhou, outliers of the tombs of the kings of the eastern Zhou, the rulers of the central plain from the 8th century BCE until their destruction by the Qin in 256 BCE. The chariots were buried in what the Chinese call the spring and autumn period, between about 700 and 600 BC. And they belong to the Iron Age warrior culture that flourished here at the time Homer composed the Iliad. During that period, there were still over 100 states, large and small, often in conflict with each other. Like Homer's Agamemnon, their warrior kings relied on the petty states and tribes under their overlordship to provide chariots and infantry for the army to fight their enemies, for land, tribute, treasure, slaves, and women. They mustered armies of many thousands of men, and a big kingdom could deploy 7,000 chariots in battle. In the Luoyang pit, then, is graphic evidence of a hierarchical warrior aristocracy manifested in death as in life. This incredible expenditure of valuable resources reflects early Chinese social structure, ritual order, and military and economic power. Horses were introduced into the Bronze Age cultures of Eurasia at the start of the 2nd millennium BCE from the Central Asian steppe. Chariot warfare rapidly spread west all the way to Ireland, Mycenaean Greece, Pharaonic Egypt, and Vedic India. In China, the use of chariots in war began under the Shang, when they simply carried kings and nobles into battle. In the spring and autumn period, chariot warfare came into its own, when thousands of chariots were deployed in big battles. This continued until they were made obsolete by new forms of warfare, including the mass-produced mechanical crossbow in the Qin period, the 3rd century BCE. The chariots themselves were very high-status pieces of equipment, carefully itemized in Zhou kings' dedication inscriptions to their warriors, like this one. I confer on you a chariot, with bronze fittings, trappings of soft leather painted red for the horses, a canopy of tiger skin with red lining, bronze bells for the yoke bar, gilded bow holder and fish scale quiver, a team of 4 horses with their bits and bridles and bronze ornaments, gilt girth straps, and a scarlet banner with 2 bells. There you have the Chinese equivalent of Hector and Achilles in the Trojan War. In Zhou heroic poetry, chariot warfare is as lovingly described as in the hymns of the Rig Veda, the Mahabharata, or in Homer. During a mass chariot attack with the noise of spinning chariot wheels rumbling like a roll of thunder on the plain, we have flashes of a Chinese Iliad. The hero Fang Shu came, driving his 4 dappled greys, so obedient, in his big chariot painted red, with his awning of lacquered bamboo and his fish scale quiver. Breast guards and metal-headed reins, banners shining bright, 8 bells jingling, showing off his insignia, with red greaves so splendid, soaring as a hawk does straight up into the sky, then swooping down. The hero has come with 3,000 chariots and a host of battle-trained foot soldiers, with his bandsmen beating the drums. Illustrious, truly, is the hero. Deep is the roll of his drums, shaking the host with its din. His war chariots rumble, rumble, and crash like a roll of thunder. Illustrious, truly is the hero, who filled the tribes with fear. Writing about this period, down to the unification of China in 221 BCE, the historian Sima Qian said that the ages before the Qin dynasty are too far away, and the material on them too scanty to permit a detailed account. Remarkably, though, discoveries over the last 40 years have revolutionized the picture. Some of these discoveries include texts on bamboo strips, turtle shell archives, an astounding series of inscribed bronzes, and above all, the Zhou Royal Cemetery. They've shed light on their wars, but also their court culture with its feasting ceremonies, sacrifices, games, archery contests, feats of strength, ritual dances, and musical audiences. New texts of land grants have revealed the workings of their aristocratic culture, and indeed the beginnings of Chinese bureaucracy, with ministries of land, construction and war, staffed by professional scribes and document makers. in this period too, are the origins of the county system that still exists today. The Zhou dynasty is the first period of Chinese history from which extended texts have survived. Among them are the canonical classics of Chinese culture, which were collected and preserved at this time. The oldest of these is the famous divination text, the Book of Changes, I Ching. Riddling and ruminative, it's one of the great works of world literature and is still used as a practical guide by the people of China and East Asia today. The Book of Songs, Xijing, is a poetic anthology containing the earliest texts from the world's oldest living poetic tradition, going back to 1000 BCE or even before. Its 305 songs are about love, courtship and marriage, agriculture, feasting and dancing, sacrifice, hunting and warfare. Among them, beautiful lyrics about the joys of life and the pain of loss anticipate some of the great poetry we will encounter later in our story, suffused with a humanity that opens a window on the feelings of the Chinese people so long ago. On the other hand, the Book of Documents, Shujing, preserves key historical documents and claims to contain, and perhaps does, texts from the early Zhou after the conquest of the Shang in the 11th century BCE, including the famous narrative of the fall of the Shang. These texts frame the Zhou claim to rule and would influence the whole of the Chinese tradition. They describe the conquest of the Shang as the victory of a just ruler over a wicked and decadent king, and show the Zhou dynasty as legitimate successors. History itself in the Shujing then is seen as a crucial tool in validating power. From now on, the control of history is linked to the control of writing, which the state monopolized through its scribes and ritual specialists. Through the written word came the possession of history. A second key idea is bound to this, the Zhou conception of the mandate of heaven. As we've seen, originally the Tianming, the celestial mandate, was literally an astronomical sign seen in the sky in 1059 BCE during the reign of King Wen, whose son Wu founded the Zhou dynasty. The interpretation of the sign by King Wu and his diviners was that this was the celestial mandate given by the Lord of Heaven, and was a great command in the sky. So heaven will protect and watch over me, its child, in the manner it had protected the former kings, extending to the four quarters. The rule of the Zhou then was linked to heaven. A king and his dynasty could rule only so long as they had heaven's favour. A king who neglected his sacred duties or who acted tyrannically would arouse the displeasure of heaven, disturbing cosmic harmony. Disorder would follow, and society would descend into chaos, the great fear of Chinese culture even today. In the end, heaven could withdraw its mandate and eventually reveal a new one, usually by a visible sign. The Western Zhou kingdom lasted 400 years. During this time, the concept of the heavenly sign or mandate developed from a specific event, in 1059 BC, during the reign of King Wen, to the broad conception of a changing mandate tied to a theory of dynastic cycles. It was validated by Shangdi, the old Lord of Heaven and supreme deity of the Shang, who in this period becomes allied with Tian, heaven, the supreme deity of the Zhou. So what we see in this period is the creation of a paradigm. Political ideology and indeed political philosophy begin to be shaped in the service of a monarchical idea, that of the sage king. Hence, influential thinkers from Confucius to Wang Anshe and Sima Guang in the 11th century looked back on the Zhou as the ideal. For Confucius, follow the Duke of Zhou becomes a mantra, a golden age to be emulated, rather like resetting a clock. Indeed, the high status accorded to the Zhou is shown by the use of their name in dynastic titles by other kingdoms in later Chinese history, including the later Zhou in the 950s and the Great Zhou in the 1350s. All these kingdoms declared themselves revivals of the Zhou, the model to which they aspired. So the cosmos was perceived as a moral order, and moral values were built into the way the earthly order worked. The virtuous ruler would mediate between heaven and the realm of humans, as the Shang king had done with his diviners. Now, though, there was a moral contract. Of course, in any culture, the gap between the ideal and the reality of rulership is often wide, and in China it was dependent on the success of the king's ministers and philosophers to steer the guiding principles of governance. These ideas would play out over the next 2.5 millennia. The ceremony of 1899, with which this book began, was still a living expression of this in the age of the telephone and the automobile. And as we shall see, the end of the empire was not the end of this powerful idea. Even in the communist era, the mandate remained an invisible presence behind the autocracy of the party. The figure of the sage king could still be seen in the figure of Chairman Mao, whose calligraphy was even inscribed on the boulders of the sacred mountain Taishan. Mao's personality cult in the Cultural Revolution still invited the people to trust in the virtue of the great helmsman and teacher. In the 6th century BCE, the Zhou state fell into decline as rival regional powers fought for supremacy. Order broke down, violence and war became endemic, so much so that later centuries called this the Warring States period. Still, out of this age of conflict and political instability arose a golden age of Chinese philosophy that would define the Chinese political tradition. Among many great thinkers wrestling with the fundamental issues of order, virtue, and justice was the most celebrated person in Chinese civilization. This great figure, who codified these ideas in the 6th century BCE, was called Kongqiu, but in later times became known as Kongfuzi, Master Kong. The name was Latinized by Jesuit missionaries in 17th century China as Confucius, who lived from around 550 to 479 BCE. A transmitter who invented nothing, as he described himself, Confucius is one of the most influential and famous figures in history. It's been said that no book, not even the Bible, has influenced so many people for so long as his analects, his sayings, which have shaped the intellectual and cultural life of the whole of East Asia, Japan, and Korea. Confucius is such a famous figure who has gathered so many accretions from the past that it's very difficult to see him as a man of his time, as Kongqiu, an Iron Age thinker in a regional culture of the Eastern Zhou in the time of the Warring States. In an attempt to see him afresh, it's best first to go to his origin place in the northeastern province of Shandong, an easy journey by train these days from Beijing to Qufu. From the gleaming new high-speed station, the visitor may still approach Qufu through the countryside, a rarity in today's China, leaving the main highway along long tree-lined country roads through wheat fields and past small villages. Trains were kept away from the centre of Qufu when railways first opened up in China at the express wish of the Kong clan, who were, and continue to be, powerful in the town. The extended lineage of the descendants still make up half the population of Qufu, and clan members on the street will proudly show their ID bearing the Kong name. In the centre of the city, inside the walls, is the sprawling complex of the Kong ancestral mansion, with its 480 rooms and courtyards. The magnificent temple to the master is one of the most splendid buildings in China, its gardens full of steles and memorial arches commemorating the visits of generations of Chinese emperors. Beyond the north gate is the fabulously atmospheric Forest of the Exalted Sage, the walled family burial ground with its tangled thickets, overgrown hillocks and fallen tomb monuments of thousands of long-forgotten Kongs. Chufu itself is still a small, charming, walled town where costumed gate ceremonies with pikes and drums are put on every night for tourists. By day it bustles with cycle rickshaws and horse-drawn carriages. And today the presence of Confucius is everywhere, despite being execrated by the communists during the Cultural Revolution. Exhorted by Mao, the Red Guards vandalised the cemetery and dug up Kong graves, proclaiming that to smash Confucius was the most important thing for the whole party, the whole army, and the whole nation. Nevertheless, the master had his revenge, and he's now thoroughly rehabilitated. Recently, President Xi cited him in his keynote address to the party and provided a recommendation for the latest Chinese popular edition on a wraparound cover. The book was a bestseller. Confucius' statue stands at the entrance to Chufu's poshest hotel, where a copy of the Analects lies in the bedside drawer, like the Gideon Bible. Chufu was the capital of a small Eastern Zhou tributary state called Lu. The town had a 6-mile circuit between the Jushui and She rivers. Founded in the 8th century BCE, the archaic period in ancient Greece, it contained the palace of the kings of Lu from the spring and autumn period down to the Western Han, the time of the Roman Republic in the west. Chufu's been rebuilt many times. Today's Ming Wall city only occupies the southwest corner of the ancient city which once included the Kong Cemetery. Fragments of the ancient walls survive in places up to 30 feet high. Inside the walls, no major digs have ever taken place, but a number of test soundings have revealed platforms of rammed earth for large buildings along the main axis of the town. Presumably, these were part of the royal palace. Outside the southern gate was another platform, forming a huge open-air altar on which dances and prayers for rain were performed, and which still survives out in the fields, topped by trees. Traces of bronze and iron foundries, as well as workshops for ceramics and working bone, have also been discovered. Cemeteries of the Zhou period lay inside the walls on the west side. In the 6th to 5th centuries BCE, therefore, Chufu was recognisably descended from the city planning of the old Shang world, with royal and ducal palaces and workshops. This, then, is the background of Confucius. He came from a provincial Iron Age city-state, and his origins offer clues to who he was. In the family mansion, today's Kong family have a long-preserved genealogy extending back 15 generations from the master to the 11th century BCE. It contains the intriguing claim that Confucius's forebear, his great-grandfather who first came to Chufu, was a man of the state of Song, descended from the brother of the last Shang king, Weizi, who, as we saw, was left to rule the state of Song in Henan. If so, this would be a fascinating clue to Confucius's psychological and cultural makeup. An alternative early tradition, though, says Confucius was actually a man of the wilds from the countryside south of Lu. His father, it is said, was an old warrior of the Zhang family who had had several wives and concubines, and his mother a young girl of the indigenous Yan clan. If this is so, then the young Confucius was a cultural outsider, not actually of the Zhou, and there is a tradition that he was once mocked and disparaged for it. Still, on his father's side, the Zhang family were famous for steadfastly maintaining the ancient rituals. The teaching Confucius got from his family may account for the intense loyalty he felt all his life to the ancient ideal of Zhou kingship, even though his fate was to be a wanderer in many lands. Confucius showed talent early, But he didn't have a successful career as a young member of the elite and never rose high in the state, possibly because he was a minor son of Zhang outsiders. He remained poor all his life, though his scholarship and knowledge of the ritual tradition of the Zhou helped him for a time to stand out at court. On one occasion he confronted 3 powerful rival clans in Lu and got them to agree to a plan to demolish their fortifications. He was even responsible for sending troops to crush a rebellious minister. And yet, in 497 BCE, if the traditional dates are correct, when Confucius was already in his 50s, he lost his position and was ousted. With a group of followers, he began a 14-year journey around China before finally returning to Lu to study and teach. This journey is a crucial part of the biography, a mind-changing experience he shares with other great figures in Chinese history, such as the historian Sima Qian and the poet Du Fu. Perhaps the breadth of his mind and the universality of his views were reinforced by seeing that wider world. For the remarkable thing about Kong, as a man from a small East Asian city-state, is that he did acquire a universal sense of humanity, or humaneness. How much he ever knew of the world beyond East Asia, though, is doubtful, and humanity to him perhaps still comprised, all under heaven, China. We've no contemporary picture of Confucius. The conventional image used in later times is of a frail old man with a smiling face and a wispy beard, his character a bit pompous and boring. Despite this, his own view of himself, as preserved by his disciples, was that enthusiasm was his main characteristic. "Why didn't you say how passionate I am?" he said. At times it would appear almost on the autistic spectrum. He could be physically overwhelmed by music. Even into middle age he was a man of action, adept at the outdoor activities of a cultivated man, an expert with horses, good at outdoor sports, archery, hunting, fishing. He was a tireless and bold traveller in a period when one had to travel everywhere armed. Often in great physical peril, he evaded several attempts by his enemies to kill him. In dangerous times, tough young disciples are useful people to have around. In Confucius's lifetime, the war-torn multi-state system under Zhou lordship was breaking down, and it became clear that long-term stability lay in some kind of political unity. It's in this context that Confucius's career as a thinker has to be understood. He was probably the first to suggest the advantages of a unified rule over all under heaven. Referring to a violent usurpation of his native state of Lu in 505 to 502 BCE, Confucius said this: "When the way prevails under heaven, rites, music, and punitive expeditions are ordered by the Son of Heaven. When there is no way under heaven, rites, music, and punitive expeditions are directed by overlords. But if they're directed by overlords, within 10 generations most states will be lost. If they're directed by the nobles, they'll be lost within 5 generations. When mere retainers hold the destiny of the state, they'll be gone within 3 generations." That's the nub of Confucius's message. He was undoubtedly not the only one to come to this conclusion, but his specific message was to restore the potency of the kingship of the Son of Heaven by concentrating power in a single wise, legitimate monarch. This was the way to stop the turmoil and the breakdown of society. How to achieve it practically, he doesn't say. He's talking about principles. But ideologically, the blueprint is clear: a single monarch using the restored ritual norms of the Western Zhou. At the core of royal conduct is virtue, de in Chinese. So the ideal ruler must be humane and learned, a sage, in fact. It was an ideal, of course, a utopian dream unattainable in reality, though Chinese historical tradition always insisted it was attainable and had been once upon a time in the founding moment of the Zhou. As for the role of the intellectual, the key was to determine the way, Dao. When the way is lost, the sage has a moral duty above all else to reform society, to set the way back on track, to define the tradition and advise the prince. Politics, then, was Confucius's first and foremost concern, which is also true of Chinese philosophy as a whole. Chinese thought, it might be said, has revolved around two central questions: the harmony of the universe and the harmony of society, cosmology and politics. Hence, the central vision of Chinese philosophy for 2,500 years has been political and ethical. It was very different from the post-classical West, where until the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, monotheism took things on a very different conceptual path. In Europe, shaped by Roman and Germanic law, the institution of kingship developed a legal custom separate from political authority. And these two paths have marked the traditions of East and West to this day. We know Confucius's voice through the Analects, a compilation of his sayings and anecdotes as reported by his pupils. Although linguistic evidence suggests some of the later ones are not by him, the main body of the text conveys one voice, which is forceful, idiosyncratic, and, as Elias Canetti has written, the oldest complete intellectual and spiritual portrait of a man. Just as Karl Marx warned his followers he was not Marxist, Confucius certainly wasn't a Confucian, at least in the way that Chinese civilization eventually enshrined him, and indeed as the Mao age vilified and dethroned him. He was often called a teacher, but he was also a political agitator with a sense of mission. This was part of his strange mental makeup, from watching the collapse of a civilization that had been built up over the previous 500 years. He was driven by an unshakable belief in his own divinely inspired calling to reform the political order in China, and seems to have believed that heaven had chosen him to bring people back to the path of righteousness, as defined by the first Zhou kings, to reunify the civilized world. And the downside? It's easy, of course, to use conformity to reinforce a repressive system, even though Confucius was adamant that the sage duty was also to oppose unjust rule. And yet the idea of just rule depended on moral education, and Confucius was not an advocate of a legal system, let alone of separating executive and legislature. When all power is in the hands of the ruler, and there's no independent legal system, the intellectuals place themselves in the hands of the ruler, as they have done in China right through its history, down to the People's Republic. Confucius believed in human nature and mistrusted laws. Legal rules, he thought, were not the best way of creating a just order. This was best achieved through a matrix of ritual and moral conventions inculcated through education. But a small Iron Age city-state is one thing, a great empire quite another. That conundrum will be confronted later by progressive Chinese thinkers, for example in the 17th century, as we shall see, as they attempted to negotiate changes in the imperial system and the role of the sage king. And then again in the self-strengthening movement of the 19th century, and indeed even in our own time. In the West, the inheritors of Roman law and Germanic custom came to believe that the government of men is always flawed and less limited by a strong legal system, and they gradually developed the idea that states should be ruled with the informed consent of the governed. This is a major divergence, even by the time of the Song dynasty, when in England, for example, the law was already something the king should obey. Governing a state the size of medieval England with a few million, as opposed to 100 million in China, of course required a different attitude to freedom. Still, failure to establish the rule of law would remain one of the most intractable problems in the Chinese political tradition until the end of the empire. Since then it would be partially addressed under the Republic, trampled by Mao, revived in the 1980s, but has stalled since the early 2000s. Confucius himself had always insisted on the duty of intellectuals to oppose arbitrary and unjust power. That's easier said than done, as the whole of Chinese history will show. Like many great books, though, many of Confucius's profound insights have stood the test of time. Confucian humanistic ideals were eventually written into the Chinese state's educational system in the 10th century, and over the next centuries spread to Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and Southeast Asia. During a special ceremony at the master's grave in Chufu in 2016, a group of Korean Confucian scholars in traditional gowns and high scholars' hats summed up his message, as they saw it, for the 21st century. He defined our collective values of hard work, duty, and benevolence. His belief in universal brotherhood in this age of individualism makes his message still true after 2,500 years for all the world. At this point in the story, a final intriguing question should be asked, one that chimes with the transnational perceptions of our own time. How do we set Confucius and the Chinese age of philosophers into the bigger picture of what we might call the global cultural history of Eurasia in the 6th to the 5th centuries BCE? Writing in 1949 in the bitter aftermath of the Second World War, when total conflict and the Holocaust had cast a deep shadow over the achievements of Western civilization, the German philosopher Karl Jaspers made a great claim for the age of Confucius. This was a crucial moment in the history of humanity, he said, an axial age when the spiritual foundations of humanity were laid simultaneously and independently in China, India, Persia, Judea, and Greece. And these are the foundations upon which humanity still subsists today. It was not, in fact, a new idea. In 18th century India, the pioneering French Indologist Anquetil Duperron had spoken of a revolutionary transformation in thinking in different parts of the world around 500 BCE. He said that this century can be seen as a major epoch in the history of humanity, a kind of revolution which produced at the same time in several parts of the world geniuses, Greeks, Persians, Jews and Indians, who set the tone for the future. Anquetil Duperron had read the Latin life of Confucius published in Paris as a preface to the translation of his works in 1687, which hailed him as the wisest of philosophers, who purely by the light of natural reason had constructed an infinitely sublime moral system. Fired by this Enlightenment idea, Anquetil Duperron included Confucius among the 3 greatest figures who had changed the face of history, and who was still an oracle, a fount of wisdom for the whole of the Eastern world. So was this extraordinary simultaneity mere coincidence? In the mid-first millennium BCE across Eurasia, there were certain common experiences in material culture, societies in transition from Bronze to Iron Age culture that developed powerful monarchies and large-scale cities. Mercantile classes appear, and with them writing becomes more widespread, for the first time out of the hands of religious and political elites. Ways of thinking about the world arise that feel different from anything that had gone before. These key figures all lived within a handful of generations between the 550s and the 4th century BCE. Some of them, like Confucius, the Buddha, and some of the great Greek pre-Socratics may even have been alive at the same time. What we can say then is this, that Confucius and his disciples lived in a period of history when the great Bronze Age civilisations had gone. In their place were competing Iron Age city-states in archaic Greece, the Ganges Valley, and warring state China. All of them showed the beginnings of social diversification, and in all there were thinkers of genius. There were the philosophers and scientists in Ionia, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Anaxagoras. The Buddha's contemporaries included Jains, Ajivikas, skeptics, rationalists, atomists. All of them questioned the nature of the mind and the physical universe. And in China too, this is the period known as the Age of Philosophers, the 100 schools of thought, with Taoists, Mohists, and Confucius's followers such as Mencius. Among them, as in Greece and India, there were many different views about humanity and the cosmos. The parallels perhaps are only general. It would be stretching things to suggest the political concerns of Confucius had much in common with the Buddha's disputes about karma with other religious groups in the Ganges plain. The key point is that their preoccupations are about human beings and their place in the cosmos. The deal that Confucius offered local ruling elites in warring state China was a challenge to live up to his exacting standards of virtue and wisdom, and for the good of humanity work towards the great unity. But no matter how well he and his itinerant band of disciples were first received on their travels, they made enemies among palace cliques and corrupt ministers, and were usually forced out. In the end, Confucius's failed mission brought him back to Lu, where he spent the rest of his days in obscurity. For all his later fame, Confucius was a failure in his own lifetime. Nobody took up his offer to remodel their state on the lines of virtue, despite the Zhou's formulation of the heavenly mandate that united all under heaven. And why should they? Despite China's sense of a common culture and script, and the deep myth of unity that went back to the prehistoric legends of Yuan the Great, no one was going to cede power to the declining Zhou order, the mediocre contemporary heirs of the noble Duke of Zhou. So how would unification come about? As it happened, it would be achieved not by agreement, but by force, by one of the most remarkable rulers in Chinese history, Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor. Chapter 4. The First Emperor and the Unification of China. The rise of the Qin Empire has been justly called one of the greatest epics in human history. Like their contemporaries, the Macedonians, before the age of Alexander the Great, the Qin state was a barbarian kingdom on the edge of mainstream civilization and was seen by its neighbours as a land of wolves and jackals. But in the 240s BCE, under their leader King Zheng, they burst onto the stage of history, ended Zhou rule, and unified China. Zheng then became the first emperor. Though they only ruled all China for 15 years, the Qin were the superpower that changed the story of China forever, leaving structures of governance and contours of thought that still exist today. Over the past few years, a series of sensational archaeological and textual discoveries have given us a totally new insight into their brilliant and violent world. The path to China's unification had been laid over the previous 2 centuries during the age of the warring states, a time that had also seen intense battles of ideas. As we've seen, back in Confucius's lifetime, from 550 to 479 BCE, No one had been convinced by his idea of uniting the states under an overarching sage ruler who would uphold the values of the Zhou and rule by both exemplifying and encouraging good behaviour. In the universal disorder of the time, nobody was willing to cede power to the waning Zhou rulers or to embrace the notion of virtue, when realpolitik was a necessity. The resolution to these contradictions emerged later among the thinkers who came after Confucius. The philosopher Moser, 468 to 390 BCE, first proposed that the remedy for universal disorder was the establishment of a universal ruler. He envisaged meritocratic appointments of state officers, supervision of office holders, and the unification of thought and behaviour, but with ideological conformity enforced within a strongly ordered society. Even the famous Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu around the 6th century BCE, saw the logical extension of the vision of unity as a correspondence between the political and metaphysical orders. The Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the king is great. There are 4 greats in the state, and the king is one of these. With that, we're on the way to the intellectual formulation of the vision of imperial kingship, a oneness both cosmic and political. When asked how to stabilise all under heaven, Mencius, China's second sage, replied, "Stability is in unity. If the ruler is humane and just, nobody will not follow him. If this really happens, the people will go over to him as water flows downward. Who will stop it?" And so it proved to be. By the 3rd century BCE, all agreed that unity of government was the precondition to implementing the principles of the way, and hence the path to peace and the great unity. But how was it to happen? Of course, philosophers, especially Confucian ones, could not advocate that it could come about through violence. It was impossible to contemplate a just prince killing his way to power. But nor was it likely that any of the big states would voluntarily surrender power. In the end, as so often in history, change came through war. China was united by the sword and by a ruling ideology very different from the Confucian ideal. The key text that underwrote the unification is the Book of Lord Shang, written by a Qin dynasty thinker of the 4th century BCE. It's one of the most remarkable books of the ancient world, East or West. It's been called the first totalitarian manifesto in history, a blatant assault on traditional culture and moral values. In China, it was despised in some quarters as a shameful argument for despotism through a cynical, Machiavellian use of power. For others, though, it was a supremely useful tool. It has even been praised in our own time, when totalitarian rule was justified as the first stage of socialism, a temporary phase on the path to a Marxist utopia. The Book of Lord Shang, however, is the original. The core of the book was written around the 340s BCE, though parts of the text were added in the next century. The book advances a legalist argument for a new form of state in which governmental power penetrates right to the base of social order, creating a society where every peasant is a diligent tiller of the soil, every soldier a brave and loyal supporter of the state, and every official an unswerving enforcer of a harsh code of retributive law. To facilitate this new order, Lord Shang recommended practical reforms which in essence have survived through Chinese history. First was the division of society into counties, districts and villages. At the base, the smallest unit was a grouping of 5 families mutually responsible for each other's conduct, with the deputed head member personally liable for any crime. This was linked to a system of universal registration for all people from birth to death. There were 13 categories of quantifiable data, including name, place of origin, gender, names and number of children, whether too old or young to work, social ranking, and holdings of animals such as horses and oxen. The whole population, therefore, could be strictly controlled through a pyramid of government and harshly enforced law. Benevolence, in fact, was not the answer to attaining the great harmony, as Confucius had thought, though it might be workable in the future when unity and obedience had been fully established. For now, though, harsh law would prevail. Even the virtuous King Wu, Lord Shang wrote, seized the world by force, though he later held it by righteousness. But now none of the states of 10,000 chariots is not at war. Things have been blocked up for a long time. Warfare, then, was the way to establish effective kingship, and severity was the way to hold it. From family registration to the overarching conception of rulership, this was the blueprint for a total state. Lord Shang's injunction to create a rich state and a strong army would be the template in Chinese history down to the present People's Republic and the 4 modernizations of Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping. By the 3rd century BCE, there was also a revolution in military technology. High-grade weaponry and mechanical crossbows were developed, and the ability to put huge, highly disciplined armies into the field was one of the reasons unification finally became a possibility. The Qin lived west of the Zhou heartland, and up to that point had been one of the many peoples who'd acknowledged the earlier kings of the Zhou. They'd long shared in Zhou culture, intermarried with the royal family. And yet as the Zhou declined over a century or so, the Qin developed a strong sense of their own separate cultural identity, as well as a certain Spartan toughness. In 255 BCE, the Qin annexed the Zhou royal lands, the last symbol of the old political order that had endured since the 11th century BCE. These are dark times. There is no limit to the sufferings of the ordinary people, one old loyalist wrote. The house of Zhou is destroyed. The line of the sons of heaven is broken. Nothing can be worse than the absence of the Son of Heaven. In a series of rapid shock assaults, the Qin overcame their 6 main rivals, the 10,000 chariot states. Chinese imperial history had begun. The speed of their success was amazing. Between 230 and 221 BCE, they swallowed up the kingdoms of the old warring states and followed up their military triumphs with measures to fulfill the legalist blueprint. The Qin legal system was introduced with reformed weights and measures, coinage and script. There were new state rights aimed at unifying the realm. Draconian population swaps and ethnic cleansing brought 120,000 families of the rich and powerful from recently conquered states to be resettled in the region round the capital. To commemorate his stunning victories, the emperor had giant bronze statues made for his palace with inscriptions announcing the establishment of the great unity. A generation later, the statesman Jia Yi explained how the dynasty came to power. This is what he said. The Qin took over all within the seas and annexed the neighbouring states. He faced south and called himself emperor. Thus he nourished all within the 4 seas, and the gentlemen of all under heaven docilely bowed before his wind. Why did this happen? I would reply that then the world had been a long time without a ruler. The Zhou house had sunk into insignificance. The strong were lording it over the weak, and the few over the many. Arms and armour were never set aside. The people were exhausted and impoverished. The masses hoped they would obtain peace and security, and there was nobody who did not wholeheartedly look up in reverence. This was the moment to preserve authority and stabilize achievements, and lay the foundations of lasting peace. Recently, remarkable archaeological discoveries have given us fresh insights into the Qin hegemony and its institutions. For administrative purposes, the country was divided into 36 commanderies linked by a 6,800-kilometre road system. A series of long walls was constructed across north and northwest China, joining up the border walls of earlier states and adding up to 4,000 kilometres, the forerunner of the Great Wall. An 800-kilometre superhighway ran between the capital, near today's Xi'an, and the northern military bases, where armies totalling 300,000 men were stationed. All these grand projects were driven by conscripted labour, much to the resentment of the people, according to later historians. These developments were so swift and so far-reaching that they can only be compared with those introduced after the Revolution of 1949 and the still continuing counter-revolution which began after 1979. Bringing order, then, was at the centre of Qin propaganda, and popular support for the unification was a major factor and a justification for the regime's ruthless severity. It was clear to all at the time that this was a moment of profound change. On inscriptions erected in the conquered lands and on the sacred mountains, the first emperor announced that he had brought peace to all under heaven. The black-headed people are at peace and never need again to take up arms. He had wiped out the powerful and rebellious and brought stability to the four quarters. Henceforth only the unified empire would be the legitimate form of rule. In the future, even when the state fell apart, as after the Tang, Song and Ming, a centripetal force pulled it back together again. From this time on, unity was legitimization. And yet, given so many differences in regions, cultures and languages, why was the idea of China's unity so strong that it could be restored time and again? Indeed, the remarkable fact is not that at times it disintegrated, but that it always came back together. In Europe, there were periods under Charlemagne, for example, when large parts of the continent were under a single ruler, but it always split apart again into nation-states. The Arab Caliphate also attempted to impose political unity over a vast and heterogeneous area, but regional cultures and identities proved too strong. India, perhaps, is a closer parallel because of the deep cultural unity across the subcontinent provided by the indigenous religious systems. Nevertheless, even though there were large Indian states under the Mauryans, the Guptas and Mughals, in the south under the Cholas, there was never political unity from the Himalayas to Cape Comorin until it was imposed by the British outsiders. In China, however, the great unity was an almost inbred ideological myth from the pre-Qin past, which was never abandoned, even in times of catastrophic breakdown. As for the man himself, the first emperor, Prince Zheng became king of Qin in his teens in 247 BCE. In 221 BCE, after the Qin had conquered all the other warring states and unified China, using the title of the mythical primeval rulers, he called himself Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of the Qin. The most remarkable and controversial leader in Chinese history, later Confucian scholars were deeply hostile to him, saying that he relied solely on mutilation punishments and penalties, while the master, Confucius, wielded textbook and ink. One famous story alleged that he burned the history books and buried 460 scholars and historians alive. But harsh as he undoubtedly was, this negative picture has been transformed by new archaeological finds, which allow us for the first time to get behind the lurid accounts of the first emperor and to begin to see the workings of the Qin Empire at grassroots, at this fundamental turning point in Chinese history. And to begin with, it's worth remembering that for all the images we have of the brutality of the Qin, their rule was based on law. In the past few years, enormous quantities of documents from local Qin centres of administration have come to light. In December 2007, for example, more than 2,000 bamboo strips turned up in a Hong Kong antiques market. Belonging to one of the Qin prefectures in the Yangtze Valley, the documents contained a series of exemplary criminal cases handled by local justice secretaries. These had been kept as an archive source to illustrate good legal practice for magistrates. There are cases about banditry, rape, robbery and grave robbing, a sexual consent case, and even petitions for retrial. For all the reported ferocity of the Qin legal system, here we get an insight into legal procedures and even the conduct of local magistrates. These magistrates interviewed witnesses, listened carefully to evidence, and had graded punishments where discretion and mercy could, in theory, play a part. In practice, though, application of the law was severe. Take the example of a newly discovered legal case from 219 BCE during the Qin army's conquest of the southern Chu kingdom. It concerns a Qin magistrate, Mr. Tue, who was accused of being too lenient. In a war situation, he tried to reduce the punishments of conscripted local militia deserters who faced the death sentence. This was tantamount to releasing and letting guilty people go, as these were men who'd broken the Qin statutes on soldiers lacking courage and not fighting, a capital offence. Convicted of being soft on crime, indeed of being effectively a closet Confucian, Tue's sentence was to be shaved as a criminal and made a gatherer of fuel. Higher up the list of Qin punishments were mutilation, cutting in half at the waist, beheading, and slicing death by 1,000 cuts, a penalty only abolished in 1905. It's likely that Magistrate Tue's wife, children, and property were impounded too. Such was the fate of a loyal Qin law officer who strayed too far towards mercy. The case of Mr. Tue highlights the use of a written code of law and shows us that later imperial codes go back much further in time. In these legal documents there are training tips on how to ask questions in cases and a guide to right practice to help a good justice rise in the system. Of course, the gap between theory and practice is as interesting as it is in early medieval Europe. With another of these newly discovered documents in hand, let's go to the Qin countryside near the Wei River northeast of Xi'an during the winter of 242 BCE, the 5th year of King Zheng of Qin, the man who will become the first emperor. The fields of wheat are divided by balks and dotted with little huts and cottages where many of the poor workforce live. The tiny plots are tilled by families or single men, sometimes women on their own. 2 men are sleeping in their hut. An, a penal labourer, and Yi, a rank-and-file man. During the night, they are attacked, stabbed and killed. The murderer steals their clothes and tools and leaves no clues at the scene, except for the red garb of a penal labour convict. What follows comes from newly published documents. 3 local law secretaries go to the scene to inspect the bodies and call in the magistrate. Mr. Chu, a man in his early 40s, has loyally served in the local office for 20 years. First, he consults the record of registered convicts within the prefecture, interviews those he can, and makes a list on writing tablets of the names of those who had absconded. Next, Mr. Chu and 2 helpers from his office split up and interview all the people working the fields adjoining An's holding. They even put guards on the main field paths at night to check comings and goings and question anyone acting suspiciously. Drawing a blank, Chu takes another look at the red clothes found at the scene. Was the murderer a convict labourer, or was he laying a false trail? Chu now instigates a search in the floating population of the neighbouring walled town, Liang, and there, 5 days later, attention is drawn to a man called Tong, who has suddenly come into a bit of wealth. At his belt, a great new sheath and knife. When brought in for questioning, something about his manners created a bad impression, Chu wrote. There was an evasive look in his eyes. Tong's stories began to contradict. He first said he was a bondservant at the local government and then a servant in the neighbouring prefecture. Their records are checked too, and his story begins to unravel. My registered name is Wei, he says. I'm originally from Yancheng. When I surrendered at the end of the war, I was made a bondservant of convict rank, and I was deported to Xikong prefecture. But I left and absconded. Where did you get the money to have your coat patched and to buy the sheath and knife? Chu asked. I earned the money from hired work, the suspect replies. But eventually, trapped by inconsistencies, Tong admits he's a career criminal, planning other robberies to support his family. I've a mother, wife and children at Wei. I'm guilty and liable to punishment. I can say no more. The stories followed on the next bamboo strip with a note on the character of the criminal, written by the investigating officials. Wei has an aggressive disposition. He planned his crime buying the red clothes of a convict and used them to throw officials off the scent. A man who kills people in the fields and then goes off to stay in a market guest house within the city is brazen-faced. He's not a normal person. He bought the knife quite prepared to kill other people in the act of committing a robbery. This all shows he's a real danger to society. So Tong was sentenced to execution, but the case ends with a recommendation for Mr. Chu, the investigating magistrate. This case was extremely obscure and difficult to solve. Mr. Chu and his colleagues tested these obscurities with cleverness. Mr. Chu became secretary in the prefecture when he was 22 years old. He's now 43. Peng Ju and Zhong, his colleagues, likewise are senior in office and age. They are all office holders who have personal integrity and moral purity. They're impeccable, dutiful. In their hearts they're impartial, upright, and act in accordance with the rights. We recommend them and stand guarantee for them and request evaluation of their performance in order to promote them to the ranks of provincial clerks-in-chief, so their example may be an encouragement to other officials. That account, as we have it handed down, is an exemplary case, mediated, of course, by local officials and their regional boss. And yet in the images it gives us of the poor village huts in the countryside, the shifting population of the small town with its guest house in the market, the pattern of rural smallholders, convicts and bonded servants, it vividly evokes the local world of the Qin. Set against the wider background of war and disruption in the period of the Qin conquests, we learn of the enslavement of captive populations, the movement of bonded labourers to different estates, and we hear for the first time the voices of the lower ranks of Chinese society. All of it is seen in astonishing detail through the files in the magistrate's office with their registers of the whole population. During the Qin age, more than 90% of China's population were people like the poor farm labourers in Chu's murder case, working in the fields to pay taxes and to feed themselves. For more details of the lives of such people, we now have an amazing set of data from what's been called the most important archaeological discovery in China in the 21st century. In June 2002, an excavation was conducted at a moated site on the north bank of the Yao River, on the ruins of the ancient city of Liyue in Hunan province. Inside the circuit of walls, several old wells were found, 10 feet below present ground surface. One of them, 45 feet deep, had been used as a dump and contained an abandoned Qin local government archive on more than 37,000 bamboo strips. This incredible catch includes registers, letters, tax calculations, data from the Postal Service, monthly consumption figures for army provisions, and the issue of military gear. There are even notes on ethnic groups. And on the slips, we meet the figures of authority in the county, the ministers of public works and defence, and local law officers. What this treasure reveals is the crucial importance of information gathering to the Qin state. Now we actually meet the 5 family groupings, the basic unit of Qin society as proposed by legalist philosophers like Lord Shang. The emperor's minister Li Se had put theory into practice by registering everybody, and in one example from a population register, a single wooden strip lists the owner of the house and his wife and children. From it, we learn that the householder, Huang De's place of origin, is Nanyang. He's ethnically from the Chu state, and his status is 4th rank. He has a wife called Chen and 4 children. He is the head of his 5 family grouping. As the head of a 5 household unit, Mr. De probably had some level of literacy, the basic reading needed to confirm and sign off the data. Some things aren't recorded, including age and occupation. Health status is assumed because scribes elsewhere record chronic illness or disability if it affected ability to work, so evidently the De family were able-bodied. Family records were probably updated every year, with verification through personal contact by local officials. A little later, under the Western Han, the government directly employed 130,000 officials who were fully literate. But there must have been far more people who were able to read, extending right down to local level, including the village teacher, long a mainstay of grassroots education in China. In the Qin era, government depended on broad-based basic writing skills, as well as on professional scribes. Under the Western Han, scribes in training had to pass a written test that included recognising 5,000 characters to qualify for a post. This is the number that in today's China, pupils are expected to recognise by the time they're 12 years old. So writing and information were essential tools of the Qin autocracy. In the 3rd century BCE, the government was already developing standardised population data for use in taxation, crime and labour conscription, and a system of village registration we see again in later periods in the yellow registers of the Ming dynasty, or even the present resident identity card system introduced by the People's Republic in 1984. Along with the written word, the other great pillar of the Qin state was the army, and their image is now known across the world thanks to the astonishing find of the terracotta warriors. They were discovered in 1974, close to Xi'an, at the vast site of the Qin Emperor's tomb complex, which is still being excavated. They appear to us as massed ranks, faceless and regimented, though again, remarkable recent discoveries from tombs at Shuihudi near Wuhan in the Yangtze Valley have turned those assumptions upside down. One tomb contained letters written on wooden boards by 2 brothers, Heifu and Jing, ordinary soldiers in the all-conquering Qin army. They fought in the campaign against the southern state of Chu in 224 to 223 BCE. That brought about the unification of China. Their mother, wives and younger brother were back home in Anlu Town, near Yunmeng in northwest Hubei. Deployed several hundred kilometres from home, the brothers expressed themselves in a personal and straightforward way, with all the vivacity found in the Roman period tablets from Vindolanda on Hadrian's Wall in Britain. Writing to their brother Zhong, they asked for cash to be sent and for their mother to make clothing for them and send it to them at the front. 6th of April, Heifu and Jing send best greetings to their brother Zhong. How's mother? We're fine. Recently we were split up, but we're back together again now. Heifu has entrusted me to beg you for help and to put it into writing. Send me cash. Don't bring summer clothes. Now, when you get this letter, Mother, look in Anlu for silk cloth that's cheap. If there's some that can be made into an unlined skirt and shirt, can you make that and send it with the cash? If the cloth is too dear, just send the cash, and I'll make the clothes myself with hemp cloth. Then war intrudes, and the First Emperor's army is on constant campaign footing. The letter goes on. I and my unit are about to help in attacks on rebel cities in Huiyang, in Henan. How long it will take, how many will be captured or wounded, no one knows. Then come questions about the family. How are Auntie, Sister Konglu, Aunt Gushu? Send them best wishes. To our young Yingfan, best wishes. And what about that business? Is it settled yet? Perhaps a forthcoming marriage. And there's a note to one of the wives to look after their parents well, to give your best, new sister-in-law. The letter ends with a list of regards to old neighbours and friends, not forgetting old Yan Zheng from Bin neighbourhood. The second letter from Jing to his young brother at home repeats the request for money and clothes, suggesting that their situation had become a little desperate. Perhaps they were in debt, and they ask that money be sent speedily. Jing asks whether their aunt's childbirth has gone successfully and shares his worries about the security situation with many rebels on the prowl on the roads. And finally, Jing sends good wishes to the wives, asking them to look after the old parents, and tells his young brother to make sure that his new wife takes care not to go too far away when she's gathering firewood. And do the shrine sacrifices for me, if they're not being done for me, because I'm tied up in a rebel city. P.S. Robbers have entered the new territories. So, Zhong, I wish that right now you weren't going there. Take great care. These letters give us a glimpse into the real lives behind the Terracotta Army. They show ordinary Qin soldiers writing to their families, sharing their feelings and worries. And they show that the army allowed this kind of private communication. Even in times of war, it seems that the postal service from the front line was sufficiently well organised to enable regular contact, and family members could visit the camp to deliver clothing, food and money. But did Jing write the letters himself? The script on the bamboo strip is fine and regular and looks scribal, so maybe the brothers asked a literate colleague to help or even paid a scribe. And yet the letter says, Heifu has entrusted me, Jing, to beg you for help. And it's clearly possible that people of his rank in the army were literate. Later Han documents suggest writing skills were fairly widespread outside the civil service. One soldier, for example, is described as capable of writing reports to higher authorities and managing official business and people. He's somewhat familiar with the texts of the statutes and ordinances. He's 32 years old. So evidently there were many like him already in the Qin Empire, and perhaps Jing was such a literate soldier. These discoveries were only published in 2015 and underline the pace at which our knowledge of early China is changing. Though women were not part of the Qin army, they did accompany their husbands stationed out west in the following century. Women also appear as heads of households in Qin and Han surveys, so we must assume that they too had some writing skills if they were part of the government's system of registration. Women in the Qin Empire could also be in business. The historian Sima Qian mentions the business acumen of a widow called Mrs. Jing from Ba County, who took over the family cinnabar mining firm. This was dangerous, toxic work, especially if she was also involved in the distillation process. They mainly produced mercury sulfide ore for vermilion used in face makeup, for adorning precious objects, and making paint for ceramics. Cinnabar was used as early as the prehistoric Yangshao culture for decorative purposes. Indeed, in traditional medicine, it's still used today in popular insomnia remedies. It was especially in demand, though, during the Qin era, as large quantities of mercury had to be produced for the first emperor's tomb. Like all great autocrats in history, the first emperor created grandiose monuments to himself. The historian Sima Qian tells the story that Shi Huangdi had palaces and pavilions built to symbolize each of the conquered nations, full of their treasures, artifacts, and their women, so the emperor could revisit each of his conquests. Whenever Qin wiped out one of the feudal states, wrote Sima, he would recreate its halls and palaces and reconstruct them on the slope north of Xianyang, facing south over the Wei River. From Yongmen east to the Jing and Wei rivers, mansions, elevated walks, and fenced pavilions succeeded one another, all filled with beautiful women, and the bells and drums that Qin had taken from the feudal rulers. The emperor's conquests, then, were mapped onto the landscape of the capital as a kind of vast memory room. The scale was such that it enabled the emperor to walk among these models of the defeated states, contemplating his triumphs in the looted bronzes, bells, and royal regalia. And it also allowed him to possess the captive women of the former royal families, as he wished. Most celebrated in later poetry and painting was the Epang Palace south of the Wei River, which was said to be the most richly decorated of all. The throne room, as determined by archaeologists from surviving traces of its huge earth platforms, was 690 metres by 115 metres. Under its giant roof, 10,000 people could be seated. Covered walkways joined it to the administrative palace at Xianyang, 6 miles away. They were connected by a bridge over the Wei River, which was itself imagined as an earthly twin of the Milky Way, in a vast symbolic landscape, mirroring the heavenly order, at the centre of which was the palace of the celestial pole. These staggering constructions, which were never completed, drew on an eclectic range of models which open up fascinating perspectives on the Qin dynasty's relation to the outside world. One of the most controversial is the description by Sima Qian of 12 huge bronze figures which were cast for the emperor. Weapons from all over the empire were confiscated, brought to Xianyang and melted down to be used in casting bells, bell stands, and 12 men made of metal. These last weighed 1,000 picals each and were set up in the palace. Now, 1 pical, notionally, was what a man could carry on a shoulder pole, 60 kilograms. So the figure is an impossibility. A statue of 1,000 picals would weigh 60 tons. But did the statues exist? And if so, what was the inspiration behind them? Large-scale figural sculpture, indeed any kind of naturalistic representation of the human body, was unknown at that time in the heartland of China. The recent sensational finds at Sanxing Dui of highly stylized, life-sized bronze figures are from much earlier and left no discernible artistic legacy. So what was the inspiration for this very brief flowering of large-scale figurative art? Recently, intriguing claims have been made of Hellenistic Greek influence from across the deserts of Central Asia. The terracotta warriors themselves are stiff, anatomically inaccurate, but the 11 figures of acrobats, weightlifters or dancers discovered in a separate pit in 1999, and dozens more are still being restored, are a different matter. Only the Greeks at this time were capable of such anatomically well-observed renderings of the human body. In the late 4th century BCE, in the very years when the Qin were beginning their expansion in China, Alexander the Great had conquered Iran and burst into India and Central Asia. Over the next 2 centuries, his successors moved down the Ganges Valley almost to the Bay of Bengal and colonized Bactria and Sogdiana. That they had contact with China across Central Asia seems certain, even though direct evidence is so far lacking. Hellenistic finds in the far west of China include textiles, 2 small statues of soldiers in Xinjiang, and a beautiful Hellenistic bowl from Gansu. Ideas came eastwards too. The theorem of Pythagoras reached China within a couple of generations of Alexander's death. The first known Chinese mission to the Hellenistic cities of Central Asia took place a century later, but there's no difficulty at all in pushing such contacts back earlier. Among the cities Alexander founded in Central Asia, Holchent still exists on the Sir Darya River in Tajikistan, 150 miles west of Fergana. On the Amu Darya, the Oxus in northern Afghanistan, Ai Khanum, with its agora, theatre and gymnasium, survived until it was destroyed in the 2nd century BCE. Between the 250s and the 230s, these cities were part of a powerful Hellenistic kingdom in Bactria that ruled as far east as the Fergana Valley, in the very time when the Greeks believe contacts with the Chinese began. It's fascinating, then, that the story told by Sima Qian was that the Qin emperor had been inspired by descriptions of palaces far to the west when commissioning his 12 statues of big men in foreign robes for his own residence at Qianyang. We've no good description. According to one later source, they were 11 metres tall, and though this is probably an exaggeration, it seems likely that they were larger than life-size. They also carried an inscription. In the 26th year of the emperor, when the emperor for the first time unified all under heaven, and first divided China into provinces, and unified the weights and measures. Hollow and cast in pieces, other evidence suggests the statues were fashioned after non-Chinese prototypes, foreign models. In this case, it seems certain the ideas came from the Hellenistic world of Central Asia. There the techniques of large-scale bronze statuary had been refined, and Greek art and sculpture had become the pictorial language of half the world. It's therefore quite possible that Chinese merchants or ambassadors had seen such statues out to the west. During the lifetime of Qin Shi Huangdi, the Indian Emperor Ashoka of the Mauryan dynasty sent ambassadors to West Asia, Syria, and the Greek Mediterranean. There are also Indian traditions that he sent relics of the Buddha to China. It's probable that the Mauryans at least knew of the existence of the Qin and called them by that name, for the Western name for China is derived from the word Qin, most likely transmitted via the Mauryans through Sanskrit and Persian into Greek. The 12 great Qin bronzes were lost in antiquity. 10 of them melted down in 190 CE, 2 we know survived until the 4th century, but no trace of that astonishing Hellenistic Qin hybrid survives today, except perhaps the terracotta army itself. On the making of the terracotta army, recent archaeological discoveries have given us fascinating new insights into the craftspeople who actually worked on the figures for the tomb complex. About 90 names have been found on figures of humans and horses. They're mainly men, although lacquer painters were more likely to be women, and some of the terracotta potters were women too. They were state artisans employed by palace ceramic workshops, with separate groups responsible for the water pipes, the roof tiles, and the figures. Artisans who normally worked for private workshops in the Xi'an area were also conscripted to work on the project, inscribing their names into the clay of the figures, sometimes prefixed by a county of residence and job description. Some of the items are also inscribed with numerals which appear to be job numbers. Other markings suggest the composition of the workshops, with a master potter or foreman as head of a work brigade of at least 10 potters and apprentices. This suggests a possible workforce of around 1,000 artisans working on the terracotta figures. The potters were mostly men, but one potter is called Yue, her name written with a sign containing a female semantic classifier, used only in phrases describing female beauty. We might call her Belle, a literate female master potter who may have been the head of her workshop, perhaps the daughter of a master potter trained in the family business, just as professional scribes were sometimes daughters of scribes. So Belle could have been brought up in the workshop where she learned her trade along with basic literacy and numeracy skills. These enabled her to inscribe her name, rank, county and job number in the standard orthography onto the objects she was making. A quality control exercise at the time, but for later archaeologists, a delightful insight into one of many craftspeople conscripted to the huge task of tomb construction. Qin Shi Huangdi initiated the construction project for his own tomb when he took the Qin throne, aged only 13. But once he became emperor in 221 BCE, gigantic resources were devoted to its planning and completion. The hard labour of digging out the immense vault and creating the artificial mountain above it was done by penal slaves and conscripted labour. Fragments of ceramics from the workers' cemeteries enable us to pinpoint some of them by name and place of origin. One slave worker on the imperial mausoleum was called Yue. His title was Bugung, denoting a low-ranking civil servant, and his place of origin was Bochang, a village more than 1,000 kilometres from Xi'an, towards the northeastern edge of the empire. An educated man, an ex-civil servant, perhaps Yue had been an officer for the former Qi state. Sentenced to hard labour for an unknown crime, he'd been part of a chain gang, led along the road routes up the Yellow River Valley to the huge construction site under Mount Li. He never returned to his homeland. It's possible he was even killed when the work was completed. The slave Yue was one of hundreds of thousands who worked on the insatiable construction projects of the Qin Empire. The most famous, of course, was the royal tomb itself, built underneath Mount Li at Lintong, 25 kilometres west of today's Xi'an, one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world. Writing a century or so after the emperor's death, Sima Qian tells the story of its construction in an unforgettable passage. When the first emperor ascended the throne, the digging and preparation at Mount Li began. After he unified his empire, 700,000 men were sent there from all over his empire. They dug down deep to underground springs, pouring copper to place the outer casing of the coffin. Palaces and viewing towers housing 100 officials were built and filled with treasures and rare artefacts. Workmen were instructed to make automatic crossbows primed to shoot at intruders. Mercury was used to simulate the 100 rivers, the Yangtze and the Yellow River and the Great Sea, and set to flow mechanically. Above, the heaven is depicted. Below, the geographical features of the land. Candles were made of mermaid's fat, which is calculated to burn and not extinguish for a long time. The second emperor, his son, said, "It is inappropriate for the wives of the late emperor who have no sons to be free." He then ordered that they should accompany the dead, and a great many died. After the burial, it was suggested that it would be a serious breach if the craftsmen who constructed the tomb and knew of its treasure were to divulge those secrets. And therefore, after the funeral ceremonies, the inner passages and doorways were blocked and the exits sealed, trapping the workers and craftsmen inside. None could escape. Trees and vegetation were then planted on the tomb mound, so it resembled a hill. This then was to be a tomb for eternity. Here the emperor's spirit would be guarded by spectral armies and attendants in a labyrinthine complex. Above-ground rituals for the founding ancestor would be carried out forever by his later descendants. The site extends over 100 square kilometres and is still not entirely mapped, let alone wholly excavated. Pits bordering the tomb complex have so far yielded over 8,000 terracotta soldiers, 130 chariots with 520 horses, 150 cavalry horses, acrobats, officials, musicians, and even a strongman. Other pits recently uncovered include dismembered remains. These may be the remains of childless concubines, who Sima Xian says were killed when the emperor was entombed. The tomb itself, under its enormous mound, remains unopened. The archaeologists fear they may not have the resources or the expertise to deal with the sheer quantity of fragile material which may still lie inside, and that once exposed to the air may be lost. They're proceeding carefully, therefore, though the use of geophysical surveys has brought fascinating new insights. We know now, for example, that the whole mound, flattened and eroded over so many centuries, originally measured 515 metres from north to south and 485 from east to west. The plan included underground dams with sealed, tiled channels to divert subterranean springs. The designers were apparently successful in doing this, as the tomb seems to have escaped flooding. The underground palace was rectangular in shape, rather like the great royal tombs of earlier epochs, going back to the grave pits of the Shang, but on an even bigger scale. An immense pit was dug to the depth of at least 30 metres below the original ground level. This was then lined with a massive burnt brick perimeter wall, 460 metres by 390, and about 4 metres high. Inside this rectangle, a huge brick structure was built with a hollow interior to surround the actual burial chamber. In 2003, geophysical and geochemical analysis of the soil found unusually high levels of mercury concentrated in one area. Its distribution suggests a vestige of the model of China's great rivers laid down on the floor of the tomb, confirming Sema's account of its design and construction. The quantity of mercury needed to achieve this, industrially reduced from mined cinnabar in workshops run by the likes of Widow Qing in Ba County, is little short of mind-boggling. The buildings on the surface of the site were destroyed in the Great Revolt that overthrew the dynasty after the emperor's death, and the grave pit may have been plundered at that time. But the main body of the tomb chamber has not collapsed, and the massive wooden structure still exists underneath the tomb mound. The large concentrations of mercury might also suggest that the burial chamber was not open to the elements. It's possible, then, that the first emperor still lies entombed in his underground palace, surrounded by the bones of his servants. The great tomb was to be the ritual centre that would perpetuate the emperor's authority over the world, even after his death. A memory palace for 10,000 generations. Yet, for all the emperor's hopes that his empire would last for all time, the collapse was extraordinarily swift. Within 6 years, like other great dynasties in Chinese history, the Qin was overthrown by massive peasant rebellions. As always, heaven announced the changing mandate with signs and omens. In 211 BCE, a meteor fell in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. When the stone was recovered, someone had inscribed on it, "The first emperor will die, and his lands shall be divided." According to Civilisation, the event was frantically investigated by the now dying emperor. When no culprit was found, the local people living where the meteor fell were killed, and the stone was burned and pulverized. By this point in his reign, later historians claimed, the emperor had become mentally unbalanced. Increasingly drawn to megalomaniac schemes, he climbed sacred mountains to distill the dew of dawn, and sent young girls and boys on sea journeys seeking the mythical isles of the blessed. Finally, debilitated by alchemical concoctions devised by his physicians as pills of immortality, he died on the 10th of September, 210 BCE, still not 50 years old. The first political genius of Chinese history, Qin Shi Huangdi, bequeathed China the template of a state unified by force. He also passed on the dark model of the all-powerful emperor in whose person coercive power, morality and law were all combined. These two legacies would provide a continuing tension in the heart of China's political culture. As the later poet Du Mu said, "If Qin could have loved its people, then the Qin dynasty could have lasted not 3, but 1,000 generations. If the later generations only lamented Qin's tragic ending, but failed to learn a lesson from it, then the vicious cycle would repeat itself." The reign of the first emperor is one of the most important moments in the history of China. The transformation of society and culture under the Qin was so great that it can only be described as a thoroughgoing revolution, perhaps the only real revolution until the 20th century. Qin Shi Huangdi began a new epoch and put the ruler at the centre of the historical narrative. He created a unified territory and introduced a centralised bureaucracy. His government controlled people right down to the family group and measured land to the last mu, helping to reinforce the idea of one polity subordinate to the emperor's will. Short-lived as it was, the Qin Empire bequeathed a legacy that has informed every period of government that followed, through many dynasties down to the Republic, to Mao, and even today's People's Republic. The principle that authority over a united China stems from a single source of power, which is both the executive and the dispenser of law. The Qin's way of thought has always met with approval in periods of Chinese history when disorder threatened. Chairman Mao described himself as a mixture of Marx and Qin Shi Huangdi. The seductive image of Confucius's sage ruler and the coercive power recommended by the legalist Lord Shang, it would turn out, were both tools in the hands of an autocrat. But the Qin unified China. From then on, for all its ups and downs, the idea of China as a unitary civilization persisted as the goal to return to. In the opening words of the famous Ming novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written more than 15 centuries later, "The empire that is united will one day fall apart, and what is divided will come back together again. So it has always been." Chapter 5. The Han Empire. Founded by a peasant rebel, Liu Bang, the Han is one of the great dynasties of China. Their influence on later history was profound, so much so that the Chinese still call themselves Han today. Covering a 400-year period, there were many great achievements in Han governance and culture. Their empire spans the period of the later Roman Republic and the early empire in the West, with whom China had diplomatic and commercial relations for the first time. In recent years, as with the Qin, astonishing archaeological discoveries have opened up their world to us, including even letters by ordinary people in government offices and soldiers and administrators at watchtowers and way stations out on the Silk Road in Central Asia. Their story begins with the turmoil that followed the sudden death of the first emperor and the swift dissolution of his hated rule. The first emperor of Qin had died in northeast China on one of his grand royal tours on the 10th of September 210 BCE, and he was succeeded by his son. It was only 11 years after the unification. Aware of seething resentment among the people and fearing a general uprising, his ministers concealed the emperor's death for the 2-month journey back to the capital. Legend says the royal procession was accompanied by carts of fish to conceal the stink of the decomposing body. As ministers and the royal clan disputed the succession, the atmosphere built up like an electrical storm, heavy with the charge of revolt. The following summer, chaos was unleashed. The scene is one of extraordinary drama, even by the standards of the time. With the godlike and vicious first emperor dead, the net of fear cast by his rule began to unravel. In the muggy monsoon heat of July 209 BCE, an army of 900 press-ganged peasants headed through Anhui up the Old North Road, led by Qin army officers. When they reached the Huai River, the summer rains burst in a torrential downpour, reducing the countryside to a lake. Faced with rising waters at the way station of Dazisiang, Big Swamp Village, they could go no further. The harsh Qin law, however, decreed the death penalty for failure to fulfill orders, no matter what the excuse. The officers leading the peasants were two obscure men long remembered in Chinese history, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Both of these Qin army captains decided to fight rather than meekly give up their lives. They knew the state was already in turmoil, that the emperor's eldest son and heir had been forced to commit suicide on his father's orders, and that though the younger son was now on the throne, allegiance was hemorrhaging in the provinces. So Chen fabricated a prophecy written on a piece of cloth which he pulled theatrically from the entrails of a fish taken from the flood waters. The Qin would be overthrown, the old kingdoms restored, and Chen would be king. They then killed any officers who stood in their way and began the revolt. Joined by disaffected local officials and rebellious farmers, they soon numbered 10,000 strong. It was the first rising against the hitherto invincible Qin Empire. During the following year, rebellion broke out in many places. Joined by more disgruntled farmers and local garrisons, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang marched their peasant army on the capital, but were crushed by the disciplined Qin army with its chariots and mechanical crossbows. In the aftermath, the two were killed by their own men, but they were remembered in folk stories and are still found among the plethora of characters portrayed as door gods in Taoist shrines and village temples, for whom incense is lit at the threshold. And nor was their watchword forgotten. Are kings and nobles given their status by birth? The risings against the Qin now coalesced into two main rebel movements. The first was led by a former peasant, Liu Bang, who had risen to be a county scribe and a local magistrate. Liu is one of the most remarkable figures in Chinese history, and many legends gathered around him in later times, which are still told today in folk tradition and in the storytelling houses. It was said that his mother had given birth to him in a tremendous lightning storm while sheltering under a bridge. Above the bridge, her husband saw an omen, a dragon hovering in the clouds. Towards the end of the first emperor's reign, Liu had been ordered to escort a party of convicts to join the labour gangs working on the first emperor's mausoleum. But on the road some broke their chains and escaped. As Liu was responsible, the penalty again was death under Qin law. So he decided to release the rest of the prisoners and became a fugitive himself with a price on his head. He fled to a land of rocky wooded outcrops around Mangdang down the Henan plain. There Liu took refuge in an abandoned fort where other outlaws had gathered, including a former local magistrate who was his old patron. They patiently waited for their chance, and the following year, as central China rose up in arms, they took it. Liu joined up with a bigger rebel army under a charismatic, violent warlord, Xiang Yu. Together the two coordinated an attack on the Qin capital. After many reverses, Xiang defeated the Qin army, killed the new emperor, and sacked the capital. They burned the first emperor's splendid palaces, among them the unfinished Ebang Palace, which was subsequently remembered as the most glamorous in all of history. Xiang was now in control of a huge swathe of central China and announced himself as the paramount ruler, the hegemon king. He made his subordinate, Liu, Lord of Han, that is, of the valley of the Han River, which meets the Yangtze at Wuhan. Tensions between the two soon escalated, however, and eventually the erstwhile allies fought a bitter war for the imperial throne. After 3 years of conflict, Liu defeated Xiang, who committed suicide. Xiang's almost supernatural bravery and cruelty ensured him a long afterlife as a hero and a villain in folk tales, poetry, novels, opera, and latterly in films, comics, and video games. So Liu was proclaimed emperor. Seeking validation from heaven, the court astrologers announced that the 5-planet alignment of May 205 BCE had announced the conferral of the mandate on the Han, just as it had with the Xia, the Shang, and the Zhou dynasties. In 202 BCE, Liu was declared emperor of the new dynasty, which he named after his own lordship, the Han. Despite his peasant origins, Liu Bang had some experience in law and administration, and therefore as emperor he began by abolishing the most repressive Qin laws while keeping their bureaucratic structures. Like the other great peasant emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming, he instituted changes to help the poor with land reforms, reduction of land taxes, and lessening the hated burden of forced labour. Gradually, the Han accrued huge power. Under his successors, new capitals were laid out at Chang'an, today's Xi'an, and Luoyang, with imperial architecture on a vast scale. The high point of Han military power and cultural achievement came under Emperor Wu, who ruled from 141 to 87 BCE, a contemporary of the later Roman Republic in the West. In terms of the broad ethos of governance, the early Han rulers had followed the legalist leanings of the Qin. However, under Wu and his successors, Confucius was rehabilitated, and imperial scholars were entrusted with devising a new curriculum that would serve the state. They collated and reconstructed the classics banned by the Qin, and added more, with commentaries on the canon created by Confucius. They also included history, notably the spring and autumn annals traditionally attributed to the master himself. These texts received official status as textbooks for schools and civil service examinations, and so began what would turn out to be a 2 millennia-long linkage between the Confucian classics and Chinese political discourse that exerted huge influence over political ideas and personal behaviour in traditional China. The Han scholar Dong Zhongshu argued that the Han had proved themselves the legitimate successors to the true models of kingship, the Zhou. Their mixture of Confucian humanism and legalist harshness, empowered by Confucius's vision of history, would survive to the 20th century. Like the Roman Empire, with its defended frontiers in North Britain, on the Rhine, the Danube and the Euphrates, the big geopolitical issue for the Han was their relations with people beyond their borders who did not acknowledge Han rule and Han law. Throughout its history, the Chinese state shared the lands of East Asia with other powers, which sometimes, as under the Song, ruled only part of China proper, and sometimes, as with the Yuan and the Qing, ruled all of China. In the Han period, this perennial historic confrontation between the sedentary and the nomadic focused on the vast semi-nomadic confederation of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu extended along the northern edge of the empire in an immense arc from the Irtysh River in today's Kazakhstan to the Amur River in the northeast, and from Lake Baikal in the north to the middle stretches of the Yellow River where it crosses the Ordos Plateau. In 201 BCE, the newly inaugurated Liu Bang suffered a heavy defeat in northern Shaanxi. After that, the Chinese adopted a policy of peace and alliance with diplomacy instead of war. This would be accomplished through dynastic marriage and gift-giving, in effect, a tributary relationship. Still, there were many attacks, and in the late 2nd century BCE, after decades of conflict, Emperor Wu decided to force them to acknowledge his supremacy. From the 130s BCE, Wu mounted several huge military expeditions into Xiongnu territory, with massive attacks by tens of thousands of cavalry, forcing his enemies to retreat beyond the Gobi Desert. These northern desert wars were on a scale never seen before in world history, dwarfing the armies with which Alexander the Great had invaded Persia and India. And from then on, the upper hand lay with the Han. In spring 110 BCE, led by the emperor himself, a colossal Han force of 12 army groups assembled at Yunyang in Hubei, 200 miles southwest of Xi'an. From there they marched up the Yellow River Valley to the top of the great bend of the river in the Ordos, beyond the Qin Long Walls, past Lake Jiuyan, skirting the edge of the Gobi Desert, to the Chanyu Plateau. This was an important Xiongnu campsite near one of the headwaters of the Toul River that flows into Lake Baikal, not far from present-day Ulaanbaatar. Having demonstrated their overwhelming force, the army finally returned to the north bank of the Yellow River. As a piece of logistics, this was a tour de force, noted a later writer, though in reality it did not achieve very much. With the expedition was a 35-year-old newly married scholar, on the royal staff as a ritualist and archive keeper. This man was the future grand historian of China, Sima Qian. For Sima, this spectacle of the realities of war and of the military power of the Han must have been a telling and exhilarating experience, providing him with raw material and an exemplar that would help shape his approach to writing a new kind of history. History is one of the keys to Chinese culture. In all states, the rulers create the narrative of a common past with which people can identify and which helps create allegiance. But in no state has this been more important. The famous story of the Qin emperor killing the historians and burning their books was emblematic, fearing the power of the past to discredit the present. History was political in the truest sense. In no Chinese epoch of imperial times, therefore, are there historians like Herodotus or Thucydides who were writing for themselves. In China, history was written to endorse the assumption of the mandate of heaven. It was also written to uphold the timeless values of the canonical tradition as determined by Confucius and his followers, at the centre of which were ritual, morality, and history. It's no accident, then, that recent finds excavated in Han tombs have yielded bamboo strips that include excerpts from the spring and autumn annals in the hands of local magistrates and administrators. This was the core of the historical canon and was part of an official's training. Sima Qian would bring together these earlier ideas in a great synthesis which would determine the future path of historical writing and interpretation in China, with its exemplary Confucian moral voice. A younger contemporary of the Greek historian Polybius, Sima was born in about 145 BCE, 75 years after the death of the Qin emperor. So his time was almost within living memory, but certainly within accurate second-hand tradition. His family home was a gentry estate outside the town of Hancheng, northeast of Xi'an, a wonderfully atmospheric place where the Yellow River completes its great arc south through a steep gorge before entering the plains. The landscape there has deep associations with the tales of Yue the Great, the story with which the young Sima grew up. Still a small town by Chinese standards, Hancheng has so far escaped the devastation of modernity and still has scores of historic houses in its narrow alleys. Sima's tomb is reached by a steep stairway under brick and wood memorial arches, up a wooded hillside with magnificent views over the river. A place of pilgrimage for centuries, the complex with its ancestral temple was refurbished under every dynasty since the Tang. At the circular brick tomb, where an ancient cypress tree grows out of the roof, a stele written by an official of the Qing dynasty salutes Sima not as a historian, but as keeper of the calendar and the astronomy of the Han. Sima's father had been a court servant under Emperor Wu, but had fallen from favour. He too is often called a grand historian, but that's to give the wrong impression of what his job was. The Sima family were descended from ritualists who, from the Zhou period, had recorded royal deeds, sacrifices, and omens. They played an important role in interpreting and predicting the course of government, according to the influence of the sun, moon, and stars. In other words, they were interpreters of the fluid relationship between humanity and the cosmos, court astrologers akin to the Roman augurs. Since the early days of the Zhou, the keepers of the calendar had recorded the deeds and journeys, the proclamations and sacrifices of the kings, and these were read out at ritual occasions. Such was the job Sima would inherit from his father, and in the end, producing the defining text on early Chinese history. In his vast book, Historical Records, the most famous of all works of Chinese history, and one of the great products of the Han Age, Sima gives a laconic summary of his own life in the third person. Turned into a first-person narrative, it's a fascinating biographical record of the intellectual, emotional and cultural roots of one of the great figures in Chinese civilization. I was born in Longmen, Sima writes. I ploughed and kept flocks on the sunny side of the hills along the Yellow River. By the age of 10, I could read aloud the classical texts. When I was 20, I travelled south to the Yangtze and Huai rivers. I climbed Mount Kuaji, looking for the cave of King Yu, and I saw the 9 peaks of Jiuyi in Henan, the burial place of the primordial ruler, the first farmer Shun. I sailed down the Yuan and Xiang rivers, and in the north forded the Wen and Se rivers. I studied the learning of the cities of Qi and Lu. I observed the customs and practices inherited from Confucius, and I took part in the archery contest at Mount Yi in Zhou. I met with trouble and danger, and then I passed through Liang and Chu and returned home. And afterwards I served as a palace gentleman. Aged 20, that journey round China was of crucial importance in Sima life, as a similar journey had been to Confucius. Travelling gave Sima a feeling for the diverse culture and geography of China and for the antiquity of its story. He visited the burial places of legendary founders, but also the sites of recent history, including Chufu, the birthplace of Confucius, where he immersed himself in the living Confucian tradition firsthand through the Kong clan. And all the way he asked questions of the old people about their stories and traditions, which, as he discovered, were often diametrically opposed to received versions in the official texts. After his return home, Sima married and had 2 sons and a daughter. His job as a palace attendant included duties on inspection tours with the Emperor Wu, among them, as we saw, the military expedition into Mongolia. Then Sima's father, Sima Tan, fell ill. On his desk, Sima Tan had left unfinished, or in note form, a privately compiled work of history. It was intended to be not simply a list of records, but an interpretation of the records, involving those key aspects of historical writing, judgment, and critical selection. The aim, he told his son, was to continue a thread that has been handed on for 1,000 years. The issue, Sima's father said, was that over recent times some states have annexed others, historical records have been lost and excised, most famously in the book burnings of the Qin emperor. But now, Sima's father continued, contemplating his unfulfilled plans, the Han has risen up, and all within the seas is united. And though I became grand historian, I have not placed on record the enlightened rulers, the loyal ministers and public servants who would have given their lives out of their sense of duty. And now I fear that the historical writings of all under heaven will be discarded. Exactly how much Sima Tan had already written is not known. Nevertheless, at this point, as his son tells the story, grasping my hands with tears in his eyes, my father made me swear to complete it. Don't forget what I intended to argue and to set down in writing. Sima started his task after his father's death in 109 BCE. 3 years later, he was made court astrologer. In 105 BCE, he was also one of the scholars chosen to reform the Qin calendar and produce a new Han calendar. His learning was being recognized by all, and he was a valued counselor of the great emperor, who was now in his mid-50s and had been on the throne for 41 years. But then came a fateful change in his fortunes. In 99 BCE, Sima was caught up in an affair of state when a general Li Ling was condemned for a military failure against the Xiongnu. Li wasn't a friend, but Sima respected him as a loyal servant, and he defended him. But he was alone in doing so. A man swift to anger, Emperor Wu was enraged at Sima's boldness in speaking out and sentenced him to death. The sentence could only be commuted by an enormous sum of money or by castration, faced with which any gentleman would ask to be permitted to commit suicide. Sima, though, had sworn an inviolable oath to his father that he would finish his great work of history. So in filial piety, he submitted to the knife, as he put it, in the hothouse warmth of the silkworm chamber. After that pain and humiliation and 3 years in prison, Sima chose to live as a palace eunuch in the imperial administration, while working on his history in private. He was, he said, driven by the fear that the deeds of the great people of the past would be forgotten, and that my writings would be lost to posterity. As he put it in writing to his friend Ren An, in one of the most famous letters in Chinese history. I too have ventured not to be modest, but have committed myself to my useless writings. I've gathered up and brought together the old traditions of the world which were scattered and lost. I've examined the deeds and the events of the past, and investigated the principles behind their success and failure, their rise and decay, in 130 chapters. I wished to examine all that concerns heaven and man, to penetrate the changes of the past and present, completing all as the work of one family. But before I'd finished my rough manuscript, I met with this calamity. It's because I regretted that it had not been completed that I submitted to the extreme penalty without rancour. When I've truly completed this work, I shall deposit it in the famous mountain, if it may be handed down to men who will appreciate it and penetrate to the villages and the great cities. Then, though I should suffer 1,000 mutilations, what regret should I have? Already in draft, when disaster struck, the book was finished in 94 BCE. Despite its great fame as the foundation of the historical record of China, until recently most of its 130 chapters were untranslated outside East Asia, with only certain treatises, the key biographies, and the annals on the Qin being well known beyond China. The problem for Sima Qian, as for all historians, was how to organize his picture of the past. To use Western analogies, would he use narrative like Herodotus or Polybius, biography like Plutarch, or analysis of institutions like Aristotle? If those comparisons seem to exaggerate the intellectual originality of a writer 2 millennia ago, they're there simply to point out that intuitively, and perhaps consciously, Sima perceived that in history no one approach will do. The complexity of events and historical process cannot be rendered in one straight narrative, but must mix between those different elements. Sima solved the problem for himself by forsaking an integrated narrative for 5 main sections in an encyclopedic form, which consider the calendar, religion, and music, as well as biography. That said, we should be wary of assuming that anyone in China before the middle of the first millennium CE had any sense of history in a modern sense. In Sima's writing, the religious and mythic element is very strong, and so too is the moral. Indeed, for him, history is a prime source of morality. At a basic level too, as Sima himself tells it, a further key motivation was filial piety. Sima wanted to pass down the memory of his disparaged father through his great passage on the value of history, even if the words, in fact, are Sima's own. In the aftermath of the Second World War and the Holocaust, Hannah Arendt wrote that good is on the limited scale in history, evil on the unlimited. In China, history is mainly optimistic, even if the lesson of history was that disorder, cruelty, and violence were more the norm than periods of peace. For Sima Qian, if evil may triumph in the short term, it's the historians who ensure that in the long term the record of good deeds, human values, and justice is passed on. Preserving the memory, then, is also a moral task. In that, Confucius was a big influence on Sima's worldview with his insistence on humanity and virtue. Sima's own story, his own sufferings, and the honesty of his letter to Ren made later generations think his way. Sima's legacy was a base text on which later Chinese historians would build. First, there was the conceptual framework, the narrative of prehistory, and the first 3 dynasties, painstakingly reconstructed from pre-Qin sources, oral tradition, and even surviving material remains, including bronzes. Then there was the history of the successive dynasties which followed, culminating in the Han peace. And following that was the idea of morality as the driving force of history. So the Zhou conception of history was now the model. Heaven-inspired, the mandate was working itself out in history and can be understood in the past and defined by the historian as a model for the future. For Sir Martian, then, as for Confucius, history becomes a guide to the present, as it still is in China, more than in any other country. In recent years, remarkable archaeological discoveries have begun to reveal details of the Han order at the grassroots level. Han China was an agricultural civilization, as China was up to the late 20th century. In the 1980s, 4/5 of the population was still rural, compared to only 1/4 today. In agriculture, the legacy of the brutal extortion and exploitation under the Qin had been widespread rural unrest. The punishments in the Han law book would remain essentially the same as we saw in the Qin. However, statesmen in the Han tried to ameliorate conditions for the peasants by cutting the land tax, improving forced labour laws, and freeing people who'd sold themselves into slavery during the massive disorder that accompanied the fall of the Qin. And the new documentary finds allow us to see the lives of such peasants in some detail for the first time in Chinese history. In the excavation of a Han cemetery by the Yangtze at Jiangling in Hubei, the tomb of Zhang Yan was uncovered. Mr. Zhang was a landowner and a local official who died in 153 CE. His job was to collect the local taxes from the farmers. And like the Qin local official we met earlier, Zhang's tomb contained his reference works as a civil servant, including the wooden slips that were the records of local administration. Among them is a group of bamboo slips called Granary Records of Zheng Village. And these are as mesmerizing a record of subjection and labour as the fragmentary Roman estate surveys or doomsday book from the medieval West. Zheng Village lay on the right bank of the Yangtze, in lands liable to flood, on the great curve of the river in northern Hubei. In the Han period, this was a region of agricultural colonization, with the extension of irrigation systems and the building of new river dikes to protect from summer floods. The workforce lived in villages and communal households, cultivating for their lord. The lord held their estate from the emperor as a fiefdom, and part of it, private fields, was used by peasant families for their own sustenance. The bamboo strips that were found included local government receipts for grain seeds loaned to the 25 farming families of Zheng Village. These people laboured, like most of the poor throughout history, to feed the rich before they could feed themselves. The receipts record the amount of cultivated land and the complete population of the village, enabling us to take one community in the heyday of the Han and see the subsistence level of its ordinary people. Excluding infants, the 25 families of Zheng Village added up to 105 persons, of whom 69 were deemed capable of doing agricultural labour. Excluding the lord's land, from which a portion of the produce came to the workforce, the village had a total of 617 mo of land. Now, mo varied in size, but was roughly 800 square yards, a sixth of an acre. So the total area of cultivatable land in Zheng Village was over 100 acres, and each family had about 4 acres. The average Han farmer then, if this is anything to go by, had a small amount of land by Western standards, especially if compared with the Roman estate surveys or Anglo-Saxon England, where, though admittedly in a much more sparsely populated land, one family had a notional 120 acres. With such pressure on people in daily life in Han China, there was no room for failure, especially in times of famine. The receipts found in Mr. Zhang's tomb name one farmer called Mr. Yue, whose family consisted of 8 people, perhaps his wife, children, and parents. Yue had 15 mo of land, 6,800 square yards, less than an acre and a half. The dark soil of Jiangling was, and still is, rich and intensely irrigated from the river floods that had built up fertility over the centuries. This made multiple cropping possible. In the south, as many as 3 or even 4 crops may be grown simultaneously. And no doubt that was how Farmer Yue and his family survived, along with selling or bartering their tiny surplus. But living conditions and labour must have been harsh indeed. Like later Chinese farmers, before modern agribusiness took over the countryside, the Chinese system of agriculture was more like market gardening. Everywhere the landscape was a pattern of small holdings, as still can be seen in parts of the Yangtze Delta, with the fields divided into gardens rather than what might be called farms. Paintings in Han tombs show how rural estates included ploughing with oxen and tilling, but also vegetable gardens, where farmers do hoeing surrounded by mud brick walls with chickens and pigs, mulberry groves and fruit trees. This system of small farms was always intensive, aimed at feeding the greatest number of mouths on the spot. The extraordinary thing is how little some of these factors changed over Chinese history. In 1909, the American soil scientist Franklin King made a 9-month tour of the Far East, with a longer stay in Shandong. There he looked at the lives of what he called the farmers of 40 centuries. Among the farmers he interviewed was one man with a family of 12 that included parents, his wife and children, along with a working donkey, a cow, and 2 pigs. He farmed 2.5 acres, where he grew wheat, millet, sweet potatoes, and beans. Another holding nearby, of 1 2/3 acres, supported a family of 10. These are exactly the figures in the Han documents. Obviously, late imperial China had a far bigger population than in the Han, and much more land was under cultivation at the start of the 20th century. King's estimate, though, by averaging the 7 holdings he recorded, was a density of nearly 1,800 people per square mile, excluding animals. This shows why governments from the Han onwards attempted to relieve the pressure on farming that had existed throughout Chinese history. As King observed, the remarkable maintenance of efficiency attained by Chinese farmers centuries ago and projected into the present with little apparent decadence merits the most profound study. And with such huge population density, King concluded, it's clear that either very effective agricultural methods are practiced, or else extreme economy is exercised. The answer, of course, was that both were true. From his observations in the field, King also drew some conclusions about the character of Chinese rural culture, which we may well imagine were shared by Mr. Yue in the Han. Nothing jars more than incurring needless expense, King wrote, extravagance of any form, or poor judgment in making purchases. Daily we became more and more impressed by the evidence of the intense and incessant stress imposed by the dense population through centuries, and how under it the laws of heredity have wrought upon the people, affecting constitution, habits, and character. Even the cattle and sheep have not escaped its irresistible power. Such observations lie behind the revelation of the newly discovered Qin and Han farming documents, an entirely new source for the story of China, that bring to life the summaries, statutes, and management texts of the literati. With the experience of centuries behind them, Han dynasty farmers like Mr. Yue in Zheng village used their skills, ingenuity, and energy to wrest a living from the soil. Constant attention to detail, unremitting toil, and infinite patience provided them with a means of subsistence in normal times. Still, the equilibrium was always fragile and easily wiped away in times of disaster, especially in flood and famine, which bred a stoicism and fatalism that can already be seen in the peasant songs from the 8th century BCE Book of Songs. From ancient times till today, many observers of the Chinese people have remarked that certain human qualities, such as their optimism and fortitude, their honesty and community spirit, also help them to face recurrent calamities. As a European traveller of the 1920s observed, no other peasantry in the world gives such an impression of belonging so much to the soil. Here the whole of life and the whole of death takes place on the inherited ground. Man belongs to the soil, not the soil to the man. It will never let its children go. However much they may increase in numbers, they remain upon it, wringing from nature her scanty gifts by ever more assiduous labour. For Farmer Yue and his neighbours, who were still responsible for taxes and forced labour dues, it was easy to be driven into bankruptcy. When big landowners bought up farmland of bankrupt tenants, the landless men had to become hired labourers, a pattern seen throughout Chinese history. It was the same, of course, in medieval Europe, or on the great estates on the plains of Iraq in the Caliphate, in the rice villages of southern India in the Cholan Empire. In all early agricultural societies, this was the condition of the masses whose labour sustained the incredible riches of the upper classes. By the end of the Han era, wealthy families had come to own huge numbers of once independent small farms. Some of these are depicted on the walls of Han tombs with their manor house, barns and stables, fruit and vegetable gardens, industrial workshops, and outhouses making beer and wine. The spread of these private manors began to mark the rise of a landed aristocracy who will become powerful over the next few centuries and dominate the heartland of China until their demise at the end of the Tang dynasty. The government of the Han was therefore a continuation of the Qin, albeit less oppressive. If Confucius and his followers had laid down the ideal of moral rulership, and if the Qin had created a model of administration run on legalist principles, then the Han rulers took these ideas and bent them to their will over a 400-year period, and all later empires rested on its foundation. Such a far-reaching administration that could extend down to record the lives of people like Farmer Yue was only made possible by writing. As standardized by the Qin, writing was now used by the state at every level, and so scribes were essential components of an increasingly complex bureaucracy. They were the people who carried the reach of the government into the provinces, the towns and villages of the empire. Through them, the state could supervise the population, exploit its labour, and control and punish. New documentary discoveries show that there were scribal schools under the Han, and that the office of scribe often ran in families handed down from generation to generation, similar to the diviners and the keepers of the calendar. As the empire expanded to a population of 60 million, far more scribes were required than could be provided by the hereditary system. Specifically, more than 120,000 professional scribes were needed in the Han, all of whom had to be trained and examined. Already literate at home by 17 years old, they would then go to school for 3 years of formal study. If a pupil failed, the teacher was fined. There were written and oral tests in mid-autumn, and this is the first evidence for any kind of civil service examination in China, where men of skill and merit were recruited for government service. Candidates were tested to recite from memory, to write out 5,000 words from a scribal primer, and to brush characters in 8 different calligraphy styles. For divination candidates, the form was slightly different. A prospective diviner had to read and write 3,000 words from the same scribal primer, but also chant 3,000 words from a diviner's book, and then perform 6 test divinations for the examiners using yarrow stalks, and they had to get at least one accurate in order to pass. That was at a beginner's level. For the upper grades, a top diviner had to know 30,000 words, almost on the level of a leading scholar in later times. The control of writing as an instrument of governance, therefore, was central to the Han system of rule. In early China, as the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss noted about all early societies, writing favoured the exploitation rather than the enlightenment of mankind, its primary function as a means of communication being to facilitate the enslavement of other human beings. It was in Sima Xian's lifetime that the first direct contacts took place between Han China and the West, along the Silk Road. The Greek historian Polybius of Megalopolis, who'd been an eyewitness to the sack of Carthage by the Romans and who died in around 125 BCE, suggests a growing awareness of this changing world in a prophetic passage. In earlier times, Polybius wrote, the world's history had been a series of unrelated episodes, but from now on, history becomes an organic whole. The affairs of Europe and Africa are connected with those of Asia, and those of Asia with Africa and Europe, and all events bear a relationship and contribute to a single end. Chinese contacts with West Asia, as we've seen, had probably already taken place during the Qin. The Central Asian world had been opened up by the conquests of Alexander the Great and his successors, spreading Greek culture into Central Asia. The Hellenistic age was cosmopolitan, multilingual, and multi-ethnic. Greek cities with mixed populations were founded on the Amu Darya, the Oxus River in northern Afghanistan, and on the Sir Darya in Tajikistan. The geographer Strabo says 80 cities in that region had Greek foundations. Great Silk Road oases like Samarkand were vectors of Greek culture and goods, easily reachable from the Tarim Basin on the western edge of the Han world. It was inevitable that they would make contact with the Han in Central Asia. And from now on, continuous links begin that would bring Roman embassies to China in the Antonine period. From that time, the journey to the western regions became an open passage, wrote the later historian Sima Guang. Han diplomacy began to put feelers out to the many kingdoms in the vast tracts of Central Asia between the Iranian Plateau and Xinjiang, across the Pamirs to Samarkand and Parthia. The leader of the first Han embassies to the West was the diplomat Zhang Xian. After an initial exploratory mission and a period of captivity by the Xiongnu, Zhang led a lavish train with 300 men, 2,000 horses, cattle, sheep, gifts of gold, silver, and silk brocades. With a commission from the emperor to visit other kingdoms in the western regions, he travelled to Wusun, near Lake Isikul, in today's Kyrgyzstan, where he stayed as a guest of the ruler and recruited translators. He sent subsidiary embassies out to Kolkand in modern Uzbekistan, to Samarkand, Kunduz in northern Afghanistan, and to Persia. They gathered information about the routes down into India and across to the Near East. And henceforth the western regions started to make commerce with the Han. And for all this, Zhang Xian became a much respected celebrity at the Han court. Henceforth, the kingdoms in the western regions began to commence trading activities with the Han, wrote Sima Guang. The Han envoy groups that travelled west to Central Asia varied in size, some of them numbering over several hundred. The smallest ones made up 100 or so. These envoys, travelling long distances to the far west, possibly the Mediterranean, could take as long as 8 or 9 years to complete a round trip. Even the shortest ones could take several years to accomplish. But the opening of what would later be known as the Silk Road changed the geopolitics of Eurasia, and from then on, contacts were unbroken with the lands of West Asia. So what was life like for the soldiers and officials out on the Silk Road post stations? From the western end of the Ming Great Wall, at the Jiaoguan Pass in Gansu, the westernmost point of traditional China, the traveller can look out from the ramparts to where the mud-brick Han Dynasty frontier wall snakes off into the sand dunes westwards. There dust storms frequently roll menacingly across the desert. Out on the old route west are the ruined mud-brick remains of forts, stations and watchtowers connecting the oases into Central Asia. All these were linked by the imperial post system. And here again, recent documentary discoveries have brought vivid insights into people's lives out on the edge of the Han Imperium. The postal system already existed under the Qin, but by the Han it extended vast distances into Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia. The network of postal stations delivered official documents and private mail by relays of runners and mounted carriers. The letters were of bamboo or wooden strips and boards, but also on paper and silk. Letters in silk envelopes have been found in the dry climate, with the address and delivery instructions still on the package. The wealth of new finds out here in the past 20 years is still being processed, but they give us a remarkable insight into the feelings of people billeted at the edges of the Han world. These people lived in Silk Road, Xinjiang, but also at Jian in Inner Mongolia, where 20,000 documents have been recovered in a series of digs since the 1930s. And from them, we can appreciate the day-to-day routine, the tedium and the dust, a Han dynasty plain tales from the hills. Xuanchuan Post Relay Station lay on the Silk Road, 40 miles east of Dunhuang. It was a jumping-off place for the Yumen Pass and the frontier in the west, a distance of 270 kilometres as the crow flies. 9 postal stations on this sector have been identified, with 2 beacon watchtower sites and 3 horse stations. Yumen was the final stop before leaving Han China to the 50 or so kingdoms or small city-states of Central Asia that are named in the Han documents. Excavations in the early 1990s exposed the site of a Han Dynasty postal station used from a little before 100 BCE to the 4th century CE. The main building had a square compound, 55 yards square, with 7-metre square turrets on 2 corners, one of which was probably a beacon tower. The central complex had 27 rooms, including a hostel for travellers with kitchen facilities. The documents named cooks among the staff, as the local commander had to entertain official travellers, Chinese and foreign, going east or west. Most visiting groups were small, but some were very large. On one occasion, the king of Khotan came with 1,700 people, most of whom must have stayed in tents. To host such a large company, supplies and personnel were sent forward in advance. And in the station there were also rooms for the post-courier personnel and the garrison and stables for the horses. The letters and administration documents at the station had been thrown out as rubbish along with coins, tools, old weapons, cart parts, combs, lacquered chopsticks, as well as the remains of foodstuffs, grain and animal bones. In all, an astonishing 35,000 discarded documents were discovered. 23,000 of these were mainly wooden tablets and boards, along with 12,000 bamboo slips and fragments, only a handful of which, a few hundred so far, have been transcribed and published. The letters are about the business of daily life, asking favours, inquiring about deliveries of goods, swapping news, and also, perhaps, asking for promotions. Some official post was carried by travellers and merchants, and in one letter, a man named Yuan, a storekeeper in an outlying fort, writes to Xuanchuan Station and addresses someone who is apparently an old friend, perhaps of higher rank. His friend, Zifang, is off on a big journey east, evidently to a much bigger and richer place where the shops are better stocked. Yuan sends him a shopping list of goods that are hard to get out on the Silk Road. Maybe Yuan is also not well off and he's cadging from his friend. He asks for some new shoes of thin but strong silk and soft leather, for which he gives size measurements: 1 foot 2 inches, around 28 centimetres, so today a UK size 8. He also requests 5 fine calligraphy brushes, offering to pay at your home when next convenient. He's anxious, though, as currently he has no good shoes, which is not ideal in the desert conditions of the Taklamakan, to say the least. "Can you please pay attention to the shoes?" he writes. "I want to get strong ones, which are good for travelling on foot. I'm sorry to bother you again, but it's so hard to get good shoes here. Please ask the next officer who comes out to look after them and bring them so they arrive in time to be used. That would be great. I send my best regards." Other letters are about festivals and celebration days, rather like the Roman birthday party invitations from Hadrian's Wall. Chinese New Year in the Han was evidently the great festival it always has been, and the garrisons get New Year's allowances from the authorities, while friends exchange gifts with each other. As might be expected, good clothes, food and drink are perennial themes, as in this letter from a soldier based at a Han border town in Inner Mongolia. He writes to his young brother, who's on a lonely posting 200 kilometres to the south of Juan Oasis in Gansu, at a fort with a garrison of about 100 men. "Dear Yosun," and the young lady, "life here on the frontier is very hard. I hope that in the hot season you both have the right clothing and good food, and take great care on the frontier. I was glad to see that you're well when I stopped by on my way to the border. I'm well too. I'm hoping that Qing, the supervisor of the station here, will deliver this letter to the tower captain at Linchu. He'll call at your office. The letters will be sent out today. The company is forwarding it, but the post messenger Xing hasn't arrived yet. I hope that you're getting on well in your own affairs. Don't let yourself be the last among all the sections, and don't let yourself lag behind in the promotion stakes." One letter on silk, which was found in its envelope at a beacon tower site in Dunhuang, gives an insight into the huge distances of the empire at its height. If correctly understood, the sender, Zheng, was living at an outpost near Hohhot in Inner Mongolia, astonishingly 2,000 kilometres from Dunhuang, where the letter was found. Not surprisingly, Zheng is feeling cut off after 5 years on duty. His social contacts confined to a small group of local regional military elite and the occasional merchant or traveller, as it wasn't a major trade route. Writing to his old friend Yo Qing and his wife Jun Ming, Zheng gives an impression of the boredom and heat out on the northern frontier. Zheng sends his best regards. "My dear friend Yo and Lady Ming, how are you? We haven't heard from you or seen each other. During this hot season, I dearly hope that you, my friend, and Lady Ming can dress comfortably and eat well while getting on with provincial business. I've lived in Chengle for more than 5 years now, and I've not been transferred. The roads leading here are long and far off. Traffic is rare. My official position is inconsequential, and my status is low. Letters don't get through. Kindly allow me to rely on my young colleague, Wang Zifeng, who's been appointed as the probationary deputy to the commander of Yuze Company of Dunhuang Province, to deliver this letter to you, and allow me to express the wish that you may be so kind as to inquire with young Junquan." The letter is incomplete, but Zheng evidently wants his friend to intervene with his superiors and complain about life in these shabby quarters on the northern frontier. Zheng also sounds a bit down. He's apologetic about being late with his accounts and gives us a sense of torpor compounded by the recent death of his governor. As this post was now empty, Was he maybe hoping for a promotion? He concludes, "If I could obtain enlightening news from you, my friend and Lady Ming, and learn how your children at home are, that would make me very happy. My dear friend Yo and Lady Ming, please give my regards to your young lads, Jiang Shi, Zi Chong, and Xiao Shi." With that, the dust storms of the edge of the Gobi swirl around the little outpost, and Zheng vanishes from his brief moment in the eye of history. No more letters in the couch carry his name. Perhaps he fulfilled the terms of his service and was able to return home and eke out his retirement with a little garden back home in the Middle Land. It is a truth universally acknowledged, as we might loosely paraphrase the famous opening of the novel The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, that an empire long united will fall apart. In around 200 CE, the Han fell apart in civil war. And rather like Napoleon's Russian campaign in Tolstoy's War and Peace, that war is the centerpiece of the great 14th century novel, which is set in the time of the Han collapse. The climactic Battle of the Red Cliffs was fought in the winter of 208 to 9 CE between a divided north and south. In the south were the warlords Sun Quan and Liu Bei, and in the north the generalissimo Cao Cao, who had attempted to conquer the land south of the Yangtze and reunite the Han. The battle has been claimed as the largest naval battle in history in terms of numbers of ships. Its location, which is still hotly disputed, was somewhere on the Yangtze, southwest of Wuhan, perhaps at the Red Cliff at Chibi in Hubei, where a carved inscription from the 8th or 9th century is still visible above the river waters. Defeated in a huge naval engagement, Cao Cao made a disastrous retreat northwards to the Han River, where his remaining fleet was destroyed by fireships. Then a desperate retreat through the marshlands north of the Yangtze incurred huge losses through famine and disease. The Red Cliffs battle would go down in legend as the end of the Han dynasty. This is another of those moments when China threatened to break apart forever. When the warlord Cao Cao died, he left instructions that he should be buried with no treasure and no ceremony, for the country is not at peace. China broke into two on the old north-south divide, initiating the longest period of division in its history, over 350 years. Wei, Jin, northern and southern dynasties, there's no agreed name for this time of disunity. But during this time, important developments took place. First, there was demographic change. Under the Han, the bulk of the population had been in the lower Yellow River Valley. Now the colonization of the subtropical lands of the Yangtze Valley begins, filling unoccupied land, clearing hillsides and forests, draining marshes, and developing and expanding the southern rice culture. China's population rose perhaps as much as 4- or 5-fold between 280 and 464 CE. By the 500s, the south was the rice basket of China and a major centre of culture, with 40% of the registered population now living in the Yangtze Valley. In the 6th century, China was reunited by a powerful former administrator in the north, Yang Jian, who became Emperor Wen of Sui. An unfamiliar name outside China, Wen was one of its great rulers, an extraordinarily interesting man, frugal, abstemious in his private life. He was, it was said, a cautious, solemn, hard-working, conscientious worker who decreased tax burdens on the poor and introduced a scheme to compensate families whose sons had died in war. However, he was also suspicious, critical and picky, which lost him many allies and friends, and in the end, even his own sons. The Sui dynasty inaugurated a period of prosperity unseen for 3 or 4 centuries. The imperial granaries, it was said, were stocked up with 50 years' worth of supplies to meet any crisis of drought, flood, or famine. The population continued to rise. According to Sima Guang, at the beginning of the reign, the census rolls recorded less than 4 million households, but by the end, 9 million. So this is another case in China's history where a dynasty that was short-lived but full of innovation laid the foundations for the success of a much longer-lived and more glamorous period, in this case, the Tang dynasty. Emperor Wen ruled from 581 CE in the north. Then, to reunite China, he began a massive campaign of conquest in 587, with fleets on the great rivers and down the coast in a triple-pronged assault. In 588, he occupied present-day Nanjing in one of the most important campaigns in Chinese history. News of these events even reached the Mediterranean, where the capture of the south was described in Constantinople. The Sui lasted only 3.5 decades, but in this short time they reunited the northern and southern lands after the civil wars of the 6th century and pushed out along the Silk Road into Central Asia, where they encouraged the spread of Buddhism, which Emperor Wen himself embraced. It was perhaps at this point that he made contacts with the Byzantine world. At home, he introduced a renewed examination system for the empire, which would be the model for all future dynasties, creating the Jinshi, the most prestigious degree. Emperor Wen also built a new capital near the site of the ancient Qin and Han capitals, linking his dynasty to the Han legacy. And this would be the great metropolis that became a world city under the Tang, Chang'an, Xi'an. The Sui also instituted far-reaching economic reforms in agriculture and carried through a gigantic infrastructure project which would have a huge impact on the whole of Chinese history, the construction of the Grand Canal. Beginning in 584 in the north and expanded between 605 and 609, the canal crossed the countryside from north to south. It involved the labour of up to 5 million conscripts, men and women. The largest man-made waterway in history, the Grand Canal would be a major factor in joining the north and the south. It also accelerated the shift in the economy and population from the traditional heartland of the Yellow River to the Yangtze Valley and the south, linking their river systems, which would be such an important feature of China's economic and social history over the next 3 centuries. However, for all their achievements, the Sui were brought down as they overextended the empire. Wen's successor was drawn into disastrous wars against Korea, where he was defeated in 614. Rebellions also broke out back home, exacerbated by over-expenditure on extravagant palaces and other vanity-building projects. After that, the dynasty rapidly disintegrated, and a series of popular revolts led to the assassination of Emperor Yang by his ministers in 618. It was at this point that Li Yuan, who had been a governor in northern China, declared himself the new emperor, taking the reign name Gaozu, the great founder. He was a member of the Li family, one of the military clans from the far northwest, turf, horse-riding, frontier people. Although he had to fight off rivals in the aftermath of the Sui, by his death in 626 he had reunited the country. It would be the beginning of one of the most brilliant epochs in Chinese history, the Tang. In terms of the culture and history of Eurasia, it's as if a light had been switched on. The impact of the new dynasty was such that even far away in the Mediterranean world, the last historian of late antiquity, Theophylact Simokata, writing in Constantinople in around 630, on the eve of the Arab conquests, wrote about China's reunification in the time of our Emperor Maurice, when the northerners crossed the great river Yangtze southwards. Theophylact also adds information about Chinese geography and culture, which he brings up to date to his own time, portraying China as a great state, idolatrous but wise in government under their great emperor Taizong, the meaning of which is son of God. This is the first Western mention of a Chinese emperor, Taizong of the Tang. It could not be more appropriate. Taizong was one of the great figures in 7th century world history, the sponsor of a dynamic and confident age in which Tang China pushed its influence into Central Asia along the Silk Road, through the oases and signal stations which had been occupied briefly under the Han, but which now became a part of China's western provinces, reaching out almost as far west as the Aral Sea and the Karakoram, down to Vietnam and up to the northern part of the Korean peninsula. The Tang represented a new orientation in Chinese history, China's first cosmopolitan age. Chapter 6. The Glory of the Tang. In the 7th century, the axis of China's history shifted as new elements came into Chinese civilization from other cultures, from the Near East, Persia and Central Asia, and from India. Japan, too, was now drawn into the Chinese orbit. The Tang dynasty created the largest Chinese empire before the 18th century. Building on the administrative reforms of their Sui predecessors, they created a centralized empire with a postal system and an extensive network of roads and canals radiating from the capital to the far west and the northeast. Their cultural achievements in the arts, literature and history were extraordinary, humane and self-aware, full of empathy for the world and for people. Their poetry is still regarded as China's greatest. The arrival of Buddhism was perhaps the most important and long-lasting of the foreign influences that came from the Tang opening up to the world. With Buddhism came trade, ideas, art, and different conceptions of philosophy and spirituality, by sea and by land, and especially along the Silk Road from Central Asia and India. And there, this part of the story begins, with one of the most celebrated figures in the history of China, the monk Xuanzang. In the summer of 632, a Chinese traveller looked out from the Jayendra Vihara monastery across the soft green vale of Kashmir and the blue expanses of its lakes to the sparkling snow peaks of the Himalayas. Even to his Chinese compatriots he was an imposing figure. Over 6 feet tall, he wore his customary brown wool robe and broad belt, now with perhaps an extra layer, as even in summer Kashmir can be chilly. He was 28, with bright, clear eyes and a fine face burnished by long desert journeys. An exceptionally handsome and graceful young man, eyes turned as he passed by, looking straight ahead with his clear, level gaze. And he was no less impressive in conversation, trained since childhood as a precocious Buddhist oblate in Luoyang. His voice was clear and sonorous, his speech elegant. His intellectual mastery of the quiddities of idealistic philosophy and the schools of Buddhism in their own language had astonished and delighted the old monks of Kashmir, and along with a certain sweetness of manner caused even kings to seek his company. For nearly 20 years, Xuanzang had dreamed of India. Born in a village near Luoyang, his family had visited the White Horse Monastery during temple fairs and festivals, and he'd grown up with magical tales of how Buddhism first came to China, more than 500 years before he was born. Especially tantalizing was the story of the Han Emperor's dream, in which a strange man appeared, 12 feet tall, with his skin the colour of gold, his glowing head framed by the sun, the moon, and the stars. The court astrologers and diviners had pronounced that the golden man had come from the west and must be the Buddha himself. The emperor was fascinated and sent an expedition to find out more. 18 courtiers and scholars with their attendants journeyed out to the west, travelling beyond the watchtowers and beacons at the end of the Han Long walls, and through the oases skirting the vast deserts of the Taklamakan. Finally, in a monastery in Afghanistan, they met 2 Indian monks who agreed to come back with them to China. They arrived in Luoyang on 2 white horses carrying their bags of scriptures and precious relics, and were established in what became known as the White Horse Pagoda. There they translated the first Buddhist text to be rendered into Chinese, the Sutra of 42 Chapters, which has had a special place in the hearts of Chinese Buddhists ever since. The Indian monks died and were buried in the monastery, where their tomb mound still stands today in a small garden. It wasn't the first exchange between India and China, but from that moment onwards, the dialogue of civilisations would be continuous. Xuanzang grew up with these tales. A serious, studious boy, he followed his elder brother as a convert to Buddhism. However, in his late teens, the breakdown of the Sui dynasty cast a shadow over his future. China was in chaos. The Sui had lost the empire, and the whole kingdom was in confusion with riot and famine, he remembered. There was no regular government, and troops were under arms everywhere. The books of Confucius and the sacred pages of the Buddha were forgotten, for everyone was preoccupied with war. The situation around Luoyang was especially desperate. In winter 618, near his native village, there were horrendous stories of cannibalism as famine took hold. And along with many refugees, he escaped with his brother over the mountains to Chengdu, where he continued his studies. But the more his knowledge grew, the more he realized that to understand the Buddhist tradition, he had to go back to the original texts, a task that could only be undertaken in India. At the time, the Tang, under the Emperor Taizong, were fighting wars out in the northwest, and there was a ban on foreign travel for Chinese people, though merchants from Central Asia, Sogdiana and Tibet, with travel documents, could pass without hindrance. In April 629, with the help of friendly Buddhist guards, Xuanzang slipped through Gansu and Qinghai across the Yumen Pass, the key to the western frontiers, and made his way to Turfan, where the local king helped him with letters of introduction in the Sogdian language, gifting him textiles and valuables he could convert into cash en route. Following the Tian Shan Mountains westwards, he went around the Taklamakan Desert, where he nearly lost his life in a nightmare 5 days and 4 nights after spilling his precious supply of drinking water. There were many adventures and close shaves. Sometimes it was Xuanzang's charm as much as his nerve and physical courage that got him through. Across Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, friendly courts under Turkic rule helped him on the way from one caravan city to the next. From Samarkand, he turned south, crossing the edge of the Pamirs, through the canyon of the Iron Gates at Derbent, and down to the ferry crossing of the Amudarya, the Oxus River, at Termez. At that time, Afghanistan was still a stronghold of Buddhism, though many places Xuanzang visited were in ruins after the invasions by the Huns in the late 5th century. Crossing the mountains of the Hindu Kush, at the end of April 630, he reached the fertile valley of Bamiyan, in whose pink sandstone cliffs were the famous giant Buddha statues carved in the Kushan age. The greater one was the largest standing Buddha in the world, 55 meters high, and still in its glory then, with huge Kushan boots, a carmine red coat, and long blue cloak. Its chalk-white face, black hair and topknot presented a spellbinding image of the master that seemed to beckon Xuanzang into a new world. Bamiyan was a crossroads of Asia, the meeting place of Hellenistic, Central Asian and Indian cultural traditions. Alexander the Great had come this way, establishing Greek cities on the Oxus and in the Kabul plain with their agoras and gymnasiums. Xuanzang stayed at the Mahasangika monastery, whose library had texts going back to the roots of the Mahayana Buddhist tradition from the Kushan era in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Recently, the remains of birch bark and palm leaf texts from this library have been excavated, the earliest surviving manuscripts of the Dead Sea Scrolls of Buddhism, as they've been called. Some of these had hitherto only been known in Chinese translations, and many were completely unknown. And perhaps this gives us a sense of the excitement Xuanzang felt when he saw and handled them. It was a foretaste of the wonders that lay ahead. Coming from the Kabul plain down the Khyber Pass, Xuanzang now entered the heartland of Gandhara. Here, fabulously rich artistic traditions had developed, depicting the mythical life of the Buddha, mingling Greek, Persian, and Indian themes and symbols. For example, creating the image of the Buddha in a Greek toga that is known across the world today. At Peshawar, Xuanzang feasted his eyes on the famous pilgrimage sites, the sacred peepal tree, the temple of the Buddha's begging bowl, and the giant stupa erected by the Kushan king Kanishka, a contemporary of Emperor Hadrian of Rome. Some 400 feet high, this was the foremost wonder of the Buddhist world. Its huge plinth, nearly 300 feet square, covered with sculptures, its burnished copper umbrellas glinting in the sun, with silk flags snapping from the apex like dragons' tails, the biggest of them said to be a gift from a Han queen. It was the highest of all towers on this earth. Xuanzang was now on the great route later known as the Grand Trunk Road. He crossed the Indus and entered the plains of India, pushing on to reach Kashmir at the end of 630. The valley was a great centre of Buddhist studies with over 100 monasteries and more than 5,000 monks. By then his name and story had gone before him, so when he approached the capital, the king came out to greet him, his retainers carrying parasols and waving royal standards, lighting incense and scattering flowers before Xuanzang. Like a visitor from another world, he was invited to ride with the king into town on an elephant. Xuanzang was given lodgings at the Jayendra monastery, where the remains of the great stupa are still to be seen today on a terrace overlooking the vale. To help him on his mission, he was allotted servants and 20 scribes to copy some of the sacred books, embodying centuries of teaching, not only in the Shastras, but in logic, epistemology, and learned commentaries on the ancient canon. It was an intensely productive time for him, a time too for refining his understanding of Sanskrit so he could read, write, and speak it fluently. Through 631 and 632, he studied in Kashmir with the great teachers. Seminars with senior monks helped him assimilate the traditional exegesis. He needed to master the complex and often conflicting ideas behind the different traditions, the great vehicle and the lesser vehicle, the exoteric and the esoteric. All this was preparation for the grand translation project he had in mind for when he got back to China, and he seems never to have doubted that he would return. Sometimes the synchronicities of history are eye-catching. That same summer of 632, the Prophet Muhammad died in Mecca, enjoining his followers to seek knowledge even as far as China. Within 3 years, Arab armies burst out of the Arabian Peninsula across Syria and North Africa. In China, the Tang dynasty was about to expand westwards into Central Asia and to spread Chinese culture eastwards to Japan and Korea and into Southeast Asia. Although he could hardly have known it, Xuanzang was living across a cusp of history. This was a transformative period right across Eurasia. In the eastern Mediterranean heartland of Western classical civilization, the Byzantine Empire would soon be fighting desperate wars of survival against Arab armies, which expanded Islamic civilization as far as Spain and Central Asia in less than a century. Indeed, in the 8th century, the Arabs would clash with the Tang on the Talas River in Kazakhstan. And meanwhile, out on the far edge of Eurasia, in the barbarian West, beyond the limits of civilization, as it might have appeared to people then, Germanic-speaking Angles and Saxons, Franks, Visigoths and Ostrogoths settled in the ruins of Rome. There they built their kingdoms, making their first steps to restore Roman Christian civilization through Latin culture, scripts and texts. At home in China, the Tang, with their capital at Chang'an, today's Xi'an, became perhaps the greatest and most cosmopolitan civilization on earth. They welcomed Persians, Indians, Sogdians and Arabs, Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians and Muslims, along with their goods and luxuries, their food and fashions, and their religions, art, music and ideas. Indeed, in this next part of the story of China, we'll see one of the great epochs of civilization that laid the foundations of the medieval and early modern world, driving social and economic as well as cultural change. The Tang bequeathed to the modern world a Chinese cultural empire across East Asia, Korea and Japan, as Rome would hand down Latin culture across the West. This, it might be said, is the age in which the modern pattern of human cultures across the Eurasian landmass began to crystallize. It's an extraordinary fact, then, that in the modern Western world an idea has taken root that China has been a monolithic, unchanging civilization, inward-looking and resistant to outside influence. Despite being a historical construct created by Western historians, politicians and missionaries, this idea gave birth to a perception of China insulated from the outside world as a matter of policy, incapable of self-development and isolated by choice, a civilization, as it were, confined behind a great wall, built as a barrier to shut out ideas and people. Such assumptions are flawed. In the Tang, for example, international links in diplomacy and trade were extraordinarily wide. Temples and monasteries were built in China for Buddhists, Christians, Muslims, Manichaeans. On the Silk Road, manuscript finds have been made in Persian, Sogdian, Syriac and even Hebrew, and in the other direction, in Japanese and Korean. Though, like all cultures, it knew periods of retrenchment, China, in fact, has always been a civilization open to outside influences. During the Tang, the Silk Road extended west to the Mediterranean and east to Japan. Its influence on later East Asian civilizations was profound and continues to this day in culture, script, and language. Out on the Silk Road, on the northernmost edge of Kyrgyzstan, a mile or two from the Chuy River and the Kazakh border, overlooked by the snow-capped ranges of the Tian Shan, is the site of Suyab, a caravan city founded sometime in the 5th century by Sogdian merchants who came from the region of Samarkand. The Sogdians were the great intermediaries on the Tang Silk Road, and their letters give us a vivid sense of daily life in this vast region. Their trade networks survived the shifts of regimes and reached into Persia, India, and the heartland of China. The site of Suyab lies on the road and rail route to Bishkek, the narrow point on the east-west corridor of the Silk Road beyond the steel-blue lake of Isikul. Xuanzang came this way and describes Suyab as the city of the Suya River, a couple of miles in circuit. Various foreign merchants from the surrounding nations gather and live here. The soil is favourable for red millet and for grapes. The climate, windy and cold, so people wear garments of twilled wool. Travelling from here westwards are a great number of isolated towns, each with a chief, not dependent on one another, but with allegiance to the Khan of the Turks. In the 640s, the Tang Emperor Taizong sent his armies out here to the west. The long-distance caravan trade was becoming so important to the empire that their routes had to be secured and protected. First they ventured into Xinjiang, and then in the 650s they pushed beyond the old Han network of fortified towns, with their beacons and watchtowers, into Central Asia on the merchant routes to Fergana and Samarkand. By now, the Chinese could not allow trade run by Sogdian middlemen to be disrupted. In the new world of Tang urban civilization, with enormous consumption in the capital and other great cities, important trade was not in essentials, but in luxuries. The Silk Road through Xinjiang came under Tang rule in 648, when the Chinese established their Protectorate General to pacify the West. Their aim was to control the Tarim Basin oases, with the key Chinese army bases at Kutja, Kashgar, Turfan and Hotan. Then, in 658, troops were sent further west to Soyab, where the new fortress defences were dug in 679. So distant Soyab was absorbed into the loose suzerainty of the Tang Empire as a western military outpost, and Chinese civilians, along with garrison soldiers, moved out beyond the long walls to populate it. The Tang poet Zhen Shen, who had a government job in the garrison towns around Turfan, describes such a place in the mid-700s. He tells about parties held by military commanders, with wine set in the inner room, brocade maps spread, singing girls freshly rouged, all looking their best, drunk in front of red candles. He describes feastings that took place as winter set in a warm room with embroidered curtains and a glowing stove, the walls covered with woven stuffs, the floor with patterned rugs. Chen's view of expatriate life out in Central Asia was realistic. His enthusiasm for the place always tempered by the harshness of the conditions, the monotony of sunrise and sunset over the featureless desert. Life on such army bases was tough, sweltering in a summer heat that can reach the high 40s, with a flaming wind, sweeping sandy dust. The pleasure of having a visitor was grasped with both hands, and departure a cause for sadness. Here in the camp, Chen wrote, we set wine and drink for the departing guests, the lute sounds, the violin and the Tibetan flute. Thick, thick the evening snow falls at the camp gate. The wind tears at the red banners frozen too stiff to flap. At the east gate of Lun Tai, we come to see you off. And as you go, snow fills the road to the Tian Shan. A turn of the hill, a bend of the road, and you're lost to sight. And all that's left is the track on the snow of your horse's hooves. This, then, was the world at the outer reaches of the Tang Empire. The wild frontier world of the Sogdian merchants is revealed in documents and letters found by archaeologists in Turfan. Riding the shifts in regime as middlemen is always a precarious existence, yet their riches in jade, nephrite, silks and carpets, embroideries, herbs, spices and dried fruits flowed into the markets of the Tang capital, where in the dynasty's heyday there were as many as 30,000 Sogdian residents. These western landscapes were the familiar world of the Tang dynasty rulers. 3 generations back, they came from Gansu, on the edge of mainland China. So they were authentic Northwesterners. They came from a horse culture, a military aristocracy under the Shui. On the one hand, pretending a descent from the legendary Taoist sage Lao Tzu himself. On the other hand, claiming more plausibly kinship with the Khan of the Kyrgyz. When their clan rose to prominence out of the fighting of 617, they deposed and killed the last of the Sui and announced their new dynasty, naming it after the region in Shaanxi, which legend said had been bequeathed to them by the Yellow Emperor himself. With that, the centre of gravity of the empire began to shift away from the Yellow River heartland of Chinese history to the Taklamakan and Central Asia. The Silk Road became the natural axis of their mental map. From the Qinlong walls and Han beacon sites and postal stations, beyond the deserts of Xinjiang and the high plateau of Qinghai and Tibet, past the great mountain chains of the Himalayas and the Pamirs, whose passes led to the plains of India, China's horizons were opening out. By the late 8th century, the population numbered 50 million people, by far the world's biggest state. Even into the 9th century, when the situation at the centre was less stable, it was a well-governed country, with complex long-distance supply chains for food and raw materials, where life and property were protected by a code of law administered by trained local magistrates. One could travel the length and breadth of the land on reliable roads or using the canal system, and always find a place to stay at night and a meal to eat. The administration providing service industries and security from bandits and violence. And ultimately, all roads led to the capital, Chang'an, today's Xi'an. Chang'an lay at the Chinese end of the Silk Road, the first of the 5 great capitals that have exerted such an influence in the story of China. A political and ritual centre for over 1,000 years, it was the centre of the bureaucracy, the headquarters of the main army units, and the place where the examinations for entry to the Tang civil service were held. Home to nearly 1 million people, according to the Tang censuses, the great city of Chang'an was an agent of change, giving birth to a new kind of urban life. The construction of the city had been begun by the Sui in the 580s, the layout astrologically determined in the ancient tradition of auspicious architecture for royal cities in China. Replicating the shape of the asterism of the Big Dipper constellation, it formed a huge rectangle 5 miles across, with a 200-metre-wide imperial boulevard running south from the palace enclosure to the south gate. In the northern enclosure were gigantic pillared palaces set on platforms, the biggest wooden buildings in the world, with gardens and a great ornamental lake, whose outline can still be seen in the fields outside the modern city. The main part of the city was divided by a grid pattern into 108 wards, each of which had its own walls. Inside the walls, straight lanes divided the wards with smaller winding alleys between the temples and houses. On the east side of the city were the grand aristocratic houses with multiple courtyards, sometimes taking up several blocks. There were gardens and trees everywhere. The guidebooks to the Tang Dynasty's city describe scenic beauty spots adorned with peonies and peaches, lotus and apricot gardens, fruit orchards, and parks that ran along the Serpentine River and lake. On the low-lying south and southeast sides, liable to flood in heavy rains, were the poorest areas, with the homes of minor officials, merchants and migrants. There were also large areas of cultivation inside the city walls, gardens, orchards and farm fields. To one Tang poet, the city's hundreds and thousands of houses seemed like pieces on a chessboard. The 12 great streets, like the orderly paths laid out between a giant vegetable garden. In the distance, I see the faint and small torches of the riders to the palace, like a single constellation of stars lying to the west of the 5 gates. The city had 2 huge markets, east and west, each about 1 kilometre square, with a big open space in the middle for ceremonies, festivals, military shows, and public executions. In their streets you could buy almost anything. In the East Market, there were more than 200 lanes and alleys, each surrounded by warehouses that held rare and curious goods from all over the country. There were ironmongers, cloth dealers, butchers, wine shops, brush and ink sellers, not to mention travelling musicians, jugglers, acrobats and storytellers. The West Market was in the part of the city inhabited by foreign communities, Arabs, Persians, Indians, Tibetans and Turks. The Tang Dynasty Chinese were fascinated by the different peoples and ethnic groups with whom they came into contact. They depict them in their paintings and describe them in their novels, even carving their life-size images in stone. In front of the imperial mausoleum outside the city are 122 stone ambassadors lined up as if to pay homage to the Tang throne. Among them are men from Xinjiang, a Sogdian from Suyab, and Turkic nobles whose flamboyant costumes were a big hit in the capital. Even the fashion-conscious Tang princes wore Turkic clothes and did their hair up Turkic style. Reflecting the tastes and contacts of its citizens, the West Market offered a huge array of goods and services. Caravan equipment, saddle gear, scales, measures and tools, foreign jewellery, clothes from the Silk Road. On the other side of the city, by the East Market, were the wards where high officials and nobles congregated. In Anyi Ward, for example, was the grand city mansion of the Li family, whom we'll meet later in our story, with its courtyards and ornamental gardens, and the pergola of brilliant ideas where Chief Minister Li wrote his memoranda. Here on the east side, one could also find the houses of scholars and court musicians, a high-class wedding hall, and residences for lesser members of the royal family. In Chinese urban history, the Tang dynasty marks the beginning of the transformation of the city from a royal enclosure for the imperial family, their servants, craftsmen and women, to a more open metropolis where ordinary lives are lived, freedoms found and fortunes made. A typical example was Pingkang Ward, between the imperial enclosure and the East Market. Among the landmarks here was a Buddhist temple with famous murals by a great Tang painter. A 6th century shrine for the royal family stood at the southern gate. Above all, however, the ward was most famous for the blue houses, the residences of the high-class courtesans of the city. Like everything in Tang Shang'an, the world of these women was highly regulated. They were licensed, inspected, and taxed. Following the official edicts and timetables, they were careful to observe all the big feast days and imperial ceremonies, with painted panels hung in their entrance halls, marking the death days of emperors when no music could be played. The women were experts in the calendar, accomplished in the I Ching, trained in music, poetry, dance, and the preparation of wine, food, and tea. In a world where, in traditional Confucian society, women as a whole were rigorously segregated, many courtesans became published writers and poets. But there was a dark side to the life they lived. Many of the girls and women in the entertainment quarters were the daughters of concubines. Many were purchased when children and brought up in that world, first simply serving tea to clients, and then, aged 12 or 13, given the clothes and adornments of a concubine and initiated with older men. It's a typical feature of the traditional civilisations across the world, from the Arabs to the Tang, that for men, sex with young girls, including children, was considered the norm. This teeming urban life was the world to which Xuanzang returned from India in 645. From Kashmir, where we left him, he'd made his way down to the Ganges plain and then by boat to Patna, the old Mauryan capital. And then in 637 he finally walked by the wide sandy bed of the Falgu River to Bodh Gaya, and 8 years after he left China, finally came to the tree under which the Buddha had sat and received illumination. He couldn't contain his feelings. I simply sat down and wept. Xuanzang spent 2 years at the University of Nalanda, which in the Tang era became the international university of Buddhism, drawing scholars and pilgrims from all over South and East Asia. By now he was fluent in the native Indian languages and able to read Sanskrit and Pali, the language of the Indian schools of Buddhism. He had, as it were, become the other. He undertook further journeys to find and copy texts he was still missing, travelling to Bengal, today's Bangladesh, where Buddhism was a major presence, and journeying down to Kanchi in South India and to the great Buddhist centres in Western India, in Malwa, Gujarat and Sindh. Only then, finally, did he begin the long journey back through the Khyber and eastwards to China. He arrived in Chang'an in the early spring of 645, more than 16 years after he left. News of his approach was carried to the capital in advance, and a huge procession greeted him with excited crowds in the streets, gawping to see this traveller who had set his eyes on other worlds. And then, as the court was in Luoyang, he went by road to meet the Emperor Taizong, whose first words to Xuanzang were, "Welcome back after 17 years, Xuanzang, but you never asked permission to go." "Well," Xuanzang replied, "I applied for a permit for foreign travel on several occasions, but I had no luck." The emperor didn't reproach him, instead expressing surprise to see him alive after such a long time, and congratulating him for having risked his life for the benefit of the whole of humanity. Impressed by Xuanzang's bearing, his intelligence and his knowledge of the world, the emperor asked him to hang up his Buddhist robes and become his prime minister, to use his wisdom to help him run the country. But Xuanzang turned him down. It would, he said, be like taking a boat out of water. Not only would it cease to be useful, but in time it would just rot away. Xuanzang's packloads of Buddhist sutras, holy texts, figurines, statues and antiquities were one of the most precious cultural cargoes ever taken from one civilization to another. It had been a journey of exploration not so much into unknown lands, although the physical adventure was daring enough, but into what one might call new territories of the mind. With him, Xuanzang brought back the accumulated wisdom of Buddhist India to China. He would then follow up, as he had planned, with a translation project that can only be compared with that of Greek into Arabic and Persian in the Islamic Caliphate, or Greek into Latin during Europe's 3 Renaissances between the 8th and the 15th centuries. A note in the biography of Xuanzang, written by one of his disciples, sums it up. He returned with 657 separate Buddhist manuscript rolls, along with portable relics, statues and figurines, carried on 20 pack horses. For the rest of his life, he devoted his energies to his translation project. With imperial patronage, a translation bureau was set up where he credited himself with translating 1,330 separate texts, long and short. Still more significant was what it meant for the opening up of relationships between civilizations. The next few decades saw the coming into being of what has been called the Buddhist cosmopolis of Central Asia, India, China, Korea and Japan. During that time, many hundreds of monks travelled between these countries along with countless more merchants and diplomats. They made boat journeys via Sumatra, Sri Lanka, Tamil India and Bengal, and land journeys to India through Central Asia, Tibet and Burma. The spacious 7th century brought a new sense of geography to their world. Reflecting on the previous 1,000 years or more of Chinese history, Xuanzang saw that the ancients had built the Chinese state on the foundations of a Confucian ethos whose ideology was key to an ordered cosmos, while Taoism had given them the spiritual dimension of a traditional religion. and that these twin pillars had served the country well. "In my country," he wrote, "the magistrates are clothed with dignity, and the laws are respected everywhere. The emperor is virtuous, and the subjects loyal. Parents are loving, and sons are obedient. Humanity and justice are highly esteemed, and old men and sages are held in honour. Moreover, how deep and mysterious is their knowledge! Their wisdom equals that of the spirits. They've taken the heavens as their model, and they know how to calculate the movements of the 7 luminaries. They've invented all kinds of instruments, fixed the seasons of the year, and discovered the hidden properties of the 6 tones and of music, calming the contrary influence of the yin and the yang, and thus procuring peace and happiness for all beings." But both Confucianism and Taoism were uniquely Chinese. Buddhism, on the other hand, was a transnational, universal faith, which opened China to the wider world intellectually, as well as in its spiritual life, directly questioning the hitherto assumed centrality of Chinese culture and her unique civilizing mission. Although there had been many travellers in previous centuries, going all the way back to the Han, and there had been earlier translators, Xuanzang, with the help of lavish and enthusiastic imperial patronage, had initiated a great civilizational shift. Buddhism in China grew in the later 7th and 8th centuries, particularly under the remarkable Empress Wu, who was a great patron of literature, art, sculpture, and temples. So by the 9th century, China had become a holy land too. Indian and Japanese travellers came to China to see the sacred sites. Mount Wutai became a great pilgrimage centre, and the great river of China united its pure stream with the sacred waters of Bodh Gaya. People and ideas flowed east to Japan and Korea too. This was the time when Japan began its assimilation of the Chinese cultural tradition. Direct relations under the Tang from the early 7th century saw the wholesale importation of Chinese ideas, culture, language, and texts. From around the year 700, the sons of the Japanese aristocracy were trained in Chinese, and Japanese pilgrims went to China. Standing back from Western-centric views of history, the establishment of this Buddhist culture over East Asia is one of the most important stories in the history of civilization. This was reflected too in the status and glamour of Chang'an as a great international city. In Japan, the new capital of Nara was laid out between 710 and 784 and modelled on Tang Chang'an. Indeed, today, Nara is the best place to see what a great Tang royal city actually looked like. Within the complex is the great prayer hall, till recently the largest wooden building in the world. It also houses the Shoso-in Temple, a treasury full of the riches that travelled as gifts down the Silk Road to its far eastern end. This astonishing collection of thousands of 8th century artefacts was until recently conserved in cedar chests in a wooden treasury inside Japan's oldest archive and the world's oldest surviving museum. Here one may see Tang lutes and wind instruments, lacquerwork, silk and textiles, glass bowls, cups and pitchers from Persia and Alexandria, Roman glass, Persian brocade, Indian carvings, Chinese rugs, clothing and weaponry, and Buddhist scrolls from Sui and Tang China. Among the treasures are also costumes, masks and instruments used for 8th century ceremonies that show the faces of different peoples from along the Silk Road. Few artefacts as astounding as this have survived the vagaries of war and revolution in China. But here in Nara in Japan is the single most powerful symbol of Tang cultural exchanges along the Silk Road during this expansive time. In this age of world empires, therefore, there was an extraordinary opening up, a shift in mental horizons that can be seen as the distant beginning of the globalization of ideas. But what we might call China's main cultural strands are in place now. There's the deep prehistoric, political and cultural substrate with the role of the sage monarch, the ritual and familial traditions, including reverence for the ancestors, the moral order of Confucius, and the new influence of metaphysical Buddhism. The interplay of these elements has been at the heart of Chinese civilization to this day. The older patterns of Chinese history were shifting. In Xuanzang's lifetime, Muslims would set foot in China, traders who came on the maritime route to Canton, where Arabs and Persians had long been in residence. At this time, too, the first Christian mission came to China from the Byzantine world of the eastern Mediterranean and Syria. There had already been Nestorian Christians from Persia and Central Asia living along the Silk Road. However, the first formal mission to China is described in extraordinary, indeed mesmerizing detail, on one of the country's greatest treasures, a stone stele preserved today in Xi'an. The inscription is titled, in 9 Chinese characters, "A monument commemorating the propagation of the luminous religion of the West." It was carved in 781 and looks back over nearly 150 years of Christian missionary enterprise into China. Depicted above the title is a Nestorian Eastern Christian cross rising out of the clouds of Taoism, and on either side are the lotus flowers of Buddhism, a perfect image of the Chinese worldview. The account begins with a summary of Christianity looking at Genesis and the fall and the coming of Christ, but expressed in Taoist Chinese terms, the yin and the yang, and the 8 principal virtues of Buddhism. The cross becomes a symbol of the Chinese cosmos, the 4 quarters. The stele even quotes the Tao Te Ching, the great Taoist classic of Lao Tzu. The ever-truthful and ever-unchanging way is mysterious and almost unnameable. The stele tells the story of the mission of 635, how a man from the West, a Christian monk called Rabban Olopun, brought the Christian scriptures to China, and how, following the direction of the winds through great perils and difficulties, he arrived in Chang'an. There followed an audience with Emperor Taizong, in which the monk explained the Christian message, and the emperor ordered the Christian scriptures to be translated in the imperial library. After reading them, Taizong issued an imperial proclamation with a remarkable statement on the comparative values of different civilizations. Right principles have no invariable name, said Taizong. Holy men have no invariable station. Teachings are established in accordance with the values of their own regions and with the object of benefiting the people at large. The greatly virtuous monk Olopun of the kingdom of Syria has brought his sacred books and images from that distant part and has presented them at our chief capital. Having examined the principles of this religion, we find them to be purely excellent and natural. Investigating its originating source, we found it has taken its rise from the establishment of important truths. Its ritual is free from perplexing expressions. Its principles will survive when the framework is forgotten. It is beneficial to all creatures. It is advantageous to mankind. Let it be published throughout the empire. And let the proper authority build a Syrian church in the capital, which shall be governed by 21 priests. It's hard to imagine a Taoist or Buddhist embassy arriving in Constantinople in 635, being allowed to build a temple in such an open-handed spirit. But for Taizong, Christianity was beneficial to all human beings and could be propagated in his empire. One of the most extraordinary documents in the history of religions, the stele inscription ends in verse. When the pure, bright, illustrious religion was introduced to our Tang dynasty, The scriptures were translated, and churches were built, and the vessel set in motion for the living and the dead. Every kind of blessing was then obtained, and all the kingdoms enjoyed a state of peace. The Christians in Chang'an were soon followed by Muslim merchants who came to Canton and Quanzhou, both of which today claim China's oldest mosque. In the 8th century, 2 mosques were built in Chang'an: the magnificent East Mosque, which stands today with its Ming pavilions, gardens and wooden prayer hall, and the West Mosque, a treasure house of Ming and Qing architecture. As so often in history, the Tang dynasty's opening up to the world led to a transformation in the mentalities of the civilization in its own lands. The Tang was an age of high culture, in poetry, novels, art, architecture and ceramics. There were also great scientific advances, including cast iron technology long before the Western world. The period also saw the growth of civic life with guilds and merchant associations. One crucial development was the invention of woodblock printing, which would reach its fruition with mass printing in the 10th century, making books available to larger numbers of people than at any time before. The world's first book about the writing of history was written in the 8th century by Liu Jiji in his General Remarks on History. In reaction to the traditional tight political control over the drafting of history, controlled, censored and redacted by those in power, Liu's book marks the start of a long tradition of reflection on the problem of writing history. Liu's interest in the accurate recording of words, his critical attitude to the classics, and his insistence that history should not deal in myths but only take in human factors, economics, climate and geography, were part of a core concern for objectivity, which would be a recurring issue in Chinese historiography until the present day. So the Tang saw the beginning of a revolution in thought, with an increased self-reflexivity that runs through every form of literary endeavour. This period also saw big material changes in society, in the demography and economy of China. The Yellow River Valley had been the heartland of prehistoric Chinese civilization since the Shang, but between the 600s and the 900s, the Tang dynasty saw a major shift to the south in economy, population, food and culture. The subtropical south was opened up to colonization. Many Tang families moved there at this time and developed rice culture over the wheat and millet diet of the north. And from now on in Chinese history, the south would be the dominant part of China. Data from the Tang censuses suggest that by the 10th century, China's population had halved in the north and more than doubled in the south. This was facilitated after 605 by the building of the Grand Canal to link the two. This is also the beginning of China as a commercial society, and of Chinese cities as great trading places rather than as centres of royal power. In the Tang, no city was more important in shifting this urban paradigm than Yangzhou, which grew up at the junction of the Grand Canal and the Yangtze River. The number one trading city of the Tang dynasty, in contrast to the imperial capital with its regulated streets and curfews, Yangzhou was a commercial city, the first in history to be lit by artificial light at night. Their commerce drove growth, and the old, strictly controlled idea of urban society began to change into something more akin to an early modern city, where all classes and trades mixed together. By the 8th century, a Chinese official wrote that every stream in the empire was full of ships, constantly moving back and forth, always circulating, and if they stopped for a single moment, 10,000 merchants would be bankrupted. In the mid-8th century, then, China was at the height of its power, wealth and culture, under a great emperor, Tang Xuanzong. Tang ships sailed from Canton to the Persian Gulf. Merchants from Central Asia thronged into the capital. In the far west, a network of fortified towns, beacons and watchtowers stretched out into Central Asia to protect the trade routes. But disaster was looming. There were 2 ill-advised wars in 751. The poet Li Bai, a native of Central Asia, was incensed at the risk of it all. "In heaven and earth all was unity," he wrote. "It was all peaceful within the 4 seas. So why send levies of conscripts to campaign down in Yunnan?" The ensuing defeat in the tropical landscape of the southwest, compounded by disease and malaria, was costly in men and materials, as Li Bai wrote. The summer campaign south of the Yangtze, they were told to march into Yunnan. They were frightened creatures, not fighting men. In that hot climate, the long marches were grueling. Of every 1,000 that went out, hardly one came back. And that same year, 751, another military disaster took place thousands of miles to the northwest on the Talas River at today's Taraz in Kazakhstan, an ancient Sogdian trading city. An ill-prepared Chinese expedition was caught between the forces of the Caliphate and their Turkic allies, and suffered a heavy defeat that led to the Tang drawing back on their ambitions in the west. Li Bai's famous poem, "Fighting South of the Ramparts," was written in response to the news. "Last year we were fighting at the source of the Sangan. This year we're fighting on the Kashgar River. We've washed our swords in the surf of the Parthian seas. We've pastured our horses among the snows of Tian Shan. The beacons are always alight. The fighting and marching never stop. Men die in the field, slashing sword to sword. Generals schemed in vain. Know, therefore, war is a cursed thing, which the wise man uses only if he must." Sometimes there's no one cause for great changes in history. However, from that moment, things went precipitously from bad to worse in a way that shows how even an advanced state can find itself unable to cope with a combination of natural and man-made disasters. The early 750s saw an unprecedented series of calamities which in the end, for all its administrative solidity, undermined the Tang state. In 750, a severe drought led to poor harvests. In spring 751, the imperial grain fleet caught fire in harbour and 200 shiploads of grain were destroyed. So the government storehouses were ill-stocked to meet the supply crisis. Later that same year, a typhoon destroyed thousands of boats, large and small, at Yangzhou, where the Grand Canal intersects with the Yangtze, losing more precious grain and rice. Almost incredibly, at that same time, a fire in the capital's main weapons arsenal destroyed 500,000 weapons, crossbows, swords and spears. And then, that autumn, it rained for weeks on end, and floods caused havoc as far inland as the Wei River and the environs of Chang'an. As the people faced food shortages, the government found it impossible to respond effectively. In the capital, the population of nearly 1 million stared starvation in the face. And in summer 752, a great hurricane caused huge damage in Luoyang, followed by yet more floods in the autumn. In the first half of his reign, the Emperor Xuanzong had been a brilliant and gifted leader, a patron of artists and writers, and was credited with bringing Tang China to the pinnacle of its power and achievements. But after a glorious reign of 42 years, at nearly 70 years old, his powers were fading, and he was finally brought down by his weakness for women. His impetuous love for Lady Yang Guifei became legendary, and the famous tale of the emperor's concubine is known to every Chinese person from childhood, still today. It's said that the emperor had sent his men over the whole of the land to find the most beautiful woman in China, and then, when he was bathing at the Huaqing hot springs, he saw the 18-year-old daughter of a high official, the hot water running down her glistening jade-like body, as the poet Bai Juyi tells the tale. It was love at first sight, and though Yang was already a concubine of one of Xuanzong's sons, the emperor took her as his consort and became besotted with her. He neglected the duties of government to spend time with her, favouring her clan. A perfect storm was unfolding on a scale which could have shaken even a modern state. In autumn 755 it rained for 60 days. In Chang'an, the lower part of the city where the poorest lived was under water. In Luoyang, 19 wards were flooded and huge numbers had to be housed in temporary camps. With the destruction of the harvest, prices soared. The government was forced to empty its grain stores to help alleviate the suffering. The poet Du Fu, then a lower-grade civil servant, captured that precise moment in the freezing November of 755. Setting out from Chang'an in the dead of night to visit his family, his fingers were so cold that when his frozen belt string snapped, he couldn't retie it. At dawn, Du Fu saw the imperial war flag blocking out the pale sun as he passed the hot springs. The emperor had arrived with his courtiers and his concubine, Lady Yang, the week before. While the nation froze and starved, staring into an ever grimmer winter, the court enjoyed the hot springs and ate the finest food. From the vermilion gates, Du Fu wrote, comes the smell of wine and cooked flesh. In the road, the bones of men who froze to death. On arriving at the village where his family was staying, Du Fu writes, "When I entered the gate, I heard the sound of weeping. My little boy had died of starvation." Though the government had tried its best to deal with the food shortages, fury with the luxury of the court intensified. Worse was to follow. In mid-December 755, a huge rebellion broke out under a renegade general called An Lushan. It would devastate China. The son of a Central Asian sorceress, stepson of a Turkic Sogdian general, An Lushan marched down from the north and proclaimed a new dynasty at Luoyang on New Year's Day, the 5th of February, 756. All-out war broke out with the beleaguered Emperor Xuanzong. Over the next 8 years, China was crisscrossed by armies, the land plundered and ravaged. The disruption and loss of life was huge. Movement in the countryside was disrupted as marauding armies tramped to and fro. Farmers' carts were commandeered to transport the living and the dead. River and canal traffic was curtailed. Attacks from bandits an ever-present fear. Half the nation, it seemed, was on the road, coping with the breakdown of the state, caught up in swirling vortices of violence. With no means of support and little private wealth, the poet Du Fu and his young family were swept up in these disasters. They took to the road and river with refugees, moving from place to place, often reduced to taking charity. No great poet in the history of the world, perhaps, had such experiences. "Thinking on what I myself have lived through," he wrote, "I've lived a life of privilege. But if even I have known such suffering, then the common man must indeed have been shaken by these storms." Running through his poems is a constant critique of corruption and incompetence, but always from the idealist standpoint of a loyal Confucian. "This was a time," Du Fu wrote, "when the powerful indulged in murder and plunder. The military used up the tax grain in the stores. The imperial fighting cocks had to be fed. Many warnings could have been obtained from history about why a dynasty falls." Some of Du Fu's poems have a fantastic immediacy, with a sense of heart-pumping panic as the family struggle through the night, dodging bandits and wolves, recalling what we see on television today in Syria, the Yemen, North Africa, and so many other places in the modern world. Perhaps no other great artist or poet has ever portrayed what it's like to be a refugee on the road in such conditions. I remember when we first fled the rebellion, hurrying north, passing through hardship and danger. The night was deep on the Pangyar road. We clung together, pulling through mud and mire, and having made no provision against the rain, the paths were slippery, our clothes were cold. At times we went through agonies, making only a few miles in a whole day. Fruits of the wilds, our only provisions. In 756, with An Lushan's forces advancing on Chang'an, the emperor and his entourage fled. But his troops mutinied on the road west. Among their demands was the death of Lady Yang, she of the moth-like eyebrows. In the end, the emperor gave in, and Yang was strangled in the courtyard of a small Buddhist temple out in the countryside at the Ma-Wei postal station on the main road west. The emperor's heart was broken. Later, in extreme grief, he had her body exhumed, but it had decayed and was kept from him. Instead, a perfumed pomade buried with her was sent back to him. One of the most famous stories in Chinese culture, the tale was immortalized in poetry even during the Tang and has been the subject of countless books, films and operas ever since. Today there's even a grandiose Sang et Lumière on the site of the hot springs, outside whose gates, as Du Fu described, lay the bones of the poor who had frozen to death. A month later the emperor abdicated and was succeeded by his son, and Chang'an was captured and sacked by the rebels. Despite An Lushan's death, the war carried on, but the Tang fought back and eventually recaptured the city. The war ended in 763, but the massive disruption to the country lasted much longer. The national census of 754 had recorded 52.9 million people in nearly 9 million tax-paying households. 10 years later, it counted 16.9 million in nearly 3 million households. This suggests that more than 30 million people had been displaced as refugees, killed in war, or died of famine. If so, it was one of the deadliest wars in history. Looking back from later times to the 8th century, the reign of the brilliant emperor Xuanzong, the besotted lover of Lady Yang, and the fatally flawed protagonist of the An Lushan War, was seen as one of cultural greatness and legendary splendour, despite its tragic denouement. At the heart of this collective memory is Du Fu's poetry, which came to be seen as the touchstone of the Confucian voice that speaks with unwavering moral integrity, the embodiment of China's moral conscience, as it has been for the past 1,000 years. Indeed, to call Du Fu China's greatest poet is to underestimate his importance in Chinese civilization, for it limits his role merely to that of a poet. Why that should be is an interesting question. He died in complete obscurity, believing his name would be forgotten. But in the Confucian revival of the Song dynasty in the 11th century, his voice became the one that spoke for the nation in its combination of sympathy for the people and Confucian loyalty to the state. And as such, he is still taught in the national school curriculum today. His universal appeal in modern times, though, perhaps derives from something more. His writings are a sustained articulation of remembrance in the face of loss that runs right through Chinese literary history. Li Qingzhao, whom we'll meet at the fall of the Song, a refugee still guarding her precious scrolls of his poetry. Fang Weiyi, another great female writer and educator, who wrote of the fall of the Ming with Du Fu in mind. Zheng Zhen, the greatest of the moderns, who made a pilgrimage to Dufu's thatched cottage in Chengdu amid the horrors of the Taiping Rebellion in the 19th century. Even during the rape of Nanjing in 1937, Dufu's words appeared in graffiti on fire-scorched walls. The state is destroyed, but the country remains. At the heart of his poetry was grief for what was and what could have been. The year 755, then, would turn out to be a catastrophic break in Chinese history. To seek a psychological parallel in Western culture, we must turn to the First World War, for example, to the French, German and English poets, to Apollinaire's anguished understanding that on the 4th of August 1914, a new world had been born. A year or so later, Sigmund Freud wrote his great essay on mourning and melancholia, arguing that one may grieve for a culture, a civilization, as much as for a beloved. Dufu's grief, which perplexed even him, "Why do I still mourn?" he asked himself, is shot through with this bigger sense, not only of personal grief, but of cultural sorrow. Weeping in the wilderness. How many families know of war and loss? Barbarian songs in scattered places rise from fishermen and woodcutters. Sleeping dragon and leaping horse, heroes turned to brown dust. All word of events in the human world lost in these vast, silent spaces. Chapter 7. Decline and Fall. The 8-year Anlushan Rebellion was a turning point in the story of China. As we've seen, censuses suggest as many as 30 million people died, comparable to figures from the First World War, and it was accompanied by similar institutional crisis and societal and governmental breakdown. But its effects on the culture were also psychological. The dynasty continued, but in a very different, more embattled mood. Over the next century, the Tang faced floods, famines, and further rebellions, the progressive eroding of central government and the gradual loss of provinces saw marauding armies at times threatening the heartland. Meanwhile, new ideas crept like a damp stain into the very fabric of Tang culture, casting a shadow across the world of the old aristocratic clans that had survived. Over its huge span of time, Chinese history had experienced periods like this before, and would do so again. But this period was remembered with a peculiar intensity. Now we enter, although of course they could not have seen it this way at the time, the late Tang. In the beautiful valleys south of the capital, the rich aristocratic families that had been the upholders of order for hundreds of years rebuilt their mansions after the devastations of An Lushan's armies. They replanted fruit trees, repaired their barns and houses, and continued to live a life of privilege. One such was the Du family, not related to the great poet, who had the finest estate in Chengnan, the area south of Chang'an. The house lay in the valley of the Fanchuan River, below a long ridge called Red Slope that ran south above the valley, where landscaped gardens and rockeries, artificial grottos and streams were laid out, with gazebos and pavilions. As their grandson would write later, "Our home and gardens at Du village are old, lying by the river, a ridge of red leaves, of green willows stretching away to a shrine." The clan's connection to the area went back to the Han dynasty when they'd first settled here, and the place was still soaked in their history, with memorials of the past all around them. After dinner or music and poetry recitals in the house, the visitor could inspect the family's collection of paintings, bronzes and manuscripts, or go for walks to the crumbling Han temple and inspect antiquities going back to the time of the Zhou. It was a period that in Chinese poetry evokes, to use a very loose analogy from Western literature, something of the air of 1913, of the country estates of Alain Fournier's lost domain, or the glamorous aristocrats of the Guermantes family in Proust's Lost Time. A world and a millennium away, but sharing an extraordinary refinement of high culture, and also a sense of living on the edge in a time of no longer and not yet. On the Du estate, the family retired for leisure and to study politics, history, literature and poetry, all of which were in the family's blood. Only a few miles out of the city, within easy reach by horseback or the family horse-drawn carriage appropriate to ministerial rank. This, in the late 8th century, was the home of a famous figure in the Tang government, Du Yo, who, for reasons that will become apparent, we'll call Grandad Du. Born in 735, Grandad Du was a great minister of an old family. 3 generations of his ancestors had served the Tang state in high office. He traced his ancestry back to the Han, and even, it was claimed, to the Qin and the Chu. Families like his were the backbone of the bureaucracy. Du had been chancellor and 3 times prime minister. As a teenager and a young man, he'd lived through the terrors of An Lushan, and it was that shattering experience that led him to devote over 35 years to a personal literary project, the Tongdian, a comprehensive study of our institutions. Completed in 801 in his retirement, it was a grand work of synthesis, reflecting on the continuities and ruptures in Chinese history and economics, state organisation, law and ritual. The book was the first great history of institutions since Aristotle, and the first in China. A work little known outside the country, indeed it still awaits a full translation, but one that has been compared to Ibn Khaldun's Introduction to History, written 6 centuries later. Following the new historiography of the Tang historian Li Jiji, the Tongdian is realistic in a way that was beyond medieval, Western, Christian or Muslim writers, whose narratives and conception of the past were perforce shaped by monotheism and the teleology of salvational history. In its scope and method, Du's work shows yet again how an outsider's view of China is often flawed, partial and monolithic. The keys to understanding the civilization may be the Confucian classics, but there were always counter-thinkers, some of whom we'll meet in later chapters. Brilliant and innovative as the civilization was in so many ways, China's problems were structural and thus had a habit of recurring. Like most of the great panoramic surveys of Chinese history, the Tongdian involved a huge amount of, to our Western mind, over-detailed recapitulation. But then codification was the key. The aim was to select and systematize knowledge and hand on an expanded and annotated sum of the past, incorporating, for example, an officially commissioned text from 738 on the 6 main institutions of the Tang. The work was privately published, but it was intended for the eyes of the emperor, aimed as a wake-up call. In an increasingly troubled epoch where the future was insecure, the government had to move with the times and change its ways. Optimism was a key theme in the book, along with a Confucian belief in the moral advancement of society by transformative education, and a faith in what we would describe today as consultative autocracy, despotism with Chinese characteristics. For Du, institutional history was indispensable for good governance because good institutions run by properly qualified civil servants were the very embodiment of Confucian teaching. So his was a work of transition in more ways than one, emphasizing the political and moral importance of the ritual tradition, sceptical of cosmological justifications of state power, preferring instead material and institutional validation. It was a new type of historical writing, looking at the perennial tension in classical Chinese culture between eternal principles and present realities. And these could not have been more dramatically opposed in the last years of Du's life as he looked out from Red Slope to a darkening horizon. When he presented the book to the emperor in 801, Grandad Du was still optimistic. But the strains in Chinese society that he reflected were evident for all to see. After Du died at the end of 812, China had a series of short-lived, dissolute rulers. And then in 827, the Emperor Jingzong was murdered by a cabal of eunuchs. In the grand mansions of the old lineages, there was a sense of their world changing for the worst. As Du's grandson would observe, in a telling image of an imagined hall of high culture and ritual, rainwater is leaking down moss-damp walls, autumn leaves blowing along the table. What went wrong? Why is it that great ages decline? The Arab historian Ibn Khaldun thought the key was the loss of the ethos that binds the rulers to their aristocracy, that luxury, wealth and overconsumption fatally undermine group feeling. For Edward Gibbon in Britain, it had been the Christian religion with its otherworldly eschatology that eroded the old virtues of Rome. In China, too, there were some, like Du and his contemporary Han Yu, who felt that the ethos had been eroded and that religion was the problem. For Du, the country needed a sense of shared culture transmitted through institutions run by qualified people. But the institutions were not finding the right men. Equally, however, the huge royal investment in non-Chinese institutions and beliefs, he thought, was undermining the country. Buddhism, so enthusiastically embraced in the first Tang century, with vast investment in land, buildings, art and treasure, was, he said, actually an alien intrusion. Its intellectual and spiritual influence on Chinese culture was regarded by Du as ultimately negative, the product of a Western barbarian whose core ideas were nihilistic. It went against the grain of Chinese civilization, whose world-view was essentially practical and optimistic, so long as the state was governed justly. This was not how Buddhism's relationship to China had been defined for the previous 700 years. Du and Han Yu were calling for China to return to its roots and to throw off foreign influence, the kind of rhetoric we see in our politics today in times of disturbing change. Chinese tradition was the path to renewal, they said. Confucianism and Taoism should be the new axis, while Buddhism, the scapegoat, was the enemy within. And so the ecumenical view of the early Tang was abandoned. The new Emperor Wuzong came to the throne in 840 and ran with the new policy much as in the 16th century Henry VIII and his successors moved against the vast inherited wealth of the Catholic Church in England. In the early 840s, a massive campaign of temple closures began. It was brutal, sweeping and destructive. The government's persecution of the Buddhists between 842 and 846 came at a time of growing internal and external threats, when marauding private armies threatened the Yellow River heartland and pirate fleets plundered the coasts. In the far west, Turkic and Uyghur kings and warlords overran the frontier provinces. It was in this troubled time that Wuzong launched the great anti-Buddhist persecution. Capricious, unpredictable and cruel, the emperor was probably mad, though his detractors were quick to invent preposterous tales of his excesses. A vivid, contemporary diary gives the mood of the times as the clampdown began. It was written by a Japanese pilgrim by the name of Enin, a Buddhist monk who in 838 had accompanied the Japanese ambassador to the Tang court. His journal is shot through with anxiety as an increasingly authoritarian ruler gave way to irrational prejudices and deranged beliefs, watched with growing alarm by the Japanese visitors. After arriving in China, Enin had studied at the complex of Buddhist monasteries on Mount Wu Tai in the forested hills of Shaanxi. Travelling there today, one may still see something of what Tang Dynasty pilgrims saw. From China's oldest wooden buildings to what Enin describes as the marvellous flowers of the rarest kinds in bloom all over the mountain, from the bottom of the valleys, spread on the hillsides like brocade, their scent so strong that even our clothes were perfumed by it. Over 3 years of journeying in China, Enin had sailed the Grand Canal and travelled the road and river systems, admiring the network of inns and hostels and the post stations and the burgeoning markets en route. Negotiating the many practicalities, the red tape of permits and travel documents, he gives us a lively portrait of a still functioning great power. But Uyghur armies were on the rampage in the far west, and even as he journeyed, events began to acquire a grim momentum as heterodox sects were singled out one by one, and the pogroms began. First, the Uyghur residents in the big cities were accused of belonging to the prescribed Manichaean sect, rounded up and executed in a gruesome sacrificial parody. Then, in the summer and autumn of 842, as he travelled overland to Chang'an, Enin noticed that Buddhist monks were being excluded from the customary rituals of state. In his diary on the 14th of November, he recorded that an imperial edict had been issued that all monks and nuns in the empire should be forced to return to lay life. Money, estates and grain stocks were all to be surrendered. Monastic gates in the capital were sealed, and stock-taking began. By early February the next year, Enin noted that nearly 2,500 monks and nuns had been returned to the lay life, temple treasures confiscated and melted down, books burned. There were exceptions, however. By then, Buddhism was so ingrained in the popular culture that people often refused to do the emperor's bidding. In autumn 845, Enin was told some had refused to attend the imperial Taoist ceremonies. "They've stolen offerings made to the Buddha," people said, "and are using them for worship of demons. Who wants to go and look at such a show?" Students in the university in the capital had refused to obey the new laws. In some provinces, feelings ran so high that the local governors refused to put the edict into action and continued to receive Buddhist pilgrims. In Hubei and Shaanxi, north of the river, no monasteries have been destroyed. Things are continuing as before, Enin confided in his diary. Message after message has been sent, but the threats of punishment have been ignored. The people are simply saying, "If the Son of Heaven wants the monasteries destroyed, let him come and do it himself. None of us can bring ourselves to do such a thing." The situation worsened. In May 846, the Uyghurs of Central Asia threatened the Silk Road frontiers, and the government issued another edict ordering the killing of all Manichaean priests. In Chang'an, the great circular altar of heaven, dating from the Sui dynasty, was rebuilt. China was to go back to its roots. In June, Taoist priests attended grand celebrations for the emperor's birthday. Megalomaniac projects ran in parallel with massacres. And so China gradually sank into an era of darkness. Ironically, one great late Tang figure who lived through all this was the grandson of Du Yo, the very man who had argued that Buddhism was un-Chinese, an alien importation. A historian and civil servant, Du Mu had 5 generations of ancestors who had been high ministers in the Tang state, eminent literary men and statesmen. Today he's best known as one of the great late Tang poets, but he also wrote on governance and composed an influential handbook on the conduct of war. His poetry, though, conveys with thrilling immediacy those years of persecution. As an increasingly disillusioned, peripatetic civil servant, the younger Du Mu saw Buddhist persecutions first-hand. In his poem on the transience of civilization, Ice-Blocked Bian River, the image of the water flowing eastwards day and night under the ice while no one notices, became a metaphor that would be refracted through the whole of later Chinese literature. This floating life is but a dream. How much longer can we enjoy our happiness? Would be the theme of the literati of the 9th century. On the eve of the Buddhist persecution, frustrated in his career and always looking for preferment, Du Mu had taken a job in Huangzhou, in the prefecture of Qian, on the north bank of the Yangtze, where the river makes its great bend south. It was a small, poor prefecture. "The place where I got enough sleep," he wrote wryly, observing his own predilection for the blue houses. Even the accommodation was primitive. "The governor's house," he wrote, "is the kind of place where you'd live if you were out in the wilds." But it was a place with deep historical associations, for it was believed to be the site of the great Battle of the Red Cliffs in the time of the Three Kingdoms at the end of the Han Dynasty in 208, which announced the breakdown of China. In his spare time, Du rode out on trips to think on past glories, reflecting on a battle relic, a broken halberd in the sand, with the fabulous receptivity to the past that is characteristic of Tang poets. "I find it poignant that at Red Cliff, the crossing where the heroes contended, there is now only an old man in a raincoat, sitting and fishing." In the early autumn of 844, Emperor Wuzong issued the last of his series of edicts, closing down all but a few Buddhist temples in the empire, with thousands of monks and nuns now forced to leave their calling, grow their hair, and dress as lay people. A blanket ban was announced on superstitious offerings to relics and mystical falsehoods of the barbarian from the West, which delude the common people. In the capital alone, 300 Buddha halls and local shrines were closed and looted. As a public official, Du Mu had to approve and enact policy, but as a poet, he was deeply troubled by the disruption, destruction, and social dislocation. He composed poems on an abandoned temple in Qizhou, imagining its bell ringing still, and an old monk stripped of his Buddhist robes and bell. Sent south to another poor prefecture at Muzhou in Zhejiang, he conjures a haunting moment as the bell rings time for prayer, and he scrutinizes the old lined Buddha face across the refectory table. "Once you were a novice on Mount Jin. The Buddhist way we all know takes 1,000 years. But don't spurn me for my big city dust. I too was once inspired by higher ideals." Meantime, internal rebellions and frontier wars increased. In autumn 843, imperial troops clashed with rebel armies, and extra taxes were levied for massive new military expenditure. The Japanese pilgrim Enin, still marooned in China, now confounded by police orders and new visa restrictions, watched huge wagon trains carrying grain supplies heading west, and heard rumours that military costs there were so great that the equivalent of 200 million coins were needed every day to pay the imperial armies. The looting of the temples and their treasures and estates would help. With a paranoid and unpopular government, suspicions of disloyalty were rife. When one escaped guard officer sheltered 300 former monks, all of them were summarily killed. There were reports of massacres of civilian populations, even common peasants out in the west, while among the imperial armies cannibalism reared its head. In 844, 3,000 disaffected troops who had fought continuously for 3 years and now asked to be relieved were disarmed and executed in the East Market in Chang'an, blood drenching the sandy plaza between the market streets. Not for the first or last time in its history, the country under Wuzong was now in the grip of tyranny. The Japanese pilgrim Enin and his companions were forced to leave the capital and make their way out of China. In summer 845, at the hottest time of year, mosquitoes and horseflies making clouds like rain, they travelled along the main highway eastwards. There they saw signs of the destruction of the Buddhist order all around them. Temples looted, buildings destroyed, monks and nuns sent back to their places of origin, their shaven heads rapped. At every stopping point, the refrain from local officials was this: the destruction of the monasteries has started. In the wayside taverns, too, the phrase, "the monasteries are to be destroyed," was on everyone's lips. Now formally expelled and defrocked, Enin and the others headed for the coast to find a boat home. Before he left, however, he bumped into a local official who'd once shown him kindness. "We took tea with him in a wayside store," Enin wrote in his diary, "and we talked for a long time. When we parted, he said this: 'Buddhism no longer exists in this land, but Buddhism flows on towards the east. So it has been since ancient times. I hope you will do your best to reach your homeland and propagate Buddhism there. Your disciple has been very fortunate to have seen you on many occasions. Today we part, and in this life we are not likely to meet again. When you have attained Buddhahood, I hope you will not abandon your disciple.'" By the time Enin and his companions reached Japan in 847, the revolts in the north of China had been defeated. The emperor himself had died in 846, his health destroyed by the elixirs his Taoist alchemists thought would bring him long life. More than 250,000 monks and nuns had been removed and around 5,000 temples destroyed, along with countless smaller shrines. The destruction of cultural treasures was vast, an incalculable wealth of bronzes, art and manuscripts. Today, in Chinese Buddhist temples, very little statuary and art has survived from before this time, a measure of the extent of the vandalism. But Buddhism would at least survive in China, and as we shall see, thrive again under the Song dynasty. Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism, on the other hand, were virtually destroyed, and for Nestorian Christianity too, Wuzong's persecutions would prove to be a near-fatal blow, though it would revive for a time under the Mongols. By then, Du Mu was disillusioned with politics, old enough to see his government career was a failure, and still young enough to feel bitter about it. Over the years, he'd frequently resigned and asked for transfers, and in autumn 848 he was moved back to the capital as vice-director of the Bureau of Merit Titles and awarded his old post in the history office. At least with history, he could feel like a fish back in water. In Chinese culture, poets have always been historians too. At this point in his life, disappointed, prematurely white-haired, though only in his mid-40s, he went home to Grandad Du's house on Red Slope, south of Chang'an, to walk again in the garden where he remembered such happiness in childhood, in a world in which natural beauty and social order seemed in harmony. In good times, go out and change the world, Grandad Du had recommended. Now, in bad times, his grandson returned to the symbolic landscapes of his childhood. His last verses, written here, are interiorized, the poet wrapped in on himself like the horns of a snail. Du Mu died before the end of 852 and was buried on the estate near the Du family village. In the 1960s, the funeral mound was levelled and carted off for topsoil, and the site today is a faint hollow in a cabbage patch in a field bordered by crumbling red brick barn walls and sheds. Its inscription, broken in Mao's day, has been recently replaced by a new memorial stone. Perhaps egged on by modern researchers, the locals haven't forgotten him, even though his reputation ranks him below the very greatest of the Tang poets. His poem for the Day of the Ancestors, "A drizzling rain falls on tomb-sweeping day," is still especially loved. After his death, his nephew put his poetry together in print, a vision of the transformation of the Tang world which is shot through with a sense of transience, ruin and loss. More than any other Tang writer, Dumu is the poet of lost idyll, the world as it might have been. How that moment arrives in a civilization, with the loss of group feeling, is often a mystery until it suddenly becomes visible to all. It's hard for the historian, working through the administrative documents, memorials and annals, to touch on that real lived experience. But poets can. Like Milton and his friends after the bloodshed and rupture of the 17th century civil wars in Britain, Dumu's poetry captures the experience of defeat. For families like the Du clan, the end came in the 870s and 80s as the Tang entered its last decades with a series of hammer blows. The plunder of the immense wealth of the Buddhist establishment had helped the imperial family and the nobility pay their armies and survive in the short term, but it didn't address the continuing economic crisis. In 860 there were mutinies of the army on the frontiers, while at home unrelentingly heavy taxes and labour burdens provoked rural revolt. One peasant uprising, terming itself the Righteous Army, gathered over 200,000 peasants, vagrants, beggars and pirates. The empire was now hugely overstretched geographically, and succession wars began in frontier provinces. Then droughts, floods and famine struck. In the 870s and 80s there was a widespread belief that heaven was displeased and that the Tang dynasty had lost its mandate. The coup de grâce was the rebellion of Huang Chao, a final brutal spasm of almost unimaginable violence, with many parallels to the Taiping, as we shall see, the bloodiest war of the 19th century. In the 870s, several large bandit armies had risen up, fired by a succession of massive harvest failures, and the government's continued intransigence over tax relief. In the past, when this happened, Tang governments had been able to combat famine by distributing grain from a network of state granaries with surplus food stocks alongside an aggressive policy of price regulation. But not now. Huang began his revolt in 874 in Henan, a hotbed of peasant rebellion from early times to the 20th century. Charismatic, swaggering, an expert with a crossbow and weapons, Huang had some skill as a writer as well as a fighter. He came from the coast of Shandong, where his family had been salt smugglers and privateers for several generations, effectively a wide and powerful mafia clan. One of 8 brothers, Huang had several times sat and failed the imperial examinations, again curiously foreshadowing Hong, the 19th century Taiping leader, who turned his fury against the very establishment he had hoped to join. In the beginning, Huang's motivation was hunger. Looking back, the next generation remembered those days as a time of desperate famine, when hordes of famished people from the subtropical south up the eastern coast to the central plains of Henan became robbers, and bands of robbers coalesced into armies. Huang's rebels were well organized and motivated. In the new world of Tang literacy, they distributed leaflets printed on woodblock presses railing against corrupt and greedy local officials, excessive taxes and unfair punishments. Their anger turned against the worthy and outstanding talents who, instead of showing anger, retreated to their private estates. Over the next few years, Huang fought devastating wars from the Central Plain down to the Pearl River, a Tang Spartacus leading his forces against local governors and imperial armies. Though he suffered defeat, over 7 years of campaigning he proved very hard to corner, and his troops stuck with him. Then in winter 879, claiming the title of the heaven-storming generalissimo, he attacked the Tang's richest port of Canton, whose warehouses were crammed with the accumulated goods of merchants who traded with Sumatra, India and the Persian Gulf. After a prolonged siege, the city's resistance was broken and punished by a horrendous massacre. the death toll estimated at 120,000 by Arab chroniclers who noted the deliberate targeting of resident aliens, foreign merchants, Arabs, Persians and Jews. But above all, this was a class war. Increasingly, the peasant armies took revenge on the scholar classes, and the old landed families whose estates and prosperous farmlands, like those of the Du clan, clustered around the wealthiest towns and cities, making them easy targets. Many people were forced to flee to poorer, more isolated areas like Huizhou, near the sacred mountain of Huangshan. Today, the printed genealogies of old merchant families whose descendants still live there claim their original migration to this region occurred during and after the upheavals of the Huangcha rebellion. In summer 880, Huang's terrifying caravan of death and destruction recrossed the Yangtze and marched north, press-ganging young men everywhere in the devastated countryside. They were 150,000 strong now, though some said their armies eventually reached more than 500,000. They camped in the lower Yellow River plain and proclaimed their intention to topple the dynasty, capture the young emperor Xizong, and make him and his family pay for their crimes. Pushing west, they captured the eastern capital, Luoyang, and broke through the Tang defence line, the historic fortifications in the Tong Pass, and descended on the capital, Chang'an. On the 8th of January, 881, the emperor abandoned his capital and fled over the mountains to Chengdu, the demoralised imperial troops plundering and setting fire to the West Market before they left. Huang's soldiers entered the city, shouting the name of King Huang, who they promised will make life good, not like the Li family, the royal clan, who had no sympathy for your lives. A leading Tang general welcomed Huang in a ceremony of submission at the city gate. The rebels issued printed proclamations declaring Huang's love for the people, urging the citizens to carry on with their daily routine, assuring them that their shops and properties would not be looted. But the riches on view in the markets and mansions of the capital turned the heads of Huang's raggle-taggle army of peasant soldiers, and from the beginning looting was the order of the day. Huang based himself in the mansion of a Tang minister, but several days later he moved into the Tang palace in the imperial city. He then ordered the execution of all captured members of the imperial clan and proclaimed himself Emperor of Qi, as if the mandate had passed on. What followed is one of the grimmest moments in Chinese history. Supplies for the huge rebel army were hard to come by, as civil order in the countryside collapsed. And in 883, faced with starvation, they turned to cannibalism as a deliberate policy. As famine gripped the countryside, it was later claimed that Huang's army killed more than 1,000 people every day for food. An exaggeration? A lurid tale to make monsters of the rebels? In Chinese history, cannibalism casts a long and dark shadow. But no society in history has been immune to it, especially in times of starvation. Sometimes in Tang China, it had occurred as a grim act of vengeance or of punishment. But when the rebels ran out of food, it's said captives were killed, chopped up, cooked and eaten, sometimes salted or pickled to preserve them. In some places, wrote one contemporary, it was said human flesh was more plentiful than dog meat, and eating it was known as the unnatural practice of bandits. And so, after achieving such greatness, the way was lost in a miasma of cruelty and horror. The Tang court took refuge in Sichuan, and over the next year their armies launched counterattacks. In Chang'an, the people rose against the rebels, and Tang forces briefly retook the city before Huang retaliated, regained the city, and massacred the civilian population. The capital was now thoroughly looted and wrecked as rebel troops ran amok, killing the wealthy and officials in a rage against the rich. It was the end for the old landed aristocracy in the countryside around Chang'an and Luoyang. Perhaps it was then that the Du mansion was plundered and the garden on Red Slope was lost forever. The poet Wei Zhuang, who was in the capital at the time of Huang's occupation, described the scene. In house after house, the blood flowed. My neighbour had a young daughter lovely as a goddess, her lustrous, flashing eyes, the very image of spring in her mirror. But she was murdered in her house, as women across the city were violated, fires burning across a vast landscape, ashes spinning in the wind. All the remaining members of the Tang royal family on whom the rebels could lay their hands were now killed. Any Tang official who refused to submit and serve the rebel state was executed. Among the famous cases of scholar officials asked to serve Huang was Li Dao, who announced to his tormentors, "My knee can be cut off, but a memorial I cannot draft." As so often in history, at first rebellions are born on a high tide of rage, class hatred, and a sense of injustice. But once power is gained, what then is to be done? There are many possible lessons from Chinese history. The peasant Liu Bang, after all, had founded the Han, and later the illiterate Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming. Both had commanded allegiance by sheer force of personality and military prowess, but in the end Huang did not. A concerted counterattack finally drove him out of Chang'an, and as his army broke up in disarray, he was ambushed and killed by his own clan while crossing the Yellow River in July 884. So ended the career of one of the most famous rebels in Chinese history. Many myths and stories later attached themselves to him, and there were persistent legends that he'd survived, that he became a Buddhist monk, and was later recognized by one of the Tang leaders in a monastery in Luoyang. Despite the staggering violence, modern communist historians found it easy to excuse the mass killing in the name of what they saw as class war, and praised Huang as a champion of the peasants against the rulers. His revolution had a devastating effect on the several hundred old families who'd been the ruling aristocracy of China for 300 years or more. Among them was the Li family from Hebei, whom we met more than a century before during the An Lushan rebellion. Since then, they'd known only success. 8 chief ministers in the past century. Their fine city mansion in Anyi Ward in Chang'an had been one of the most splendid of the residences in the capital, so grand that they became known as the Li of Anyi. The house was destroyed in the rebellions of the 880s along with the family's country property outside Luoyang, mirroring the experience of many of the old families of the empire. It was a real watershed, not only because of the violence and destruction, but because the institutions, customs and rituals which had ensured clan identity and allegiance to the state were destroyed. These, as we shall see, were created anew in the Song dynasty in ways that would influence the whole of later Chinese history. But for the old Tang families it was too late. In the countryside after Huang's rebellion, one witness described roads overgrown, households wrecked, deserted fields and gardens, trees cut down and taken away by woodcutters, gardens and pavilions levelled, and everything ownerless. On the road, an old beggar portrayed in a famous poem is typical of the time. "Look at me. I had lands 200 chan in extent, 2,500 acres. My tax bill was 1 million in silver cash a year." He points to the hills, and up there are thousands like me. The intense drama of the Tang's final decline is overshadowed by the sheer violence of the events. But deeper causes lie in what historians and anthropologists have termed systems collapse, pointing to other great breakdowns in Chinese history: the collapse of the Mongol Yuan dynasty in the early 14th century, the decline and fall of the Ming between the late 16th and mid-17th centuries, and the fall of the Qing, which led to China's 20th century revolutions. These four giant crises are deep-rooted in China's cultural memory, in historiography, literature, poetry, and popular culture. What happens when things fall apart? We know that the dissolution of complex societies such as the Roman Empire in Western history has multiple causes, but it often stems from the decline of strong authority at the centre with the concomitant loss of power in the periphery. As the 10th century dawned, central order fragmented, local self-defence militias proliferated, the provinces were militarised, and regional armies formed. As local generalissimos vied to found dynasties, North and South China split apart. This breakdown brought an end to the great era of the Tang, and to a period in which for over 1,000 years Chang'an in its various incarnations had been China's capital. The centre of gravity of Chinese history was about to shift again. Chang'an was finally sacked and levelled in 904, its great buildings dismantled and their timbers removed. The last Tang emperor was overthrown in 907. But though the great Tang ended in breakdown and chaos, the dynasty had seen tremendous economic and cultural achievements, including a permanent shift of China's demographic and economic centre of gravity to the south, setting the stage for new social, political, economic and educational institutions that would shape the future in the 10th century. So we draw a line under the glorious age of the Tang, a time by which the Chinese still define themselves, especially in the south, where the visitor today is as likely to hear someone call themselves Tang as Han. It's a time admired for its cosmopolitan reach and cultural, artistic and scientific achievements, when Chang'an matched and in some respects surpassed Baghdad and Constantinople as a world city. After the Tang, the pattern of the Chinese past reasserted itself. Great order followed by disorder, with some 18 kingdoms and dynasties supplanting each other or uneasily coexisting in a mere 70 years. In the era of the Tang, however, the path was laid for the future, if all under heaven could be reunited. Chapter 8. The Five Dynasties. Historical narratives sometimes resist easy divisions into periods and dynasties. The histories tell us the Tang dynasty ended in 907, and that the Song was proclaimed in 960, consolidated its grip by 979, and announced its final victory in 1005. In between, however, was a prolonged and violent hiatus. The five dynasties by which the epoch is known today were the later Liang, the later Tang, the later Jin, the later Han, and the later Zhou. All these were large, state-sized entities with millions of people, armies and civil services, which tried to promote commerce, a favourable climate for the arts and learning, all making serious efforts to pass on this culture of ours. But there were also a dozen smaller kingdoms with imperial clans, generals, mutineers, warlords and satraps, who all declared that they would restore the world. Out of these divisions, early modern China would emerge. But at the time, it was by no means certain that there would again be a united kingdom under a sage ruler who possessed the mandate of heaven. That age of division has found few admirers among historians, but it is as fascinating as any in China's story. Among individual people there were many reactions to the end of the Tang. Some even rejected the world altogether. The political chaos saw the artist Jing Hao, for example, taking refuge in the Zhongjiao Mountains north of the Yellow River in Shaanxi, where he lived as a farmer. There he painted and wrote on the Chinese landscape, depicting its grandeur and immemorial beauty, its precipitous crags, waterfalls and rushing streams, a natural world in which human beings are so tiny as to be almost invisible, and their deeds merely transient. It was here that Jing developed the ideas that would underpin China's most influential school of painting, articulating a debate on the nature of reality and the rejection of worldly desires in sublime landscapes. It would become a key theme in Chinese art from then until today. As the poet Du Fu had written, "The state is destroyed, but the country remains." For others, despite the uncertainties of the future, the only right action was to stay engaged, to be a Confucian gentleman, and to strive for the preservation of the ideals of this culture of ours. A case in point, recovered from fragments only recently, is the story of a remarkable man who lived from 880 to 956, through the period of breakdown. Working for 4 of the 5 dynasties, his reputation shone in 7 courts, as his grandson said. Wang Renyu was an eyewitness who saw himself as representing the old virtues of the state, rather as the last of the Romans, Brutus, in the horrors of the Roman Civil War. But Wang's life also pointed the way to a new age, the end of the old world of the Tang, and the rise of a new, more egalitarian and meritocratic world that not only brought new rulers but new forms of society, where loyalty to dynasty was superseded by a bigger allegiance to China itself. To trace Wang's life, we must now travel 350 kilometers west of Xi'an on the ancient route down from Gansu to Sichuan. Lixian is an old garrison town at the confluence of the western Han and Yangtze rivers, where crumbling forts perched on crags command the valley that links the Yangtze and the Yellow River systems. First established under the Qin, today Lixian is a desultory modern city in a flat plain between brown terraced hills backed by ridge after ridge of rugged mountain ranges that rise towards the Tibetan plateau. A fissured landscape where, as the British Orientalist Eric Teichmann 100 years ago described, the bare Loess hills of central Gansu, with their waterless valleys, give way to jungle-covered mountains with an abundance of water. This is the land west of the pass, for much of early Chinese history a frontier world, far from the centre, offering a different perspective on the middle land. Here in Jianlong village, a few miles further on up the valley from Lixian, stands Wang's memorial stele, his Spirit Road epitaph. Carved with the story of his life, composed by a loyal pupil, it was erected by his grandson in 984 in his hometown, and today stands on its battered tortoise plinth in a small walled enclosure. Now weathered but still legible, its text long since transcribed by loyal local antiquarians, it opens an electrifying first-hand window into the age of chaos that followed the Tang. It begins by quoting Wang's grandson. "My grandfather was renowned for generations as a man of wisdom. His service extended through several regimes. He gained the respect of the highest in the land and maintained the highest standards of the Grand Secretariat." Wang was born in 880, in the middle of the Huang Rebellion. His clan were originally from Taiwan, an old landed family who had hitched their fortunes to the Tang star and were part of the migration south into border prefectures during the empire's heyday. His autobiography, lost for centuries, has recently been partially reconstructed from fragments, and it offers an intimate portrait of a 10th century man, a warrior, governor, who lived a life of scholarship, poetry, music, and war. A rarity from anywhere in history at this time, it gives details of manners and inner beliefs, the world of signs and symbols, sensibility and memory. In other words, a person's hinterland. Its subjectivity is not a literary construct, but a record of real feeling, what we really hope for when we study the people of the past. Wang was an orphan raised by an elder brother in a time when the Tang era had brought chaos and grief, as he said. He was unusual in that he came from out on the edge of China, not from the capital, and that gave him a unique outsider's perspective on events. Nor was he typical of the scholarly governing class. In his early years, as his grandson tells us, he was a wild youth who learned the hard way the value of education. Lacking the discipline of teachers and friends, my grandfather spent his time solely with hunting and amusement. At the age of 25, he had not the slightest knowledge of book learning. But then, in a dream, he saw pebbles in the West River covered in writing. He picked them up and swallowed them. And when he awoke, his mental faculties had opened up to insight. The haunting dream of the pebbles in the West River, Wang tells us, stayed with him all his life. From then, he felt the importance of learning and began eagerly exerting himself in the Confucian scriptures. And with one reading, says his grandson, it was as if he'd always known them. So though late in the day the path of his life was set, to become a gentleman, a word bound up with Confucian connotations of culture and humanity. Picked out by a local military commander, he rose to a series of top posts, embarking on a life of action and contemplation, marked by steadfast loyalty and integrity. But as his grandson put it was a time when good governance and instruction was deeply damaged. The issue then for the educated classes was how should that damage be remedied? How should a traditional Confucian follow the way when the state no longer cohered? How should one's talents be used to serve the state and hang on the values of civilization? Wang worked for 10 years as a minister in the state of Shu in Sichuan. And there, in 907, with the last Tang emperor gone, a local hard man, smuggler and bandit claimed imperial power and fought his way to control of the whole region of the southwest, ending up with his own kingdom with its capital in Chengdu. Wang served this kingdom for a decade, rising from local military command to the very centre of court life. A close friend of a later ruler, Wang helped set up a replica Tang court with a scholarly academy imitating the Tang's famous national academy, the Hanlin. A person of great physical toughness and tireless curiosity, on campaigns and government journeys, Wang developed a deep sense of the landscape and the people of China. When time allowed, he climbed mountains and explored the wild routes of western China. The surviving fragments of his memoirs are distinguished by his wide intellectual interests, including a remarkable and even philosophical concern about the life of animals. One story concerns a monkey given to him by a trapper, which he kept and attempted to tame. Intrigued by what he calls its sly intelligence, he named the monkey Yuke, wild guest. But at his HQ, where Wang was adjutant to the military commissioner, the monkey proved disruptive, screeching and biting, throwing tiles, and on one occasion wrecking the commissioner's kitchen. Wang was the only human the monkey would obey. Eventually, running out of patience with his feral companion, Wang had him released into the countryside 30 miles away, only for Yuke to return to his door within hours. Then Wang took him up to the headwaters of the Han River, so far away that he couldn't find his way back. Tying a red silk string around the monkey's neck, Wang composed a poem about their relationship before their final parting. Then, a year later, at the end of his time of service, on his way up the Han River Valley, Wang encountered a troop of monkeys drinking in a stream. And there, hanging in a tree, was Ye Ke, still wearing the tattered strip of red silk. In a riveting passage, Wang describes the moment of recognition, the reactions of Ye Ke, and his haunting moan as they parted. I called to him, and he answered with repeated cries. I kept my horse standing there for a while, and gradually he took on an anguished look. When I stirred the reins to go, he departed with cries of lament, and as I climbed the mountain road, winding among the valleys and streams, I could still hear his sobbing sounds, which I suspect came from his broken heart. So I composed this poem about him. As he sleeps in the moonlight, he dreams in freedom of a tethered life. Heartbroken cries echo to the clouds. Who is his old master from a year gone by? Wang's description of the monkey's behaviour is typical of his sensibility, not only to human feelings, but to the feelings of animals. Here we enter a tone in human discourse not heard perhaps since late Roman Neoplatonists like Porphyry. In the West, Aristotle had earlier denied any kind of moral equivalence between humans and animals, as did the Hebrew Bible, saying that animals exist for human use as plants do for animals. But in ancient China there were other views. Mencius himself had thought that a humane person's attitude to animals should be that once having seen them alive, he cannot bear to see them die, and once having heard their cry, he cannot bear to eat their flesh. Wang found himself observing the habits of primates as he would humans, and interrogating his own fellow feeling across the species barrier, making analogies, for example, between primates' family bonds and those of human society. What is it to be human? What separates us humans from animals? In Western China, on a hunt for the golden snub-nosed monkey, whose fine skins were coveted as cushion covers by high officials, Wang tells the story of a male monkey struck by a poisoned arrow, its reaction to the fatal shot, his wrinkled brows and downcast look, retching and moaning, just like a human being. Especially haunting to him was the image of frightened infants clinging inseparably to their dying mother. Family bonds among animals, then, were analogous to those of humans. If a humane person were to behold this, wrote Wang, he could not bring himself to sleep on their skins or eat their meat, and anyone who felt no compassion would have a heart of iron or stone. Such humans are no better than beasts. Most of all, however, Wang was an observer of history. It's his sharp powers of observation as an eyewitness that help us catch the mood of this momentous period of change. Wang served wherever he could work for this culture of ours. For the Qin kingdom from 915, the Shu from 925 to 935, and then successively the later Tang, the later Jin, the Khitan, later Han, and later Zhou. Sometimes his survival was almost miraculous. When the later Tang fell, the captured royal family were dispatched on a safe conduct, which was actually a death warrant for the whole party, not just the royal clan, in all a couple of thousand people. Wang was in their service and survived execution only because a benevolent minister changed a single character on the warrant, so only the royal clan were executed. On another occasion, at the fall of the later Jin, Wang was captured and prepared for execution, but his speech was so admired that he was spared. He'd hoped in the end to retire back to his native Gansu, But he came out of retirement and in his 60s rose in the later Zhou state to be Minister of Finance and then Minister of War. Still anxious to widen educational opportunities, he was most proud of his appointment to Examinations Minister. Looking back on his legacy from the 980s, his grandson reflected, "The general opinion is unanimous that now the most talented and learning, even among orphans and commoners, would all achieve careers." A hint, perhaps, of the more meritocratic and even egalitarian currents of the age that would follow. In the 940s, barbarian armies crisscrossed the Chinese heartland, and in 947 the old eastern capital of Luoyang was sacked. The event was attended by signs in the heavens, always, in traditional China, thought to indicate a coming change of mandate, as Wang's grandson recalled. Towards the end of the Jin dynasty, powerful officials took over control, and dynastic governance was shared among many. There was a succession of poor harvests as well as incessant warfare. Regional warlords forcibly occupied territories and lands, but with his time occupied with ritual and music, no military leadership came forth from the emperor. My grandfather Wang grieved that good order had fallen into destruction and disarray. He submitted papers and documents setting forth his advice. Repeatedly he bowed before the palace gates to offer the strongest possible views on current affairs. But as he wrote, when a river breaks out in spate, it cannot be blocked with a handful of soil. Once a great tree has toppled, it cannot be controlled with a single rope. And so it came to pass that the barbarian forces flared up fiercely, and the sacred vessels of Jin changed hands. Reflecting on the broader patterns of China's relations with the barbarians, Wang himself wrote this. Let's now come to recent times, when among the many barbarians the most fierce are the Khitan. With them we've reached a point where only an enlightened and worthy ruler with divine backing and great virtue and wisdom will be able to withstand those who bring disorder and treachery to China. Over the past few decades, the barbarians have annexed the countries round us. In the last decade, they marched over the central plain and falsely usurped the title of emperor. Many of our provinces are under their control. The deserts are filled with Chinese jades, silks and brocades. The government lost control. Treacherous ministers sold out their country, and fierce Chinese armies and valiant warriors were tamely surrendered. The emperor and his generals and ministers became prisoners of war, and the common people were slaughtered. Thorns and brambles grew in the palaces, vermin roamed the temple yards. Clouds cast gloom, the sun was dimmed. Since the beginning of civilization, there's never been disorder like this. We've fallen into dark times. How could heaven allow scheming shysters and vicious gangsters to carve China up, or tribal chiefs to indulge in their mindless violence? Now that 1 million people have died in war, will the great monarch of heaven still not extend his protection to us? Look at the omens of the thunder and the ice, the falling star, the death of the barbarian king. None of this is by chance, hardly by chance. Things cannot be negative for all time. The way cannot finally be exhausted. A true man will arise, and heaven, I believe, will announce a new Han dynasty. When Wang died in 956, the warfare was already advanced that would bring this new Han dynasty he had hoped for. A dynasty in the central plain based around Kaifeng on the Yellow River in the historic heartland of China. The triumph of the Song, led by two brothers who became the first two emperors, was seen in retrospect as inevitable, destined by heaven, and the omens that preceded the rise of the Song were famous. One tale in particular is still told by the older generation in Kaifeng. Today, in Twin Dragon Alley, the old tiled courtyard houses are soon to be redeveloped, and everywhere demolition signs are daubed in red on their doors. But under a pillared veranda, the mahjong players were only too happy to tell the tale. Though just a fairy story, it was first recorded in the song, and it catches the atmosphere of the time. Warming to his tale, the old man rose and waved his arms, gesticulating down the street, and he was soon in full flow. The story goes like this. Back at the time of chaos and destruction after the Tang dynasty fell, a hermit called Chen Tuan, who had acquired prophetic powers, came down from the sacred mountain of Huashan. On the road, he ran into crowds of refugees pouring down the highway from Luoyang, fleeing from the fighting. Swept up in the hurly-burly was a poor man carrying 2 baskets on a pole across his shoulders. Inside each basket was a baby boy. But when the hermit looked inside, he saw 2 little dragons. Roaring with laughter, he exclaimed, "I never expected that the mandate of heaven would come back to earth so quickly. This time of disasters will be over very soon." Now, Chen Tuan told the man with the baskets, "You must look after these 2 little boys very carefully." So the poor man came here to Kaifeng, and he put the 2 boys into the care of a Buddhist monastery here in this street, which was known then as Chicken Lane. The monks brought them up, and those 2 babies grew up to be the first emperors of the Song dynasty, and that's how Kaifeng became the next great capital of China. And it's why this place is called Twin Dragon Alley today. Charming as the story is, there was nothing preordained about the arrival of the Song dynasty. Reunification actually happened through prolonged warfare, the accidents of history and strokes of luck in battle at crucial moments. Official narratives were created later to make it seem inevitable and relatively bloodless, but bloodless it certainly wasn't. There were years of fighting before the decisive battle at Gaoping in Henan on the 24th of April 954. The military leader of the so-called later Zhou kingdom, whose name was Xizong, had pronounced himself emperor. His kingdom, based in the Kaifeng region, faced hostile states on all sides, and in 954 it was invaded by an alliance of its northern enemies, the Northern Han and the Liao. The battle was fought on the old north-south route, today's G55, between the Yellow River and North China. It changed the course of Chinese history, breaking the cycle of chaos that had persisted for over a century. Victory was only just snatched from the jaws of defeat by a general who showed exemplary nerve and leadership. At a crucial moment in the battle, one wing of the army gave way, most of its leaders fled, and 1,000 troops surrendered. But General Zhao, the commander of the other wing, fought on and finally swung the balance the other way. By nightfall, the roads north were blocked with thousands of fugitives. Afterwards, in a ruthless collective act of military discipline, General Zhao ordered all those on his own side who fled to be beheaded, along with cavalry and infantry commanders who'd failed, and 72 senior commanders of the Imperial Guard. In all, 2,000 men were killed. Akin to the decimation practices in the Roman army and in Europe in the 30 Years' War, this punishment was intended to stir imposing awe. It also allowed Zhao to replace the purged officer corps, so now his own officers were the power behind the throne. After the battle, there were still powerful independent kingdoms to the north and south, but it was a huge moment in Chinese history, for Xizong's army had defeated the combined force of his 2 most powerful enemies. He now asked to see plans for military campaigns to eliminate the many individual kingdoms and recreate one unified empire. The issue for Xizong was whether to strike north first or to move south. But in April 955, he announced the plan proposed by his chancellor. After limited operations to the north, they would focus their attack on the south. The grand strategy was already unfolding when, after a 5-year reign, the emperor, who was still in his 30s, died in 959. At his death, Xizong left a 6-year-old son, but the succession was resolved in a carefully prepared coup led by the officer corps. The army was camped at Chunqiao on the north bank of the Yellow River near Kaifeng. A shrine by an ancient tree still marks the spot. And there, to his surprise, General Zhao was proclaimed emperor by his troops and donned the conveniently prepared yellow robe. On the 3rd of February 960, a new dynasty was proclaimed. General Zhao, one of the mythical dragon babies in the baskets in Twin Dragon Alley, became Song Taizu, the first emperor of the new dynasty. A man of few words, it was said, a canny military man, not an innovator, still less a man of high culture. He had, it was said, only basic conversance with the classics. At that moment, of course, it was by no means certain that the Song would be any longer lasting than any of the 5 dynasties. But once their power was consolidated in their heartland of the Yellow River, a new order was imposed over much of southern and central China. As always in Chinese history, the name taken by the new dynasty was of great historical significance. Song, as we've seen already, was the name of the regional state that ruled the Yellow River Plain after the defeat of the Shang dynasty in 1045 BC. The place was the Shang ancestral heartland, where surviving members of the Shang royal clan had been permitted to continue the rituals to the ancestors, carrying on the dynastic tradition of prehistory. In that choice, they were stating their aim to go back to their roots and to initiate what their contemporaries in Europe would have called a renovatio. The new emperor was inaugurated in February 960, and heavy fighting continued north and south as he consolidated his power. And then in 967, the court astrologers observed a confirming omen. In the 5th year of Emperor Taizu's reign, they said, in the 3rd month, the 5 planets gathered like linked pearls in Aries. What they'd seen was the same 5-planet conjunction, which only happens once every 516 years, that had confirmed the triumph of the Zhou 2 millennia before. As the great Song philosopher Zhu Xi observed, the cycle of Chinese history had been re-established. The transmission of the Tao had arrived at the sage ancestor Taizu of our Song dynasty. So the new dynasty was not to be simply a continuation of the dynastic cycle, but a revival of Confucian teaching, a return to the eternal wisdom of the Chinese state. The restoration of the mandate of heaven was not only about temporal rule, but the transmission of the Tao itself, the way. This idea came to be seen by Song philosophers as transcending the mechanisms of earthly rule, and the prospect of the renaissance of the long-neglected learning of the Tao energized thinkers and rulers in the new era. It would take more than 2 decades to crush their surrounding enemies, culminating in the conquest of the powerful late Tang state in the south in the winter of 975, though the true founding was only celebrated in 1005, almost a century after the fall of the Great Tang. Despite the Song dynasty's reputation as an age of peace, cultural brilliance, therefore, its foundation was achieved by relentless warfare. In every year of the 960s, their armies mounted campaigns north and south from the central plain, with tens of thousands of troops out in the field. Everywhere there were savage reprisals, the mass execution of prisoners, suicides of entire garrisons. In one notorious example of psychological warfare south of the Yangtze, one Song general had a group of fat prisoners shared out, killed and eaten by his forces in front of his captives, who were then freed to take back the news of the chilling show of terror. As often in history, the great achievements of civilization have been underpinned by shocking violence, and China was no exception. The Song achieved power after decades of relentless warfare. Emperor Taizu died in November 976, and the final victories to consolidate the empire were achieved by his younger brother Taizong, the other baby in the basket in the legend from Twin Dragon Alley. The southern Tang kingdom in Nanjing surrendered in 976, the northern Han in 979, and by 982 Song power extended over most of South China. But North China was never brought under their rule, the powerful Liao kingdom's capital remaining near the site later known as Beijing. So Song supremacy would always be contingent on treaties, forced to coexist with other major political groupings on the landmass we know as China. The decisions taken in 955, important as they were, never led to the retaking of the so-called 16 provinces in the north. But by 979 the Song was well and truly established as the next great dynasty, and vast resources were being poured into what has become known as China's Renaissance. The Song would preside over one of the most brilliant epochs in Chinese history, one that has often been compared with ancient Athens for its cultural, artistic and scientific achievements, not to mention its remarkable experiments in governance. To tell that story, we must now travel to the city that had been the Song base for their military campaigns against the north in the 930s and 40s, one of China's 5 great historic capitals, Kaifeng. Chapter 9. The Song Renaissance. In the late 10th century, China emerged again as the greatest civilization on earth. Its cities were the world's largest, and its artists, craftsmen and scientists were unsurpassed. The population doubled in a century. Over a quarter of the world may have lived in China at this time. Some have thought as many as 1/3. In viewing the pattern of global history, Europeans have always brought their own preconceptions. They call the time in Europe from the 14th to the 16th centuries the Renaissance, when classical humanism was rediscovered after it had been lost, when modern scientific ideas began to develop, and when new conceptions of society and the individual emerged. China, though, never lost touch with its classical past, the cultural bedrock laid down under the Han, nor its great medieval flowering under the Tang. In China, what might be termed a Renaissance took place from the 10th to the 12th centuries as the Song recovered from the disasters of the late Tang and created an astonishingly civilized new Confucian age. Many of the features of the Song Renaissance will seem familiar. Just as in Europe, there was a rediscovery of the classical past and the spread of printing, enabling mass production of books, encyclopedias, works of science and medicine. Epigraphical and philological studies began to analyse the remains of the ancient past in inscriptions on stone and bronze and in manuscript evidence. Catalogues were produced of ancient bronzes, and there were even archaeological excavations at famous historic sites like Anyang. In the writing of history, too, great achievements were made in codifying the tradition and critically examining the sources for the past. In the Song, China's commercial economy and technological achievement far outstripped the medieval West. Song advances in science in particular were unrivalled between the Hellenistic age and the 18th century European Enlightenment. But as we've already seen, the song was created by warfare, and the cultural achievements of the 11th century rested on the battles of the 10th. It was a time when China might have broken apart for good, leaving a patchwork of states akin to medieval and modern Europe. The big question then is why, unlike the Roman Empire and every other empire of the ancient world or the Middle Ages, did China stay together in the 10th century and not break up? How are we to explain the revolutionary changes that happened under the Song in economy, science, society and culture? Part of the answer lies in the strategic decisions made in 955 to concentrate efforts on the conquest of the south, so large parts of northern China were left under the rule of the neighbouring Liao kingdom, whose territory extended right into the heart of China. In the northwest, too, the Song state never reached out along the Silk Road into Central Asia and left powerful neighbours like the Tanguts over the Amur River. Necessarily, the Chinese had to cultivate close diplomatic relations with these border states, and regular exchanges took place with ambassadors bringing gifts, celebrating birthdays, and giving condolences at the time of deaths. Relations with the Liao, it was said, were warm, like one family. This brought a change in the world view of the Chinese. All under heaven now shared a landmass with other states, and interaction was not limited to diplomacy. In this period there was a fertile exchange of people, goods and ideas. As happened later in Western history, increased knowledge of the other helped to define the meaning of the state to its citizens and developed loyalty to the newly defined idea of China. And it wasn't just the borders that were redrawn. Governance itself was changing. The old aristocracy had been destroyed, and its place was filled by professional bureaucrats chosen through a meritocratic entry system of imperial examinations. Knowledge was also shared at this time through the widespread availability of print. This was even the first real age of travel literature, and this encouraged a very different view of Chinese identity. We've seen already fascinating accounts of foreigners at the Tang court, but the cosmopolitanism of the Song was of a different order. Forced to look out beyond their frontiers, they came to see themselves as one great state among many, albeit at the centre of all they surveyed. Within a few years, the Taizu emperor and his advisers began a major cultural project, which over time developed into one of the great creative epochs in the story of China. It was in particular an age of invention, from science and technology to steel production and cast iron, from pharmacology and medicine to astronomy and mineralogy, not to mention paper money, playing cards, and pulp novels. There was even a book printed in 1085 entitled How to Make Sure That the Elderly Have Happy, Healthy Retirements, perhaps the first of its kind in history, and astonishingly still in print today. In all respects, then, the Song was an era of groundbreaking innovation. The world's first national library, the first national university, the first print culture. Many of the Song achievements would not occur again anywhere until the early modern age in Europe. Unfortunately for China, though, the long diplomatic balance they achieved with their Liao neighbours didn't extend to the Tanguts, and in the late 11th century they found themselves embroiled in wars on the northern frontier, which were very expensive in men and materials, and which contributed to the catastrophe of 1127. But that is to jump ahead of ourselves. The Song may not have ruled all of what is China today, or the China of the Manchus, or of the Tang, but the empire they brought into being was a polity of astonishing cultural brilliance. At the height of its prosperity in the 11th century, the Song was one of the most humane, cultured, and intellectual societies in Chinese history, even, it may be said, in all world history. At the centre was the capital, Kaifeng. It's time now for us to enter its streets. It's sunset at the crossroads on Book Street in the centre of town. From the side lanes, food stalls are being wheeled in, kerosene lamps lit, and soon kebabs are sizzling in yellow pools of light. Here today's traveller to Kaifeng may get her bearings, gratified to find that something of the old town's topography of streets and lanes is still visible. The city wall forms a parallelogram, most of it on the line of the inner wall of the Song city. The northern sector was once the royal city with lakes, parks and palaces, and there's still the great artificial hill on which stands the Dragon Pavilion. Around us are rows of reconstructed two-storey shops with lanterned balconies, a warren of narrow alleys lined with houses, and the huge open-air food market by the Drum Tower. None of the alleys is earlier than the late Qing dynasty, but Song paintings show this part of the old city is what it looked like 1,000 years ago, with shops, shrines, and the courtyard compounds of the leading families. The low-rise architecture is still the same, halls and temples built of brick, with elegantly curving tiled roofs and decorated finials. In the lanes near Eastgate Alley, the visitor can get a taste, however distant, of the Song's cosmopolitanism. Persians, Arabs and Central Asians resided here then, Nestorian Christians, Zoroastrians, Muslims and even Jews. Today, they, or their traces, are still here. The site of the old synagogue, which survived until 1855, is in Teaching the Torah Lane, where the Jewish community have lived in the last few centuries. A 15th century stone stele says the synagogue was built in the Song in 1163. Here a few hundred people still live who bear the 7 clan names of the Jewish community listed in their 17th century memorial book. At its height then they comprised maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people. They may have first come in the Song, bringing with them the customs of circumcision, abjuring pork, and praying to Jerusalem, which were still followed in the 19th century, by which time no one was left who could read their Hebrew Torah scrolls and manuscripts. Their last teacher of Hebrew died in the late 18th century. Small though it may be, Kaifeng's Jewish community has left a magical trail like the strands of historical DNA. Their stone inscriptions say they came from India. Their language, with its Farsi words mixed with Hebrew and Chinese, suggests the roots of the community really lay in Persia or Central Asia along the Silk Road. But some of their prayers may be Yemeni, and their Bible text suggests an even older Babylonian connection. The mysterious ways of history. Until recent times, little was known about the Chinese Jews, though far to the west, in the library cave in Dunhuang, a Hebrew document was discovered a century ago with a prayer using lines from the Psalms. More recently, fascinating new discoveries in Khotan have helped bring to life the Jewish merchants who left Persia after the Arab conquest to make their fortunes in the East. They include letters from a Persian-speaking Jew living in the city in the early 9th century, written to another Persian-speaking Jew residing in an oasis town in the Taklamakan Desert. Part of a regular correspondence with the wider clan, the Khotan letters include references to my dear brother Shavapada, and name 8 family members including Isaac, my little sister Kudanak, and his brother whom he calls Rabbi. In the community there's a dispute with a landlord about sheep grazing. He gives a list of gifts including silk and cane sugar that the merchants must pay to the local king to oil the wheels of trade. And as always, there's evidence of the uncertainties of the outside world. In this case, the defeat of a Tibetan incursion into Khotan. The news from Kashgar is this, says the letter. They killed and captured all the Tibetans. I donated for the war a sum worth 100 strings of coins. And as for your advice, however much money they ask, don't hold back anything. I followed this, as did David and your nephew. These letters give us a sense of the stories that lie behind the dimly known history of the early Chinese Jewish communities, who came by sea to Canton and by land through the Silk Road cities of Central Asia, and of which today the Kaifeng Jews appear to be the only survivors. Until the 1980s, they were reluctant to advertise themselves, but now links with American Jewry and Israel are growing. Their inscriptions have been published, and with international interest in their culture, they themselves are re-engaging with their rituals. On the festival of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, at a family house in one of the alleys, a small knot of Chinese Jews celebrates with traditional food and prayers, fish cooked in the pan, apples dipped in honey on the table, and the squeal of the ram's horn floating over teaching the Torah lane. Another case of the reinvention of tradition in today's China, and yet also of an unlikely and tenacious survival. The Kaifeng Muslim community was much bigger. They also came in the song, so far as we can tell, both by land on the Silk Road to Chang'an and by sea through Canton, China's earliest centre of Muslim culture. They were already well established here before the sack of 1127. Many left then in the general mass exodus, but there were still more than 800 families here in the following century. Today, there are 10,000 Muslims in Kaifeng, with a big congregational mosque on the east side of the walled city, surrounded by Muslim cafes and restaurants. There are also some 30 smaller mosques and prayer halls, half of which are for women only, and still more remarkably, with women imams, a tradition whose origins are obscure, but which seems to have arisen in the Qing dynasty. It all seems a long way from the world of international Wahhabism, but Chinese Islam took root in those expansive times when people, goods, foods, ideas, and religions passed along the Silk Road, and when China, though always wary of outsiders, welcomed the teachings of the barbarians as useful to mankind. Tang Chang'an had been a place of palaces and government offices, a highly regulated conurbation with the people confined by walled wards and curfews and restrictions of class and rank. Kaifeng was a different thing altogether, a new kind of Chinese city. Originally about 1.5 miles square, on the line of the old walls which still surround the inner city today. In 955, after the victory at the Battle of Gaoping, a great outer circuit was built, 27 kilometres long. Once peace had been established, people crowded in, encouraged by preferential property and tax rates, and the huge space was soon filled with new streets, shops and houses. Wells were sunk everywhere. Haulage firms and construction companies set up business, hiring bricklayers, carpenters and craftsmen from far and wide. Soon illustrated woodblock printed books were mass-produced as guides to system-building fine homes and housing estates, temples and palaces. New kinds of social relations developed, and a new kind of urban society was born. An open all hours, vibrant and commercially minded consumer paradise, with restaurant quarters, shopping streets, and busy wharves beyond the palaces and government offices. The path shown by Tang Yangzhou was followed by Song Kaifeng. But as so often in China, the essential survival of a great historic city is not so much in the buildings, in bricks and stone, but in prose, poetry and paint. In the history of the world, few places perhaps have a richer memory in words and paintings than China, and more than any other Chinese city perhaps, just as Alexandria and Constantinople are to the Greeks. Kaifeng is a capital of memory. Pride of place is a scroll painting, The Festival on the River. It's China's most famous work of art, and as historical sources go, it's one of the most arresting anywhere in the world. Nearly 20 feet long, it was painted only 10 years or so before the fall of Kaifeng to northern barbarians in 1127, a date as etched in Chinese history as the sack of Rome is in the West. Painted by a court artist in Kaifeng, it's so fascinating, so original, that it's been annotated by emperors, poets, painters and connoisseurs ever since. It's nothing less than an image of what urban life can be in a time of peace. The scroll depicts Song Kaifeng on a spring day around the year 1120. It begins in the countryside along a lane lined with leafless trees. Visible through misty groves are thatched cottages, small footbridges, rippling creeks and ancient gnarled trees. Beyond we glimpse lines of irrigation canals, fields and ditches. The wintry landscape of Hainan is coming back to life. Travellers are setting out on journeys. Ladies in sedan chairs are returning from visiting the ancestral graves. As we walk into the suburbs, people are preparing their houses and businesses for the early spring Qingming festival. Big wicker frames for the decorations have been erected over taverns and houses, just as is done today. But they're not yet hung with their colourful paper and cloth hangings. The festival is clearly still a few days off. Around us is bustling city life. There are no government officials, no aristocrats, let alone royals. Before us is a world of tea shops and wine bars, barbers and boatmen, physicians and fortune tellers. Let's look more closely. We pass Wang's funeral store, hung with paper horses, flower arrangements and other funeral offerings. Further along the street are tea houses and bakeries, and a huge restaurant decked out with flags and banners. There's a sesame pancake stand under a big umbrella with hot pancakes waiting on a tray, just as any traveller in China would see today. Soon our stroll brings us to the bank of the Bian River, which carries cargo and passenger boats right into the middle of the city. The artist follows it now, as a camera might pan across a teeming market scene. And to achieve this, we must imagine the artist made his scroll from a dozen images taken from different viewpoints. At the wharves there are boats unloading stone, timber and building materials. A camel caravan enters the gates. In the travellers' inns and tea houses, diners crowd around the tables. In front, the river now opens out into a basin where wide-bellied passenger boats are moored. There are latticed windows in their cabins and roofs of matting with private rooms for well-to-do passengers, storage for their baggage, a small galley for cooking food, even a writing table with brush and ink, the kind of boat the poet Li Qingzhao will take later in our story. Further on, a crowd of boatmen are hauling a barge upstream, straining on the long ropes, while two sailboats bump together, their crews shouting at each other as they swing perilously close in the swirling current. Heading deeper into the city, there are more tea shops and restaurants. The artist leaves us in no doubt of the importance of food to the citizens. There's a wheelwright and a carpenter's workshop, food and industry cheek by jowl, as you'll still see today in China's old towns. And then we emerge into a wide, tree-lined street. We pass a Buddhist temple, a fine courtyard house, and a fortune-teller with his charts, divination manuals, and advertising placards. Your fortunes told here. Accurate psychic. Your uncertainties resolved. This you'll see in any Chinese city. Even today, few people in Kaifeng, few in China for that matter, would do without their fortune-teller. The road crosses the moat and passes through the city gate, one of 16 in the outer wall. We're now inside the city proper, in a broad thoroughfare thronging with shoppers. There are businesses for the better-off middle-class citizen, a rising class in Song China. Dr. Yang's medical clinic, a herbal drink stand, a butcher's shop whose sign boasts, "We don't cheat on weight here." There's a posh fabric retailer, Wang's brocade, silk satin and cloth emporium, and Liu's spice store, outside which Buddhist and Taoist monks walk in the crowd. Dr. Zhao's residence has a public area in the front, as traditional chemist shops do today, with consultation rooms behind, where clients come for diagnosis and prescriptions. Here, too, are some of the 70 or so big restaurants for which Kaifeng was famous. Among them, Shenyang's Tavern is a huge 2-story establishment, its upper floor packed with customers as the holiday approaches. A good place to stop and take stock of the alluring new world of urban life in the Song. The people of Song dynasty Kaifeng were probably the best-fed citizens on earth, and perhaps the best-fed people who had lived so far in history. Thanks to improved farming and distribution, Song cooks had a bigger range of ingredients than ever before, and they developed the first great restaurant culture in the world, complete with cookbooks, gourmet diaries, and guides to dining etiquette. There were even restaurants here advertising regional cuisines, especially the spicier foods of the south. Not surprisingly then, Song writers discussed food at length. Poets wrote about food, and even philosophers considered food, high and low, the raw and the cooked. Eating out was part of city life in the Song, as it has been ever since in Chinese culture. And among several accounts written about the city in its heyday, the most famous was by a minor official called Meng Yuanlao. Meng's book, Dreams of Splendor of the Eastern Capital, is that rare thing among historical sources, recalling street corner conversations, feelings, and even tastes. And one of his big interests was food. Food and diet, of course, are one of the distinctive qualities of any civilization, but especially so with China. In establishments like Shenyang's Tavern, Meng wrote like a gushing restaurant reviewer today. When the guests arrived, a single person holding chopsticks and a menu questioned all of the seated guests. Customers here in the capital would be very demanding, asking for 100 different things, some hot, some cold, some warm, some regular, some iced, as well as special orders like noodles laced with lean and streaky meat. Everyone would order something different. The waiter took the orders and went to a counter where he would reel the orders off. And then in no time he'd be back, carrying 3 dishes in his left hand, and on his right arm from hand to shoulder about 20 bowls, which he would then distribute precisely as everyone ordered, without an omission or a mistake. There were also cheap stalls for the urban workers, as there still are today in the night market in Kaifeng, where one can find every conceivable kind of food, including scorpions and millipedes, famine food in the old days. For all the sophistication of the cuisine, the dishes, even in good times, were often made of the very simplest, inexpensive ingredients. And although the imperial table, of course, was much richer, well-to-do Song period writers counselled against overconsumption and the wastage of food. Even the discerning wealthy shared the pleasure of simple food, simply prepared. The 11th century historian and diplomat Sima Guang, for example, looked back to his own childhood and the family ethos. Whenever a guest came to visit my father, he would always serve wine. Sometimes there were 3 rounds of drinking, sometimes 5, never more than 7. The wine was bought from the common market. The only sweets were pears, nuts, dates, and persimmons. The only dishes were dried or hashed meats, vegetables, and thick soup. That was the way officials of that time entertained their guests. They met often and were courteous to each other. Though the food was cheap, their friendships were deep. And such, too, was Meng's recollection in his nostalgic memoir. The people of Kaifeng were kind and friendly, Meng wrote. A family newly arrived in the city would always find their neighbours quick to help. Kindly souls would bring tea and hot water, offer to lend them things, run errands for them, and give them practical tips. In every neighbourhood there were people who would go around with a kettle of tea, go from door to door every day, inquiring after the health of the members of the household and having a chat over a cup of tea. The festival scroll and Meng's dreams were both idealised views of a city as a well-governed place, flourishing, humane and harmonious. Again, a comparison with Renaissance Europe is telling. Take Lorenzetti's great fresco in Siena, The Effects of Good Government. This was also an idealised view of city life, but there good governance was the responsibility of a council of 9 bankers, rich burghers and businessmen. The medieval city of London was essentially the same, with its corporation, its financiers and its merchant and crafts guilds. Song Kai-fong, by contrast, was not run by bankers or merchants, but by Confucian scholar officials who had passed stringent national exams and together formed a highly educated professional bureaucracy inculcated with Confucian ethics. "My chief counsellors," said the first Song emperor, Taizu, not himself, it may be remembered, a bookish man, "should be men who read books." Uppermost in the emperor's mind was the fact that China had gone through a turbulent century, ending in a prolonged time of violence at the end of the Tang when things had fallen apart, aided and abetted by dissension and disloyalty among the armed forces. He himself was a military man who'd come to power in a coup, and he knew that as long as the generals remained powerful, his new regime would be insecure. So he retired the old army leadership on comfortable pensions and then restructured the government so that the armed forces were subordinated to a well-trained civilian bureaucracy. Demilitarize, stress the civilian, would be a crucial development in Chinese history. To recruit an adequate number of such civilian officials and ensure they were the best candidates, the Song emperors radically expanded China's civil service examination system. As we've already seen, the Sui emperors nearly 400 years before had initiated this meritocratic process for selecting men for office on the basis of their literary skills and their knowledge of the Confucian classics. The Song emperors hugely extended this system, which would essentially direct Chinese government till the beginning of the 20th century, and indeed leave its mark right till the present day. A young man who wanted to get on in Song China had to find a teacher and textbooks and study for up to 10 years, sometimes longer. The civil service exams tested literary ability, mastery of the Confucian classics, and the degree to which the pupil had imbibed the guiding principles of virtuous conduct, the ruling ethos of this culture of ours. If he passed the prefecture-level examinations, his first civil service job would probably be as an administrator in a distant country town. Over his career, he might travel widely across China, transferring from one assignment to the next, acquiring valuable knowledge about the land of China and its people, until perhaps ending up in a job in central government in the capital. The most ambitious men could attempt the highest metropolitan exams, which were held once every 3 years in the capital. The pass rates were dauntingly low. In 1002, only 219 passed the metropolitan exams out of 14,000 entrants. But success in the civil service exams ensured prestige for the candidate and his proud family. He, and they were only open to men, immediately entered the ranks of the great and good. A successful graduate would be welcomed home in style, it was said, in a horse-drawn carriage, flag-bearers in front, and a mounted escort at the rear, with people gathered along both sides of the road to watch and to sigh. Unlike the Tang, then, the elite of Song China were not hereditary nobles or warlords or bankers or merchants, though, of course, only better-off families could afford to have their young men dedicate themselves to long years of study. They were the Confucian scholar officials, a governing elite that was unique in world history and would be for centuries. As the Jesuit Matteo Ricci observed in the early 17th century, echoing Plato, it's the best system of governance in the world, for here they really do have the rule of the philosophers. The expansion of the examination system under the Song created a huge new demand for learning and for books. In the late Tang period, as we've seen, the invention of woodblock printing had made the production of books cheaper and faster than ever before. A family in Song China could now more easily purchase copies of the Confucian classics for their sons who were studying for the exams, as well as dictionaries and reference works, books on history and ritual. In the late 10th century, the Song rulers presided over the first great flowering of printing in China and in the world. It had massive repercussions on the culture, helping to develop and spread a national consciousness in the Song, just as the availability of mass-printed books in 19th century Europe would be a major factor in creating European nationalism. It was the second emperor of the Song, Taizong, who reigned from 976 to 997, who began this movement. After 2 decades of battles to consolidate the Song hold over South China, he entitled his rule, "Supreme Peace and Nation Restored." China was to enter a new age of peace, and there were 3 key developments in this cultural revival. First was the reassembling of the Imperial Library collection after its great losses through war. Second, a planned codifying of knowledge by commissioning huge compendia, encyclopedic compilations containing a vast amount of material from earlier literature, much of it thought lost. And third was a crucial technological change, the transition from manuscript culture to the age of print, a change that only began in the West with Gutenberg, Aldus Manutius and Caxton in the 15th century. Just as later in the West, these changes in the technology of writing from manuscript to print culture mark a major civilizational shift that was crucial in shaping Chinese identity. Nothing better illustrates the traditional Chinese reverence for the written word than the way Taizong went about the task of restoring the Imperial Library, which had been founded 1,000 years earlier. When his predecessor, his brother Taizu, came to the throne, there had been 12,000 scrolls in the imperial collection. Now, as Song rule expanded into the Yangtze Valley in the 960s, though by no means a learned man himself, in the wake of his armies, Taizong sent commissioners to towns and noble houses to save manuscripts, expanding the collection by 4 times. Then, in 976, Taizong built a new imperial library with a staff and a directorate of books. He then instituted a nationwide search for books containing the lost learning of classical China. He said to his librarians, "When we consider the old imperial catalogue from the Tang in 721, it listed 60,000 manuscripts. The losses have been great. A wide search is in order. We must look for the missing books. The message must be announced far and wide that if any government official has books we lack, he must bring them to the throne." That was the beginning of a cultural project that might justly be compared with the Renaissance humanists in Europe, who collected manuscripts of the Greek and Latin classics and made them available through the medium of the printing presses. Taizong's aim, too, was to show that the Song was not just another short-lived regime founded by warlords, but one whose rulers had inherited the responsibility for the sacred cultural tradition of the Han and the Tang. The Imperial Library, then, was both a symbol of national unity and culture and an affirmation of the dynasty's legitimacy. Moreover, the Song rulers were able to do something that previous dynasties could not. They could use the new technology of printing to spread learning far and wide. Gathering and collating manuscripts from the 4 corners of the land, the government engaged in a massive publishing effort through the 970s and 980s. The Confucian classics, such as the Book of Songs and the Book of Documents, were reprinted, along with Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian and Du You's Tongdian. Dictionaries and grammars came off the presses, as well as the complete Buddhist canon, for which it took 12 years to prepare the wooden blocks, a complete set of which still survives in Korea, engraved on 81,000 woodblocks. The Song government also commissioned huge anthologies which were to include everything that China's cultural tradition had to offer on any topic. For example, the Reader for the Time of Supreme Peace was an encyclopedic gathering together of key works about heaven, earth, and mankind. The extensive records for the Time of Supreme Peace collected all known texts on more mysterious matters, such as ghosts, spirits, and immortals, as well as the ideas of monks, priests, and doctors. And then came the 1,000 chapters of the finest blooms in the garden of literature, as well as a comprehensive account of government affairs, and the Prescriptions by Imperial Grace, which was a collection of public and private medical knowledge. The era advanced scientific knowledge and invention in many areas, both practical and theoretical. The Song, for example, pioneered water-driven spinning machines, coke-fired blast furnaces, and the steel smelting process. The scientist Shen Kuo, who lived from 1031 to 1095, established true north and fixed the position of the pole star, a major contribution to navigation, along with another Song innovation, the magnetic compass. Shen was also a pioneer in physiology, using dissection to understand the workings of the human body. His speculations about the origin of mountains posited physical changes in the geology of the earth over enormous periods of time, through uplifting, erosion, and sedimentary deposition, as Leonardo was to conjecture 4 centuries later in the West. The most famous scientist, Su Song, who lived from 1020 to 1101, was a polymath typical of his time. In addition to his classical learning, Su wrote on metallurgy, pharmacology, botany, and zoology. He compiled a celestial atlas with star maps, the first ever to be printed. A distinguished diplomat, he was on a mission to the Liao dynasty in the north in 1077, when he realized that the calendar there was more accurate than the one in China. So he returned to build an astronomical clock which was erected in Kaifeng in 1094. More than 40 feet high, this was a water clock driven by an endless chain drive with an escapement mechanism. Su Song is often called the Chinese Leonardo, but in fairness it might be said more accurately that Leonardo is the European Su Song. The Song government also wanted to spread practical know-how, such as information about the latest technology and tools. The Directorate of Education printed and circulated practical illustrated handbooks on topics such as mathematics, medicine, agriculture, warfare, and architecture. And alongside the official presses, across the empire, commercial presses also flourished, printing books on religion, divination, and geomancy, books containing legal forms and methods, self-help reference books, as well as cheap editions of the classics and commentaries. There were even collections of model exam answers to help the aspiring provincial exam candidate and his anxious family. As a renaissance of learning and culture through the means of print and education, it was an age without parallel so far in human history. The Song spread of books and learning had a profound influence on the society of China, making widespread literacy more attainable for the first time. Not just the administrators, the Confucian elite, but the traders, craftsmen, and even well-to-do farmers in the Song Empire could use manuals and almanacs to help them in business. As we've seen, there were self-help manuals for the urban elite too. on how to have a happy and healthy retirement, and even handbooks on how to plan weddings and funerals. And so, over 400 years before Gutenberg and Caxton began a similar process in Europe, printing revolutionized the spread of ideas in China. Movable type was also invented first in China under the Song. But while that would be transformational in the West with its small alphabet, in China movable type never took off to any great extent. Its use limited by the nature of the Chinese script, which required thousands of individual pieces of type. Woodblock printing continued to be widely used up till the end of the 19th century, and even today is still used in China for prestigious texts, deluxe productions, and family genealogies, which are currently experiencing a revival. In the upper levels of society, the university and school systems were also greatly expanded under the Song rulers. Scribal schools had existed in China from the Han period, as we've seen. But by 1103, the number of students at university in Kaifeng had grown to 4,000, and there were around 200,000 students at schools empire-wide. Entry to these was also by examination, so the numbers of people reading and writing, and hence imbued with the Confucian culture of the Song national curriculum, was larger still. The old examination system ended in 1904, but its influence was transmitted down the generations across the revolutionary period and can still be seen today in modern China, in the huge respect given to examinations as the path to betterment. So as Sima Guang, the great 11th century statesman and scholar, put it, the Song dynasty had set out to restore learning and teaching and to decrease the influence of military affairs. But what would prove to be the price? By 1100, China had developed many of the characteristics that would later constitute early modern society as we in the West define it. It had reunited and achieved revolutionary changes in technology, education, and the arts. But why then did it not become the first modern society? And why, after the Song, did China fail to maintain the incredible pace of technological and societal advance? Did the real divergence between China and the West, attributed by Western commentators to the period of the Industrial Revolution and European imperialism, actually begin much earlier? To that fundamental question we will return. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Northern Song. In the 11th and 12th centuries, the age of the Fatimid Caliphate in the Mediterranean, the Cholans in India, and the beginnings of the Gothic in Europe, China stood at the centre of civilization. But it faced many threats. Throughout its history, China has had to cope with problems of governance on a scale beyond any other state. There were the perennial pressures of population, challenges from neighbouring powers with whom it shared the East Asian landmass. Its geography, too, made it particularly prone to floods and natural disasters, and the attendant famines and social dislocation. While China can be seen as the most successful political entity in human history, its failures, if we may call them that, were often the product of these factors, compounded by its rulers' inability to shake off deep-rooted tendencies towards a centralized despotism. The brilliance of the Song Renaissance, with so many achievements unrivalled so far in history, was undermined in the end by a perfect storm of these factors: natural disasters, foreign invasion, and failures of leadership. These issues were wrestled with at the time by some of the most gifted and fascinating characters in our story: the charismatic statesman Wang Anshi, the historian Sima Guang, and China's greatest female poet Li Qingzhao. This part of the story starts with the mid-11th century crises that began to cast a shadow over their world. The Song dynasty had been created by war, and for all its societal and cultural ambitions, it was maintained by military power. From the mid-11th century, the economic revolution that underpinned the Song state allowed it to maintain a huge army, perhaps the biggest the world had seen. By 1040, the regular army comprised 1.4 million men, over 3 times the size of the Roman army at its peak in the 3rd century. The central army in the plains numbered 300,000, while regional forces were stationed on the frontiers. 300,000 were based in Hubei to face the Khitan across the northern lakes, and an enormous 450,000 men across Shaanxi to counter threats from the west and northwest. The scale of military planning was on another level from that in the Han and the Tang dynasties. Mass production of weaponry now involved separate departments responsible for millions of weapons and suits of armour. More than 16 million arrowheads a year were produced by the government foundries. One of the keys to the smelting industry, centuries before its mass use in Europe, was coal, which was used for high-quality iron casting. The Song poet Su Dongpo mentions the opening up of new coal reserves in northern Jiangsu in 1079. In times past, he wrote, the place had lacked a supply of coal, so in New Year 1079 men were sent out to look for it. They found it to the southwest of the prefectural city of Suzhou and to the north of Paitu town. It was used for smelting iron ore and for making extraordinarily fine, sharp-edged weapons. For a time, Chinese advances in military technology kept them ahead. China, after all, was the leader in mechanical siege engines, in rocket and projectile launchers and flamethrowers. But in the course of the 11th century, these technologies inevitably crossed frontiers. And as in today's world, once that happened, the advantage of being the sole possessor of certain hardware was wiped out. Meanwhile, the maintenance of such vast forces over the long term put huge strain on the economy. And then, in the mid-11th century, Song China encountered the first of a series of huge and unforeseeable crises. Through China's history, the decline of dynasties has been as much due to climate and environmental change as civil war or foreign invasion. Back in the Bronze Age, the foundational myth of the state told of the great king who constructed channels and dikes to harness a cataclysmic flood and make the land cultivatable. The very basis of political power, the mandate of heaven, rested on the king's ability to feed the people. And as we can see from the prayers to the great river on Shang oracle bones, to the reports of Communist Party hydraulic engineers, for a state based in the Yellow River Plain, the control of the waters and water systems was absolutely central. But from the 1040s, an unstable environment began to exert pressure on the Song state, and eventually played a huge role in undermining the dynasty. One natural disaster in particular, which has recently been reconstructed from local gazetteers and memorial inscriptions, had massive long-term effects. On the 19th of July, 1048, the towns and villages of the Middle Plain were preparing to celebrate a national festival. In the streets of Kaifeng, lanterns were being hung out, marquees put up, wine and food prepared. The city was in a holiday mood. Since the declaration in 1041 of the festive era of the longest reigning Song ruler, Emperor Renzong, it had been a time of plenty, and the people had many things for which to be grateful. The dynasty was now in its 8th decade. The land had been free of war for a generation or more, and the standard of living continued to rise, the census of 1040 revealing a population increase of 2/3 over 60 years. All this was the fruit of good government and diplomacy, keeping the peace on the northern Liao frontier with a massive military presence, along with annual payments and regular diplomatic contacts. Even in the northern Hebei frontier zone, long damaged by attacks, agriculture was thriving, and the population had seen a huge rise in 2 generations. So the public holiday of 1048 was anticipated in a happy mood. By mid-July, the heat had clamped on the river plain and was stuck at well over 30 degrees. Many now slept in the open air on roofs or out of doors. Just beyond the northern suburbs, the Yellow River had been rising for many days, swelled by the snow melt 1,000 miles away on the vast plateau of Tibet and Qinghai. And then, on the 19th of July, at Puyang, to the northeast of the capital, a 700-metre stretch of the embankments on the northern bank broke, unleashing a vast torrent that surged northwards over the wheat fields of Henan, obliterating all before it. Over the next days it widened northwards across the plain into Hebei, opening a new main channel and subsidiary flows, entering the sea nearly 700 kilometres away, near today's Tianjin, in the Gulf of Bohai, turning the course of the river 30 degrees counterclockwise, 1 degree of latitude. The people were swept away like fish, it was said. 100 miles to the north, the people of Hebei, for whom the river had never featured in their lives save in myths, were caught completely by surprise, flushed away, turned into food for fish and turtles. It was a natural disaster on a huge scale, flattening and sweeping away thousands of homes and villages. Over 1 million people were killed or became refugees. For over 1,000 li, over 300 miles, the roads are full of corpses, wrote the essayist and poet Ouyang Xiu, then a local prefect in Hebei. The damage was so comprehensive that when the waters subsided, 8 or 9 households out of 10 had migrated out of Hebei. From autumn 1048 through 1049, standing waters were left in so many places that 3 seasons of crops were ruined, 3 harvest failures that led to apocalyptic stories of starvation and cannibalism. The historian Sima Guang, who was 30 at the time, recalled the horror when fathers and sons ate each other. The government immediately ordered state granaries to be opened and supplies were sent to relieve the poor. Provincial governments gathered refugees in temporary camps, setting up stoves and collective soup kitchens, creating shanty towns outside undamaged towns and cities on the edge of the flooded zones. But the numbers were too great to cope with, and as the squalor of the camps grew, sickness was rife, and outbreaks of disease soon added to the horror. As the local prefect in Qingzhou observed, relief operations done in the name of saving people ended up killing them. The central government began a recruitment drive to bring unemployed young men into the military to take them out of the area and feed them. The rest of the civilian population, women, old people and children, were reduced to begging, even selling themselves into slavery, as rich families were encouraged to adopt refugees as servants. The immediate impact of the disaster was so huge that for several years the government had to ship grain from the south to help the starving north. As a former chief minister, then a local prefect in Daming, wrote, "Yellow River floods have damaged us since ancient times, but never like this." The long-term effects of the disaster on the Song state were huge. Though we single out wars and rebellions as changes of history, the effects of environmental disaster can be no less long-lasting. The 1048 flood destroyed the indigenous water systems of huge swathes of northern China, in places erasing centuries of communal channel and dike building, and in the end undermining the stability of the state. Even today, south of Beijing, a string of lakes stretches across to the Gulf of Bohai, part of the biggest freshwater wetlands in northern China. The government is planning now a new eco-city near one of them, Lake Baoding, a huge public works project built around the environmental legacy of the flood of 1048. Rebuilding where it was possible took an enormous effort, and it was the local authorities who took the initiative to try to mitigate the succession of disasters, rebuilding towns and villages, organising the locals to dig relief canals and construct embankments. Typical was the small town of Chuzhou in the central plain of Hebei, where the flow of rivers from the mountains to the west collided with the new course of the Yellow River, causing heavy damage and loss. Linghu Duanfu was a local official in the aftermath of the 1048 flood, whose instructions were to safeguard the town and its remaining inhabitants as best he could from further crises. Hoping to mobilize the gentry and their supporters, he asked his superiors in the local government in Mingzhou to allow him to construct a new dike to shield Chuzhou from the Jiang River, which still flows past the town today. This request was turned down on the grounds that though it might help Chuzhou, it was in danger of deflecting waters elsewhere in the prefecture and damaging other counties. The local landowners, the rich and powerful, refused to cooperate with their magistrate, not wanting to expend a huge effort for regional infrastructure when they could protect themselves with local defences. So Linghu now held meetings with the smaller people, the local landowners and poorer farmers, and they agreed to build the proposed dike themselves, maintaining it for years after Linghu had gone. Looking back, the locals felt the magistrate had done well, for without this dike, there would no longer be a Chuzhou county. Aside from the loss of life, the cost of restoring the infrastructure and rebuilding ruined settlements, canals and embankments was huge. The millions of bundles of wood, clay and straw that were used like sandbags to block breaches in the dikes accelerated local deforestation. The 1048 flood also had a massive effect on taxation. In the northern provinces, tax revenues were reduced to a fifth of their pre-disaster levels. But little known to them, this was not the end, for the 1048 flood was the beginning of a cycle of natural disasters. Longer term, the issue was not only a problem of flooding, but of soil fertility. It might have been thought that the silt was good for the fields, but the Yellow River's silt contains a huge amount of desert sand from the rocky landscapes of the lowest plateau, not thick, rich black soil as, for example, in Egypt. An 11th century document gives a graphic account of what that meant for farmers. After the Yellow River's waters recede, sediments are a fertile, glutinous soil in the summer, but then it turns into a yellowish dead soil in the early autumn, quite loose in texture, and later it turns into a whitish dead soil in the late autumn, and after the first frost it becomes sand completely. From that point, so locals judged, a heavy silt cover can make the land sterile for 20 years. And this disastrous situation only began to change for the people of the Hebei region in 1128, when the dikes were deliberately broken as a defence measure by the Song government, and the river shifted its course again southwards. But the longer-term effects persisted down the centuries. In places in the north, 12th century travellers had the impression of journeying through a desert, and even 2 centuries later, some counties were still struggling with salinization and sand. In the late 15th century, a Korean visitor encountered blinding spring sandstorms, and in 1549, a Japanese pilgrim in southwest Hebei described strong winds darkening the sky as fierce gusts whirled up the sand, conditions that are still encountered today in the hinterland of Tianjin. The once rich city of Daming is now one of the poorest districts in China, as the environmental disaster of the 11th century has continued to influence later generations, something today's world will find easier to understand as climate events become more and more frequent. Conventional explanations of the fall of dynasties and kingdoms tend to highlight revolts and wars, but often take no stock of such cataclysmic natural changes in which society is shaken and the basic capacity of government is undermined. South of the river, untouched by the flood, the capital of Kaifeng was still the Golden City, its markets overflowing, festivals lighting the streets, though its population was now swelled by thousands of refugees. Increasingly, though, there were major incidents of social unrest, which, coupled with falling taxes and military threats on the frontier, began to suggest a gathering storm. It was therefore a period of urgent argument about the workings of the state and the nature of governance. Where should resources best be allocated? How could they lessen the burdens on the poorest? Did the whole system need change? In the second half of the 11th century, such questions preoccupied two of the greatest figures in Chinese history. In the late 1070s and early 1080s, while the Normans were tightening their brutal grip over England, a traveller approaching the walls of Nanjing, the serene river city, from the wooded mountains on the east, might have noticed an eccentric local with unkempt hair and soiled clothes, on his donkey a bag of books and a picnic bag with flat bread and wine. Unwrapping inkstone, brush and paper, he would sit in silence by a stream, marking the signs as he composed airy, alchemically distilled poems, shot through with Taoist mysticism. After a lifetime of government service, Wang Anshe had resigned at the age of 55. A blunt man of no social niceties, he'd been the most powerful man in China after the emperor, and the emperor at that time had been a mere boy. His tale has a Shakespearean grandeur. Wang had effectively ruled China, accepting his Confucian responsibility to help the emperor care for the people, and he'd spent his life working in public service. Then, however, disillusioned, he devoted his last years to a search for inner truth. A mind once occupied with the great issues of the day now sought a Zen amalgam of Taoism and Buddhism, emptiness, extinction, calm. Wang had been born in 1021. His father, an official in Nanjing who died when Wang was 18. Wang followed in his footsteps and became an official there. At this point, the country was enjoying a long period of prosperity, but the unresolved tensions were there to be seen. Keeping the barbarians at bay involved enormous military expenditure. Taxes were unequal, and small farmers and merchants were suffering in the aftermath of the environmental disaster of 1048. Wang's early life, travelling the country, had opened his eyes. One of his poems sounds very much like personal experience as a district officer. "Before I ever took up office," Wang wrote, "I grieved for the common people. If a year of plenty cannot fill their bellies, what must become of them in flood or drought? Though no brigands molest them, how long can they last out? Above all, they dread the officials who ruin 8 or 9 households out of 10. More when the millet and wheat fail in the fields. Without money for a bribe, they cannot appeal for relief, and those trudging to town to plead with the magistrate are whipped away from his gate. But since I came to help govern this poor district, my heart fails me, shame overwhelms me. For today, I'm the one responsible for all that once appalled me. Self-reproach spurs me on to do my best, and I share my worries with my colleagues." Wang decided that serious reforms were needed if the nation was to progress, and he sent a memo to the government, the 10,000-word memorial. One of the most famous documents in Chinese history, it was debated even during the communist period, as it called for the wholesale restructuring of government and society. The state, Wang thought, should take over the management of commerce, industry and agriculture in order to support the working classes and, as he put it, to prevent them being ground into dust by the rich. He found himself an instant celebrity. Reformers applauded his boldness, but the emperor rejected his appeal. And then in 1063, Wang's mother died, and he returned to the south to do the customary 3 years of mourning, a huge time to take out of the career of a man at the top. But in 1065, the new emperor, Yingzong, was young, reform-minded, and open to listening to modernizers. Wang was made governor of his home province, and then summoned back to the capital, Kaifeng, where he was made an imperial scholar and chief advisor, one of 3 grand councillors, eventually becoming prime minister, in effect the most powerful man in China. The reforms he instituted were the most radical in the whole of the pre-20th century history of China, and they ran right across the board. He tackled education, the economy, taxation, trade, the examination system. He looked at practical subjects too, providing loans to farmers and heavier taxes for wealthy landowners. There was also a war on corruption, that perennial issue in Chinese bureaucracies of every period. The efficacy and legacy of Wang's ideas were bitterly contested then, as they still are today. Though most reformers were only ever petitioners, Wang was one of several great reformers in Chinese history who went against the tide, and unlike them, he had the chance to put his ideas into practice. After 8 years of almost unbounded energy, his already strange traits became more marked. He often forgot to bathe or to eat. He had unkempt hair and clothes, and avoided grand banquets. A whirlwind of intellectual force, he rubbed many people up the wrong way with his abruptness and single-mindedness. Maybe his health was already undermined by the pressure of pushing through the reforms. As Deng Xiaoping remarked ruefully after listening to Jimmy Carter's remarks about American politics, "You should try ruling China." In 1074, in the continuing aftermath of the Great Flood, North China was hit by another huge famine. Many farmers were driven off their lands, and the debts incurred from seasonal loans piled up. Local officials still tried to collect the money owed. And amid the anger, fingers were pointed at Wang. The emperor supported him, but attacks by conservatives grew. And in 1076, at 55 years old, Wang decided he had discharged his duties and retired to the cluster of Zen monasteries on the wooded slopes of Purple Mountain above his serene river city. The emperor made him governor there, but he soon resigned that too, choosing to live in what the Buddhists called samadhi forest, meaning the mind in its most concentrated state, meditative absorption. In the old Buddhist sutras, the development of a luminous mind, the last of the 8 elements of the Eightfold Path. He lived on Purple Mountain with his wife in a simple house he called the Halfway Garden. The site is still to be seen inside the Naval College in Nanjing. There, amid woods and streams, he wrote poetry, scripted commentaries on Buddhist sutras, and compiled a dictionary probing the philosophical underpinning of the pictographs in the Chinese writing system. Distanced from the capital, his critics and enemies now gathered against his reforms, and in 1085 the emperor died, and the new regime began reversing his policies. Wang died a year later, unwavering, exhausting, brilliant, exasperating, in his thwarted attempt to reset China's way of doing things. He was one of the country's most memorable failures. In his own life, the contradictions at the heart of Chinese civilization were played out. The fight between order and disorder, the nature of just rule, the plight of the many, the personal quest for happiness and transcendence. Among his last poems is this one. It's entitled Reading History. Fame and achievement are a bitter business from the beginning. Who can you trust to tell the story of all you've done and not done? Whatever happens is already murky enough and full of distortion. And then small minds muddle the truth further. And it's utter confusion. They only hand down the dregs. Their green azure and cinnabar inks can't capture that fresh kernel of things, that quintessential spirit. And how could they fathom a lofty sage's mind, those witless sentinels guarding 1,000 autumn dust on their pages of paper? Wang's chief opponent through the late 1060s, the leader of the conservative faction, resolutely opposed to Wang, was a no less monumental figure in China's history. Sima Guang came from southeast Henan, where his father had served as a county magistrate. His was an old family that still survives in the Clan village near Yuncheng, in the corner of Shaanxi where the Yellow River makes the great curve, which is such a pronounced feature of the map of China. There, a lovely Buddhist temple alongside his tomb is still maintained by his descendants. Sima is a towering figure in Chinese culture. His comprehensive mirror of history, commissioned in 1065 and finished 19 years later, was presented to Emperor Shenzong in 1084 in a time of growing economic crisis. The book was a vast survey of Chinese history in 354 chapters, extending from 403 BCE to 959. Intended as a study of history, but also as an aid to government in the present. As he said in his preface to the Emperor and the Heir Apparent, "This work is prepared with an aim to examine the vicissitudes of our forebears, hence to reflect and verify the merits and deficiencies of the present time. With it, we hope the governance of our kingdom shall excel and transcend beyond what has been accomplished before, so that the common people living within the realms of the four seas may profit from benevolent rule." It was a big claim for the educative power of history. Sadly, the emperor who commissioned it died the following year, and the work fell on deaf ears. And yet it remains China's greatest single piece of historical writing. In a culture where exemplars of history are still everything, it had enormous influence as the fundamental narrative of 1,500 years of Chinese history, until the story was transformed by archaeology in the 20th century. Though Sima Qian back in the Han Dynasty is viewed as the founding father of Chinese historiography, his namesake Sima Guang's scope and influence make him the greatest of all Chinese historians. And while his impact on scholarship has been huge over the past 900 years, what's really remarkable is the standing his book has had in the eyes of the general readership in its many abridgments, new editions and commentaries. It was practically the only general history with which most of the reading public of pre-Republican China were familiar. Its regular reprints culminating in a great 80-volume woodblock edition in the late 19th century, which was reprinted through the Republican period. Such is the continuing power of history, it's no accident that Chairman Mao in his last days was photographed reading it, and that Deng Xiaoping is described by his daughter as having also studied Sima during his time in exile. The book also gives us clues to the broader understanding of Chinese history. It was, as a 12th century commentator said, a book compiling the records of good political order and of chaos. But of course, like almost every other great thinker in China until the 20th century reformers, Sima never contested the core narrative, the monarchical system. The issue for him was not to change it, but to find out how best to make it work. "You will see in these pages," he wrote to the emperor, "over these 1,400 years, that the history of China has been a story of violence and disorder in which periods of good order and harmony have been short, less than 300 years in all this span, and even then not free of violence. Harmony in the state is therefore a very difficult thing to establish and needs to be very carefully tended once it's been achieved. Such concerns drove Seuma's history, but also his politics, especially in his bitter rift with the reformers led by Wang Anshe. After 14 years of being sidelined, working on his history, he suddenly found himself in demand. The last 18 months of his life were the pinnacle of his political career. Launched into the forefront of politics, appointed prime minister, chief advisor to the emperor. His abolition of Wang's reforms did the state's finances no good, but it was well received among the people. Sales of small portraits of him to have on household altars were big enough for some painters and craftsmen to get rich from, in the way of populist politicians today. When his patron, the emperor, died, leaving a 9-year-old heir, Seuma's world was upturned. He'd burned the candle at both ends working on his giant project. Walking with a stick now he couldn't ride or kneel before the imperial throne, although he still insisted on trying. Writing by lamplight had made him very near-sighted. He'd lost most of his teeth, and most dreaded for a historian. Over the past couple of years, his memory was starting to falter. The fact was, he was finished. He knew he was dying, but was so desperate to reverse Wang's new reforms that he acted and spoke less cautiously than he would have. He died still at work. In his last few days he was losing awareness of his surroundings, as if in a dream, still mumbling about affairs of state. As a pupil said, he wanted to sacrifice himself for all under heaven. The two great opponents, Wang Anshe and Sima Guang, died within months of each other. Wang on the 21st of May 1086, Sima on the 11th of October, just as concerns about the state of the nation and the security of the frontiers were growing more insistent. Wang had given up on politics, but right to the end, Sima's concern was how to ensure the stability of the state and society. Sima was a conservative, where Wang was a radical innovator, but both had seriously tried to engage with China's future. The brilliant world of Song China was now beginning to sink into financial trouble. Increasingly pressured by aggressive neighbouring states, the government was persuaded to massively boost the size of the military. This started with a misjudged change in foreign policy that led to frontier wars with the Tanguts. Up to the 1040s, relations had been good. But when the Tangut ruler claimed the title of emperor, tensions grew till they developed into outright war. Military expenditures, as well as the ongoing cost of the payments which Song China continued to make to her other neighbours, eventually absorbed up to 3/4 of the government's annual cash income. So despite the flourishing economy, the government began to run out of money. As Sima Guang had written in his dedicatory letter to the emperor, governing a state is like maintaining an old house that's fallen into disrepair. You don't just tear the whole thing apart and start again. To demolish an old house and build a new one, excellent craftsmen and quality materials are needed. I'm afraid that we lack both, and I fear that the house we have may not shelter our nation from the wind and rain. And wind, rain, and storms would indeed come, though not quite yet. When Sima wrote those words in 1070, the golden age of Kaifeng had little over half a century still to run. One of our most important witnesses for that time is also one of the most distinctive voices in Chinese history, the poet Li Qingzhao. She lived in an age of change when urban women were playing an expanding role in the economy, running shops and retail businesses in Song cities, as indeed they appear in the Kaifeng Scroll, though only as a small minority in the crowds of male traders and shoppers. They managed their household finances and taught their children while their husbands studied and pursued their career. But they were published as writers and could own property. And yet, paradoxically, it was in this age that Chinese women in the upper levels of society began increasingly to be confined to the home, and when foot binding began to spread for the first time. This painful practice, intended to emphasize a woman's physical delicacy, as a rich woman didn't need to walk, persisted into the 20th century. And yet the Song was a time when women's voices start to be heard, and for the first time in Chinese history, we can explore in detail the stories of women below the ranks of the royal family. Li Qingzhao was a woman from a middling family who rose to fame because of her poetry and her writing. She's also an extraordinary eyewitness to the events of history as a participant, a commentator, and an artist. Born in 1084 in Kaifeng, in the view of most Chinese people, she's one of China's greatest poets. She is also still widely misunderstood, defined in the past by patriarchal assumptions about her story which have in some important ways denied her true voice. The chief witness to her tale is in her own words, her poetry, and also the first autobiography from a woman in Chinese history, and perhaps the first in the world. Her father had encouraged her to join male poetry gatherings when she was young, and she was already a poet of repute by the time she was 17, when she married a student at the university in Kaifeng. Here's Li Qingzhao writing about herself in her intriguingly modern tone. Insight, they say, leads to understanding. Concentration leads to refined skill. And with refined skill, everything you do can reach a level of real excellence. For example, by nature, I'm fond of board games. I can lose myself in board games and play all night long without thought of food or sleep. All my life I've played such games, and I usually win. Why? Because of my level of refined skill. Li Qingzhao's marriage has for so long been portrayed in Chinese culture as the ideal devoted marriage. When they were young, she says, she and her husband were soulmates who loved literature and history. She recollects how they liked to pass the time in Kaifeng's Da Xiangguo temple, wandering the courtyards, buying antiquities at the stalls, making rubbings of the inscriptions, munching fruit from the little side cafes. As one walks even today in the little market inside the temple precinct, or in the lanes of food stalls outside the university, thronging with students after classes, it's easy to imagine them. They built an enviable collection of books, enjoying the pleasures of the moneyed middle class in the Song, with access to the best paper and writing materials. They were wealthy enough to own fine things, though not always so rich they could buy the very best, once having to give back an antique scroll because they couldn't afford it. Li Qingzhao's first married years, as she paints them, were an idyll. We lived happy together those years. By the fire we made tea, and were untroubled by sudden storms, so long as we could share a cup of wine and a sheet of fine paper. After 20 years of marriage, however, a chill descends on her life. Reading between the lines, her marriage seems increasingly fraught. Li Qingzhao, it appears, had no children, and new evidence suggests her husband may have had sons by a concubine. In one famous poem which she introduces in prose, Li writes with powerful understatement, but unmistakable feeling, of travelling to join him. Husband and wife had been apart for several months. His government posting had taken him to Leizhou on the coast of Shandong, an important shipping place for travellers and traders to Korea and Japan. But when she arrived, he wasn't there to greet her. Instead, she was taken by the servants to her room. "I arrived in Leizhou," she writes, "on the 10th day of the 8th month in 1121, and I found myself alone in a single room. Nothing of what I was used to seeing all my life was there before my eyes. On the table was a copy of a book of rhymes, and I opened it at random, having decided to use whatever rhyme I opened it at to write a poem. By chance, there was the character depicting sun, so I used that for my rhyme, and I composed a poem called Stirred by Emotions. A cold window, broken table, and no books. How pitiful to be brought to this. Writing poetry, I turned down all invitations, shutting my door for now. In my isolation, I have found perfect friends, Mr. Nobody and Sir Emptiness." A shadow had fallen across Li Qingjiao's charmed life. But now a shadow was falling across her China too, troubles into which, as we shall see, she would herself soon be swept up in the most dramatic circumstances. Only 5 years after that lonely summer, the storms of war would gather to wreck her world. The ruler of her world was the Song Emperor Huizong. On the throne since 1101, he would be the last great emperor to rule from Kaifeng. Huizong, as even his chief counselor said, was careless and frivolous, and not cut out for ruling all under heaven. Paintings of him show as a man who looks sensitive and learned, retiring and somewhat unworldly. And so he was. A Renaissance prince, he surrounded himself with poets, artists and philosophers. His collection of paintings and antiquities would have put that of the Medicis in the shade. He was an accomplished artist himself. His surviving scrolls of exquisite blossoms and exotic birds are visions of beauty. Music was another delight. He employed hundreds of musicians and spent his evenings listening to Taoist and Buddhist orchestras. He built palaces, temples and gardens of unsurpassed splendour. In his spiritual inclinations he was above all a Taoist. He conferred with Taoist masters and wrote on the ancient texts of Taoism, urging his subjects to follow their precepts. In summer 1119 he had a stone tablet set up in the imperial temple and copied across the empire. It was entitled "The Jade Purity in the Divine Empyrean." Drafted and written by the emperor himself, it effectively announced a Taoist renewal movement under the influence of Taoist mystics, a remaking of a nation sunk in error and cut off from the way. The message was clear. "Return to the pure ways of magnificent antiquity," the emperor wrote. "Consider exclusively the mystery of what cannot be seen and heard." He announced 11 great festivals, national services of worship, so people of this entire generation, sunk in error for so long, can uphold the truth. But his vision of sacred kingship tragically compromised his ability to rule. He lost touch with reality in his mystical flights of divine kingship, when much harder choices were needed on military expenditure and defence planning. When the crisis came, he finally lost everything. In a remarkably short space of time in the early 1100s, the precarious stability the Song had won by war and by a network of diplomacy and tribute collapsed. A new enemy now emerged in the north. The Jurchen were a people originally from beyond the Amur River in what's now Russia. They'd moved south, annexing smaller states and tribes and uniting to form a powerful and populous state. In 1122 they defeated the Song's long-time tributary state in northern China, the Liao Khitans, and made the Tunguts their vassals. Their empire now ruled a vast area between Manchuria and the Mongolian steppe. This was a very dangerous moment for the Song dynasty. Stable relations with the Liao through the 11th century had been one of the factors that had kept stability and shifted the Chinese self-centered view of themselves. The Chinese had sent embassies most years, which were well received. Acknowledging the facts on the ground, China was no longer all under heaven, but primus inter pares, in a real world balanced by diplomacy. Suddenly, this new eruption from outside the world of the Song diplomats presented a massive threat. Sensing military weakness and a failure of will and nerve in the Song government, the Jurchen moved south. Their mounted armies and siege trains were equipped with all the modern technology, weapons of war invented by Song scientists, bombs, gunpowder, flamethrowers, wheeled armoured vehicles, and they now had the immense wealth of China in their sights. Having overwhelmed the Song northern defences, in 1126 they built bridges of boats, swept over the Yellow River and surrounded Kaifeng, an army of 100,000 men with vast supply trains, siege engines and towers, threatening the capital's 17-mile outer circuit. The Chinese court paid them off to buy time, but within the year the Jurchen came back to find that the Song government had made no real effort to regroup. And the tale of what then befell them at the close of 1127 is another never-to-be-forgotten story in the many tragedies of Chinese history. That bitter winter of 1127, when the Jurchen Jin armies came, thick snow was swirling across the city of Kaifeng. From the Dragon Pavilion with its 100 steps on the darkening horizon, the gatehouses of the outer city were on fire, and many of the houses and shops were burning along the road in from the east water gate, the road portrayed bursting with life in the Qingming scroll. Hordes of attackers were already surging through the outer suburbs, looting Shenyang's tavern and wine stall, smashing Dr. Zhao's dispensary. And here in the inner city, thousands of terrified citizens of Kaifeng were still resisting hopelessly. There was no food. The markets were empty. There were even rumours that human flesh was being eaten in the streets, here of all places, the culinary capital of the world. The government had again tried to buy off the invaders, but of course every time they gave gold, the invaders wanted more. They wanted millions of ounces of gold and silver. They wanted precious gems, antiques, and temple bells. They wanted ritual vessels and the musical instruments played by the court orchestra. And they wanted people. Craftsmen, artisans, carpenters and metal workers, musicians, acrobats and entertainers. And above all, they wanted women. They wanted the hundreds of ladies in waiting from the imperial palace, and the 1,500 female musicians who used to play before the emperor. They wanted the wives and daughters of the royal family and of the courtiers and the leading citizens, thousands of them to be delivered to the two great camps of the invaders, stretched over snow-streaked fields north and south of the city. Many of those women committed suicide rather than submit to that. And so the city that had stood for many of the best achievements so far in civilization was brought to nothing. The Song government surrendered and began the grim negotiations to give up everything. Abused and mocked, his yellow imperial gown stained, the captive emperor now began a journey north with his wives and thousands of courtiers on a hellish forced march to the Jurchen homeland in Manchuria. 14,000 officials, court women and servants went with the royal family. Scorned, beaten and raped, forced to cook and serve at the Jurchen banquets, The women of the imperial family were shared out among the Jurchen leaders. They would never see their homeland again. A brief diary of a Chinese interpreter on the convoy has survived, compelling in its brevity and immediacy, a grim recital of hardships through snow and heavy rains. The imperial consort Zhu was raped only 4 days after a miscarriage when she'd gone off the road to relieve herself. "The sufferings of hell can hardly be worse than this," wrote the interpreter as they marched on in mud and torrential rain. 11th of April, noon. The diary continues. A meal was prepared for the Jurchen commander. Since Consort Zhu and Consort Zhu Shun were good at songs, the commander told them to compose some new songs. After he repeatedly insisted, Consort Zhu composed this: "Once I lived in heaven above, in pearl palaces and jade towers. Now I live among grass and brambles, my blue robe soaked in tears. My body is bent and my will is humbled. I hate the drifts of snow. Not till I arrive at the spring will my grief end." She composed the song, added the interpreter, but she wouldn't sing it. Among the vast tide of loot that the Jurchens took with them, jades, silks, musical instruments, gold, silver, and artworks, was Susong's 40-foot-high astronomical clock, which they dismantled and transported north on carts, intending to re-erect it as a trophy of war in their capital. However, with its intricate mechanisms and finely calibrated cogs and wheels, the task proved beyond them. The survivors ended up at a place called the Fort of the Five Nations near Harbin in Manchuria. Few signs remain of the place in the fields today. There are the outer ditches, hummocks grassed over, bleak and snow-blanketed in winter. This is one of the less well-known sites in the Chinese story, but there the courtiers of the northern Song spent their last days, the 3,000 or 4,000 survivors of the march. The emperor died here in 1139, the most aesthetic, intellectual and artistic of all emperors, a broken man who found no more solace in his Taoist introspections. As he himself admitted, "I inherited a great and flourishing empire, but I myself was a mediocre person, not up to the job, and in the end I failed the nation." The return of his coffin to China is commemorated in a painting of solemn and fantastic grandeur which survives today in Shanghai. Unsparing in her anger, the poet Li Qingzhao responded to the disaster with one of the greatest political poems in Chinese literature, which ends with these lines: "And you should have been more cautious, better educated by the past. The ancient bamboo books of history were there for you to study, but you didn't see. Times change, power passes, it is the pity of the world, and the hearts of the vicious were deep chasms of evil." Almost miraculously, the famous scroll of Kaifeng, with which we began this chapter, also survived, and among many marginal annotations to the painting, which were made in later times, a song poet has added, "1 million people once thronged these streets. There were restaurants as far as the eye could see, and music in the air. Who would have thought it could all be brought to ruin? And what would we not give to be able to visit that golden time just once more?" Chapter 11. The Southern Song, 1127 to 1279. In the 12th century, China was divided along its age-old fault line, the fundamental north-south divide in landscape, climate and language, which still persists today. Another shift in the nation's economic and social centre of gravity, which had begun in the Tang, became permanent. The south became the richest and most populous region of China, probably unrivalled anywhere on earth for its prosperity. Over the next 150 years, the dynasty which we know as the Southern Song reached a standard of living not yet achieved in human history, with huge agricultural productivity, commercial wealth, and cultural resources. The first Western accounts of China come from this time, among them Marco Polo, who gives a dazzling, breathless account of urban life in the capital, Hangzhou, the greatest city that may be found in this world, he wrote. But this next chapter of the story begins in the chaotic aftermath of 1127, when we rejoin the poet Li Qingzhao. After the fall of Kaifeng, Li Qingzhao fled south by boat, one of millions on the move, hoping to meet up with her husband. He now sent news by letter that he was seriously ill. They were reunited at a port on the lower Yangtze, but there he died. Qingzhao was now a widow in a time of war. And worse, she now discovered that her husband had left no provision for her support. Perversely, however, before he died, he'd left her with a troubling injunction. She must protect with her life their art and manuscript collection, together with the antique bronze ritual vessels they'd collected. "Live or die with them," he wrote. It was a strange, disturbing command, as if the collection had replaced her, as if it had acquired greater value than her. And the collection was valuable. As she continues the story, we realize that she's a rich woman travelling in some state, by land with a carriage and drivers and her faithful retainers, by water on a sturdy riverboat with a cabin and a covered cargo hold. A minor aristocrat fleeing the tide of war with her household valuables, like the Rostovs after Borodino. "After I buried my husband," she wrote, "I had nowhere to go. They said that the crossings of the Yangtze would soon be blocked. At that time I still had our library, 20,000 books and manuscripts, folios of inscriptions, bronzes, all the kitchen utensils and bedding enough for 100 guests, and many other now superfluous things. By now I was very sick, my breathing very weak. I put half the stuff into storage in Hangzhou, but bandits sacked the city, and it all went up in smoke and flame. All I had left with me now were a few treasured scrolls, some manuscripts of Li Bai and Du Fu. I couldn't get further upriver, and the movements of the invading armies were unpredictable, so I got to the coast, left my clothes and bedding, and hired space on a boat heading out down the coast to try to take refuge with the court. Over the next 3 years, Li Qingzhao moved from place to place as a refugee, still trying to hang on to their precious manuscripts, art and bronzes, one of the finest private collections in China, as if in loyalty to the Chinese past, as well as to her now lost life with her late husband. In the end, however, she lost everything, robbed by bandits, local bosses, landlords, fellow travellers, and even in the end by officials in the Southern Imperial Court. The whole collection of books and paintings they'd built up together and treasured was stolen or burned. But in the end, she said, ever acute and self-reflexive, and stripped now of all illusion, I understood that is in the very nature of things. As her story unfolds through these personal and national disasters, Li Qingzhao begins to talk in a way that perhaps no woman has done hitherto in Chinese literature, not only about her inner life, but about the world and the incompetence and treachery that has betrayed China, the failure of governance and of nerve in public life, the failure of men. A century of achievement, and we lost it all. In the end, inevitably, the collection had become a dangerous liability, and with her life constantly threatened, she decided to give what survived to the new emperor. But before she could, it was stolen by one of his generals. She finally escaped to safety with her younger brother. By now, she'd completed the customary 2 years of mourning for her husband. But then, out of the blue that spring, at the age of 48, she remarried. This story became very contentious in later literature. For centuries afterwards, male literary critics rejected the idea that a loyal widow like Li could have remarried at all, let alone that she could then have publicly pilloried her second husband. But Li Qingzhao was always her own woman. The marriage lasted only 100 days. Risking prison, she was actually detained for a few days, and courting public censure and humiliation, she took her new husband to court and made a graphic submission against him, detailing his private behaviour, showing precisely why the marriage had been so short-lived. "All my life," she wrote, "I've tried hard to see right from wrong. Recently, I contracted an illness that was nearly fatal. I was delirious at one point, and my coffin nails were made ready. Though I had my younger brother with me, there was only one old retainer to answer the door. In my dire straits, I became imprudent. I trusted fine words and was beguiled by beautiful speeches. My brother was tricked into believing the man was who he said he was. It all happened so fast you wouldn't believe it. I was dithering and indecisive, still ill and fraught when he pressed me to be his wife. But as soon as I regained my sight and hearing, I knew we could never live together. To my dismay, I realized that at my advanced age I'd married a worthless shyster of a man. I sought only to break away, but he began to abuse me freely, raining blows on me daily. Before the judge, Li Qingzhao proved her case and got a divorce, not because of her husband's physical abuse, though, but because he'd lied to her about his social rank and his examination record. For that, he was demoted and exiled to a far-off posting. She won her case, but for all her outspokenness, she was condemned and disparaged by most male commentators. Later, in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and even in the 20th century, her story would be reshaped by critics who claimed her autobiography couldn't be genuine and that her second marriage never happened. Her words against her marriage were never spoken. And even today, the several memorial halls and former residences that tell her tale to modern tourists don't give the full story. In the aftermath, Li Qingzhao became a commentator on history, a critic of the men who had betrayed China. The next few years after her divorce were very difficult. Hangzhou, the new capital south of the river, was frequently threatened by raids from the north. Life was lived on the edge. In 1134, Jurchen armies surged south through Anhui, and again there was a mass flight of refugees. Li was swept along in the panic of the times, in an exodus which, in her words, echoes the Chinese experience from ancient times to the Japanese invasion and the Huai River battles of the Civil War in the late 1940s. "Since crossing the Yangtze southwards," she wrote, "I've been separated from my loved ones and forced to wander here and there. This year, at the start of winter, we heard that military emergencies were reported along the Huai River. Those who lived in the Yangtze River basin fled westwards from the east and southwards from the north. Those who lived in the forests and hills made plans to flee into the cities. Those who lived in the cities made plans to flee into the hills and the forests. In all this protracted flight, with everyone hurrying this way and that, there was no one, in the end, who wasn't displaced." For a time, Li stayed in the Zhejiang coastal plain, south of Hangzhou, at the house of the Chen family. "Having recently swapped the comforts of verandas and windows for the hardship of boats and oars," she wrote, "I feel quite content now. But the nights are long. How to pass the nights? Hard as the times were, for her these were the most productive. Now in her 50s, with no illusions, she addressed the political and military issues of the day, as well as writing poems and prose, song lyrics, a dissection of prosody, and her memoir. In all this, as she tells it, she recovered her sense of self, moving from the crippling sense of loss and the crushing humiliation described in her memoir, to develop new ways in which she could get her ideas across and project herself as a woman of self-confidence and principle. At times, like so many women writers throughout history, she felt she had to play down her extraordinary intelligence, the burden of female talent, as her greatest modern biographer has put it. Even modern critics have thought it astounding and unprecedented that a woman could have entered the debate about the government's policy of appeasement. She wrote political poems to the peace envoys that the southern government sent to the northerners, even addressing herself to the commission of the army and the chief minister. One poem is a detailed examination of the issues, and one a pithy dismissal of the peace party at court and their posturing but ineffectual diplomacy. Cheered as they go off to conferences, she wrote, applauded in their fine robes. But how come all these negotiations just make things worse? She concluded with verses referring to Mulan, the famous woman warrior who disguised herself as a man and joined the campaigns against the northern barbarians in the 5th century. Our high-ranking ministers still run away in all directions. Images of the great steed of the old heroes fill my eyes. In these dangerous times, where can we find real horses like them? Mulan holds her lance firmly, a fine woman warrior. I'm old now, but I still have ambitions that stretch 1,000 miles. All I want is with others like me to cross the Huai River once more. Such, then, were the struggles of a woman of genius in medieval China, a scintillating window on women's real experience. In the Song dynasty, as we saw, most men considered published writing, let alone commenting on politics, inappropriate for women. The historian Sima Guang thought they could compose poetry, but it should not be seen in print. Li Qingzhao, however, refused to conform, and has been a model for women poets for the past 1,000 years, read by women of all backgrounds, in many situations, in war and in peace. Though divided, the empire was not yet lost. The dynasty survived. After the fall of Kaifeng, some of the imperial family fled south to a new capital and a new destiny. The new order they created south of the Yangtze is known as the Southern Song, and that dynasty ruled South China until the Mongol conquest in the late 13th century. Their northern frontier was now the Huai River, and though the Jurchen Wars continued, the south was too powerful, too populous, too far away for the Jurchen to conquer, even though their armies made predatory raids across the Yangtze for several years. As for Kaifeng, Meng's city of dreams, its days as the metropolis of the world were gone. The city wasn't destroyed, but the great phase of its history was over. The end of the Northern Song in Kaifeng, however, signalled the rise of the next of China's great capitals. In spring 1132, the southern court was re-established 200 miles south of today's Shanghai, in a place that would be immortalized in the pages of the Italian traveller Marco Polo, Hangzhou. The landscape was proverbial in its beauty. Above there is paradise, the saying went. Below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. The city stands on the Chentang River, about 50 miles inland from a great bay of the South China Sea, about as far as London is from the Thames estuary. It's bordered on its western side by emerald green hills and the beautiful expanse of West Lake, whose shores and islands are dotted by temples and fairy tale pagodas, linked by causeways, in situations of unbelievable beauty, as a British intelligence officer in the Second World War wrote, allowing himself a brief moment of emotion in an austerely factual report. An unimportant place in earlier history, Hangzhou had been walled in the late Tang, a long rectangle between the river and the lake. And now in the southern Song, it would grow to become, as Marco Polo remarked in the 1270s, the finest and noblest city in all the world. After the fall of Kaifeng, thousands of refugees fled south to join the remnant of the imperial clan who set up the kingdom of the southern Song with a new emperor, a kinsman of the deposed Huizong. While Huizong himself and his captive courtiers shivered in misery in the winter rains and snows of Manchuria, cooking their rice in soiled robes, a vast flood of displaced people was on the move south of the river. Their stories are preserved not in accounts of historians, but in clan books, woodblock printed genealogies and family histories. The Zhaos were one such lineage, claiming descent from the general who became the first Song emperor, Taizu. One branch of the Zhao clan took a boat from the Yangtze to Hangzhou and then moved on down the coast of Fujian. There, in the coastal plain opposite Taiwan, they settled and built a stone-walled village whose plan was laid out like a miniature Kaifeng, so the golden city, their ancestral home, would never be forgotten. The clan village is still there, as we'll see later in our story, and continues to be inhabited by the Zhaos, who tell their tale today from their woodblock printed family history and their oral traditions of the days when we were emperors. Among the many who made a new life in Hangzhou itself was Meng, the author of the nostalgic Dreams of Splendor about old Kaifeng. With other old-timers, Meng would reminisce over the next 40 years in Hangzhou wine bars, taverns and tea-houses, telling their children and grandchildren and fellow bar haunters about the good old days when Kaifeng was the shining city on the plain. Among them were even some of the Jews of Kaifeng, who'd fled to Hangzhou with their Torah scrolls and traditions, and we may perhaps imagine that they too, faced with the loss of their Chinese Jerusalem, sat down by the banks of the Qiantang River and wept. The great characters in the story of the Song, Sima Guang and Wang Anshe, for example, in the 11th century, Li Qingzhao in the 12th, were driven by what we would call patriotism, a sense of the Chinese nation as an idea worth fighting for. This very distinctive development in Chinese culture will have great importance for the future. During the Tang, the interests of the great aristocratic families had been paramount. But now the old medieval aristocracy was gone, replaced by a governing class chosen on merit, men with a national sensibility that went beyond clan or even dynastic loyalty. Among these people, there was an agreed and overarching set of civilisational values that had to be protected and passed on. As the poet Lu You, who was born on the eve of the fall, wrote to his son at the end of his life, "Death ends it all, that's for sure, but what grieves me is not to have seen our land reunited. That day when the emperor wins back the central plain, make sure you come to my tomb and let your old dad know." But the South thrived. The population of China had already doubled in size during the 10th and 11th centuries to about 100 million. In the 12th century, it may have exceeded 120 million, of whom the larger part was in the south, in the Yangtze Valley and Delta, with the southern coastal plain perhaps accounting for as many as 50 million people. These increases were made possible by many factors, but especially by improved food production and better diet. Rice cultivation in the south was expanded, and new early ripening rice species imported from Southeast Asia enabled 2, and in some places even 3, harvests a year. To defend their prosperity, and mindful of previous military failures, the southern Song, under the Emperor Gaozong, 1127 to 1162, initiated new programs of arms manufacture and a massive program of shipbuilding. He oversaw the improvement of harbour defences and the creation of a coastal beacon system. China's first standing navy was created in 1132. After the disasters of the past decades, China would be able to defend itself. A writer of the early 13th century summed up the economic and demographic changes of the era with a palpable sense of historic achievement. "Our dynasty possesses southern China," he wrote, "and so south of the Yangtze all is calm and under control. The amount of cultivated land in southern China constitutes 2/3 of the empire. With respect to geographical extent and wealth, it's 3/4. The northwest now is but 1/4. In terms of food production, tea and textiles, southern specialities give the richest returns. So though the population living to the south of the Great River only occupies a part of all China, it has 2/3 of its total wealth. At the present time, the profits of both land and sea are to be found first and foremost in the Yangtze Delta. The use of irrigation today is most developed there around Lake Tai, more than anywhere else in the empire. The northwest comes nowhere near." Hangzhou itself was now transformed into an imperial capital. Hitherto a small city in the subtropical landscapes of the lower Yangtze Valley, to some of those who arrived from the north, it had felt a lost corner of the empire. The tranquil waters of the lake and the circling hills beyond were beguiling, but the city itself was crowded and narrow, a noisy place filled with traders and craftsmen. The street plan didn't present the grand, formal layout of a traditional Chinese capital, following as it did the natural curve of the land between the lake and the hills. In the early days it was swamped with refugees from the north who were lodged in military camps, in shanties outside the gates, or in the city's hundreds of Buddhist monasteries. And at first the emperor and the court moved into the prefectural offices in the southern corner of the town, as it was assumed they would at some point retake the north, and that this would therefore only be a temporary measure. But as the division of the country soon began to look more permanent, the city was provided with grander buildings. An immense processional way, running for 3 miles from north to south, was laid out, with a huge new palace in a walled enclosure overlooking the river. Within just a few decades, at least 1 million people were living inside the new capital. And as all the available space became filled with streets, the city planners began to build upwards. So as Kaifeng represented a change in urban living, from the ritual space and tightly regulated wards of Xi'an, Hangzhou in its turn was another new phase of urban history in China, a commercial city. In the 13th century, Marco Polo describes a jam-packed high-rise city with houses of 6, 8, and even 10 stories. "Green mountains surround the still waters of the lake," one resident said. "One would say a landscape composed by a painter. And towards the east, where there are no hills, the land opens out, and there, sparkling like fish scales, the bright-coloured tiles of a myriad rooftops." Urban life in Song Hangzhou was different from that in China's previous capitals. Rather than being dominated by government establishments and the institutions of imperial bureaucracy, it was preeminently a trading city. Family-owned businesses were the backbone of city life. "If one views all the guilds and the 100 markets," said a Hangzhou resident in the 1200s, "from outside the roadblock at the Gate of Tranquility all the way to the Bridge of Inspection, there's not a single family that is not in the trading business. There were the Chen and Zhang family banks, the Xu and the Jai families who ran haberdasheries, the Li family's silk shoe shop, the Pengs who dealt in waterproof boots, the Kongs who specialized in hats, and the Nius who sold woven belts. There were beauty parlors where you could have facials, or buy makeup and face cream, eyeliner and false hair, shops specializing in flutes, and others in bamboo whistles, shops for incense and candles, for gold-spotted writing paper and for ivory combs. There were even pet shops. This is the hub of the universe, our author said. And if, after a day of shopping in Hangzhou, one was not yet worn out, the visitor could repair to tea shops or wine bars or public theatres large and small, where a new southern brand of musical drama had developed out of the old Kaifeng style. Such wealth made Hangzhou a great centre of international trade. The city itself wasn't easily accessible to ocean-going ships because of the famous tidal bore, but standing at the southern end of the Grand Canal, it was linked by waterways to Ningbo, 100 miles away on the Bay of Hangzhou, which along with Canton and Quanzhou became one of Song China's biggest ports. From these places, wide-bellied merchant ships sailed to India, Africa, and the Persian Gulf. According to government maritime regulations concerning seagoing ships, writes Zhu Yu, whose father had been commissioner of shipping in Canton, the larger ones can carry several hundred men, and even the smaller ones may have more than 100 crew on board. On long-distance voyages, some had palatial private cabins and saloons for richer passengers. An impression of such vessels is provided by the archaeological discovery of a 13th century three-masted ocean-going junk from Quanzhou that worked the Thai and Indonesian trade routes with cargoes of incense, wood and pepper. Nearly 120 feet long, with a 32-foot beam, divided by watertight bulkheads into 13 compartments. This was a typical general-purpose tramp of the age. There were guilds of merchant adventurers who owned many such ships, organized in a company structure with CEOs, business managers, and shareholders. Accounts from the Arab world describe Chinese vessels as major players in the Indian Ocean trade, each year using the monsoon winds to cross to Aden, Yemen, the Indus Valley, and the Persian Gulf, bringing iron, swords, porcelain, and silk. The wealth and fashionable lifestyle of merchants began to outpace that of officials. Lu You, whom we last met writing to his son lamenting the loss of the Middle Plain, penned a poem about the high-rolling, luxury-filled lives of the merchants. In singing girl towers they play at dice, 1,000,000 on one throw. In flag-decorated pavilions calling for wine, 10,000 a cask. They say, the mayor, the governor, we don't even know their names. What's it to us who wields power in the palace? But look what heaven gives me, an official. Luck, thin as paper. Now I know that merchants are the happiest of men. The increased commercialization of society saw the spread of a mercantile ethos across South China, from ports like Ningbo and Quanzhou to the great cities of Yangzhou and Suzhou. Smaller towns in the hinterland also saw the rise of new merchant elites, supplying the capital with food, coal, grain and timber. Some of the most famous clans of traders came from the Huizhou region, 200 miles inland from the capital. Wherever there is commerce, it was said, you'll find a Huizhou merchant. In this thickly forested countryside, cut by many rivers, and overlooked by the beautiful peaks of the sacred mountain, Huangshan, there are many families today that can trace their ancestry back to that period. Their clan documents chart cultural change at the grassroots and give an insight into processes that often go unnoticed in the official histories. The county seat is the picturesque old walled town of Huizhou, today known as Shesian, on the Xinan River. The port here, created by a Song dynasty dam which still exists, had 200 or 300 riverboats, large and small, ferrying timber and raw materials downriver to Hangzhou. From the Middle Ages to the end of the empire, its merchants were famed for their business acumen. And today, in the hinterland of the town, well-built clan villages survive, their fine houses with whitewashed walls and grey-tiled roofs, clustered together along stone-paved streets and alleys. Inside the houses, the exquisite stone carving, painted beams, carved wooden screens and panels attest to the wealth and taste of their owners. Clans like the Hu in Sidi, the Wangs of Hongsun, and the Baos of Tangyue rose to become some of the richest families in China by the 18th century. They were merchants in timber, salt, rice and grain, in coal and tea. Some of them traded overseas, such as the Su lineage of Su Shun, who had business interests in the Malacca Straits and Japan. One Huizhou clan came from a town 40 miles west of the county town, across the watershed of the Chang River, which flows down from the mountains of Huangshan to the Yangtze near Wuhan. Founded back in the Tang, the old town has had a huge makeover since the turn of our millennium. The charming river frontage, with its stone steps and piers, where boats began their journey downstream to Hangzhou, still partially survives, along with the medieval five-arched bridge. In the centre of the old town, the main commercial street ran down to quays, lined with cavernous, shuttered wooden shops and storehouses for grain and tea. A century ago, when it thronged with traders, the locals called Ximen a mini Shanghai. Even in the 1940s, today's older generation remember the quays were piled with timber, ready to be shipped down to Jingdezhen in Jiangxi, the centre of the ceramic industry. They exported tea and timber and brought in cotton cloth, sugar, salt and oil. But in 2004, much of the old town was swept away for a new shopping centre with department stores, fashion shops and fast food bars. Behind the modern shops, though, down a maze of twisting alleys, a few old gentry houses survive. One of them is the house of the Xue family. Over the doorway is an ornately carved stone frieze featuring auspicious plump fish with dragon fins and mythical birds with scaly feet. Through the gate, a worn wooden threshold leads into a late 16th century house with a central courtyard open to the skies. Red lanterns hang from the eaves alongside clothes on the washing line and a joint of meat seasoning on a string from the balcony. The head of the family, Xue Youkai, a sprightly man in his 70s, has an encyclopedic memory of the family story. On the table is a 19th century woodblock printed account of the genealogy of his clan, the precious record of the family hidden by his grandfather during the turmoil of the 1960s. Hanging from the walls are faded signboards, also saved from the destruction, advertising the scholars of the clan who achieved the top degree, the Jinshi, in the Song dynasty. The family, to say the least, has a long and proud record of service to the country and a loyalty to an older world that still seems a natural part of the family story. We were local officials, people of substance here from the Song dynasty, says Mr. Xue, his recall instant and fluent, internalized in a way that brings his ancestors to life as real people, not just names on a family tree. The house is about 500 years old, but our history goes back much further than that. The family were originally from the North China Plain, but in the early 10th century, after the Wars of the Five Dynasties, one of them fled into these hills, bringing his whole family with him. And he was our first ancestor here in Huizhou, says Mr. Xue. At first we were farmers, but the land here in Qimen County is poor. hilly, all mountain with few fields for cultivation. So over time we spread out across the valleys in search of enough land to grow food and to try to find a livelihood. People round here sold timber and tea and manufactured paper, ink and lacquer to make a living. By the end of the Northern Song, branches of our family lived across this county, and one group settled here in the county town and became merchants. Later we moved into the salt trade. We owned a landing stage on the river, but mostly we had careers in government. The family were also beneficiaries of the expanded education system under the Southern Song, which enabled the gentry to rise in the world not just as traders, but as gentlemen, their sons passing the provincial and national examinations. In 1173, a man of our family came first in the upper metropolitan degree, Mr. Xie continued. His name was Xie Ambang. Half a dozen other Xie men also then passed the upper exams during the Southern Song. One served as a county military officer. The other graduates did government jobs in different parts of the empire. Back home in the town, the clan founded and supported local institutions, schools, granaries, charitable estates, hospitals and orphanages, all organised by local families rather than by the state. Such was the Confucian ethos of one leading gentry family who rose in the Song. That old world of the Huizhou gentry, which carried down to the Second World War, is perforce almost gone now. But in the person of Mr. Xie, who was born before the Revolution, we may still touch on the old Confucian values of his class in a way that's becoming less and less possible now in the new China. In the clan house, a ramshackle wooden staircase leads onto the balcony, with the upper chambers looking down on the inner courtyard. In a spare bedroom, old furniture is piled up, winnowing baskets, dusty lattice screens, and a cracked enamel bowl containing tiny silk shoes for bound feet. Through a door is the altar room. There, Mr. Xie carefully folded back the wooden screens to reveal a deep cupboard containing dozens of spirit tablets, wooden plaques, each inscribed with the name of a Xie ancestor, each one prepared after the funeral and inscribed with the dead man's name and the name of his descent line heir. Mr. Xie lit incense and offered a prayer. "There are 37 spirit tablets in here," he said. "We're one of the oldest lineages in China. Each one represents a member of the family. Each is marked to show to which generation the person belonged." He pointed to the name and the dates of birth and death before carefully setting the spirit tablet back in its place. "That was my grandfather," he said, indicating a hand-drawn picture done in charcoal. "Grandfather saved our family records from the Red Guards in 1966, hiding the plaques in the roof space. And there's my father." He gestured to a photograph cracked across the frame. "Now, once more, I can do the rituals for them, as my son will for me. And as for me," he said, "I'm the 35th generation since Xie Xuan. And after me, my sons will make sure the house and the tablets are cared for. It's in our blood." Back in the 13th century, the ethos of the Huizhou merchant clans, and indeed of later Song China, was shaped by the most famous thinker of the age, one of the greatest figures in Chinese civilization, the philosopher and teacher Zhu Xi. Back then, Mr. Xie reflected, it was customary to form clan associations committed to Master Zhu's school of moral learning. The gentry read his books, followed his instructions to hold on to the liturgical rites, and they tried to live according to the custom of Zhou, Confucius's homeland. He was the great teacher, and they taught the descendants these same ways. Born in 1130, in the aftermath of the fall of Kaifeng, Zhu Xi grew up as part of the generation moulded by the experience of defeat. Influenced by an eclectic range of teachings, including Buddhism, the core of his thought sought to re-establish the fundamental concepts and values of Confucianism and to restore the cultural and political integrity of southern Song China. As he put it, to celebrate the cosmic legacy far back to Fuxi and Huangdi. With China divided, it was a powerful message of renewal, especially when Confucianism was perceived simply as a state ideology, a lifeless orthodoxy that had lost its spiritual and ethical heart. Very soon after his death in 1200, Zhu Xi's reinterpretation of the fundamental concepts of Confucius began to be taught nationwide in private academies and public schools. It then became the basis of the imperial civil service examinations from 1313 until their end in 1905, making Zhu one of the most influential of all the world's philosophers. Central to his teaching was the idea of moral improvement, how human beings can be helped to live a better life. He was interested in what we would call behavioral psychology, and his simple breakthrough was to stress mindfulness in society, reverential attention, as he put it. For Zhu, empathy, an understanding of the interconnectedness of life, was the basis of good human interaction. In this, as so often in Chinese culture, the family was the starting point. His practical guide, a book on family rituals, could be found in every household in China in the late empire. It was a huge influence too in Japan, Vietnam and Korea, although his work is still little known today in the Western world. Zhu is the most important Chinese thinker after Confucius, and he's enjoying a major revival today. Indeed, it's been said that his range of inquiry, from the philosophical to the scientific, is unmatched in the whole Chinese intellectual tradition, and in the West is comparable only to that of Aristotle. But his appeal was not just philosophical. For Zhu, taking a leaf out of the Buddhist scriptures, emotions are the key to finding the meaning of the ancients in oneself. Parts of his handbooks on ritual are beautifully expressed as he attempted to create a musical, poetic, magical language to communicate with the dead. This isn't dry scholarship, otherwise it would never have survived so long or still be capable of reinvention today. It examines the place of human beings in the universe and the continuing presence of the ancestors in the lives of the living, conjured through ritual. Your filial son, because now is the end of autumn when things begin to ripen, performs this service to your honour, our late father, and to our late mother. Your filial son presumes to report to his late father and his late mother. Now, because it is the end of autumn, when things begin to ripen, we feel the passing of time and think back with longing. Vast heaven is limitless. So the Neo-Confucian movement, with its alliance of gentry and literati, was crucial in passing the ethos of Chinese civilization on in the era of the Southern Song, providing a compelling answer to those who feared the heart of the old culture had been lost. The Confucian ideal was given new life, and later, under Mongol occupation, it became the core component in the imperial examinations, as it would be to the end of the empire in the early 20th century. Books, schools, and literacy spread enormously with the greater availability of mass printing. And in the streets of Hangzhou and the hills of South China, families like the Xues flourished during the 12th and 13th centuries. In local communities all across the southern Song, these gentry families were the essential link between the centre and the locality, and men from the provinces came to play an increasingly important role in national politics too. And so, in the south, the values of traditional China, codified first in the Han and Tang dynasties, were preserved, transformed, and handed on. In the north, however, a new storm was gathering. In the vast plains beyond the Great Wall and the mountains edging the North China Plain, a huge confederation of nomadic tribes had come together in the Mongolian heartland. Their charismatic leader, Genghis Khan, was proclaimed ruler of all the Mongols in 1206. With mobile mounted armies, they launched fast attacks on states along their borders, eventually reaching all the way into Central Europe. The Mongol attacks on the heartland of China began in the first decade of the 13th century. In 1209, they overwhelmed the Tangut Western Xia Empire and then destroyed the Jurchen Jin, eliminating the old enemies of the Song who had conquered Kaifeng the previous century. In 1215, breaking through the passes in the Yanshan Mountains, they came down into the northern plain and made their new capital of Dadu on the site of today's Beijing. The Mongols were effectively ruling northern China, and soon they began to spread into the lands of the southern Song, recruiting Chinese generals and troops in their captured territories and using Chinese military technology, including firebombs and gunpowder. For a while, the Song were able to put large forces into the field against the invaders and even defeated them in battle. But in the 1260s, the Mongols pushed south with huge mounted armies, while simultaneously deploying captured naval forces. In 1268, Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis, blockaded the mouth of the Yangtze. And in 1271, with the net tightening around what remained of the southern Song, he declared the foundation of a new dynasty in China, the Great Yuan, the primal force. Now the final assault began. The Mongol land armies overran the great cities that guarded the central basin of the Yangtze. With the help of Chinese generals and engineers who'd abandoned the regime, the Song forces at Yangzhou were smashed. The royal family, with its loyal advisors and the core of the imperial army, fled further south. In 1275, the Song armies were heavily defeated and most of their territory surrendered. In 1276, the Mongols massed a huge fleet in the Yangtze estuary, crossed the river and besieged and sacked Suzhou. Hanzhou itself was now defenseless and soon surrendered. The Mongol army then pursued the refugee Song court deeper into the remote corners of the empire, until finally, in the swamps of the Pearl River Delta, the final remnants of the Song forces were cornered in one last terrible battle. It was the 19th of March, 1279, a dark day in the story of China. On the coast south of Canton, the Song generals had moored their fleet in a remote lagoon in the Pearl River Delta. They'd cut down trees from the hillsides around and put up a makeshift royal palace for the court with barracks and huts surrounding it. But as the Mongol fleet massed at the mouth of the estuary, supplies of fresh water were running out, and their situation soon became desperate. The battle was fought behind the Narrows at a place called Yamen. To visit the site today, around the time of the anniversary, with the air chilly and the mist clinging and damp, is to imagine something of what the last Song loyalists must have felt that day. By late afternoon, going into dusk, the mist descended and the far shore almost disappeared. The Song commanders decided not to defend the Narrows, so the Mongol fleet sailed through into the lagoon, and there the Song navy faced them. They had about 1,000 ships, which they'd lashed together to form a floating fortress. The decks were protected with wet mud to stop the effects of the fire projectiles from the Mongol catapults. When the battle began, an eyewitness describes the air full of the flaming traces of fire bombs, the tumult reverberating into the sky and across the sea. But when the tide rose, the Mongols were able to encircle the Song forces, and the royal family was trapped. The Emperor Huizong, a 7-year-old child, was on a large junk flying the imperial flag at the very centre of the fleet. Understanding that all was lost now, the Emperor's loyal minister, Lu Xiufu, made a famous speech to the little boy. "The affairs of our state have come to this," he said. "We must not disgrace the nation." Then, taking the boy in his arms, he jumped into the sea to commit suicide. On the deck, so it was said, the little boy's pet white parrot began to screech and beat its wings until its cage worked loose from its hook and fell into the water, the loyal bird perishing with its master. The glory of the song had ended in shattering defeat. Its achievements had been huge, and its inventions had outstripped those of the West. Its artists and scientists were without rival in the world, while mass printing had spread its ethos and its ideas as never before in history. It had been poised, or so it appears today, to become the world's first modern society. But as so often in Chinese history, before and since, the world beyond China burst over her frontiers and disrupted the development of civilization and society. Mongol dominion, the first completely foreign rule in Chinese history, was such a shock to the Chinese psyche that when it ended in the 14th century, as we shall see, it was followed by a native dynasty, the Ming, which retreated from the open society of the Song, turned its back on the commercialization of China, and created a bureaucratic autocracy that looked back to older despotisms, setting China on a course that would cast its shadow till the present day. Chapter 12. The Yuan, China under the Mongol Empire. In the 13th century, China was conquered by the Mongols and became part of a world empire that extended from the Gobi to the Black Sea. To the Chinese literati and governing class, alien rule was a profound shock. This experience would lead to a deeply conservative and inward-looking reaction in the later 14th century under the Ming dynasty. What then could have been a post-Song early modernity would turn out to be a Ming despotism shaped by the experience of conquest and foreign occupation. This would have long-term consequences, bequeathing a model of governance that would last down to today's People's Republic. However, though brief, the Mongol age would be another of those interstitial periods between great epochs in Chinese history that was extraordinarily creative, laying markers for the future in governance, and in particular seeing a great opening up across the Eurasian world, with the first direct contacts between Western Europe and China. In 1271, the Mongols had announced the new dynasty in the Chinese language as the Great Chen Yuan. This ancient name, meaning origin or primal force, enabled the founder Kublai Khan not only to show respect for China's classical antiquity, but also to set the universalist pretensions of Chinese monarchy within even wider geographical limits. The Yuan ruled the Middle Kingdom through the Confucian officials of the former Southern Song governing class, along with many foreigners in their multiracial, multilingual empire. The young Marco Polo, for example, seems to have served in the Yangzhou local government for 2 or 3 years, perhaps with the Italian merchant community in the city. If so, then he was just one of many outsiders making their fortune in the Mongol Imperium. Yet the contacts also went the other way. The first Chinese person to go to Western Europe travelled from Beijing to Bordeaux in the 1280s, attempting to negotiate an alliance between the rulers of Christian Europe and the Mongols against the Muslim Caliphate. So the Mongol Empire stirred up world history as never before. Whether in Plantagenet England or Yuan Dadu, it was a time of rich new possibilities. The Mongols' first great achievement was to reunite China, which had long been divided. As we've seen, from the Tang onwards, the Chinese had been compelled to share the landmass of China proper with other powers. Even at their height, the Song emperors didn't control the north, and after 1127, they had to content themselves with a southern Song state ruled from Hanzhou. However, while the Mongols reunited traditional China, the conquest was a huge blow to the traditional elites. Northern China had been under non-Chinese rule for 300 years, but the south had never experienced foreign government, and not once had China in its entirety been conquered by foreign people. So how did Chinese culture fare under the Mongols? Of course, to the Chinese scholar bureaucrats, the main issue was how to instruct the Mongols in the ways of the Middle Kingdom, which it went without saying was the superior civilization. The Yuan historian Ma Tuanlin, for example, like many Chinese literati, laid great stress on institutional continuity and the vital task of transmitting the values of Confucian culture. The national imperial examination system was resumed in 1315, and for the first time the interpretations of the great Song philosopher Zhu Xi, as we saw, were made the orthodox guidelines for the education system. Neo-Confucian philosophy and political autocracy were therefore brought together through the examinations for the bureaucracy, and would remain so till the end of the empire. Many other scholars accepted that heaven's mandate had passed to the Mongols and put their efforts into working with the new regime. A scholar from North China, Xu Hong, was the leader of a group dedicated to rescuing the times, as they put it. He became the first head of Kublai Khan's National Academy, striving to teach the new Mongol rulers how to run the nation with Confucian ideals. Xu Hong also became a mentor to Kublai Khan himself at the court in Beijing and was tutor to the emperor's sons, preparing short summaries in simple language to teach the Mongols about Chinese government, a core message for hearts and minds. In the past and present, the models and regulations upon which the state was established have varied from dynasty to dynasty, Xu wrote in his memorial to Kublai, called 5 Measures Required by the Times. But the most important thing, he went on, was always to win the hearts of all under heaven. And to win the hearts of all under heaven is nothing other than to show love and an impartial devotion to the common good. If you love the people, their hearts become compliant. And if you are impartially devoted to the common good, the people become willing to serve. Compliance and willingness to serve are what makes good government. A typical old-fashioned Confucian, Xu Hong stressed to Kublai Khan the importance of a proper school system with a strong focus on public morality. He wrote, "If there are schools everywhere, from the capital to the local districts, everyone can engage in study, from the princes of the palace to the sons of the common people. And if every day the people are taught about the virtue of proper relationships between parents and children, between the ruler and his ministers, then after 10 years those above will know how to guide, and those below will know how to serve." It was not, however, all a matter of self-preservation. In many areas, including popular culture, the Mongol period was an extraordinarily expansive time. In the great capital of Dadu, immortalized later in Europe as Xanadu, one could meet merchants, ambassadors, and travellers literally from the other side of the world. Built between 1267 and 1285, Dadu swiftly became one of the largest and grandest cities in the world, almost completely vanished today, overlaid by the centre of modern Beijing. It was surrounded by an immense outer square of walls that were built of pounded earth with 11 gates and a deep moat. Its residential districts were laid out with wide avenues, between which were lanes that are still today called by their Mongol name, hutongs. Of the palace itself, swept away in the early 15th century by the Ming, only fragments have been found. Its giant base was of white marble carved with dragons and phoenixes. Its roofs were covered with glazed tiles, and its carved wooden brackets, beams and lintels were painted in dazzling colours and picked out in gold. The private rooms had walls lined with silk and decorated with landscape paintings, their floors painted green to remind the Mongol rulers of the grass of their native steppes. To the west of the palace was the lake where Kublai Khan had stayed on his first visit to Beijing. This area became a green and pleasant pleasure garden, with clusters of exotic rocks and rare trees and plants from foreign lands. This was the real landscape behind Coleridge's stately pleasure dome, with its gardens bright, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree. In the streets outside the palace enclosure, in the Chinese city, as it was called, were houses, shops, stalls, inns, tea-houses, and several markets. To feed the city's fast-expanding population, the Grand Canal was extended in 1293. A branch canal was formed, allowing barge traffic that brought grain from the south to sail from the main northern depot at Tongzhou right to a terminal at the rear lake at the gates of the imperial palace. Here merchants gathered from every part of the country, and this world can still be glimpsed in photographs of 19th century Beijing streets, peopled by Mongol craftsmen and women, cooks and traders, and caravaneers with their huge trains winding through the streets on their way out to Mongolia. Like all international ages, the Yuan was also a very creative time in art, culture, and in particular drama. There were many playhouses in the entertainment districts, some holding audiences of 2,000 or 3,000. There the citizens of the capital could watch plays by their favourite writers and applaud their star actors. Perhaps influenced by models from India and Iran, writers began to produce dramas in 4 or 5 acts, with dialogue in language that was close to the daily speech of the people. Over 100 Yuan playwrights are known by name, as well as a host of anonymous dramatists whose unsigned works have been preserved. The best-known Yuan playwright was Guan Hanqing, who was active either side of the year 1300. He wrote over 60 plays, of which 14 survive, including the famous Snow in Midsummer. Quarrying the big social issues of the day, including court corruption, Guan was particularly well known for his strong female roles that were high-spirited, self-willed, sharp-tongued, outspoken, unafraid, salty yet lovable, as a contemporary said. His female characters include prostitutes and servants, child brides in forced marriages, poverty-stricken and destitute mothers and widows. Often, like the heroine Do-er, these characters highlighted the burning social issues of the day. For example, the phrase "snow in June" is still in common speech today, used to describe the corrupt miscarriage of justice. In the huge multiracial Yuan Empire, all religions were accepted. Edward Gibbon made a telling comparison between the cruelty and irrationality of the Catholic Inquisition in Europe and the pure theism and perfect toleration of the religious laws of Genghis Khan. Genghis himself had followed the shamanic cults of Mongolia, while Kublai Khan favoured Buddhism, and some later Mongol Khans converted to Islam. Nestorian Christians were also influential among the ruling class, and several Khans were brought up by Christian mothers and educated by Christian tutors. The Mongols favoured Muslims from Central Asia as administrators in many cities, especially the big ports. In Beijing, several great mosques and temples still standing today owe their origins to the Mongols. The large mosque on New Jer Street was a major site of Muslim worship. There was also an Islamic observatory and an Islamic academy. People could worship at around 100 Buddhist and Taoist temples across the city. The White Stupa temple was commissioned by Kublai and designed by a Nepali architect. There were also Christian places of worship, including a Franciscan church that could seat more than 200 people, with a tower and 3 bells that rang across Dadu at prayer time. Among the great popular shrines of the city built under the Mongols was the sprawling complex of the God of the Eastern Peak. This temple was an amalgam of Taoist, Tibetan, Buddhist and shamanic deities and cults that was typical of the syncretist mood of the time. The Mongols also oversaw the construction of a state shrine, the famous Confucius Temple, which still stands next to the Yuan Imperial College. Inside its courtyards is a forest of 200 steles, recording the names of more than 50,000 Jinshe scholars who took the imperial exams for the highest final degree from the Yuan period until 1905. Testimony to a world restored. At a local level, the Mongol conquest had often come with violence and chaos. Later lineage documents from Huizhou in Anhui, south of the Yangtze, suggest how people responded. One family forced to adjust to the times was the Bao clan of Tangyue, a hamlet in a fertile plain edged by forested hills in the south of the province. The Bao family had moved here during the Song dynasty and established a farming village a few miles from the prefectural town. After the founding of the southern Song in 1127, with Hanzhou only a few days' journey downriver, these Huizhou villages found themselves perfectly placed to supply the new capital with their produce, tea, grain, lacquerware, and especially almost limitless supplies of timber. The Bao clan moved up in the world, marrying the daughters of officials and gentry, and soon they were able to educate their own sons. Bao Zongyan, born in 1224, was taught by his mother and became an avid book reader. And then, at the time of the Mongol conquest of the south, law and order broke down and armies of bandits roamed the county. A later local gazetteer tells the story, drawing on Bao family tradition. I am Bao Shousun, son of Bao Zongyan. In the Bingzi year of the Deiyou period of the Song, 1276, General Li Shida's troops broke into the villages to the north and the west. Many bandits emerged, and the white blades of weapons were like a forest. Our villages were burned and plundered. Father and son narrowly escaped death at the hands of the robbers, but the family survived, and the Baos seized the opportunity to better themselves. Young Bao Shousun accepted a government job as a salt field inspector. In 1324, his son, Bao Tongren, passed gloriously in the Yuan state examinations, having learned Mongol speech and writing. The Mongol period left many important legacies in the arts, painting, in philosophy and history. One area of especial interest was astronomy. Since the Tang dynasty, the Chinese had been influenced by Indian and Islamic science, and under the Mongols, Persian astronomers came to China, and Chinese scientists went to study in Iran. Kublai Khan founded the predecessor of today's Beijing Observatory under the mathematician and scientist Guo Shoujing, who founded many observation sites across China. The Mongol rulers were also tolerant in religion, promoting Tibetan Buddhism, Nestorian Christianity, and Islam. Perhaps the biggest influence came from its very nature as a vast transnational empire. The Yuan era gave a huge impetus to travel across the whole of Eurasia. Embassies, long-distance contacts, merchant journeys, and pilgrimages. This is the period of the first regular missions between East and West, and many Westerners left their accounts of China. Among these are John of Plano Carpini, who came overland in 1246, William of Rubruck, who travelled to Mongolia in 1254, and Orderic of Pordenone, who in the 1320s spent 3 years with a mysterious Franciscan, James of Ireland. A Christian church was established in Beijing in 1308 by John of Montecorvino, and there were embassies the other way, one led by Genoese merchants resident in Beijing. The world was opening up, so much so that in 1339, Francesco Balducci Pegolotti, a Florentine merchant who worked in Antwerp and London, produced an itinerary of travel, a handbook on the practice of commerce from Fife in Scotland and across Europe to Asia. The handbook included a route map to Beijing, details of business practice terminology, and data on the comparative value of money. For the first time in world history, Scotland and China were part of the same story. One fascinating aspect of these exchanges was the creation of more accurate maps. In the Song dynasty, the Chinese had already developed exceptional mapping techniques for China and its provinces, with accurate grids. They were the best maps yet produced in world history. Now, in the 14th century, Islamic maps of Europe, West Asia, and Africa became available in China. Kublai Khan sponsored the compilation of an imperial geography and a Mongol world map by the geographer Li Zemin. This became the source of later maps, including the magnificent 1389 composite map of the Ming Empire, which survives in a later copy. This curiosity about the world never stopped. The accession of the Ming dynasty in 1368 curtailed such freedom of movement, but still the Yuan legacy in map-making and geographical knowledge can be seen in the Ming diplomatic missions across Central Asia and Afghanistan, such as the embassy to Herat in 1406. And as we shall see, the accumulated Yuan knowledge of the world lay behind the 7 voyages of Admiral Zheng He between 1405 and 1433. During the Yuan, China had become part of the wider world, and Zheng knew where he was going. For the first time in history, under the Mongols, China was part of a new global world. The Mongol rulers controlled a vast arc of land across the continent of Eurasia, from Baghdad in the west to Beijing in the east. There was often warfare between the Mongols' various khanates, but they provided a favourable commercial environment, and contacts between China and the rest of the world flourished. Foreigners from the West visited China in unprecedented numbers, not only missionaries, but merchants. And among the Europeans who spent time in Mongol China, one in particular would become famous worldwide. Born into a merchant family in Venice, Marco Polo set off to China in 1271. When he was 17. During the 1260s, his father Niccolo and uncle Maffeo had pioneered a commercial route to the Mongol capital Karakorum, to which they returned with the young Marco in 1273 to 75, intending to train him in the China trade. They were tough, experienced men, brave travellers, and skillful traders. Uncle Maffeo had a house in the Genoese colony on the Black Sea, at Sudak in the Crimea, from where he mounted his journeys to Iran, Central Asia, and Mongolia. With his father and his uncle, Marco travelled overland along the Silk Road, visiting cities such as Kashgar along the way. If we can believe his account, he lived in China for 20 years and may have become a low-level official in the Yuan bureaucracy in the Yangtze Valley. Marco marvelled at China's wealth and the splendour of its cities. He travelled on the Grand Canal and visited Hangzhou, a city he thought so grand, so beautiful, and so full of abundant delights that it might lead an inhabitant to think himself in paradise. In modern times, doubts have been cast on Marco's book. with some scholars believing that he never went to China at all, or at least never went beyond Beijing. Persuasive arguments have been put forward that he cobbled the story together back in Italy from popular travellers' tales and fantasy literature. However, new research suggests otherwise. His descriptions of the postal system with its stations every 3 miles, and his observations on the various denominations of paper money, and the different currencies in use in the regions, including cowrie shells in Yunnan, are all remarkably well informed. Most convincing is the information he gives on the salt industry in Yunnan, worked by the indigenous people who extracted the salt from brine, hoisted in buckets from wells. This was a land where salt was so scarce that it could be used as currency, a custom carried right down into the mid-20th century. Marco's account of the techniques of salt production is closely echoed in many later sources and illustrated in numerous Chinese technology treatises. And though rejected by earlier generations of scholars, it's accurate and unique. Marco also mentions the salt industry in the eastern coastal lands south of the Huai River in Jiangsu, which produced over a third of all China's salt and raised rich revenues for the UN government. Here he is, travelling down the Grand Canal from Gaoyou to Taizhou and Tongzhou. When you leave Gaoyou, you ride another day to the southeast, through a constant succession of villages and fields and fine farms, until you come to Taizhou, which is a city of no great size, but abounding in everything. There's a great amount of trade, and they have many vessels. And you must know that on your left hand, that is towards the east, and 3 days' journey distant, is the ocean sea. At every place between the sea and the city, salt is made in great quantities. And there's a rich and noble city called Tongzhou, at which there is produced salt enough to supply the whole province. And I can tell you, it brings the great Khan an incredible revenue. The next point of Marco's journey was the very great and noble city of Yangzhou on the Grand Canal. As we saw earlier, Yangzhou had been the hub of the booming economy of the Tang dynasty, with a sizable foreign community of Arabs and Persians. And here, remarkably, Marco claims that he governed, seigneura, for 3 years. This has often been rejected as fantasy, though it might conceivably be a simple garbling of a text that originally said that Marco had stayed, séjourna, in Yangzhou, probably between 1282 and 1284. The idea that he had some kind of government post in Yangzhou, perhaps as an overseer or a low-level local official, is not entirely impossible. Marco even tells us about the post stations in that part of the Yangtze Valley and accurately gives the number of towns, 27, that were administered from Yangzhou. There are only a few remnants today of the Yangzhou that Marco Polo knew. Among these is a much restored Yuan dynasty pagoda in one of the old shopping streets, and the ornate tomb of a Muslim merchant in a big, unkempt garden and cemetery by the Grand Canal. On the south and east sides, the canal forms the city's moat, as it did in his day, intersected by smaller canals enclosing old quarters of narrow alleys lined with houses, shops, and markets. As interest in his adventures grows in China, a life-size equestrian statue has recently been erected outside the rebuilt East Gate, looking out over the Grand Canal. It's there, as he described, that vast amounts of shipping transport, immense quantities of merchandise, and many cities send their produce to be distributed in every direction, bringing huge revenue to the great Khan. If Marco Polo stayed in Yangzhou for 3 years, we may well ask, why there? And with whom? In 1951, a chance find opened an unexpected window on Yangzhou's Italian community in his day. An army work group demolishing the old city walls of Yangzhou found a tombstone cut in grey marble. At the top was an image of a Madonna and Child, sitting not on a Gothic throne, but on a round Chinese-style table with curved legs. Angels fluttered around the mother and child, plump Italian putti, but wearing trailing gowns like the Buddhist spirits that fly across the painted caves of the Silk Road. Beneath the angels was an image of St. Catherine with 2 wheels, but not like those to be seen on the walls of a medieval European church. More like the Dharma wheels from a Buddhist sutra. At the bottom of the slab, hacking down a kneeling martyr, was a man with a sword, clothed like a Mongol soldier. The Latin inscription is still clear. In the name of God, Amen. Here lies Caterina, once the daughter of the deceased Domenico de Ilionis, who died in the year of our Lord 1342, in the month of June. So who was Caterina Ilioni, and why was she here in China? Like the Polos, her family were old Silk Road merchants. One Pietro Ilioni appears in 1264 as a trader in Tabriz, in northern Iran. Caterina's father, Domenico, we know was a friend of merchants who travelled to China from Genoa in Italy. He's listed in a Genoese record of 1348 as the executor, at some point in the past, of the merchant Jacopo de Oliverio, who had lived in the kingdom of Cathay. These were people of some status, the kind of merchants trusted by the Mongols to carry out embassies to the west. And Yangzhou, with its overseas commercial links, had long had its foreign communities. The Franciscans had come here in the 13th century, and by 1322 there were 3 churches serving the 200 or so Christians who lived there. The tombstone, then, must have come from one of them. Caterina died still bearing her father's surname, Ilioni. Evidently she was not married, and had been living in Yangzhou up to 1342. Perhaps she was even born on Chinese soil. Indeed, since the discovery of her tombstone, a plaque has been found commemorating the death in November 1344 of Antonio, her brother. These were families with a long-term commitment to the China trade, lasting several generations. Their father's Genoese friend Jacopo, it was said, had multiplied his capital 5-fold during his time out there. Go east, young man. Marco Polo returned to Europe in 1295 and dictated the story of his adventures from memory while in prison in Genoa. The version we have is often garbled and embellished, but it was the first detailed description of China available to Europeans, and Marco's story became a bestseller, translated into many European languages. The book was widely read and shaped Europeans' image of China for centuries, inspiring others, including Christopher Columbus, to seek new sea routes for trade with the wealthy and sophisticated world that Marco had described. To people in the West, the most famous travellers who were involved with China during the Mongol Empire were the Europeans, like Marco Polo, who travelled from Europe to the East and came home to tell the tale. But travellers also made the journey the other way round, from China to the West. Indeed, among the Mongol embassies to the West, one to Italy and France in 1336, was led by Genoese merchants in the service of the great Khan, people like the Ilioni family. The most extraordinary was Rabban Soma. A Mongolian convert to Nestorian Christianity, Soma travelled from China nearly 8,000 miles by land and sea across the entire Eurasian world. His journey began in 1280 as a pilgrimage to Jerusalem from his birthplace in Beijing. Carrying an official travel permit from Kublai Khan himself, Soma's dream as a Chinese Christian had been to see Jerusalem and the holy places, just as the Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang had been driven by the desire to see the sacred sites of India centuries before. Travelling by horse and camel, Sorma went all the way through Central Asia to the Caspian Sea. He risked his life time and again, but escaped unscathed, thanks to his resourcefulness, his linguistic skills, and personal charm. By 1286 he was in Iran, and there Sorma's pilgrimage turned into an extraordinary diplomatic mission. By then the western part of the Mongol Empire had broken up into separate khanates, and he was asked by the Khan in Persia to head a mission to the Pope and the kings of Europe. The goal was to persuade the Europeans to ally with the Mongols to launch a crusade against their common enemy, the Muslim Caliphate, which controlled the Holy Land, Egypt and Syria. Sorma went on to Constantinople, and thence by sea to Rome. There Pope Honorius had just died, but Sorma was welcomed by the conclave of cardinals and travelled on to the court of Philip the Fair of France. Then he journeyed south to meet King Edward I of England, who by chance was in Gascony. In Bordeaux Cathedral, at the king's request, Sorma performed the Mass in the Nestorian ritual, surely one of the most extraordinary meetings in history. On his return to Rome, Sorma met the newly elected Pope Nicholas IV. France, England and the Pope all gave their backing to the planned Grand Christian-Mongol Alliance, which in the event never materialized. So far as we know, Rabban Sorma was the first person from China to visit the West. He never made it home to China. He returned through Greece to Iraq and died there in spring 1294 in Baghdad, where he was buried in the great church of Darath Romaya in the old Christian quarter, east of the river, outside the walls of the medieval city. A former companion wrote down his story in Iraq, and the only manuscript, a copy in Syriac, was discovered in the 1890s in a small Christian town near Lake Urmia in northwest Iran. Sorma's amazing story was a dead end in Chinese history, as his account lay undiscovered for so long, and so never entered the mainstream of Chinese history and literature, never inspiring others to go in his footsteps. Nevertheless, as a symbol of how the world opened up under the Mongol Empire, his story is without rival. The founder of the Yuan, the great Kublai Khan, died in 1292 in the Mongol capital. Once a master of half the world, he'd spent his last years increasingly isolated, grieving for his beloved wife, alone in the palace by Beijing's North Lake, overweight, morose and ill. After his death, factions split the court. His successors lacked his iron will, his guile and his energy. Increasingly distracted by the international geopolitics of their far-flung dominions, from the 1300s onwards, the overextended Mongol Empire began to break down into warring khanates. Rebellions broke out inside China as claimants to the dragon throne jostled for power. The situation came to resemble the breakdowns of earlier times in the 5 dynasties, or further back at the end of the Han in the days of the 3 kingdoms. Another one of the periods of dissolution that have marked Chinese history. Chaotic, terrifying and dangerous times, yet catalysts for a new era, when, almost as if by a centripetal force, the broken fragments of old worlds are drawn back together to create a new one. This was a troubled period across Eurasia as climate change exacerbated political instability. A mini ice age brought unheard-of conditions from lowland England to rural Anhui. In Europe, the Great Famine of 1114 to 22 killed 1/10 of the population. In China, beginning in the 1320s, repeated Yellow River floods caused failed harvests, famines, and massive movements of refugees. The Yuan government insisted on calling the refugees bandits, the nomenclature for enemies of the state right down to the 1950s. After a catastrophic Yellow River flood in 1344, increased taxation and a vast conscription project to mend the river dikes caused fury. Soon, local revolts turned into full-scale rebellions as regional warlords declared themselves king, proclaimed new dynasties, and began new calendars for a new time. These are old themes in Chinese history, where revolution is a simple fact of life, a recurring cycle whenever powerful central authority loses its grip. The omens and signs came thick and fast. This was a culture that implicitly believed in the power of the unseen to burst across the threshold of the real. In 1339, a series of terrifying visions was reported. Monstrous dragons swooping out of the storm clouds on the coast of Fujian unleashed tornadoes and torrents of rain, flooding and devastation. Prophecies ran like wildfire through the cities of the south. The heavens were disturbed. It was said that in 1349, 5 more dragons materialized out of giant waterspouts over the sea in the Yangtze Delta, harbingers from the unseen realms of chaos. From then on, almost every year, the dragons were more and more insistent in their messages to humanity. Dragon sightings were made even in Beijing itself, one whirling in a fiery flash out of a well within the imperial Mongol palaces. The Chinese people, of course, understood these communications from the other world all too well, especially coming from the most meaning-laden supernatural creature of them all. The world was out of balance, the mandate of heaven in abeyance. Gazing on these sights, wrote one scholar, the prosperity of former days felt like a dream. In the early 1330s, the famines and floods were followed by a deadly outbreak of plague. It began in the northern province of Hebei, where one source claims 9/10 of the people died. It's still uncertain whether this marks the beginning of the Black Death in China, or whether it was simply one of several local outbreaks. It's long been believed that the great 14th century pandemic originated in Chinese Central Asia, where the Yersinia pestis bacillus is endemic in the rodent population. The very latest studies by medical geneticists who've compared DNA extracted from archaeological remains with living strains suggest the genetic family tree of Yersinia pestis did indeed originate in Western China. There, for example, in a Nestorian Christian cemetery near Isikul Lake, are more than 100 grave markers from the late 1330s, some specifically speaking of pestilence. From these regions, in the last years of the Pax Mongolica, plague seems to have been carried west on the Silk Road to the shores of the Black Sea and the Crimea by armies and traders. In 1347, it went from there to Constantinople via the port of Kaffa and on by sea to Venice and Sicily. Like a slow-burning fuse, by the late 1340s it reached the British Isles and Ireland and Iceland by 1350. Much remains to be understood about the Chinese outbreak. Imperfect estimates from censuses suggest 1/3 of the Chinese population died in the crisis of the 14th century. Many of these deaths must be attributed to disease. Voluminous records survive from Yuan and early Ming China, although none has yet been studied in sufficient depth to give a picture as comprehensive as that available for Western Europe. In 1334, 13 million people died, according to an official government source. Further outbreaks of a great pestilence occurred in 1344-6 down the coast from Shandong to Fujian. This was in the aftermath of a huge Yellow River flood which shifted its course from north to south of the Shandong Peninsula, where it would remain for the next 500 years. Then in the early 1350s, most of north and central China was affected, across the central plain of Henan, down into Hunan, Jiangxi, and the southeast. In Jiangsu, 900,000 deaths were reported with pestilence every year from 1356 to 1362. These are huge losses. The general consensus is that though China's population was around 120 million on the eve of the Mongol conquest, around 1200, It was only half that number by the late 1300s. Data from Mongol censuses suggest the main losses took place after 1290. So the population loss in the last 3 decades of Mongol rule could easily have matched the estimate that 1/3 of the population died during the Black Death in Europe. Faced with these multiple challenges, Mongol power in southern China began to disintegrate. Armies of farmers and rural bandits rose up, often moved by millenarian religious ideas in such apocalyptic times. Rival rebellions coalesced in the different regions. There were various sects like the White Lotus, the Red Turbans, the Holy Lodge, and the followers of the Kingdom of Light, some of them touched by the strange afterglow of Manichaeism, the Near Eastern sect which had become the state religion of the Uyghur kingdom in the 7th century. It had vanished as an organized religion in the 9th century during the Buddhist persecutions, but still survived in the countryside during the Yuan, when Marco Polo reported 700,000 followers in Fujian, where a Manichaean temple with its cult image still survives near Quanzhou. Though long gone now, Manichaeism left a persistent marker in the psychology of popular revolt in South China. With its vision of a cosmic split between good and evil, yin and yang. Even the greatest 19th century rebellion, the Taiping, though influenced by Christian eschatology, had its Manichaean strain. All these sects were millennial in the true sense of the word, believing that a divinely inspired leader would arise to save China from chaos. How that leader arose is one of the most extraordinary stories in Chinese history. It takes us first to the northern edge of Hubei and the mountain range that runs along the border with Henan, the great divide between the Yangtze and the North China Plain. Here, on the south side of the picturesque Dabie Mountains, are vast tangled thickets of ancient azaleas. In the spring and early summer, these flowers carpet Tortoise Mountain with red, to the delight of today's tourists. Yet in grey light, under storm clouds, the blossom can look like a blood-red snowfall, staining the hillsides crimson, conjuring the old nickname Bloody Dabie Shan, which comes not from flowers, but from killing. Out here, there's a long history of civil conflict and rebellion, a persistent strand of extreme cruelty and violence. From the 14th century to the 19th, the area was a hotbed of revolt, an out-of-the-way place that government always found hard to control. In the hills to the east along the Jiangxi border, the 1906 rising took place, and the Jiangxi Soviet in 1931. These were the scene of murderous purges against the indigenous Hakka people and brutal suppression by the nationalists. The hills were again the scene of savage conflicts between 1949 and 1953, when the communists waged their war against the remnants of the nationalists and local allies, the so-called bandits of Dabie Shan. In these hills was old Macheng, today a sizable city. A walled county town with its drum tower and market, it had maybe 10,000 people in the 14th century, more in the surrounding hill villages. In the early 1350s, a devastating drought which lasted for 3 years brought famine and virulent plague epidemics. The situation was so bad that the people resorted to cannibalism. But soon the hills were awash with bloodshed as competing clans and local warlords fought each other. In this fevered environment, forces crystallized that would end the Yuan and usher in a new dynasty. In 1338, a rebellion broke out just over the mountain passes to the north. Its leader was a peasant called Peng Hu, Peng the Virtuous. Another self-proclaimed righteous leader to the south in Hunan, called Zhou Ziwang, raised a 5,000-strong army and proclaimed himself king. Here, in Macheng village, the people were soon caught up in these events. A local blacksmith, calling himself Pu Sheng, all triumphant, became military leader in the area, and in 1338 founded a religious military sect called the Lodge of the Holy One. Over the next decade, the sect grew and chose Peng as its spiritual leader. Peng came from the highlands on the Jiangxi-Hunan border. He'd been a monk in a local temple and became an expert in the occult arts, sorcery, healing medicine and prophecy. He'd wandered the highlands as a young man, a travelling healer, marked down as a sorcerer in the eyes of the authorities who tried to hunt him down. Preaching the coming of a new age, he made converts and led a failed revolt. He managed to escape execution and moved on, distributing sutras in woodblock printed texts and establishing local lodges across the area. The situation was ripe for revolution. In this seething atmosphere of discontent, one of Peng's converts was another itinerant monk, a son of poor peasants from the famine lands of Anhui. And this convert would become the founder of the Ming dynasty, one of the most remarkable figures in Chinese history, Zhu Yuanzhang, to whom we will return in due course. Warlords arose, carving up the south out of this maelstrom of prophecies, social protest and anger at the venality of those who ran the Mongol state. Some of them combined forces to make military alliances. In the Macheng region, the wandering healer Peng and the monk beggar Zhu were joined by a third, the self-proclaimed emperor Zhu Shouhui. Zhu was a former cloth vendor who claimed to be Maitreya, the Buddha of future times, and promised to destroy the rich to help the poor. Reacting to oppressive levies and the huge conscription drive by the Mongol government in Beijing, together they launched a rebellion and soon gathered an army of 10,000 men. At that same time, other leaders arose to the east, claiming descent from the Song royal family. Han Shantong's Red Turban Army, the Greater King of Light, made a confederation with the Southern Red Turbans, or the Red Army. In 1351 they launched attacks that led to the collapse of Yuan power in the Yangtze Valley. Another perfect storm of revolt had arisen, driven by poverty and resentment, but also by religion. It was not only directed against the Mongol state, but attacked the Confucian elites, smashing their temples and schools, as the rebels claimed to usher in the earthly rule of a divine saviour. The King of Light will appear. This was not only a class war, poor against rich, but also a Han nationalist revolt against alien rule, and it was waged with extreme violence and cruelty. When the combined Red Army swept into Macheng, they killed every Yuan official they could lay their hands on, most of them Han Chinese, not ethnic Mongolian. They were killed with great savagery, flaying alive, disemboweling, and even, it was said, mincing and pickling them. This might be taken as a grim metaphor, were it not for the insistence in our sources that cannibalism did indeed take place in the Macheng region during the famines and wars of the 1350s. Once the fuse was lit, it didn't take long to spill over, exploiting smouldering resentments and antagonisms of class, wealth, religion and lineage ties, the stark divisions between rich and poor, the haves and have-nots. This would happen again in the same region at the fall of the Ming in the 17th century and in the savage pogroms against the communists in the 1930s. Though let's not think it was only in China that such atrocities happened in history, when people turn against their neighbours with such savagery, exterminating whole elements of the population. In the 20th century, too, there were the horrors of the Holocaust in the shtetls of Eastern Europe, the burnings and disembowelings during the partition of India, and even the lynchings and burnings in the American Deep South. As Yuan Mongol rule collapsed, 8 rival contenders for power grew powerful enough to challenge for the throne of China. For 17 years there would be civil war. At root, these were essentially class wars, eyewitnesses speaking of a consistent thread of the peasants waging war against the rich and powerful. The Red Army's constituency was the poor and landless, their rallying cry, "Take from the rich to relieve the poor." It would not be the last time. In the dragon-scorched southern landscape of the 1350s and 60s, in the rich rice country of the lower Yangtze, fierce battles were fought as rival armies crossed the delta and the fecund plains around Lake Tai. They sacked the mansions of the rich, looted villages, plundered crops, cut down mulberry groves. The fleets of a former local official, Chen Youliang, now calling himself King of the Han, terrorized the local Yangtze. The victor would be the one who could offer a resolution to the violence, with greater violence, and thereby create a new allegiance. The climax of this battle for China took place in the lower Yangtze Valley, along the north-south axis of the Grand Canal between Yangzhou and Suzhou. There, a former salt smuggler and sometime Mongol official, Jiang Shicheng, now called himself the Duke of Wu and King of Dazhou. Jiang raised the standard of revolt against the Yuan around Yangzhou on the Grand Canal and the flat salt lands extending around Gaoyou Lake to the Jiangsu coast. A one-time salt worker and boatman himself, Jiang knew the land and its people well. As the Yuan government control weakened, the people of these flat lands and canals had found themselves victims of corrupt officials, greedy merchants, and transport workers who turned to smuggling, ruffians, and bandits. From these people, Jiang quickly raised a large following, which he organized into a personal army. His troops plundered the towns of the region and captured the rich town of Gaoyou on the Grand Canal. Jiang now declared a new dynasty called Utmost Orthodoxy. This was a bold gesture, indeed, as he controlled so little territory. Jiang knew, however, that the countryside all the way north up to the capital in Beijing was now in chaos as the dynasty's control weakened. Poor and desperate farming people who bound their heads with red cloth headbands, hence their name, the Red Turbans, came in their thousands, flocking to his banners. The Yuan government sent a force from Yangzhou to crush the rebellion, but Jiang murdered their envoys. Reinforced, the Mongols then cornered Jiang's army, but suddenly their commander was recalled north. The Mongol forces retreated in disorder, leaving Jiang to pursue his ambition of becoming emperor and creating a dynasty, just as the Song had been founded 4 centuries before. In 1356, Jiang ferried his army over to the south bank of the Yangtze and marched into the rich and densely populated agricultural lands around Lake Tai. That March, Jiang's forces began the siege of the biggest and most prosperous city of the region, Suzhou. To go to Suzhou today takes an hour and a half by road from Shanghai. There have been big changes in the landscape since the days of the Yuan. Today it's more than 30 miles from the sea. But then the city of Suzhou was at the mouth of the Yangtze estuary and controlled the coastal lands to the south. Over the centuries, with the huge amounts of silt carried downriver, the mouth has shifted, and the vast conurbation of Shanghai now lies between Suzhou and the sea on reclaimed land. The wide, fish-rich shoals controlled by the city in the Middle Ages are now Chongming Island. Suzhou itself, though, still a beautiful city, despite being surrounded by serried rows of high-rise apartment blocks thrown up in the property boom of the late 20th century. Suzhou was probably the largest non-capital city anywhere in the world between the 14th and the 18th centuries. The signs of its former grandeur are still everywhere in its canals, bridges, pagodas, temples, and more than 100 private gardens, mainly laid out under the Ming. Sacked in the Jurchen Wars of the 12th century, it had been lavishly rebuilt by Han merchants and gentry classes which had thrived under Mongol rule. Even then, it was already proverbially famous for its beauties. An illustrated guide to Suzhou from the Song dynasty quotes the poet Bai Juyi on the 390 bridges with their vermilion railings, and explains that since his day many more have been built, all of very fine workmanship, and all of stone or brick, so you don't see red wooden railings anymore. As for their names, noted as supplement to a guide for the traveller or antiquarian, there has never been a complete record. The famous ones, with either ancient or modern stories to tell about them, are recorded here. It was in truth a heavenly place. Look out towards Lake Tai from the Song River Bridge, recommended the author, standing in the suspended rainbow pavilion, and experience the light shining off the lake and the fresh breezes from the ocean and the waters rippling delightfully. This is one of the most beautiful sights in all the Suzhou region. But now the city was surrounded by an enormous rebel army, 250,000 strong, with siege engines and rams, sappers and rocket launchers. Among the wealthy families who'd settled in prosperous Suzhou during the Mongol peace, and who now waited for the outcome of the siege with deep anxiety, were the Zhengs. An ancient lineage of gentry, scholars and administrators, the Zhengs had originally come from the town of Xingyang near Zhengzhou in Henan. They'd migrated south after the fall of the Northern Song in 1127, and their ancestors had included a prime minister during the Southern Song. Early in the Yuan dynasty, a Zheng had been assistant prefect in Suzhou, where it was said the family owned half the prefecture, and he'd made his retirement home in one of the elegant waterside mansions of the city. This man's granddaughter was Zheng Yunduan. In her mid-teens, she'd married into a local gentry clan, but in the past few years had fallen on hard times. Poverty and bad health fueling constant worry, as she said. 30 years old now, and mother of at least 4 young children, Yunduan is a poignant eyewitness to the struggle that now unfolded in the south, in this decisive moment in the history of China. "I was born to a noble family," she wrote, "that for generations has revered the Confucian studies. My father and elder brother instructed students in the classics and made a name for themselves throughout Suzhou. Because I was taught by my father from my earliest years, I was able to read and recognize the written characters. Later my mind became set on study, and by pilfering and stealing my father's leftover books, I acquired a rough understanding of duty and principle. Growing up in this lovely place, with such a rich cultural life, where the tradition of women poets and writers went back centuries, Zheng Yunduan had grown to love art and literature and began to write poetry in her spare time. In her mid-teens, when I came of age, as she says, she married a young scholar from a local gentry family who became a local official. His ancestors also had a long tradition of involvement in the arts. They had sons and daughters. My husband was a man of Confucian culture, she wrote, and our interests were very much alike. In the leisure allowed by my wifely duties, I had an even greater opportunity to play and sport with writing brush and ink, to chant, and to express my feelings and my inner nature. Under the Yuan, women's position in gentry society had taken a step backwards from the Song. Indeed, for women it would prove to be something of a turning point in Chinese history. Their legal and social status declined, and in the middle classes the kind of segregation we first saw in the Kaifeng scroll becomes much more the norm. Women's rights to property and remarriage were weakened. The traditional Confucian view that a woman's place was in the home was reinforced. In everyday life, the bondage was twofold. Upper and middle-class women were confined to the inner quarters, the women's chambers, and foot-binding became more widespread, reinforced by a patriarchal ideology that stressed female fidelity. Zheng was not the only woman to write against these conservative forces in 14th century China. though rarely were women so explicit about their feelings, their frustrations, and their sense of injustice. In her poetry, she deliberately sets out to subvert traditional literature by women, what women were expected to write about. She complains that much of contemporary women's poetry is sentimental and cliché-ridden, that she wants to do away with the old habits in women's writing and reject the popular trends of the day. Her own reading was wide, from philosophy and literature to history. She'd read the female Han historian Ban Zhao, as well as great poets such as Du Fu and Li Qingjia. She'd also read literature about women, for example, Ban Zhao's 7 chapters of Precepts for My Daughters, which as a mother with daughters, Zheng saw as almost a feminist manifesto and read again and again. In her poetry, though expressing the habitual female deference to male critics as the arbiters of taste and style, she often adopts an unusual tone of authority and an awareness of her transgressive stance. Some women writers, she notes, will destroy their poems in deference to their subservient role, but she leaves clear instructions for her work to be preserved after her death. Her confinement to the inner quarters is a source of bitterness and frustration, but through her art, her mind can escape. The same goes for dreams. In her poem, Writing My Feelings, Zheng recounts a dream in which she was in another life in the Isles of the Immortals over the Eastern Ocean and had tended on the Queen Mother of the West, the ruler of female immortals. She was a woman who had fallen by accident into this vulgar world, this dusty net. A moving insight into the psychology of a woman artist of that time, whose guardian angels, as we might put it, are specifically empowering supernatural females. From her poems, we also learn about Yun Duan's attitudes to the visual arts. At least 30 of her poems are about painting. One of them references a famous landscape painter of the Song dynasty and is placed at the start of her collection, which, as she says, she put in proper order and must therefore have programmatic significance to her. It's a poem about the fate of a woman caught between home, marriage, the patriarchal male world, and the possibilities of freedom outside. Playfully riffing on a poem by Du Fu, she scrutinizes painted landscapes like those of the 10th century artist Li Cheng, of layered hills and stacked peaks, strange rocks and tall pines. Apparently, on a folding screen, the painting is so finely executed in its illusory, receding horizons in diluted ink that it acts in her imagination as a port key to the outside world. Inside it, she imagines she can hear the rushing water, transported to the sylvan glades of Mount Lu, with its Buddhist and Taoist temples, which had attracted famous Tang poets like Bai Juyi. The magical beauty of the landscape only intensifies her feeling of being trapped, for she then tells us that her feet are bound. Essentially, she's handicapped and cannot go out to seek fresh experiences. Here she describes the landscape in the painting. Revealed, I feel as if there, seated under Mount Lu, and feel as if all worldly dust has been cleansed from my heart. But this body is destined to grow old in the inner quarters. I hate not being able to go out in search of hidden places. My stockings and linen and my black shoes have ruined my life. Facing this painting, I'm filled with helpless frustration. Zheng's writings are full of such sensitivity to women's experiences and encourage women to write poetry for women. She even writes a warning, perhaps to her own daughters, about making unhappy arranged marriages above one's station. Like other women poets of the period, she speaks for equality and affection in companionate marriages. She wants women to express their feelings and inner nature. She also gives us a graphic insight, as Li Qingzhao did 2 centuries before, of women's fate in war. My younger sister followed her husband when he took his post near Mount Lu. That was more than a year ago. We've yet to receive a letter with news. Recently we heard news of travellers and merchants, of bandits and robbers throughout the Jiangxi province. Wherever they go, they plunder the cities. The blood of the butchered stains the streets. With the post service collapsed, I don't know whether she's still alive or whether she's died in the midst of these disasters. Over 1355-6, as the war unfolded, Zheng's health suddenly collapsed. She spent much of her last year stricken in bed, suffering from extreme exhaustion and loss of weight. She became unsteady on her feet. Her illness sounds very much like cancer. Certainly she knew she was dying, watching her body fall to pieces at the same time as her country in what she calls a 10-year chill of death. The deep psychological anguish caused by her sickness, which she shares with the reader, was disapproved of by later male literary critics as a sign of female weakness. For us, it gives a precious glimpse into what she really felt in desperate times, both personal and political. We can well imagine her state intensified her depression in an extraordinarily sensitive and intelligent person who felt trapped by her physical situation, an incapacitating anxiety alleviated only by putting her brush to scroll. In 1356, the Red Turban armies broke into Suzhou and began the sack of the city. Trapped in her family mansion, Zheng was unable to flee because of her bad health and her bound feet. In any case, presumably her male guardians would have preferred she commit suicide rather than compromise her position as a high-born woman. One of her last poems, The Mirror, is about her old, bright, shiny mirror in its case. She'd had this mirror since she was a 15-year-old, first wearing makeup. Remembering her glowing complexion at 15, fresh as a flower, she now scrutinizes the face of this prematurely aging 30-year-old, already careworn and lined through illness and poverty. This morning, she writes, the mirror too has grown dim, dusty and dirty, speckled with rust. We look into each other and sink into darkness. On the city walls, the Yuan garrison fought with the local gentry, but in the end Suzhou fell and Zheng's home was ransacked and burned. The disaster broke her already frail health. That spring, on Tomb Sweeping Day, knowing she had only months to live, she wrote a brief account of her life. Whenever I wrote songs and poems, I'd lock them away in chests and baskets, waiting for some master wordsmith to correct them, and only later would I show them to other people. However, now I've been ill for many years, and I may die at any time. Afraid that these poems might be lost without leaving a trace, I've copied them out once again and put them in proper order. I will place them in the family schoolroom, so they may be shown to later generations. She went on. Long ago, a Tang dynasty hermit had a poetry gourd inscribed with these words, "Only the one who finds this will understand my bitter heart." I could say the same. Zheng Yunduan, first year of the reign of utmost orthodoxy, April 1356. With the Red Turbans in charge in Suzhou and her estate in ruins, Zheng Yunduan died that year at the age of 30. As she'd hoped, her works survived, preserved by her husband, with a preface by a renowned Yuan scholar and artist, Qian Weishan. They were published by a fifth-generation descendant in a woodblock edition during the reign of the Jiajing Emperor, 1521 to 1567. Without that, her works, her experience, her feelings would be lost to us. Remarkably, Zheng's memory is still guarded by the Zheng family today. As a clanswoman says, because she married out, She doesn't appear in the Zheng family genealogy, but her poetry is still treasured by our women. When the siege of Suzhou was over, the rebel leader Zhang, king of Dazhou, entered the city and made it the seat of his new regime, as he bid to be the ruler of all China. Zhang was already master of the agricultural resources of the city's hinterland and of the salt revenues of his old home country, the coastal plain north of the Yangtze. So Zhang became the richest of all the contenders for power.